Yeah.
Yeah.
You're a communist, I'm assuming?
I'm a Marxist.
And why?
Because we need a better system.
Who's we?
The United States.
I don't need a better system.
You do.
No, I don't.
Yeah, you do.
No, I don't.
Yeah, you do.
Explain why you think so.
Capitalism is a failing system. It was a system designed to fail, as a matter of fact. We simply can't achieve a system where everybody has equal access to resources.
That's not what capitalism was built to achieve.
I understand that's not what it was built to achieve. That's why it fails.
So you think that it's a failure because everyone doesn't have equal resources or whatever?
No, because everyone doesn't have equal access.
Yeah, they do.
They don't.
In what regard do they not?
What happens if everybody owns their own business in the United States?
The strongest ones will win. The ones with the cheapest prices and the best product will win.
So in other words, not everybody can own their own business.
But that's not the goal. And I don't think that should be the goal. I don't think everyone should.
It can't be the goal. It can't be the goal because you can't run a business without employees, and employees are going to be your proletariat class. They're going to have their wages stolen in order for profit motives for the bourgeoisie, and this system is set up to make sure that the wealthy stay wealthy and the poor stay poor, because we need a large poor working class in order for the economy to survive. So the economy is built to fail. Without socialism, it would have already failed.
So you haven't heard of trickle down?
Do you know what trickle down is?
Yes, I do. It's when you give tax cuts to the bourgeoisie, according to you. The bourgeoisie, you give them tax cuts, and then the wealth trickles down to, I guess, the proletariat class.
When did we institute
the 80s?
Supply-side economics?
Yeah, supply-side economics in the 80s. Reagan.
Do you know what the debt was when Ronald Reagan took office?
Yeah, that was the only
do you know
outcome. No, I don't know.
What? Okay. Exactly. It was $700 billion. $700 billion when Ronald Reagan took office. So for 190 years, it took us to get to $700 billion. Since Ronald Reagan, it's gone to $40 trillion.
Okay.
Tell me that trickle down works.
Trickle down works.
It works off of the backs of debt. That's the only reason it works.
The proletariats should be begging for trickle down.
No, because if you give subsidies to the proletariat, if you give subsidies to the working class instead of subsidies to the owner class,
then you'll create lazy.
Then they'll be happy.
No, then you'll create laziness. No, you'll create laziness. Yes, you will.
Then you create a working class that's actually got their basic needs met. Then you create a working class. Then you create a working class that's actually got their basic needs met, and they can actually work, and they can actually run their own businesses at that point. Demand side economics is the way we need to go, not supply side. Supply side leads us to debt. Demand side leads us to profit.
No, because then that'll create horrible consumer spending. They'll probably create laziness. I mean, if
you mean people would be able to buy things? Oh my God, not that.
Though that will happen naturally through trickle-down economics.
No, it does not, yes, because it never actually makes it to the bottom.
Yes, it does.
That's why the wealthy. That's why the wealth gap expands. That's why the rich get richer and the poor get poorer, because trickle-down doesn't work. It never actually makes its way to the bottom.
I'm going to answer the one in the comments because
fuck the comments. Talk to me. You're talking to me.
What'd you say? Nothing of substance. You're just complaining
I told you trickle down doesn't work because the wealth gap is ever increasing.
No, but during the 80s,
never actually get any of it.
Here, during the 80s, why do you think Reagan won in a landslide in his second term? Because trickle down was working so well.
No, because he was deficit spending so much that he was giving shit away for free.
Oh my God. No, everyone had a house in the 80s. Did you know this?
He tripled our national debt. You know that, right?
Yes, but at the expense of everyone facing economic prosperity, I think it's worth it.
How much? Okay, so we have a $40 trillion debt. Do you know what the interest on that debt is?
No.
It's over $1 trillion. Approximately $1.2 trillion we pay for interest on the national debt right now. $1.2 trillion that could be going to the American people in the form of subsidies and free food, free education, free whatever. But instead, we're paying.
Hold on,
but
nothing's free.
instead, we're paying. Instead, we're using that money to pay for the debt that we've accrued since we instituted supply side economics.
Do you seriously think we can make things free? Do you know how much our military is spending?
What did I just say? What was I just talking about?
I mean, you just brought up free education, free healthcare, free blah blah blah, free this, free that.
What did I bring that up in reference to?
Our spending.
I brought that up in reference to our national debt. Our national debt is money that we've already spent. We're spending $1.2 trillion a year on interest on that national debt right now. Instead of spending that $1.2 trillion on interest, we could be spending it on education and food and shelter for the people of the United States.
Could be spending it on military.
But we don't spend it on those things because we have to pay interest on the debt because trickle down doesn't work. Because capitalism doesn't work.
Capitalism works because it incentivizes people to not be lazy.
That is incorrect.
That is very correct. You know why Marxism appeals to people?
You're telling me that buying another yacht is not being lazy. You're telling me that
with hard-earned money.
You're telling me that some rich dude that hires a bunch of engineers to create a fucking spacesuit and a space plane so he can go travel around the Earth. You're telling me that that's not being lazy?
No, because they use their hard-earned money. So I don't.
Hard-earned. What do you mean hard-earned? They didn't have to do a goddamn thing for the money. They're not the fucking labor. They don't put any labor into that shit.
They do.
No, they don't.
Yeah, hiring people, employing people.
Yeah, that's laborious. It's laborious to hire people. Oh my god, it's so hard to do.
I mean, if you run a multi-billion-dollar company, it could be. Yeah.
Then you hire somebody that hires somebody.
Yeah, and that takes resources from you.
Yeah, but it's you're still lazy. You're not adding any labor to the process.
You don't need to add labor if you've already contributed and you have money. You don't owe anyone money.
If you're born rich, then you don't need to add labor. You don't need to do anything. You can just sit around sucking on your thumb all the time.
Yeah, I don't care if rich people.
Even though you've never ever done a fucking goddamn thing in your entire life.
Yeah, I don't care if people do that shit. It doesn't concern me.
Yeah, this is why I'm a Marxist and not a capitalist, because this is fucking
freedom thing.
Because capitalism is not freedom. You are not free. You are not free. You have to spend every fucking day getting your basic needs met. Maslow's hierarchy of needs. You got to have food, shelter, water, education, security, healthcare. These are all things that you have to pay for, and you have to get up every fucking day to ensure that you have. You have to get up every fucking day to ensure that you have access to those things. That's not freedom. That's slavery.
No, it's not slavery. Slavery is involuntary. This is
exactly.
All voluntary.
It shouldn't be voluntary. It isn't voluntary.
You need voluntary.
These things. You need these things to. You need these things to live.
Yeah, but working is
not voluntary.
Working is voluntary. It is.
Because if you don't work, you die.
Yeah, but at your own expense.
At what? What do you mean your own expense? If you don't want to work, then you die.
But that's not always the case. I mean,
that is the case. If you don't work in this system, you die.
Yeah, but that's how it should be.
That's fucking wild. So you're okay with slavery. You're okay with slavery, and you're okay with poor people just dying in the streets. This is why I'm against capitalism, because
if you don't work, you're gonna die.
That's nonsense.
If you don't work, some bad things are gonna happen. That's how life works.
You shouldn't have to work to live.
Well, I don't want to live in a lazy society without work. Then we'll have no innovation.
I don't want to live in a society where there's one person that controls everybody,
there's not one person.
Everybody is on the edge of starvation. I don't want to.
Nobody's on the edge of starvation. That's a myth. That's a fear-mongering myth.
That is not a myth. If you don't work, you die.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't want to work, bad things happen. That sounds like
capitalism is a failing system.
No, it's not. Failing system for lazy people. For lazy people.
Yeah. Can I chime in on that? I think I agree with you both. I think it's capitalism is important, but also you need a safety net, right?
Where the fuck are you from?
Me?
Yeah.
Puerto Rico.
Really?
Yeah, what's the issue?
Well, you don't sound Puerto Rican. That's not a fucking Puerto Rican accent.
He's a Marxist.
I'm Puerto Rican. I'm from San Juan, Puerto Rico. I'm from Condado in Puerto Rico.
It's easier to manage your care in one place.
Okay.
Ricans. Hi, Alex. Welcome to the panel. Can we have your age for TikTok purposes?
36.
Thank you. What did you agree on?
I said that you need both, right? Capitalism is important, but you also need a safety net to meet basic needs like healthcare, education, and things like that.
No.
You need both.
Education. Should be privatized.
Okay, so you're telling somebody's born, right? A parent has born. His child is 7 years old. They don't have money for educating. You're telling me that that kid shouldn't go to school.
It should be privatized. It's not.
I'm asking you, if a kid is 7 years old, right, and the parents don't have any money to afford an education, you telling me that whole kid shouldn't even learn how to read if the parents cannot afford it?
Well, if their parent, who else is going to pay for it?
Right now, it's public. I'm asking you. It
shouldn't be public.
Okay, so
they can homeschool them if they want to.
No, but I'm telling you right now. So you're going to have a society that you need to have money in order to send your kids to learn how to read and write. That's what you're telling me.
Yeah.
You say this guy's a fool. Don't waste
your time. I mean, this guy's a fool. That's just how life works.
Yeah, no country does that.
Well,
you will be the first.
Real quick. Braden, can we have your age also? I wasn't here for it.
21.
Okay.
Yeah, they say he's a fool. He's 21. He's just started. He's a fool. He probably lives at his parents' house. That's why
I don't need to subsidize someone else's healthcare.
I'm not talking about subsidize. I'm talking about a child is born right now. Is public, right? There's private schools, but it's public. Everybody should learn how to write and read. You saying no. Actually, everybody should pay for basic healthcare. So basic education. So if a woman right now is pregnant and she has no money to deliver the kid, you're telling me just go to the side of the road and deliver the child.
Well, why would she get in that situation?
But I'm telling you, if that happens, a woman gets pregnant and is about to deliver a child,
that's a
she has
horrible idea.
money. What you're saying is she needs to go to the side of the road and deliver the kid.
Do you know what it costs to birth a baby, Braden?
I wouldn't birth a baby. I know it's very expensive.
I'm not telling you if it happens. I understand that you're perfect. If it happens, what should she do?
I'm not her. I couldn't advise her to do it.
No, I'm asking you because we're talking about that, right? That's the consequence. A woman is pregnant. She's going to deliver a child. She has no health care. She has no money. What should she do?
Get it delivered.
Okay, but she has no money.
Under your system, would you then be okay with the hospital subsidizing her hospital bill and it being taken care of by taxpayer dollars?
If I'm asking if I'm okay?
No.
You wouldn't be okay with the taxpayer money covering the woman having a baby but doesn't have health insurance?
Probably not.
You asking me or asking him?
I'm asking Braden.
Oh, okay.
No, I would not.
No. Okay.
Well, think about it.
So the woman and the child can just die. So the woman and the child.
Think about it 300 years ago.
Yeah, but so what you're saying is the woman and child can just die.
That's not what I'm saying.
Well, that's exactly what you're saying.
I'm saying make advised decisions before you engage in intercourse.
Okay, so she's made the advised decision and she engaged in the action and she is where she is right now.
What you can't just teleport.
What you're saying is that fuck her and her baby can just die.
No, I'm not saying that.
That is exactly what you're saying.
What is your solution? Okay, I understand she made the mistake. She just have a child, and she made the mistake. Under your system, what is your solution? What is your solution?
It should be more affordable.
Okay, but she has no money. I'm telling you, she has zero. She is gonna deliver the baby. She has zero. What should she do under your system?
It's not my system. I'm living under the current system.
I'm telling you, right? The current system right now, it gets subsidized. But I'm
Yeah,
asking
it
you,
does.
okay, but I'm asking you against that. When I'm telling you, under your system, what is your proposed solution?
To just pay for it.
She has no money. Like, entertain the
wait.
premise.
Are you saying like
I reject the premise.
You can't reject the premise. The premise is the premise. You
It's
don't
because
get to
it's
reject
faulty.
it.
His whole premise is faulty. That's what
No,
it is.
your
He has
premise was
nothing to do.
faulty.
That's what I told you. He's a fool.
Because it assumes the worst.
Did you
extreme
just say
case
I know
scenario.
you are, but what am I? Did you just fucking say that for real?
Pretty much.
What the
It
fuck?
assumes that the worst case scenario is happening.
You know how many kids they deliver?
Pretty bad scenario.
Yeah, that's pretty common. That scenario is
Let me
pretty
ask
common.
you something. What if it was an illegal immigrant doing it as well?
Then
Then what?
that baby should be delivered and
Where?
granted citizenship.
With
And the hospital bill should be taken care of and written off
From
by the
who?
hospital.
who's paying for the hospital bill?
It's a write-off
From what? Someone's got to pay for it.
for our current tax structure, the way it's set up.
It's a write-off. You don't know what that is.
He doesn't know what a
guess
write-off
that-
is, Mojo.
I
He
guess
doesn't
You know
have
what
to.
a tax
21.
write-off is?
Or
Yeah, I
ever done
guess that.
taxes.
I guess at 21 you probably would.
Yeah.
Of course I know what a tax write-off is. What? You kidding me?
Do you
Maybe
still
a
live with your
Marxist.
parents?
No.
What do you do for a living, sir?
It's none of your business what I do for fucking
It's none of your business, Mojo.
That's fine. That's fine. You're right. It's not any of my business if you don't choose to share.
Are you paying for your own insurance now, Brayden, or are you currently still on your parents until you're 26?
What, my auto insurance or house?
No, your health.
Healthcare? Healthcare? Yeah, I do pay for my healthcare.
You pay for your own. Good for you.
I just don't like laziness. Like, why are we promoting laziness?
We're not talking about laziness.
being
We're talking
lazy.
about a system, right? We pay taxes. We get to decide what to do with those taxes, right? Some of the taxes go to causes that you might not agree because we live in a part of a society. The question is, what do we use our taxes for? And what, under your system, you're saying pretty much the survival of the fittest.
No, I'm saying military first.
Okay, what happens if I don't agree with it?
Well, then you can leave because this is
Okay,
how,
so if you
this
don't,
is how-
okay, so you can leave if you don't agree with what I'm saying about healthcare. You see what I
Well-
mean? Then we don't have a democracy.
I mean, giving money to the military doesn't promote laziness. Giving money
What?
to healthcare does.
Okay, so if I have cancer, I'm lazy. If I get cancer and I don't have money to pay for it, I'm lazy.
If you don't have insurance,
No, I'm talking about, you know, there are a lot of insurance deny your claim, right? That's not like you go to insurance, you have deductible. There's a whole bunch of BS that goes with insurance. It's not you have insurance to pay for. It's not as straightforward as you making it seem. I'm telling you right. So you're telling me right now, there's no such thing as deductible.
I mean, there is, but
What happens if I don't have the money for that?
you're not going to pay out of pocket.
Okay. This guy's a fool, man. This is just
Yeah,
like,
fuck
this
it,
is-
bro.
How much do you think a cancer treatment costs?
No clue.
he's a fool.
More than
I
you
don't know
make
everything.
more than you make it every year. Probably more than you've made in your lifetime so far.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
You say you have no idea, so
doubt
how
it.
can you make the claim it's not?
That's
You have no idea.
That's for one fucking
I said I
treatment,
doubt
for
it.
Christ's sake.
You what?
Yeah, this is the problem. You haven't lived in the real world. You've never had medical expenses that you have to pay for. You don't know what it's like to actually get sick. You don't know what it's like to actually have to take care of things like
But
that.
the idea that everything is paid for, like, on the backs of others, on the labor of others, it's
No,
Yeah, like
that's what
military.
That's what capitalism is, by the way. That would be pay on the backs of others. That's a theft of labor. The capitalist is utilizing just no labor of their own in order to create a profit off of somebody else's labor. That's theft. That's the theft you're talking about. And it's at gunpoint too, by the way, because if you don't work, you die.
Now he's 21. He's a fool. I almost guarantee you that he lives with his parents' house, and he doesn't live in the real world. It's just 100%. 100%. That's what it is.
That's probably true, but I have no choice but to take it as word. I don't know.
100% guarantee that's the case because he doesn't have a solution to anything that he's saying.
His
My
solution
diagnosis
Make money or die. That's the solution.
He just sounded like someone whose daddy told him that he had to not be a lazy piece of shit as a kid and he had to work for his way in life. To be 21 years old, he had some really boomer takes on people on being lazy.
Don't you dare make fun of boomers.
Hey, you're not a boomer. What do you care?
I know. I don't know. One of these days I will be. Right? So will you. Why are you going to make it? I said one of these days you're going to be a boomer too.
I hope I make it that far.
Well, you won't if you keep telling everybody to bring you Doritos and Dr. Pepper.
No one's taking me up on it yet.
They will, and you're not going to make it to be a boomer if you keep doing that.
Man, I'll be fine. They did not like that analogy you gave earlier, and that you just said again about it having a gun put to your head. You don't work, you don't live.
Are you talking about on Dilgas now or whatever? Yeah. Those fucking people are so disingenuous. I was listening to Moon Gazer on there, Moon Geezer, whatever the fuck his name is. I can't stand that fucking dude. He is such a dipshit. Aaron is such a fucking asshat. God, those people suck so bad. They're not interested in conversations. They really aren't. They just want to hear themselves talk.
I agree. I've never really had much interaction with Moon Geezer, and I got busy.
I tried to get. He thinks he's super smart, and I tried to get him a debate with Blossom. Blossom wanted to debate him really bad, and he won't. He won't debate Blossom.
Blossom's terrifying.
He won't debate anybody, actually. He just goes into different conservative lies, backing up whatever anybody else says. That's all he ever does. It's fucking useless. Anyway, sorry.
Yeah,
no. It's just you and I now. Everybody else left.
There's somebody in the queue.
It's just B.
It's B.
Fucking commie. It's just a fucking commie.
The hemorrhoid on your ass, remember?
Yeah, that.
You guys will be boomers. That's not how generations work. You'll always be, I think, Messi, you're a millennial, right? If I'm not mistaken.
She is. Yeah,
yeah, you'll always be a millennial. And you'll always be Gen X.
Yeah, I'm a millennial. Still. An older one, though.
Yeah, but millennials become boomers.
If we're lucky.
I rebuke that in the name of the Lord.
Rebuke that.
Yes. I'm okay with getting old. I think old people
that
rock.
Demon. Sorry, what'd you say? You're okay with getting old?
Yeah, I'm okay with getting old. I think old people rock. I just don't want to have, like, the boomer mentality.
What is the boomer mentality?
Well, there are some boomers that were awesome and they like marched for civil rights. My aunt is one of them. She's like amazing, hippie woman, love her to death. She is like the embodiment of what I hope to become when I'm older. But then there are other boomers who are just like my mom. She's just like super right-wing nationalist. And I feel like I don't meet a lot of in-betweeners, but you know, that's just anecdotal.
This has nothing to do with generation, then. It just has to do with ideology. You don't want to be a Nazi and you'd rather be a hippie. That has nothing to do with age or generation.
I feel like when you get older, you get more conservative.
I don't think that's true. I think you generally stay about the same throughout your life. People switch, but I'd say it's probably equidistant on both sides. I think it probably equals out in the end for people switching.
Messi's back. She wants uppies.
Oh, Jesus. I didn't even know she left. You guys make me look at my phone. So fucking lazy.
I wasn't buckled up. Fell off.
Strap in.
I'm making eggs.
You're cooking again?
I know. I made cornbread again yesterday, too. It was even better than the last.
I would say I'm impressed, but I'm a little scared. I'm going to read a headline somewhere.
Fine.
Trump supporter dies by her own cooking.
Trump supporter?
Well, you're MAGA coded. So if you're dead and you can't start yelling at Trump supporters, then they're just going to think you are one. You're going to be wearing your red hat when you die, by the way.
I hope to be buried in it. You know what? I bet people do that. That's really fucking weird.
Bob.
You.
Can I get your age and who you voted for?
I'm 65 and I voted for Harris. And I wanted to tell B Crasher that she's wrong. Uh-oh. You don't get more conservative. I've got more, way further left. I'm Bernie Sanders left, Mondami left, as I've got older.
You think that you'll push further left and become a commie?
For who's left?
Huh?
What do you mean?
Who wants to be a commie?
No, I said, do you think you'll push further left and become a commie? Like, the older you get, you said you're like constantly getting further and further to the left. Do you think that
I don't think I'll ever go for communism. I like the way the Nordic countries are run. I like our money being spent on our people, not on war. That type of left.
Yeah.
Well, I'm a Marxist, and she's a communist, and we yell at each other all the time. She tells me I've never read.
B is a communist,
and I'm messy here. I'm a commie dummy mommy. So nice to meet you, Bob.
Nobody knows what that is, except for the fact that she just wants to make money off of being a communist. So I don't know.
That would be amazing, like being in like, what is it called? The commie hat, the stereotypical one with the fur. Do you guys know what it's called?
A furry hat?
Yeah, the one that covers your ears. But you know what I'm talking about, like pictures of Lenin. He's always wearing it. Yeah, the Russian hat. That's a good way to put it.
I don't know what
that
it's
would
called.
be.
Hold please, I have a picture. I already have one. Hang on.
With you on your head? That'll make you some money.
For sure. And then just like whipping Trump supporters. There you go. And they're wearing MAGA hats.
That's what she wants to do. Make money off of MAGA.
I was listening to you. I was listening to you say something about Moon Geezer.
Yeah.
I've actually been on a lot of shows with him. I think he's a smart guy. Yeah, you're right. He does just like go into all this stuff, but I think he's a smart guy. I don't know. I like to learn. That's why I go in these lives. I like to learn things.
All right, I've been on this app for about a year and a half, and Moon Geezer he was Moon Goddess at that particular point in time. Is one of the first conservatives that I ran into and argued with, and he had actually set up a time for me to come debate him. And then we were supposed to do a weekly thing, but I went and made him look like a fucking fool the first time, and he wouldn't talk to me again after that. And he kind of hasn't talked to me since then, honestly. But I don't know. I don't think he's stupid. I just think he's misinformed on so many different things, and he refuses to be challenged on his ideas.
Yeah, no, I agree there. I mean, I've been on some of these things where they're like, I think like, what is it, Gunner 6 or something? He's like,
Gunner kicks me off. Gunner won't let me stay up there. He fucking boots me every time.
He's the worst, and he sounds like Ernest.
You know what I find crazy is, I was just on one before, and it was a Republican site, and there was this Republican, and he was going off calling everybody names, and they just left them stay there. But if it was a lefty going off like that, they'd just cut them, block them, see ya.
Yeah.
I find that crazy. If you're going to cut off people that are radical like that, cut both parties off. Do you guys go on? You go on Stacy's site?
She's a fucking.
I like to go on
She's
her.
a what? Wait, I want to hear the rest of that. She's a what?
Fucking idiot.
She's one who thinks she's smart too.
And she does think she's smart, and that's even funnier. I mean, I don't know fuck about fuck, but I'll tell you.
I don't know.
think,
I'm not a radical
I think,
left. I don't scream and yell.
I generally don't scream and yell when I go into the lives either. I don't scream and yell here either, unless, well, maybe at the commies I do. I don't know.
Yeah, he fixed it.
Yeah, he yells at us all the time and makes us cry.
Stop. Oh, man.
What happened to the Russian hat? You had the Russian hat up there before.
I know. I'm going back between the two. I'm really leaning into my Muslim side.
She is multinational.
I don't know. You get.
She's a blonde-haired, blue-eyed fucking Southern girl. What are you talking about?
My eyes are hazel.
You show that Muslim scarf, you're going to be like, phew.
So, when we're talking about people who are disingenuous when they have conversations, I think Galt is pretty disingenuous.
Yeah. He will say what he needs to say to argue with anybody on whatever panel he happens to be on. That's pretty normal for him. I kind of know what his belief structure actually is, though, so it doesn't necessarily bother me. But he will come in and he'll try and play Marxist himself just to try and get you on some sort of gotcha question or something. I don't know. He's weird, but I still like talking to him.
Well, yeah, it's just hard to have conversations with people who he's like very Machiavellian, right? Like the conversation is always, he's trying to lead you by the nose somewhere. And I think it's pretty hard to have conversations that are that disingenuous. Is he a libertarian or no?
Yeah, he's a minarchist. That's what he calls himself. For real. So he wants as small as government as possible, while still having some sort of government that does a few regulations here and there, but more freedom. So I guess how he puts it.
It's fucking ridiculous. Everyone's like a unique flavor of asshole, man.
They are. You just got to get used to people and meet them where they're at.
So do you guys like the other side to come on here?
I do.
Do.
I'd rather have a panel full of conservatives than a panel full of liberals.
He doesn't like us.
Okay.
No, because I don't want to yell at liberals because they make stupid arguments.
Except this guy named Omi, or they named Omi, and Mojo loves them. Like, if you ever hear Mojo talk about Omi, he loves Omi.
Fuck Omi.
Black. B.
What was that?
Black. Creator on here. Goes on panels.
Ooh,
Is his name Brock?
No, Flack. Flak.
If I heard their voice and saw the PFP, then maybe I would know who you're talking about. It does sound familiar, though.
I hung out on his panel last night for a little bit. He gave me some recommendations of some books to get. I already have that one. What's it called?
I'm a conspiracy theorist.
No, that one too. Hang on.
The aliens are coming. There's one person that controls the world. These are all books I think you've probably read.
What is to be done? I just got that one last month. I haven't started it yet though. But he gave me a few other recommendations.
Oh, Lenin.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've read I've read quite a bit of Lenin, but he wrote so much. I haven't read all of it. But
all right, here's a problem I have with being well read. Being well read means that you stop having conversations about ways that you think, and you start having more conversations about ways that other people think. So you use other people's quotes. You talk about what they meant, when they said a specific thing, you never actually say what you mean. When you say a specific thing, you never talk. People end up not talking about how they feel about what somebody said, only what they said. And I think that is counterproductive to having to come up with any solutions anyway.
I can see where you're coming from. It's kind of a way to shut down the conversation, right? So like if you're having a conversation about communism and you're like, I think that this would be best for America, and someone says, well, Marx didn't say that, then it immediately shuts down the conversation. So I see where you're coming from.
Exactly. Grunkle, you are a MAGA, aren't you?
You could say that.
I did say that, and I asked you.
Yeah, he was here last night.
Yeah, I kind of remember.
And then I think he got bored and left.
Yeah, what's up, Grunkle?
Do you want us to yell at you? Is that what you want?
I think I've had enough of that for a lifetime. My wife does that enough for me. So,
I feel that, dude. Yeah, for sure.
I mean, yeah.
Well, maybe you deserve it.
I probably do. If she's yelling at me, I damn sure do. I trust her judgment over my own. That's for sure. That's why I'm married.
You're a good man.
Uncle, let me give you a little bit of a little tip here. If she ever stops yelling at you, then that's when you should be concerned.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. Absolutely. You're
Can confirm, Bessie.
more true words have never been spoken. Agreed.
Indifference is the death of all relationships.
Correct. When
Hey,
the
Mojo, were you
communication
up
breaks
early
down, it's over.
Yeah, I was up early. I was over on Billy Gaff's panel for a while. I
So you
actually
got to
went up. Go ahead, sorry.
Did you get to watch the Nemo Galt interaction?
Yeah, well, I went up there.
Oh, I must have gotten off there by then because I went over to do the walk and talk with Ella. But yeah, I listened to that most of the morning. And at least the point that I was watching, like even Dilly Gaff was siding with Nemo and Erica over like Triss and Galt.
Well, I went up to actually give Nemo a hard time because Nemo sidesteps a lot of questions. He calls himself a socialist, but I don't truly think that he understands what socialism is. So I went up and asked him. That was when I went up there. They thought I was going to attack Galt, and I said, "No, I have some questions for Nemo." And I asked Nemo what his definition of capitalism and what his definition of socialism are, because I wanted to try and correct him on a couple of the things that he was saying. But then he said he was too tired to think. I'm like, okay.
You are being the purity tester.
I'm not.
Drop it, Messi.
I was going to say,
I wasn't purity testing
Nemo
him.
is.
I want to educate him because he has a lot of sway, and I want him to know what he's talking
He wants to be his teacher.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I will say Nemo is one of those weird ones that like he's a night owl. Like he's like the reverse schedule of most people.
Yeah.
Like he could function during third shift.
Yeah. And he does. I've seen him. He's been doing that ever since I started coming on TikTok. He's been up all night and he just runs different panels all night. He does well. I mean, he's a smart dude and he's got great ideas. When he runs into somebody like Galt, I don't know that he has the ability to defend his position. And that kind of sucks. Anyway,
yeah, I mean, Galt is difficult to talk to, but Grunkle, how do you feel about socialism?
Me no likey.
Me no likey. I like that. I like that. You should put that on a ballot, huh? If we ever vote for socialism, we'll put me no likey, me likey.
I love it.
Gotta keep it simple.
But why don't you like it?
High taxation.
But corporations would get taxed lower if we did it like the Nordic model. Don't y'all push for that?
What now? I didn't even hear half of what you said.
The Nordic model, which people like to call socialist countries, which they're not really. It's
Sweden.
capitalist market, something or another.
Sweden.
Yeah,
Sweden,
You know what
Norway,
the corporate
Belgium.
tax is in Sweden?
20.6%.
Okay.
That's
it's actually
it?
lower than ours.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
that-
They have lower
God.
corporate taxes, but they have a higher
And the effective
individual tax.
tax rate of those corporations is actually lower.
And isn't that what you guys on the right like? Protect the billionaires? Protect the
I'm for
corporation?
people keeping as much of their property as possible. Money is property, so socialism seeks to take away more property from people for some ubiquitous, good feeling idea. And I've never been convinced that giving your money to the government is the most efficient way to, spend your money.
Okay, how do you feel about unions?
Unions are all right. I'm not in one. The two times
There's
I
not
was in
many
a
in
union,
Tennessee.
the two times I was in a union, they didn't do shit for me. So, I can't really say much good about them, but that's anecdotal experience. Maybe other people have had better
That's not
experiences.
true. You were hired at union wages, which means
My
that they already
experience
fought.
is not true.
Yes, it's not true.
Okay, I literally just said that's my anecdotal experience. Maybe others have had better experiences. I conceded
not-
that already.
It's not true though. It's not true that your experience said that the union did nothing for you. The union
I
absolutely.
literally
did.
just said that.
I know, and I said that's not true.
And tell him why you think it's not true.
We're going in
I was
circles.
trying
Let's move
to
on.
when he interrupted me. That is not true because the wage that you
Sorry.
were hired at was a union wage. That wage would not have existed if the union didn't exist before you were there.
Mhm. Okay.
You absolutely benefited from the union.
All right.
Well, that was easy.
Okay.
Well, Grunkle, I think I'm in a union. My partner's in a union. Oh, am I still in my union? No, I think I'm on pause. It's weird the way I'm doing things right now. But my partner's in a union. My wage is like 40% above if I'm in a union. And then my partner's is like almost 100%, to be
I
honest.
never said that unions have no value. I don't know
Oh,
Yeah,
what you're trying to get at.
No. I get what you're saying. But I'm just saying maybe you didn't feel like there was a value for you, but the value would be in your wage increase.
I'm actually very strongly union. That's why I want all these substandard truckers off the road. Because they're undercut. They're Yellow Freight, who was a Teamster unionized company, because of the suppression of freight rates for the past two, decades. Because of all the substandard truckers, suppressing the freight rates, caused them to go out of business. I'm not saying that was the main factor, but that was one factor that caused a huge union company to go out of business.
Yeah.
We want strong unions. We've got to have standards. We can't lower them.
I agree. What do you by chance know who was the only president to ever stand on a picket line?
What?
The only president that ever stood on a picket line with the union. Ever.
Reagan. It was Reagan.
It wasn't Reagan. Guess again?
Well, he was the head of a union, the Screen Actors Guild.
Right.
I think he negotiated a union strike while he was president of that union. But you might be referring to somebody else. Who are you referring to?
Biden.
Great. Good for him. Oh, you said as president, didn't you? I'm sorry. I misheard. My bad.
Yeah, the only one. And where was Trump at the same time, Mojo? You said he was across the town doing something. Mojo.
Playing
Sorry.
golf, maybe.
I'm here. I actually was on mute and didn't realize it.
Where was Trump
yeah.
at the same time Biden was on that picket line?
He was across town at a non-union shop holding a rally
Oh, yeah.
about the rights of unions, of all things. It was fucking weird.
I feel like truckle.
Truckle. You can call me Ricky if that's a little
Ricky.
easier.
I like Ricky.
Ricky Bobby.
Ricky Bobby. I feel like you would be for the working class, right?
I am the working class.
But you've always been a Republican?
Oh, yes.
See, that's confusing to me. Is that confusing to anybody else?
Most certainly. Trickle-down economics is a Republican thing, and that would be something that would be more for the business owner, not the business worker.
Trickle-down economics is not an economic theory at all.
It is.
No, it's not.
It is.
It literally isn't.
It literally is. It is. It means that our fiscal policy is directed at the corporation and the wealthy.
You mean to say supply-side economics is what you mean?
Yeah, same thing. Same thing. You can
It's
call it
not
what
the
you
same
want.
thing.
It is the same thing.
Okay, go ahead.
The expectation is that the money is going to trickle down through the economy and make its way to the poor people. Hence, trickle down.
Yeah, trickle-down economics is a slang term that was made up by the satirist, what's his name? The comedian and satirist years ago in the 1930s, I think it was. Gosh, what was his name? So that's not really an economic theory. Will Rogers.
Okay, so you don't like the name, but you know it exists as the theory.
I don't like quoting things meant as satire when you actually mean to the real thing.
But it is the real thing. It is literally supply-side economics.
Okay, then say supply-side economics. That's an actual theory.
Oh, geez, language Nazi. Come on.
That's pretty wild.
I'm just saying. Okay, fine. Let's move on.
Okay, I'll agree with you on this. It is propaganda. It is a propaganda tool in order to make supply-side economics look bad. I'll agree with that statement or that sentiment.
Okay.
However, it does describe the way it works.
Okay.
I don't know.
Hey, is there any classless societies under Marxism?
It depends on what you think class is.
Does it exist? Does the class exist under communism?
I would say
there's no middle class under Marxism for sure.
Correct. So it's classless.
The ultimate goal would be to have everybody in the proletariat class.
So it's a classless society.
That would be the ultimate goal. Yes.
So how do you rate this class? Would this class be everybody would remain poor, or how do you establish this classless society from not everybody being poor?
Everybody's going to have different ideas on how we get there. B and I, she's a communist, I'm a Marxist. We're going to have different ideas on how we get to the final outcome, but we both are looking at similar outcomes.
Yeah, the end goal is the same.
But yeah, an outcome of what? Is this society going to become poor? Is it going to become middle class? Is it going to become rich?
No, it's a society that is not dependent on wage labor in order to survive.
That wasn't my question.
But that's the answer to your question.
No, my question is the quality of class. What is the quality of class that you guys want to produce? What's the quality behind it?
None. There's no class we want to produce.
So there's no quality
it's a class,
of class.
Ideally, it would be a classless society. So when
Correct.
you say quality of class, I am not able to work within that framework because there is no class.
Let me ask it a little bit better, right? So there's not a classless. There's a classless society, but there's a quality of life, correct?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so how would you determine that quality of life? How would you actually make the quality of life better for others?
Provide them their basic needs that they need in order to survive.
So it's
I
a
mean,
survival. So it's a survival mode quality of life.
no, I said provide them the basic needs that they need in order to survive.
So would that be what would be the quality of life of that? Can I rate the quality of life of that? Can you rate it?
I think you could, yeah. So, for instance, like what you need in order to survive is healthcare. And so you can rate somebody's quality of life based off of if they're actually fucking living, based off of if they have access to healthcare.
What if somebody doesn't want healthcare? They don't need it.
There's nobody in the world that doesn't need healthcare.
Who doesn't need healthcare?
Well, hold on.
That's not
hold
exist.
Hold on.
People are. There's just not a person in the world that doesn't need it.
Would you agree that there's people that go 80 years, 70 years without their life visiting a doctor and they have no problem at all?
No, I work in healthcare.
No?
I've never met that person before.
Well, my uncle, I have 2 cousins, my father, my father's girlfriend,
you were
my
the one who told me your uncle had
father-in-law.
diabetes, though, bro.
Who the
I
hell
remember
said
you
about
now.
diabetes?
Yeah, one of these people. No, I remember you. I had a conversation
What?
with you about this exact thing, and I asked you more in depth.
I think you're confused. You got me incorrect.
No,
my
I
uncle
remember
doesn't
you.
have diabetes. What the fuck?
Okay.
Don't be so offended by it.
I mean, like
It's just a
accusations,
disease, bro.
wrongful accusations. Yeah, right.
Catch
So,
it.
what would you explain of those healthy Americans? Right? Why
You
would
can't
they have to
predict the
pay
future.
for it?
You can't predict accidents. You can't predict whether you get in a car accident. You can't predict whether you break your arm. You can't predict whether
So
you're
you're
going to get
forcing
cancer.
me. So you're forcing me to pay money into a system that you're assuming things are gonna happen.
No, the monetary system would probably be abolished as well, at least at the end of this
Oh, so you're
entire thing.
forcing me to assume that something's gonna happen to me by paying into the system.
You're forced to pay taxes right now.
No, hold on,
Like,
hold
you
on.
live in a
Stop.
society
No,
where
we're
you're
talking
forced to
about
do things
social. We're
already.
talking about communism and Marxism. We're not talking about this. This is what you guys do. You guys pivot
No,
to
I'm
something
just saying
else.
you're
What
thinking
aboutism?
it's like
What
this.
aboutism, right?
You're thinking it's this nefarious thing, like it's so
Yeah.
bad, but in reality, you're forced every day to do things.
Hold
You're
on, bro. We're
forced.
not talking about every day. I'm talking about your theory of making people's lives better, but you're doing a whataboutism comparing it to now. Well, you're paying taxes already, so you're going to keep doing it here now, but you're going to be forced. How is that any better?
Forced now. Oops, sorry. I didn't know I was up here.
That's
Right. So yeah, but
Do you really
yeah,
just
but
like
I'll
yell
be
into the
forced.
void while you're not
I'll
on
be
the panel?
forced to pay more
Yeah,
taxes
we all
than
do.
necessary. That's the difference.
Say that again, Yatu.
Yeah, I'll be forced to pay into the system more than I have to.
Well, actually, at the end of communist, it's stateless as well, so there wouldn't be a state to pay into. Now, how we
That's
get
where I want
there,
you
we
to
could
go.
talk about. We could
That's
talk
where I
about
want you to let you go.
the stages, because I am a
So
communist who believes that there's stages that this needs to happen.
right. So when does it get determined where it gets to stateless? When? Who determines that?
When people's every basic need is met.
So who determines that?
It withers away
Well, there's
over
different
time.
ways.
But who's going to get to have
There isn't
the
one
say on
person
this?
that's going to decide the government's done and over with. There's not one person that gets to decide that. What it is
Wow.
that everything that the government does, everything that the government does will eventually be whittled away. Everything that the government does will eventually be whittled away and taken care of by the people as a whole.
Right.
And once that happens, once the government has no purpose
Right.
for
So
being,
who determines when that happens?
Shut the fuck up. Once
That's
that
crazy.
happens,
Philosophy.
Shut up. Once that happens, the government will wither away because it has no purpose for being anymore.
Correct. Right. So who determines when that happens, and how do we know everybody's taking care?
What the fuck is wrong with you?
I just asking questions.
Lenin had an idea.
Yeah, Lenin said
answered your
socialism to
fucking
communism.
question.
Yes.
Yeah, Lenin had an idea that it would be a vanguard party, people who are completely dedicated to theory and revolution, that would
a government
dissolve itself into non-existence. I mean, you asked for an answer, I'm giving you, but that's just one answer. Let me
that's
finish.
a philosophy, right?
Yatu, let me finish. Lenin is just one person. Not every communist, Mao did not think this. Not every communist thinks this.
Right.
Just an example. So when you say, how does it dissolve itself? Everyone has different ideas.
Right, but wouldn't you need one concrete idea for it to actually guarantee it happening before you get into a dictatorship? Can you answer that?
It's not a dictatorship.
How is it not? You're forcing the people to pay into a system they don't agree to.
Well,
why
you're
are you doing
it now, right?
Ma'am, but you're forcing people to pay into a system more than they have to.
There's no payment, first of all, if you ever get to that stage.
Wait,
I don't.
Can I have private property?
You can have personal property.
What's the
difference?
Okay, so can I own? Okay, you guys are bullshit.
No,
so can I own my property?
Do you listen? You can own your home, not the land. It works like this in Hawaii, actually. Wow.
Hold on. So can I sell my home?
If you don't pay your property taxes and your house is paid off, then
you know what? But I live in Florida. They're about to abolish that.
Well, great for Florida. I don't know how they're going to fund anything.
What do you mean how they're going to fund?
Bro,
we're in a
Florida is
surplus
about
state.
to be abolished. You guys are like falling beneath.
It's going to
the
go down
ocean
in percentage.
every single day.
Yeah,
you're going to go
it's
fucking
going to be
down,
abolished.
bro.
Yes.
You're going to go fucking down.
I'm going to go fucking down.
That state's not going to exist. And I would say, I think probably 50,
do you live in Florida?
years.
Do you live in Florida?
I live on a coastal Florida.
So how is a person outside of Florida going to determine or know anything about Florida?
Because I can read.
Know about Florida.
I know that's hard
you
for
can
you, but
read.
I can fucking read.
It's like reading communism off a book, right? Now you know about it? Right. It sounds like a fairy tale, right? So let's talk about Florida.
Can I ask you a question? Can you stop talking for a second? It is to have a conversation back and forth, not to interrupt someone in the middle of the question. This is not like a typical live, and we should start telling people that as you come in. So you get to speak and have an idea, and then I get to speak in response, or B does.
Okay.
It's not a pile-on. If you notice, it's one at a time. That's all. It's simple.
Right. Can I talk about Florida since I live in Florida? Is that fair? Okay. So
yeah, I've also lived in Florida, so go for it.
Perfect. Well, I lived all my life in Florida. So
I can tell.
Yeah, I mean, thanks for the compliment. So yeah, you were talking about property taxes. Yeah, in November there's a ballot to actually eliminate that. And you will say, how will we cover things? We're in our surplus. Our tourists have actually risen 6%. We're a donor state. We don't receive shit. We don't receive anything.
I'm not talking about that.
We're in a
that's
surplus.
not what I was talking about.
Do you know what a
I wasn't
surplus
talking
is?
about that.
Oh, wow.
I was talking about the literal sinking of Florida. I was talking about you guys falling off into the
talking
ocean.
about that assumption.
You're talking about okay. Yeah, to stop.
Sorry. You're talking about weather, whatever. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Stop interrupting.
I'm sorry. Has anybody proven that, by the way?
Yes, they measure each year the rising tides of Florida, and it's going up exponentially each year. Do you know what exponentially means?
Yeah. So what's your point?
Yeah, so my point is that when you're talking about Florida being this great place to live, I mean, it's not going to be a place to live at all anymore. I mean, maybe I got off track. That's fair. What is my point? I don't know what my point was in saying that.
Right.
But that's just an observation I made.
Right. It has nothing to do with economic policies.
How's insurance down there? How's insurance? Homeowners insurance.
Well, my house is paid for. I don't need insurance. It's optional for me. What was that? Did you burp or are you okay?
No, I'm aghast. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're gassy?
If you
should start eating a little bit better then.
See, you don't listen. So
you said you were gassy.
Shut up.
I said I was aghast.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you don't listen. So why is it worth having a conversation with you?
I thought you burped. I'm sorry.
Okay. Thank you for the apology.
No problem.
So your house is paid for and you're worried about what then? What are you so concerned about? Are you Cubano?
Property taxes?
I hate to break it to you. There will be a property exemption. You will be paying property taxes.
Oh, well, ma'am, do you okay, so.
Yes, I do
What is it that you misunderstood from this bill?
How are you going to eliminate all property taxes? What's
So-
going to fund
so-
your schools?
So that's easy. So it's only
So?
homestead accepted homes, right? My homes is homestead accepted.
Yes, I understand homestead, but is it the full amount, the full value?
So that's a better question, right? So the first year, which will be 2027, will go down. It'll cover 250 grand of the value of your home.
Has it passed?
Oh, it's gonna pass. Trust me.
Has it passed?
No.
Okay, didn't think
I mean, just like midterms, you guys think something's gonna happen. It's not. You know.
Sorry.
Yeah, midterms aren't going to happen.
I mean, it's a double-edged sword. But I mean, honestly, here in Florida, people hate property taxes, especially when we're a surplus, right? Our tourism is going up close to 8% every year. We're in a surplus. We're a donor state. I mean, it doesn't make sense to pay for property taxes when there's 80% of investors come here and they rent their property. So we're actually get taxes from them, or even charge tourism. Who cares?
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mojo, did you see my background?
Terrorism?
Did you ask me a question?
Yeah, did you see my background?
Well, 250K is the maximum exception the first year. The second year will go up to 400. And then the third year and above, right after the fourth year, will abolish.
Well, I'll tell you what. You let us know what happens after it passes. Until then, you can fuck off.
I'll just save $4,000 a year.
Aren't you guys like one of the biggest receivers of like food stamps and welfare benefits?
Well,
Florida is a net giver state by $11 billion.
Billion with a B?
Billion with a B. That being said,
11?
yeah, $11 billion. California is a net giver state as of $275.6 billion.
How much do they receive from federally?
Once again, California is a net giver state, $276 billion. Florida is only a giver state at $11 billion.
Right. Compare the size, right? The population.
What's your sales?
Population difference? Do you know
Sales tax is at 7%.
Do you know what the population difference between Florida and California is?
I don't know. Enlighten me. I'm sure it's
you
a lot
guys are
bigger,
not.
right?
You guys are not a giver state per capita as much as California.
Do we receive?
No, I didn't. I said you're a
Right,
net giver.
so-
What the fuck? Why do you don't listen to anybody? What is wrong with
Nope.
you?
But they do receive FEMA quite often.
Everybody does.
Yeah.
No, they
I don't.
don't. Everybody doesn't. I don't think Colorado's ever asked for fucking FEMA funds.
Or Indiana.
Yeah, because wants to live in Colorado.
A lot of people.
I don't
that's
know. Some of the
beautiful.
most educated and wealthiest people that live here in the
Yeah. I mean, the most leftists, you know.
No, it's beautiful. Like
Yes, the most
scenery
educated,
wise.
the most educated and wealthy people are the leftists who are living in Colorado. Yes, you are
Right,
correct.
Colorado
Wealthy.
is
In New
also-
York.
Colorado is also a giver state, just so you know. Actually,
Right.
the vast majority of the states that are giver states are blue states.
Yeah, the only red states that are givers are Texas and Florida.
Well, yeah,
Right.
Texas-
Exactly. Where I
Texas,
live in.
Florida, Nebraska, Georgia's on there. That's like a if and or a half and half, I guess, right?
So isn't our economy ranked like first right now compared to every other state?
Economy.
No.
No, not even.
No,
not
what
even
does that
that.
even mean? Can we
What does
look
it
that
mean
up?
to be
Can we look
ranked
that up?
first? What does that mean to you?
It means that money is coming in and out really quickly.
What? Where?
Money velocity? You're ranking economies by money velocity?
I think you can, yes.
Well, I
Again,
guess you
sorry.
can do whatever you want. I don't know.
I mean, well, can you not?
Yeah, I mean,
Can
you
you-
can rank it based
I mean,
off of
can
the
you
amount
not
of pigs
host?
in a state. Like you can.
No,
base
I'm
it
talking
off
to
of
the
anything.
host. So, host, can you not?
Yeah, it's exactly.
All
what
right,
she
then,
said.
so what's
you
your
can, I
point?
mean, you can rank it on the number of pigs that you have too. You
I
can
mean, no,
rank it
but
on the number of people
literally.
that are uneducated if you want. I don't
Okay,
care
so
what you rank it by.
so you're stating that you cannot rank only solely on that, but you can rank on that because that's the whole point. Money.
We're
income,
saying that you can
yeah.
rank on anything based off of your the way you want to run it, the way you want to set up this conversation, because you're going to set it up to make Florida number one. I think economists
is.
around the world have unequivocally said that California is number one, and it's the number 4 largest economy in the world. Florida's not even I don't think Florida's even in the top 5 largest economies.
Can we
in the
look at that?
world.
Can we look
I
at
think
look that
Texas
up?
is bigger than your guys' economy, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, okay. Can you look that up?
I'm in a car. I
What's
can't say.
yours? Oh, you're going to be nice? Okay.
don't even bother. Florida just sucks all around.
Okay,
Although
all
you
right,
guys, I
Florida
do
sucks.
like the beaches on Florida. I do.
I
Like
got
it.
out as fast as I could.
Good. God bless you. How's your taxes? Where do you live now?
I'd love to go.
I
to
live right outside of New York City.
Oh, wow. How's your taxes?
Super high.
Yeah. Nice.
And I don't care.
Okay. So you switched up to another state to pay more taxes. Gotcha.
Well, I did it for jobs. I don't understand your hostility or the idea that Florida has to be the best. Shouldn't all of the United States be the best?
He's just an angry
yes,
gusano.
of
He's
course,
just an
of
angry
course.
gusano.
Oh,
What's a gusano?
Jesus. Oh my
What's a
God!
gusano?
You're just
You
going
know what a
after him.
gusano
No,
is.
literally, like, tell me the definition of a gusano in your terms.
You know
Wow.
what a gusano is.
We
I
can
don't
No,
know
I
tell
don't know.
by your
Enlighten me.
accent.
Also, you're making fun of my accent now?
No, I just said
No,
we
I
can
just
tell.
think the way you vehemently attack capitalism based off of where you live, I think you're a gusano.
Who attacks capitalism?
You, the whole entire time you've been up here.
I love a capitalism.
Are you saying that he's Cuban?
Yes.
I adore
they're,
capitalism.
they're the slave owning
It's a-
class in Cuba prior
Yeah.
to the revolution.
We're a slave. What'd you say? Hold on. Do you know there wasn't any slaves in
Part of
Cuba
the
till?
slave owner. Oh yeah, you
You know
didn't call
slave
it
owners
slavery,
stop
but
existing.
Ella
it
came up.
essentially
Ella's at
was.
work and she came up with information. She has pulled.
I did. I looked things up as y'all were talking about it because I was curious. Because I keep hearing these Floridians come up and claim that their state is so great. So I went and looked up a couple of things. So the first thing y'all were talking about was in terms of net giver states, there are only 19 states that are actually net contributors to the country. And Florida is number 8, below California, below New York, below Texas, New Jersey, Washington State, Illinois, Massachusetts. So that's number 1. Number 2, I don't know much about economy. So I asked the internet first, like, how would you, like, kind of define what makes for a state with the best economy? And it said there isn't a single accepted measure of the best economy. Economists usually look at a combination of GDP, GDP per capita, income levels, job growth, unemployment, business creation, productivity, economic diversification, and fiscal stability. And based on those measures, the following states consistently rank among the strongest, and it gives a top 10, and Florida is not in it.
Okay. Was this a research or where'd you look this up?
I typically use Claude, and it does link resources because I do always request actual sources.
Right. So is this okay. And your point?
Well, my point is that, like, you're up here telling everybody that Florida is the best, and Florida is not the best.
Well, I'm gonna tell you.
Compared to other states, Florida is just mediocre, just like you.
Okay. So do you have
That's like you.
state income tax in your state?
That's beside the point.
No,
That's
it's
not even the point.
we're having a conversation, right?
How is
Let's have
that?
it fair.
How does that relate to the information that I just shared, or are you just?
Well, hold on.
because you're
I'm
having
telling you
trouble
why
accepting
Florida's
it?
better. You get to keep more of your money. So again, since you guys don't want to answer these questions,
And then
does your state
Washington, I also
does your
get
state have state
my
income
money.
tax? Yes or no?
No, I'm in Washington. I also get to keep my money, and my state ranks higher than yours.
No,
You
hold
wanna
on.
have a
Do
dick
you
measuring
pay
contest
state
because
income
my dick
tax?
outsizes yours by a fucking mile.
Why is she like this? So do you pay state income tax? I asked the
That's
question
wild
4
coming
times.
from you.
She
I asked-
answered you. That's the
What?
problem. You don't listen to anyone.
No, she didn't answer me.
She did.
She said they don't. She's in Washington. They don't pay a state income tax there. Christ, open your ears.
Okay, good for her. Do you guys pay state income tax in New York?
I'm not in New York.
Where are you?
I'm in California, and yes, we pay state income tax.
I'm not
Yeah,
gonna
I
ask
pay
you
for
a
the
question.
I pay for the luxury to live at 65-degree weather year round, baby. I do
Right,
not
you
care.
pay
I
the
will
luxury
fucking
for
pay
a
for that.
homeless guy to do
I don't
crack
want
next to
to
your
be.
house.
I don't want to be
There's no
in
homeless guy next to
whatever
your house.
100%
So,
humidity like you got, buddy. I've
Yeah,
been to
yeah,
Florida.
yeah.
That
You
place
pay for
sucks.
the
yeah, right
luxury
now
for a homeless crackhead to be next to your house.
there's no
That's
crackhead
what you
next to
pay
the
for.
house. Yeah, there's like the
Yeah,
humidity
especially
right now.
schools too.
We have a humidity right now, but like damn, I can imagine living in fucking 100% humidity. That's just fucking hell.
Yeah, Florida's disgusting. It's a basement, dude.
Right, right. So let me ask you a question. How do you feel about the homeless in California camping out next to schools, elementary schools, actually doing sexual favors,
There's
doing
little,
drugs?
yeah, that's not happening here.
Oh, it's not happening?
Yeah, I'm in California. It's not happening.
Really?
Here.
So they don't
There's
encamp.
homeless people, but they're not.
Hold on, no. So they don't
the way
camp
you
out 2
described.
miles away from schools?
How do you see people 2 miles away from
I'm
school?
asking you. Do
Yeah,
they?
yeah,
Why
Do
are
they
you
yeah.
not?
going around driving near schools, bro? No, they're not near schools.
So you're
been to
stating
California?
there's no homeless encampment next to schools?
First you said 2
I've
miles.
never
Now you
seen
say
one.
next. First you said 2 miles. Now you say next
Who's
to.
answering
Now you
this
say next
question?
to.
Her or you? Who's speaking for you? Is she
We're
or
both in
I'm speaking,
California.
So who's
I'm in
speaking?
North,
No,
he's in
hold on.
South.
Chill with the motherfucker thing, because I feel like you're getting a little bit iffy right now since you called me a name. So who's answering for you? The chick, or can you speak for yourself?
The
You're
chick.
talking to both of
Anyway.
us. You said California, so you
Yeah,
were
we're both
talking
in
to both of
California.
us.
Okay, so do you guys have homeless encampments? Yes or no?
Sure. Yes.
Yeah, it's like a
Everyone
real
does.
estate.
Right. So what are you guys doing to actually cure that problem?
What is
Well, we're
America
doing
doing to cure
subsidized
the problem?
housing.
Oh, America, hold on. Who runs the
California
state?
California specifically is
What is
doing a
hold
lot.
on, let me ask that question. He's told me, what is
You
America
asked
doing?
me a question, bro.
Oh, okay, go ahead. You answer. I'll just answer yours after. Go.
So California's doing a lot. We have what we call CalFresh that makes up for what SNAP benefits don't cover, what you know as food stamps. We have our own welfare system. We have Medi-Cal, which makes up for what the federal government can't for, their Medicaid program. We have various housing initiatives that are constantly getting passed here. We make small, tiny homes for homeless people. Like, we have so much going on in California.
So you said small, tiny homes. What are those? Are those just next to middle class neighborhoods? Where do you guys put that?
Why
How
does
that
that
work?
matter if they're in a home?
Well, I never said if that matters. I just want to know where.
You
They're
just
scattered.
asked
because it's an eyesore. Because they
I don't know.
Look
I don't know.
What?
Yeah,
Hold
it is.
on,
It's
hold on.
disgusting.
I take
It
offense
is.
to that.
Your
I
popularity
have
will go
volunteered.
down.
I have volunteered at
he's
tiny
basic-
home.
Can I speak to one person?
I have
Go ahead, man,
volunteered
go.
at tiny home communities. I have volunteered at tiny home.
So how does that work?
Shut up.
Oh my
Shut
God!
up.
Do you
Shut
ever
up.
stop?
Shut the fuck up.
What is happening?
Oh,
I
Ella,
have
by the way,
volunteered at
before,
tiny.
Ella, I just
home
want to,
community.
I promise, I'll mute.
Christ,
You'll see
everybody
me mute.
shut up. Shut the fuck
They
up.
have homeless people
Shut
in
up.
Florida.
Shut the fuck up. All of you, shut the fuck up. What the fuck are you doing? Jesus
I have
Christ.
volunteered at tiny home communities, and we help paint the little homes, and we help take care of them. We plant stuff.
Great, that's awesome.
So it is not that it's an eyesore that is bad for the neighborhood or the community. If anything, it helps people because it gives them a space where they can sleep and eat and take care of themselves while they are out looking for a job or start working at a job and build themselves up so they can enter back into the rest of the community, right? So it actually brings back to the local community because that's where they end up doing their shopping and stuff. So that's all I really wanted to say. I'm gonna drop because we have a lot of liberals in the queue, Mojo, so I'm gonna make some room.
Yeah, dude. Getting muted.
Because you won't shut the fuck up.
Can I answer and ask her more questions? Is that possible?
No, she said she was going to drop.
Yeah, I have to go back to work.
So how does that defeat the purpose of me asking her questions? It doesn't. Just asking questions overall to everybody.
You can ask questions. I was muting you because you wouldn't shut the fuck up.
Okay. So she stated that those homeless people put money into the community, but don't they put food stamps into the community that's coming from us? How is that an oxymoron?
They're Americans. We're Americans. We help Americans.
So it's not, food stamps don't just go to the unhoused, right? It goes to lower income families that qualify for it as well, right? It's not that they're on the streets. It's multifaceted.
Right. So has the homelessness in California improved?
No, it hasn't.
Okay. Why?
A lot of it has to do with, it's very multifaceted. And I don't know if you're ready for this conversation. It's not one cure all, right? So, homelessness is, what causes homelessness. There's so many factors that cause homelessness, but overall, what I can say is that mental health is an issue. Not having access to healthcare to get those mental health services and those medications necessary in order for somebody to feel comfortable in a home. Alcoholism is an issue, which is just a subset of mental health. It's very multifaceted and requires a multifaceted approach that I would say that California is trying, but it is not doing what it needs to do to prevent people from becoming homeless in the first place. Not only that, but you red states send all of your homeless people over here.
Right,
California also has some of the best weather where you can be homeless year round. So many people who aren't bussed in here will come here because they don't have to migrate in the winter or the summer.
Right. What would you say? Good that you went to that immigration about homelessness, right? So would you say a homeless person will be taken care of a little bit better in Cali than he would in Florida, in the sense that they'll be funded a little bit better?
Yeah.
Okay. So since you said they'll be funded a little bit better, they'll be supported, correct? They'll be given food stamps and all that. So what happens?
Food stamps are federal, by the way.
Yeah.
So anywhere they go,
yeah, but it's limited. It's limited in every state, right? Is it just the same federal law
program?
Okay, all right. So, but California spends a lot of money in their homeless people, correct?
Yeah, we have an extra one that I said that is beyond food stamps. We have WIC here, but I think everyone has WIC. I think that's federal as well. And we also have CalFresh, which that's our state program for food. We also have tons of pantries.
Right. So when are you going to start thinking when these people don't want any help? They refuse help. What do you do with them after?
I don't think of them as these people. A lot of them are my patients. They're not these people. They're people who are mentally unwell, who have fallen on hard times, that us as a society should take care of people like this. Just like you would agree, society should take care of maybe somebody who has a mental disorder where they can't function in society normally.
Well, right. We should help, obviously, but we should help for them to get better independently, right? We should help them to.
That. They have job
right. But okay,
here.
So what if they refuse that? What if they refuse that?
So basically, think of it as a filter, right? Because I always had to hear this argument to where, like, oh, why do you have this program? Because a lot of them refuse to be housed. A lot of them want to be homeless. There's a lot of them that want to get out of this situation. So to give it as like a layer of filters, right? The first filter, you take you house the ones that want to be housed. You get them better. They maybe get a job. Then there's the ones that are left are the ones that are mostly like mentally ill. You figure out what to do with those. But basically, you want to start with a program that basically you want layer by layer. You want to help the people to get better. It's not all going to be perfect.
So have these programs changed in any way since this guy's been there, Newsom? Let's say, has it changed in the past 2 years?
What do you mean? Have they alleviated homelessness?
No, that wasn't the question. Has anything changed to better the situation, right?
Yeah, people are getting homes and they're getting food. I think that is the most immediate need that needs to be met. And it's
hold on. I think the immediate need is to take them off homelessness, right? Are we confused this? All right. So has that happened?
Yeah, but there's a long wait list for this. There's so many things that go into this, right? So zoning laws, like you were talking about, how you don't want a tiny home community maybe near you. Homeowners have a right to essentially not allow for building unless the city comes in and says, sorry, you don't get a choice. But for the most part, especially in California, now that we're having many people who are millionaires and billionaires live here, people are not wanting for these shelters or these tiny homes to be built next to them. So we're having a public housing shortage for homeless people.
So let me ask you a question.
That need is hard to meet.
So right. So let's say you bought a property. You're middle class. You're not rich, right? And you buy a home. It's not only for shelter. It's an invention. It's something you're investing, right? Because you want to build equity and stuff like that.
do you think it's kind of not fair or kind of unaccountable to actually house these people and put them next to no?
So let me
So hold on. So are these houses made out of wood or they're like encampments? What are-
Dude,
So let me get it this real
can
quick.
we,
Wait,
Ivan, can
one
we
second.
ask him some questions? Can
I
we
wanna say-
please?
Why is she so annoyed? I'm asking sincere
I'm
questions.
not annoyed.
Let me
He
just
is
say one
feeling
thing.
off.
Let me just say one thing. You go next, FIFA. So like yeah, like let me retract my comment about like yeah, there's some homeless people that want to be homeless. A lot of times, homelessness is a situation that you're stuck in, right? It's like there's actually an LAPD officer that I've seen of some videos because he basically patrols Skid Row. Yeah, he basically said it the right way. It's like people once you go homeless, you have a small window to get back up on your feet. But
Why is that?
after a certain time, you basically get stuck because it's essentially an almost impossible situation to get out of.
You said stuck, right?
And then as for stuck, because think about it, you got no resources, you got no access to any facilities like shower. So how are you gonna get a job if you're not clean?
But hold on, don't you think
like
they're,
that. Hold on,
they're
I'm still
homeless
talking, bro.
because
I'm still talking.
they get all these?
I'm still talking, brother.
Go ahead.
So basically, yeah, that's one of the situations. So nobody actually chooses to be homeless. It's a situation that you're basically stuck in. My second thing is that you're kind of conducting yourself like what B Crash kind of said, like Rusano, like you're kind of an elitist. See, the thing is that you're so concerned about property values and all that.
Yeah.
It's like, nah, fuck your property values. So this is a city.
Oh, yeah?
You chose to live in
Really?
a fucking city with millions of people. So
Okay.
it's kind of a given that you're gonna have a lot of people around you, different homes, different structures.
Right.
Like,
Thank God you don't live in Florida.
I'm tired of this NIMBYism where people want to fucking keep everything fucking stagnant while just so they can hold up their property values. Nah, fuck that.
Right. So let me ask you a question. Do you believe in accountability? Do you feel you should be accountable of yourself right now as you speak? Are you accountable of your words? Are you accountable of yourself?
Sure.
Okay. So why do you think like that? Why do you think you should be accountable?
People were able.
So you just said everybody should be accountable.
Mm-hmm.
Not just for themselves, but also
correct?
for the society that they live in too. If you choose to live in a society.
So hold on. So you're telling me these people are stuck? How are they stuck?
They're stuck.
Can they not quit drugs?
Can I help?
Can they not get help?
Do you think that's that fucking easy?
Help?
Are you fucking ignorant?
I mean, you would have to give me how they're stuck.
You're a fucking elitist, dude.
No,
I
it's
can
just you're
explain.
giving me statements, but
I
you don't
can
have any
explain, yeah.
shit to back them up.
I can explain. They've done various studies on this, and they call it the chronic homeless pipeline. So the idea is exactly what Ibanez said.
I'm sorry.
Is that if you do not get out of homelessness within this certain small window, it becomes impossible, and then you fall into a chronic homeless pipeline, and you do get stuck, right? Because like he was saying, it does require a lot of things. Like, you need a home to take a shower, to get ready for a job. You need a landline to get, or email. You need internet. You need all of these things. You need a house and able to get a job, right? And so when we say stuck, yes, if you become homeless once, you could be stuck in that pipeline. So the idea is we want to do preventative measures. Let's prevent people from being homeless in the first place. And things like tiny homes help with that. And you should not have the right, as somebody who owns a small piece of land in a city, to say that you don't want it next to you, because you don't own what's next to you.
Well,
you
hold on.
only own your lot.
Right. So let me debunk that. So you know what property taxes go to? They go to actually facilitating. Hold on, let me finish. They go to actually facilitating these little homes to put in front of the street. I finance and I pay off my property taxes. So yes, I do own that shit.
If you don't want an answer, don't ask a question.
No, I'm just telling you. She told me I don't own.
I'm just telling you. If you don't want to fucking answer,
no, she's telling me that
I am telling you, you dipshit. If you don't want to fucking answer, then don't ask a goddamn question.
Well, yeah, I could have the answer. I'm just rebutting it. I have a.
You didn't rebut anything. You asked a question, and then you told everybody to hold on. Don't fucking do that.
Those are more questions, dude.
Well, dude, ask one at a time.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah,
all right. Just tell me how to ask questions. That's fine.
Just lay off your lunchtime Bolivian fucking marching powder.
Oh, I don't have a lunchtime.
little.
I'm in permanent lunchtime.
just relax a little, because there are 50 states with 50 different rules when it comes to property taxes and how you can own your home and what you can do with it. So Florida is going to have different rules than California. So don't just assume that because somebody's trying to explain to you the way it works in California because they live there, that all of a sudden they're wrong and you're right. Like it's just different rules.
It's not a wrong or right situation, just clarifying where those property taxes go to, right? She's stating just because you buy a piece of property, just because you buy a piece of property and they want to encamp a homeless person in front of your house, that's not your say. Well, it is, because I pay property taxes around that neighborhood that actually maintains that neighborhood.
Sure.
And so do they.
You know that there's
How?
usually,
They don't work. They don't produce. They take.
There is usually, if when they want to.
How do they produce?
Okay, I'm trying to tell you how it usually works. But again, it's going to be by county and by city. But typically they'll inform the community that, hey, we want to build this building, or hey, we want to build this new development. It's going to require us maybe knocking down some of these old houses or replacing this. Come to town hall and we'll talk about it, and we'll have a town hall event about it. And then you can pressure your local representatives to either approve or disapprove it. That's how that works. It's not like all of a sudden it's going to spring up and you're going to be like, who the fuck approved this? There's a process to that. And for somebody like you that doesn't want that, you'd probably be very vocal at some of these meetings.
Okay, I need you to not do that. Do I really need to mute you and keep you muted until somebody else finishes talking?
Is he finished talking?
Yes, go for it.
Yeah, so civics. So who nominates these commissioners then? The people, right?
They get voted in, yes.
Okay. All right. So do you think these commissioners have to represent the best interest of those voters? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, what if those voters say they don't want homeless encampments in front of their house?
Yeah, and if they vote against them, then they'll vote them out the next time they're around.
Okay, so how do property owners don't have a say, how she stated up here?
No, I said they shouldn't. I didn't say they don't.
Oh, they shouldn't. So you are on feelings then. Perfect. So debunk that one. So let's go to the second one.
Can I please try to talk to you?
Well, I mean, she claims that we have no say over these encampments.
That's her opinion, and she's entitled to that, as you are to yours. Tell me, how do they handle the whole...
Mine is a fact.
Why are you talking over me?
I'm sorry, ma'am. It's just a fact that I'm giving. She's giving an opinion.
It is not a fact.
It is. I think we concluded to that, and you guys conceded to that.
That's your opinion.
It's not an opinion if it's...
You don't... wallpaper. My original statement was...
Civics. Is it an opinion?
No. I'm asking you a question. What do you guys do about the homelessness in Florida?
Oh, it's going down dramatically. So in city of Miami, let me explain.
You shipped them out. So tell me what
awesome.
you do.
Yeah, that's what I want. So yeah, because we don't want lowlifes and bums that don't work.
Wow.
And
You're a fucking elitist.
That's it. So you asked the question, I answered it, just like Mojo said. You wanted the answer, so take it. 50-50, right?
So does all of Florida feel that way?
For sure. Yeah, let me tell you how they feel that way. So in the city of Miami, you can look it up just right now.
I have no desire.
Oh, I'm not done. So in city of Miami, yeah, that's, you know what? That's a compliment. So city of Miami voted in that they want to kick out all these homeless bums out the street that are sleeping in front of schools, benches, where these elderly people that need transportation. They need transportation, elderly people that pay property taxes, that are accountable for their 80-year-old self. You have 25-year-olds encamping in these bus stops, not letting these elderly people sit there. Another thing, plus, they're encamping in front of schools where little children are, where kids come out of their after school, take care, whatever, or come out of school, right, recess or whatever, and they're seeing these bums half naked walking in front of the street.
None of them are their parents, right? None of them could be living out of a car, and that's where their kids go to school, right?
A person that's accountable will help themselves not to be in that position.
That's just not true. People lose their jobs.
Let me tell you something.
That is not true.
Ma'am.
I want you to back that up.
I could back that up.
You have nothing but feelings.
I could back that up. I could tell you how. Example.
No, I'm
done. Okay, so you don't want me to give you an example. You asked the question. Right? So
I don't have any more. I don't need to hear your answer.
Oh, okay. So why'd you ask the question then?
All right. So when you said they're camping out from close to schools,
Correct.
we're talking about your state, not California.
In city of Miami. No, I was talking about California. That is still happening, and they're letting that happen. In city of Miami, they put a stoppage to that.
What makes you think that it's happening in California?
Oh, well, evidence. My sister takes pictures of this shit. My sister lives in California, and she hates it.
So you can't prove this then?
Yeah, I could prove it by pictures that my sister sends to me.
Pictures of what?
It's a fucking line.
Pictures of homeless people?
No, pictures of homeless people in front and camping in front of schools doing shrugs. Yeah.
It's not like California. What's she doing there?
Because she's a teacher. She works in that fucking school.
Why isn't she a teacher in Florida?
Because she married a buzzle that lives in California. What does that have to do with anything? Are you guys running out of questions because I answered all of them already?
It just sounds
you
like
guys come up with better questions.
What did she marry?
That's a different situation. I'm not talking about.
Wait, no.
Yeah, what was that
say?
I think he was trying to say bozo. But
Yeah,
said
bozo.
bumzo.
He's an idiot. He's a moron. And she regrets marrying him, but that's a different story.
All right, well.
Thank
God we still have
I
no
don't
fault
know that I
divorce.
believe your sister. I don't know your sister.
Well,
from
I
Adam.
do. I mean, you don't have to
I don't
believe me.
care. I don't believe her. So until you can prove that this
I
is
believe
happening,
pictures.
I don't care. Until you
I
can
do
prove that
care.
Shut the
You don't
fuck
even-
up, you dipshit. I don't care until you can prove that California. This is happening in California. You stick to your rivers and lakes that you're used to, kid.
There's no lakes here. There's beaches, Papa.
You're an idiot.
There's beaches all around. And there's no
still
income
an
tax either. And there's no property tax,
You
Papa.
got
And there's
beaches,
no
you got
homeless.
mountains, you got beaches, you got mountains.
There
you
are
got Yosemite,
plenty
you
of
got
homeless
food in the
people.
fucking
Like,
country.
how are you telling me Florida is not a
All right.
badass state?
Okay, all right, hold on. Yatu Savas, I'll tell you this. Will you give Mojo a galaxy if I prove you that there's homeless in Florida?
Oh, yeah, there is homeless in Florida. I never
Or you
denied
just
that.
said there wasn't.
I never said that. I said we're
You
doing
literally
something
just
about
said
it.
Okay, if I prove that you just said that, will you give him a galaxy?
What do you mean? It proved that I said there was no homeless in Florida? I never said that. I
Yes,
said
you said it 30 seconds ago.
I said compared to California, there's no homeless in California.
You never said compared.
Well, that's what I meant.
Okay. Well, you
So what are you
misspoke.
going to
That's
prove
fine.
now if I told you what I meant?
You misspoke. That's it.
Okay, I misspoke. Trust me. All right, great. So let me ask you guys a question. You guys have Che Guevara up here, right? Do you
I'm
guys?
just trying to rage bait you.
No, okay, no. That's fine. That's not going to work. So you guys like the LGBTQ community. You guys like rights and all that, right?
I like rights. You don't like rights?
Yeah, for the LGBTQ community.
Yeah, they're based.
Awesome. Do you know what Che Guevara used to do to the LGBTQ community in Cuba?
Were they gusanos?
No, they actually lived in Cuba.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Were they gusanos?
so hold on. So because you're a gusano and you're gay, you get to get tortured?
No, just in general. Were they gusanos?
No, it's irrelevant to the conversation.
It's very relevant.
So is it relevant enough to torture them?
That's why, yeah. Were they gusanos?
Oh yeah! Wow, bro, this is crazy.
It wasn't
I'm recording this
because
shit.
they were gay.
Yes.
You don't
No.
know what a
Che
gusano
Guevara
is?
actually
Wait, hold
tortured
on.
gay people.
Hold on. You don't know what a gusano is?
I'm not a gusano.
You
Do you know what it is?
It's an exile from Cuba.
No, it's a
Yeah.
specific type of person from Cuba.
Yeah,
You guys,
an exile from
that
Cuba.
tends to
What's
be-
the specific?
that tends
What's
to
a
be-
specific type
Hey,
of person?
It's
Guy?
a specific type of person.
What is it?
You guys, shut the fuck up.
What's the specific
Shut
type of
up!
person?
God, you fucking dumb shit. You guys, that's a kind of a racist term. I don't know that we should be using that.
It's not racist. I don't care. I mean, it comes from the left. You guys have no credibility. So, what power do
I
you
know
hold?
what it means.
Shut the fuck up.
You guys.
I don't know why you guys are using that term. That's wild.
What term?
Gusano, you're the one who started saying it, B, and you
Oh,
are like
yeah,
the
it's-
purity tester. You're a fucking
No,
purity
it's not
tester.
racist at all. It's not
It
racist.
is absolutely fucking racist.
It's the slave-owning class in Cuba.
No, it's not.
Yes.
It's also not racist if it's coming from me or a striker.
Well, that's
fair.
fucking bullshit. Damn it.
I'm gonna call out my own people.
Hey,
Fucking
Mojo.
ladder pulling pieces of shit. Yes.
Hey, Mojo, I have a question. So, do you know what Che Guevara used to do to the queer community in Cuba, right?
You just told us. Why are you
So
repeating
hold on.
yourself?
So why would you put up Che Guevara's face here if he actually hates queer people?
To get this response out of you.
Wait, I'm not queer.
Oh.
Who you think
sure
this is
about that?
affecting
Your voice
me?
kind of cracked there. Are you sure?
But how is this
It's okay,
I'm
dude.
looking out.
Yeah.
I'm looking out for the LGBTQ community.
Listen, if you think dicks are secretly delicious, then give them a taste. You never know.
What are you talking? Why do you have a dick in your mouth right now?
Exactly.
Exactly. You should be questioning.
Why do you hate gay people?
Who said that? You guys have Che Guevara here that hates gay people.
Mm-hmm. Is it getting you angry?
Not really. I mean, it's
Okay.
getting me angry because it misrepresents the rights for gay people.
Mhm. You remember when I said I put this up to rage bait you? Is that working?
But I'm not gay.
Okay.
How is it rage baiting me? Are you rage baiting gay people?
No, just you.
I'm not gay.
Okay. Well, then it shouldn't bother you.
Well, it bothers me for those gay people, though.
Okay.
Don't you agree in equal rights?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you're an oxymoron. You're a fucking hypocrite. Then.
Okay.
Okay, so caso cerrado. Do you know what that means?
No.
That means case closed.
No, abrilo.
Shut the fuck up.
Oh, I just told you to
So
open it.
yeah, a lot of leaders, a lot of people back then were pretty flawed.
Oh,
You know,
back then.
Look at
So
FDR.
why do you still have his
Look
picture?
at FDR. They're
So
right
hold
about
on, so why do you
they're right
still-
about the policies that they advocated for. They were
Hold
just
on,
wrong
does that
because
still
of the
justify
beginning, they were flawed.
torturing gay people?
Nobody's justifying what they did back then. There's a lot of people that
never happened.
Yes, it did. Yes, it did. Yes, it did. So hold on. What's your name? Sorry, Ibanez? So Ibanez. So you're justifying the fact that it was okay back then. So what about slavery? Why are you guys
nobody
getting
says
so
it's
bad
okay.
about slavery?
Nobody says it was okay back then.
So why are you putting his face on your profile?
What?
Rage bait you.
Why are
Yeah.
you? It's not a rage bait for me. It's just you guys in the left are covering LGBTQ community. You guys, that's your identity. You guys
You're
go
a
off that.
Castro hating Cuban, and you won't shut up. So I put up a picture of Fidel and Che.
No, I don't care about Fidel. He's dead. He's unalive. He has nothing. He has no power.
You don't think his influence is still there?
What the fuck? Show us Shay. Shay's fucking dead too.
Yeah, but Che tortured gay people.
The whole point about us calling you a gusano though is the fact that you have like this.
I'm not talking about gusanos.
We have this elitist. You have this.
Why are
elitist
you
nose in the-
pivoting
you
to
have-
gusano?
You have
That's
this
a racist
elitist.
comment.
You have this elitist nose in the air type of attitude where you.
So hold on, Mojo. Is that a
poor people
racist
and
comment
shit.
or not?
I feel
Coming
like
from
it
a
is.
fellow Latino, it's like-
Mojo, is that a racist comment or not?
Shut up. I feel like it is.
All right, there you go.
However, that's just my feeling.
Okay, great. Do you go by your feelings?
Well, I don't care if somebody else says racist shit.
No, I'm asking about you. Do you care about your feelings?
Again, I don't go by. I don't care about other people's feelings. I was asking them because they tend to go after me for saying racist shit. So I was just.
Oh, I never seen you say anything racist. Honestly, but the confusion is this, right? Like, why would you guys put Che Guevara if you guys represented everything that's vice versa on what you represent? It's just like saying free Palestine and having an LGBTQ community flag. What bothers me is your contradiction.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
this never
answer me this.
happened.
Does it bother you?
No,
Well,
this
what-
never
no,
happened.
what bothers
Che
me is
never
your
did
contradiction.
this. Sorry, I was a little busy at the moment.
Yes,
never
Che did do that.
No,
Yes, he did. He
not.
tortured gay
spoke,
people.
He spoke. No, he didn't. He spoke at
Wow.
length
Hey,
about
Mojo,
his
she's being
feelings about
disingenuous.
it. No, it's not disingenuous. That never
Mojo,
happened.
she's being disingenuous, bro.
There's a lot of mistakes of him, but that's not one of them.
Mistakes like how?
Well, he is
You
homophobic.
sound
for
so
one.
emotional.
So he is homophobic and he actually tortured them.
No,
A lot of people in the '60s were homophobic.
Oh, so it's justifying
Ronald
that. So
Reagan
can I
was.
justify slavery?
No, because it never happened. You're saying justify it.
Hold
but
on.
what
Can
you're
I
saying never
justify
happened.
slavery then, Ibanez?
But
Since
slavery
it happened before and
happened.
it was
This
just
never
justification.
happened. This never
Oh,
happened.
wait, but you're justifying it because it happened back then and it was okay.
No one is.
It
No
never
one's saying it was
happened.
okay.
I'm denying
Ibanez
your
just said that.
claim. Your claim is
just
false.
said that.
What do you think of George Washington? What do you think of George Washington?
Speak up, Ibanez.
What do you
You're a
think of
big
George
boy.
Washington? What do you think of George Washington?
You're a big boy, Ibanez.
What do you think of George Washington?
He's a slave owner.
And you like him?
Do I like slave owners? No, I don't like slave
statues
owners.
of him.
I have what?
Yeah, statues of him. Were you one of those people that were pissed off at the Confederate statues getting turned?
Am I the director of statues in America?
We have Thomas Jefferson on our.
How the fuck is that irrelevant to this conversation?
On our money system.
Ibanez, bro, do yourself a favor and cancel your fucking TikTok, dog.
Cancel it.
Yeah,
Stop
just don't be on
paying.
it. You're embarrassing yourself.
How am I canceling my TikTok message? Is this a subscription?
No, it's just you're embarrassing yourself.
I don't think this conversation is going the way you think it is, bro.
Yeah, he's embarrassing himself.
Wait, I'm gonna tell you guys, he's single-handedly cooking all of you.
I know I am. I'm
They have
cooking
pictures
everybody.
of people that did nothing ever.
Those are facts. I'm cooking every single of these liberals.
At this point, do you think we give him any validity?
At this point, the
He's
host
Hispanic.
says
You're not, white
getting
lady.
cooked.
So why don't you sit back and shut up and listen to the Hispanic guy?
I guess people tend to do that when they're losing it.
Okay, Mojo, that's
Hey, Aventura, ¿qué quieres saber?
Ibanez, bro, mira. Ibanez, come on, bro. Dale, people. How are you going to represent?
To make the panel queer and tell you
Mine,
that I would like for you.
That's crazy. You guys have queer, and then right
I
next
would
to it,
like
you
for
got
you
the
to stop
torturers.
speaking on behalf.
That's crazy.
I
You got
would
people that
like for
torture
you
queers.
to stop speaking on behalf of my community. You are tokenizing my community for
I'm
your
gay
twisted
too.
political
He's right,
beliefs, and I do
100%.
not like
Oh,
it.
yeah, you guys do too.
I'm gay.
Yeah.
That's
He's
good
gay.
for you. And
That's
I'm
my community. Can I
here to
talk to
tell
you?
him that
Adventure,
that he
can I
should
talk to
not
my
use-
community?
He should not use us to tokenize.
No,
he
don't
shouldn't
use
do
me.
that. If he wants
No,
to,
you shouldn't
if he
use me.
genuinely wants to,
Adventure. Adventure. Do I
sorry?
have the right to use you for
You have the
my,
right to,
points?
my friend. Yes, you have the right to speak the truth about what happened.
Thank
to
you.
our community.
Appreciate it. Yeah, I got permission, ma'am.
She's trying to usurp my
All right.
identity.
All right, I don't know what the fuck your identity is. I don't really much care one way or another at this particular point in time. What I'd like to do for either one of you fuckers is to show me some evidence that Che Guevara actually tortured gay people.
Well, yeah, by his statements, and he actually said what he did.
Wait, I want you to show me evidence of this.
You don't
I'm
have
not gonna do
ChatGPT,
that.
bro. You don't have Google. Like, what are you
I'm not
talking
gonna
about?
do that.
I do, and I want you to prove your
No,
statement.
no, you
Mojo,
just Google it really
come on,
quick if you
bro.
want to have
I
a
want
genuine
you
argument. Like,
to
what are you
prove the
doing?
statement that you made.
It's like saying Joe Biden didn't fucking pardon a
Okay,
pedo.
so you can't prove this shit. You're just saying random things.
Let me
These
get
are
you
your
some
feelings,
sources here,
right?
buddy.
These are your feelings, Yatu.
We know
if
the
you say
communists
so, Mojo.
hated gay people just as much as the fascists did. Like, it's known history what the Soviets did, what all the communists did. They
So
hated
it should
gay
be
people.
really easy to prove.
It's
Because
very
the forced
easy.
labor
I'm giving you
camps
a
that you're
source right
talking
now.
about started from in 1965 through about 1970. That's what you're talking about, quote unquote torture. And the irony of you being mad again,
dog
rage
hates
baiting you,
leftists.
and it's fucking working, is that Che Guevara left Cuba in 1965 after the labor camps were already after which he
Where did
left
he
is
leave
when the
to?
labor
Tell me,
camps
where did he leave
started.
to?
He went to Bolivia. He went to
And what
Congo.
happened to him?
Don't bite on that shit. Don't bite
And
on
what
that shit. I want fucking evidence. I want evidence. I want
Yeah.
you to
No,
prove
So-
me
I
right.
want to continue that story.
You
No,
are
I want
claiming-
evidence. I want evidence. You made a lot of
Yeah.
claims about Shay, and I want you to prove your claims.
Okay,
So I'm
this
letting
is-
you know
this
that
is-
the forced labor
This is a
camp
source
started
on
after he left.
humanprogress.org, and it says that Shay was a racist, homophobe, and mass murderer. Would you like me to continue?
Okay,
Yeah, that's not the claim.
That doesn't support the claim that he made.
What
He's a
source?
homophobe. His ideology led to
What
that. That's the
source?
point. Shay never controled anything.
I
Like,
got
he
my
just
robot
his
back.
ideology
Oh,
literally
so he never
created that.
tortured. He never
So he's
tortured
wrong.
anybody. Then
He advocated for it.
But see, he never actually.
So again, he's
tortured
wrong.
anybody.
So, are you, regardless, you guys are okay.
Yeah, so
supporting somebody
Yatu
who
is
had
lying.
Racist,
So
homophobic idea.
basically, just Yatu is lying.
No, I'm not lying. I could
Yeah,
show
you lied. You flat out lied.
It's well
No,
known
let
that
me
he
go
was
out
a
and show you
homophobe and
proof for a
racist. You guys are
What was
okay
the
with
website?
that.
What was the website?
Oh, humanprogress.org.
Y'all are talking.
And you guys are okay with that.
I
Like,
want
this
to
is known
clarify
history. This
something.
isn't
Y'all are
anything
literally
new. Everybody
talking about
knows.
someone. As if I wasn't talking. That's great.
Excuse me,
Thank
lady.
you.
The gay man is talking. Okay, don't
I
interrupt.
would like to. Yeah, so is the gay woman. And I was talking and you interrupted me, so please stop. This isn't a let's gay each other out kind of
Mojo,
competition.
I got evidence.
What I
Let me
was
know.
trying to say What I was trying to say is that we're speaking of like the 1960s, where the vast majority of the world was against us, was against the gay community. What are you talking about?
Is that a justifiable fact?
It's bad because most
Does
people
that
were
make
against
it?
Jews
Does
at the
that make
time.
it
Does
so
that
we
make sense,
shouldn't
lady?
accept anyone
Does that
from
make
that
sense?
time? Because that
All
means
right,
we
that's
shouldn't
two.
accept our
That's-
parents
hold
either.
on,
So Mojo,
hold
let
on.
me clarify.
Hold on,
this.
Ella.
What-
Shut up. Shut the fuck up.
Wow, they're
Hold
so
on.
fucking
Adventure.
triggered.
Shut up. Shut up.
It's so stupid.
Shut up.
I know, dude.
Adventure. We do not use pet names on this fucking panel. You will never ever call somebody a lady at my panel again. You will go call her Ella. That is her name.
They call
Ella.
me a
Just call her.
gusano, though.
Just
That's
call her
racist.
Ella. I question that particular thing, but either way, it has nothing to do with pet names.
What's a pet name?
I'm just asking you. I'm fucking trying to explain it to you. If you'd shut the fuck up. Our pet
The
name.
communists not
Sweetie,
use
shut
fucking
the
jet-
fuck up. Sweetie, darling, honey, dear, lady, woman, whatever. Just call her by her fucking. Just call her by her fucking name. That's it. That's all. you
Mojo,
need to
can
do.
I actually prove my?
Otherwise, I'm just gonna boot you and block you.
Mojo, so you said there wasn't any evidence of him torturing queers, right? So there was an encampment, there was a jail called La Cabaña. I just looked it up. They actually imprisoned gay people. It was illegal to be gay, and they imprisoned them. And in prison, historically, communists torture their prisoners because either if they're gay or political prisoners, they get tortured. Now you prove to me that prisoners in Cuba don't get tortured.
Did Shay control the prison?
Yes, he told Fidel Castro.
His ideology did.
Which camps are you talking about? I'm
La
sorry.
Campaña. Ma'am, come on. You don't know anything about this.
Asking a question. I'm asking you a question. I just said I'm here.
It's called La Campaña. Campaña, Campana.
I knew how to spell. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Well.
Yeah, it was never illegal to be gay in Cuba.
Ma'am, they were put in prison. They stated we will put you in prison if you are queer.
No, there was never. It was never illegal to be gay in Cuba.
Dude.
It was
Hey,
never
dude,
illegal.
it's-
Post-revolution, you can look at it
Mojo,
and learn that.
did
It's
you
pretty
record
easy.
this shit? I hope you put this on your fucking page, though.
Wow.
Where's your proof?
Navarro also espoused racial views in his diary. He referred to black people as those magnificent examples of African
Yeah,
race
so did your
who have
founding
maintained their
fathers.
racial
Shut
purity.
the fuck up.
Oh,
Adventure is
founding
crazy. These
fathers.
people are a bunch of hypocrites, bro.
They are, dude. It's because they're fucking retarded.
No, you're trying
Hopefully
to.
they're not.
They're
bro.
literally
I don't
retarded.
get it.
So
You're trying to hold people up
as
to
a
a
mod-
standard of.
Bye.
How does one person cook 5 fucking people in the same time?
You need, so
Not.
first of all,
You're not.
I mean, your host admits to that.
No, you just don't know what
First
you're
of
talking
all-
about. You have a whole bunch of misinformation, dude.
Oh, what do you mean? The host actually admitted, like.
Okay, so I read that article that I don't know, ill-spoken man was speaking about. So the author of that article that he was reading, because I read through the whole thing, is a research and project manager at the Cato Institute Center for Global Liberty and Prosperity. I wonder why they would have such views on Che Guevara.
Yeah, I was gonna point that out. I saw was the Human Progress website. Yeah, that's the Cato Institute.
Okay, so civics. I was kind of looking this up because this is genuinely not something that I'm familiar with, and it says not just about La Cabaña, but also just in general that there wasn't really any historical evidence that people were tortured because they were gay, rather for a variety of reasons, but that it mostly happened after Che already left the country, and that it was something called UMAP, military units to aid production.
Yes. Are you looking at ebsco.com?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one I found too. I'm like, yeah, that's Fidel Castro. I really don't give a shit. He's a dictator.
I see.
Yeah, the whole point was pretty much boom because you have like this country worships like the founding fathers, and a lot of them own fucking slaves and shit. It's like people don't understand that like different eras, the humans have their fucking flaws and all that, and when we don't support fucking like we criticize a lot of the fucking like, for example, worship of like founding fathers who did own slaves like George Washington. You know, it's like a given where it's like people had some bigoted views back then.
Yeah. If I may for a second, Adventure Jack, you were dropped for using the R slur. It's both TikTok like guidelines as well as Mojo's rule.
Yeah, I'm sure you got it. I'm sure you got a violation that came through for you because I got the violation as well. So when the R slur does get you a violation on TikTok, and I have to drop you.
But I did want to say, like, clearly he's a gay man on the conservative side of the aisle. I am always interested in hearing other people's views. So if I would like it if he came back sometime to talk about these kinds of things, but perhaps with a little bit less of a boisterous attitude.
Yeah, and the irony of them using that diary was when he was young. That diary is from the Motorcycle Diaries, which shaped his revolutionary mindset. So it's almost like people can fucking learn by having more experiences with people. He definitely was taken aback and had great affinity for some of the Afro-Cubans that were part of his revolutionary movement. So I don't know how he would still hold these views on black people if he was inviting Afro-Cubans to join his revolutionary movement. Riddle me that.
Sadly, Cuba is very much like Argentina, or they were. And so being Afro-Cubano was an issue for many people. It's no different.
And when Fidel comes into power, he abolishes the apartheid state. I think that's important to note. Like, I don't know how many people actually know about this revolution and how utterly progressive it was, regardless of what Che writes in his diaries. It abolishes the apartheid state that was very much alive in Cuba pre-revolution. When we talk about the way gay people were treated in, like, for instance, the USSR, when Stalin and Lenin comes into power, prior to Lenin coming into power, it was outlawed to be gay. Lenin comes into power and abolishes the Tsarist law and never re-implements it. These movements are much more progressive than people think. There's a reason why if you go so far left, you end up at communism. And this is like, this is a fact. You can all look it up.
I picked apart 2 fucking arguments within 5 minutes of reading the article that he brought up. And it's just like, just look into things. This is why I always ask for sources, because I want to read it for myself. And then you're just like, oh, let me critically think about what this fucking article is trying to achieve.
Well, you read the headline. I mean, that's what they do the most. They don't actually read the article, because if you read the article, it was just a fucking opinion piece.
Well, you know, essentially what you're doing is just dialectical materialism. You're just analyzing who benefits from writing an article like this. But people don't think like that.
Well, some people do.
Yeah, that's why you're one step away from becoming a Marxist.
I don't know. We were just cooked, apparently. So
I'm kidding. I was giving you guys a hard time and just letting you fucking go off a little more. That dude's crazy, as a matter of fact. I think that's probably the longest I ever let him up on the panel.
the whole property tax thing is crazy to me.
Yeah. Yeah,
and
so
no
I
insurance
apologize.
on-
I didn't really mean that he was kicking you out. I was just giving you a hard time to get you all fired up.
Mojo's bored today.
He's what?
I was bored by that guy for sure.
He was on Jen's panel earlier today, and I'm pretty sure he got kicked for the same reason, which is not letting anyone talk and just going off.
Yeah.
Sounds like he took too much Adderall.
Yeah, it took too much of something, it feels like.
Yeah. Maybe
Bolivian
too much caffeine. I'll be kinder.
Bolivian marching powder. It's great. So this picture that I have up here, Ya Tu Sabes, or American, whatever the fuck your name is a celebrated black Cuban revolutionary. So do you think that they would hold those views but also celebrate a black Cuban revolutionary like this?
I don't know if he can come back up yet. Is he? I don't know. I can bring it back up if you're still in here, American. At some point, you're supposed to just like take a lap for 10 minutes, and I can bring it back up. You just can't use the R slur, man. That's it. The R slur is bad, huh?
Oh, I thought you said, I don't know if you're still in here, American, but I was asking, were you talking to Adventure Jack?
Oh, is that who I'm talking about? Yeah, whatever his name was.
That's who I was talking about.
He was still in here, yeah.
And Go Army will be next.
I tried to get him up here earlier.
Oh, Go Army?
Yeah.
And he wouldn't come?
Nope.
He works. He works.
He was in the request box, and I tried to bring him up, and he just spun and then went away.
Guess that was God saying as well.
No, it's not.
He might have more discipline than I do, because I should be working, but here I am yapping with all of you.
Hey, we can multitask.
Speaking of working and wasting time or whatever, I found the pinball machines. Have you found them yet?
Oh, you did? Have you found the claw machines yet?
No, I have not seen the claw machines yet.
Stephen is also in.
Huh?
He's also, I don't know if he's in the queue, but Stephen is also here.
Bringing up Stephen, I will absolutely drop that man.
Epstein, is that what you call Stephen? Epsteven. We're going to call him Epsteven from now on.
Epsteven. I don't know if that's an accurate description, but or Stephen.
He's Stefan.
Like Jeff's best friend hates the poor. Stephen, yeah. Forgot where he came from, Stephen. That's Stephen, yeah.
Stefan. We call him Stefan because apparently Mimi calling him Stefan really triggers him, so.
Oh yeah, that made him mad.
Then
he called her My, which was actually a pretty good comeback. I like that, Stephen. My. That was funny.
It just made her sound even more cute than she already is, so it's fine.
Stefan wants to come up now.
Ella, you okay?
We'll see you later, Ella.
I just don't like him. I just don't like him.
We'll stick
Stefan,
together.
he
How
always
about
knows
that?
where all the parties are in New York City. What are you talking about? That's Stefan from Saturday Night Live.
I wish he was in the queue.
Only job is to manage his portfolio, Ella.
And short oil or snort oil. I don't know which one he.
Short oil.
And ask people why they're poor.
I see Ash in the queue, and I think he's
You missed
been
that
in there
SNL skit.
I see Ash in
Bill
the queue
Hader.
as well, and I know he's been in there. I'm talking, Stephen. Thank you. Again, I see Ash in the queue, and I know he's been in there for a while. So I'm gonna let him up. I'll see y'all later.
Bye, Ella. Thanks for this morning.
Also, Stefan Urkel is a good reference as well.
Who?
If you guys are old enough to remember that.
Who?
Stefan Urkel.
I don't know who the hell that is.
You never watched Family Is it called Family Matters? What was
Are you
it?
talking about Urkel?
Steve Urkel. Steve Urkel. Remember when he
it's
turned into the
Urkel,
cool
not
guy?
say
And he
Urkel?
became Stefan Urkel.
He did.
Yeah, you don't remember that episode?
No.
There was an
No.
episode where he became a cool guy.
Yeah,
His
he
name
took
was
us through
Stefan
on.
Urkel.
Yeah, I saw that one.
No,
So was
I
it?
haven't.
Yeah, you know what I mean. I'm so mad that I didn't get to come up earlier when I was listening, because that dude had way too much energy. Like he was just talking way too much. It was so annoying.
You guys are jerks. You guys are jerks, by the way. The only time you guys ever want to come up is if there's one liberal that you can all, or one conservative that you can all yell at the exact same time and run them away.
That's not what we did.
Yeah, that's not true. I only want to come up when I Mojo, are you ready to admit that you were like in a bad place last time I was up?
You think I was in a bad place?
Who did that?
Well, now he's in a bad
Mojo! Let him back up. He's a ding dong.
He's in a bad place. What are you talking about?
No, he was asking if you were in a bad place.
I understand what he was asking.
Oh.
I sent him to a bad place.
The gulag.
Back to the gulag with you.
Are you
I'm
gonna let him
push
back
back
up?
on this. I still want to push back on this Gusano issue, man. Gusano is not a racial term. It's based off of class alone. It's a traitor to the revolution. That's what it means.
Yeah, I guess to a certain extent it would be based on class alone. So maybe not racist, but certainly xenophobic. And you are using it as a pejorative.
A pejorative for class, but I don't believe that that's wrong. I think I could be
You're
classist.
eating in my goddamn microphone.
I'm not eating at all. No, I'm not.
It's not me. You're a liar.
I'm not eating.
You
I swear
are.
to God, I'm not eating.
You are.
I swear on Marx's grave, I'm not eating.
You know
I
what?
swear to Stefan Bandera, I'm not eating.
He came from
no,
a line of rabbis.
no,
Definitely.
no, that was the Yahtzee. Sorry. Who else?
Your dude there came from a long line of rabbis.
What?
Your dude there
Marx?
came from a long line of rabbis, yeah.
Yeah, he was a base Jew. He was awesome.
Speaking of which, when you mentioned the word Nazis, I wanted to comment yesterday, but I was kind of tired. But when you had what were those two guys that were on yesterday? They were basically talking about, it was fucking Amen and the other dude, the Groiper. And
Amen and FYP.
Yeah, or FPS.
FPS.
And basically,
yeah, that's right.
Yeah, and basically one of them, like Amen was fucking pro-Israel, the Groiper obviously anti-Israel, but it was like there was like you hear two sides of the same coin basically talking, because one of them was a Zionist. They were both talking about Western civilization. The only disagreement was basically about whether they support Israel or not.
Whether the Jews were fucking it up.
Well, no, it's basically the whole point was that like Nazism and fucking Zionism, it shows me that they're two sides of the same fucking coin.
But the people that are supporting Iran are on the same side, right? So people saying that Israel needs to not exist, same side as the Iranian regime. In fact, literally, I was walking down a street here in my town the other day, and what is hanging out? It's a beautiful, renovated, old 1800s house. What's hanging from two of their windows is a straight-up IRGC flag next to a Palestinian flag. Two flags.
Do you think it's possible, Zach, for somebody to just not like the idea of imperialism, not like the idea of invading sovereign nations for no reason at all,
100%.
and still not wanting to, I don't know, hate Jews?
100%.
Okay.
Do I think
I'll agree with you. The Venn diagrams are going to include a weird amount of people, a weird type of people as well. I think the people that are anti-Jewish exist on both sides, and I think the overlap is probably pretty big. But
I'll tell you what,
there are a lot of people.
The agreement between the overlap is that we should not be fighting in Iran.
Yeah, I can agree with that. But I also have a problem with people that hate Jews from the right and the left. I think that you see Nazis and progressives getting together at that point, and that's kind of a scary thought.
It's by the way, it's the straight up playbook. It's literally how they took over Iran.
Who's they?
The IRGC, the colonizers.
No, the IRGC took over Iran because they are an Islamic group that had some sort of power, and they were able to fight back against the fucking invading forces of the West, because we've been fucking meddling around in the Middle East for so fucking long that somebody has to fight back at some point or another. You're going to create enough enemies when you start killing people's parents and grandparents.
Read about the revolution in '79. It included a collaboration between the Marxists and the Islamists.
Were we fucking around in the Middle East before '79?
Yep.
What does that have anything to do with a collaboration
What did I
between
just
Marxism
say?
and
What did I
liberalism
just
and
say?
Islamism?
What did I just say?
That
the Western world has been fucking around in the Middle East for way too long. These are people that hate the Western world. When they say death to America, they're not really saying death to America. They're saying death to the West. And they don't like the West because the West is trying to tell them how to live and trying to control their countries and killing a lot of people in the process.
Okay, what I'm saying is that the revolution was successful because it included Islamists, people that were hardline Muslims.
That's fine. We pushed them together.
And a coalition.
That's fine. We pushed them together, though.
Okay, but that's what you might say about today.
Yes, you are pushing Nazis and progressives together. Yes, you are, specifically.
Okay, I'm telling you that it's a propaganda campaign by Islamists to utilize the lack of actual knowledge that Marxists have about the way the world works to get their political aims done. So they got to take over Iran. And then, by the way, they killed all the progressives. They killed all the Marxists. But they waited until they used them to get power.
That's funny, know what? I don't think you understand how the world works.
Yeah.
Okay, sure. Again, let's just play out the exact same playbook as 79 in Iran and be like, I don't know what might happen.
What was the Shah doing to the people before 1979? How brutal was that regime?
I'll bet you the verbiage was very similar to what Trump is doing to America, is my guess. Because it's the same propaganda tactics. It's the same propaganda tactics.
No, it wasn't just propaganda, Zach.
Yeah, it was. Of course it was.
No, it wasn't.
Shah was extremely brutal to
and the
civilization.
IRGC is not brutal?
Oh
no, that's not the point. The point is that America's
what does the brutality
meddling.
have anything to do with it?
Well, because you're making it seem like the IRGC is so much more worse than what they had previously, and it's just not.
Okay, so then what if you believe that Donald Trump is the worst of the worst, but because of your collaboration with the Islamists, we end up getting something 10 times worse? Is that a good thing?
I don't know. The IRGC is 10 times worse.
It is
100%.
Oh my God! Look at photos. Look at photos of girls in Tehran.
You can say what you want. They have kept that country sovereign.
Look at photos of women in Tehran in 1978.
You're the one who's creating these brutal regimes by trying to oust governments and install governments.
The government had been installed. It was a secular authoritarian regime. It was not a problem. It certainly wasn't the kind of problem that we should replace with a brutal theocratic Islamist dictatorship.
It was 70% were living in abject poverty. Zach, what are you talking about?
And now they're all super wealthy?
The Shah used to do exactly what the Tsarists used to do. He used to throw elaborate parties. They used to call them Persepolises. And he was living in absolute decadence while people were fucking starving. So when you leave a vacuum like that, when you leave people impoverished, I don't know how many times the rich have to learn this fucking lesson. The wrong people rise up. And honestly, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter.
I'm so glad that you got that second part. That second part is really important.
Yeah. I don't agree with the IRGC.
You are the second part, just so you know.
I don't think that I am, no.
No, you're the second part. You're what you just said. You are
I'm not the IRGC. I'm not the IRGC. What are you talking about?
You represent the coalition between Marxism and Islamism in America.
What are you talking about? I'm not Muslim, Zach.
You're not an Islamist, though.
So
you don't support Hamas, and you don't support the existence,
I support a country's right to be sovereign, and how they get there is their business. And that's what I mean when I say things about the IRGC.
Wait a second. Why do you have a problem with Israel? If Israel is doing what it needs to do to be sovereign, why do you have a problem with Israel?
Because Israel is a made-up nation that decided it wanted to be in the middle of a nation that was already fucking there. Because they're colonialists.
On top of that, they're trying to expand their nation on a regular basis. This fucking Greater Israel project is the problem.
And Iran, which uses its money, instead of throwing lavish parties,
you can go ahead and skip over the disgusting.
Use money to murder
you can go ahead and
people
skip
all
over the
Middle
disgusting
East.
shit that fucking Israel is doing. Yeah, you can do that.
They're not.
But we're not going to do that. We're not going to fucking do that.
They are operating the most moral civil conflict on the face of the planet in the history of war.
They have been shooting little kids in the fucking head with one fucking bullet.
No, that's Hamas. That's in fact Iran, who's doing it.
No, it's not. It's in fact your fucking country.
No, it's not.
It
Is
is.
there anything
And
that's
imagine,
not
by the
the
way,
most?
imagine how you're going to have to explain that you were supporting the people who actually shot the kids while blaming people who didn't
How
shoot
are
the kids.
you
for
going to
shooting
explain
the
being a
kids.
Nazi?
No, I don't support.
You're going to have to explain
Israel.
that to God. At
I don't
some point,
support
and I'm
Israel
just
in any
letting you
way,
know
shape,
you're
or
going to have to
form.
do it.
I don't believe in God, and I don't support Israel.
Okay,
so I
well,
don't know what
one
the fuck
day,
you're talking about.
your soul will sit in judgment, and you will have to explain why you simped for the
That's
people
awesome.
that actually shot
Thanks
the
for the
kids,
threat, dude.
and
Thanks for the threat, you dumbass.
actually helped
Your
them
threat is
frame the people
meaningless.
not
Your
shooting
threat
the
is
kids.
meaningless to me.
That's fine.
Stop the nonsense.
That's fine.
Zach, the world unequivocally agrees that Israel
The world
is
is
the
stupid.
Nazi.
The
Israel
world
is
without
the
Gangnam
Nazi.
Style was
And
the best music video of all time. The
That's
world
So like
hilarious. The world
basically,
is stupid.
so the whole thing where you coming up with like the you're fear mongering about the Islamist and communists and all that. That stems from an old anti-Semitic trope about the Jewish communists. Basically, when they accused Jews of cultural Marxism, and now they're
again,
just now you're just doing the same shit.
Wait, do you
Marx
believe in
was a
that?
Jew. Marx
Do you
was a
believe in
Jew.
that?
Trotsky
Do
was
you
a
believe
Jew.
in that? Do you believe in that? By the way, do you believe in cultural Marxism?
Do I believe in cultural Marxism? Yeah, sure.
What do you think cultural Marxism is, and where did it come from?
I mean, I would say that cultural Marxism is the like oppressed binary being applied to all things in history and culture.
And where did it come from?
Marxism. It came from postmodern theory.
It came from fucking Hitler, you dipshit.
Okay.
It did.
I'm not educated,
actually,
so you can try to explain this shit to me.
you are actually repeating fascist rhetoric as a fucking Jewish person, as somebody from the state of Israel who is not American. What the fuck is wrong with you?
So explain. I'm an Israeli citizen repeating Nazi propaganda.
Yes.
yeah, it's fucking weird that you guys do
total
this
sense,
shit.
right?
It does
Yeah, I
make
know.
sense, given what Israel's doing to Palestinians, and now Lebanese people, and now Iranian people as well. I'm sure it's Jordan as well, and then Yemen, and like, come on, like how long before it's just like Saudi Arabia, UAE, you guys not even giving a shit whether
You're
they're
right.
fucking.
Imagine if they took over and all of a sudden all the women being made to wear hijabs weren't being.
Imagine if they get shot in the head before they have a chance to fucking do
and then
that. Imagine they get shot in the head
if
before they have a
instead of
chance to do
making
that.
between 1,000 and 4,000 per capita, they started making 50.
Imagine some sadistic Russian
imagine
living
they had
in fucking
democratic rights,
Israel
like they could
that is
actually
hiding out
exist
because
in
they're a
a-
pedo and they shoot a kid in the head. Imagine that.
Imagine
oh wait,
their
we don't
laws
have
just
to. That
allowed
fucking happens
pedophilia.
because they
I-
fucking.
You're
hide
going to
in
get a
Israel.
violation. B,
All
just
right.
Okay.
Yeah, hold on. I have a question, Zach. What the first time that you were canceled from TikTok? You care to share with the room why?
Because I made jokes
About?
when I was 21.
About
Everything under the sun, but the ones that I think people took particular issue with had to do with the sexualization of youth and a satire of that concept.
Okay, just checking.
Yeah, it's a
What the
real
fuck?
thing. It's a real thing. I'm not sure if you're aware of the history of the sexualization of youth in the world and specifically in our culture.
You guys didn't know this about him, did you?
I did not. Please elaborate.
He told some pretty fucked up jokes about little girls in the backs of vans.
No,
and
I
on
did
Twitter.
not. Whoa! That was conflating two different jokes that you just conflated, and there was no.
But I just said you told some jokes about little girls in the back of vans.
No,
you can.
no,
You.
I
you,
told
you no,
zero
I'm not
jokes.
conflating
Zero jokes. Zero jokes. So what's the joke then?
Fucking
Oh, so you were
remember.
just serious? You were just.
It was something about young girls in the back of vans, like that's where they belong, or something.
No. I'll tell you the joke that has to do with the back of vans. It says.
Go ahead.
It says. I said the worst thing about beautiful women is you have to be really gentle when loading them into the back of the van.
Exactly.
Yeah, beautiful women, not young women.
No, you said girls.
No.
Oh my god.
Yes, you did.
Ew.
No, it actually says women.
You lied about
Yikes,
things
dude.
you've said on here before. Gross. You're just proving my point about Russians living in Israel. Gross.
First off, have you guys not ever listened to stand-up comedy? Like, have you ever gone to a...
It's gross that you're trying to justify it. How simple is it to say it was wrong?
You know what's funny is that when people start, what do they call it? Policing humor, that's a really bad sign for society.
I do, by the way, you guys, I do think that he was trying to tell jokes. I think they were very fucking poor taste. There were jokes in very fucking poor taste. He was a younger person when he did them. I did cancel him at first as well. I do agree, though, that they were jokes and they were a while back. Probably what it was more acceptable was say stupid shit like that.
I don't buy that younger argument. Dude, when I was 21, I was saving fucking lives. I was literally saving lives. That is not a fucking excuse to be nasty.
I did a lot of stupid shit when I was younger. I'll just put it that way. And I said a lot of stupid shit when I was younger.
But continue the self-righteousness.
No, you're not really worth it.
I do worry about some of the things he says today still being at least a misogynist and probably
by the way,
that
one
appreciates
of my
younger women more than he probably should.
Just to be clear on how close these jokes align with reality. One of my favorites is, I was molested by LeVar Burton, but you don't have to take my word for it. Which, I'm not going to lie,
I don't know why that's funny or what it means.
Have you never seen Reading Rainbow?
That is pretty funny.
It's pretty fucking funny. Thank you.
I have never seen Reading Rainbow. No.
Well, one of his famous lines, his most famous line, whenever he'd finish reading a story, was blah 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 blah. But you don't have to take my word for it. So,
I met him in Maui.
I met him on a summit cruise.
That show was critically important to reading education for a lot of children.
100%. Me
important show. Yeah, I watched it. I loved it.
I wasn't allowed to watch Sesame Street, but I watched Reading Rainbow.
Of course you weren't. Right? A little too urban for you, huh?
It was woke. Way before woke was woke.
Letting someone put their hand in the ass of a puppet is that's a little
don't do
deranged,
that.
don't you
Oslo
think?
might be around.
Oh, but one of the jokes, by the way, one of the other jokes was, if you had a friend living in a trash can, you'd think you'd ask him to come home and stay with you. Good job, Big Bird.
That's where you like to live.
Sure.
I wish we had a soundboard. Didn't, you know.
Yeah, he was a grouch.
How about the worst being drunk? Jesus. Did you steal his material from the correspondence dinner?
No. There's another good one. There's like 400 of them. They happened in like a 5-day period when Twitter first got created. And I didn't know what would you do with 140 characters, and one-liners seemed like the obvious. And then I went on a one-liner tear for like 4 days, and they're pretty, you know. Daniel Tosh, Louis C.K.
Nothing of
Anthony
your own,
Jeselnik.
apparently. You just took other people's stuff, thought it was cool.
It's all my stuff.
Typical Israeli.
They're all my jokes.
No, they're not.
And I'm sure hummus comes from Israel too, huh?
I fucking hate that fucking
Hummus
line.
comes from the Levant, just like bagels come from America.
This claim that you guys have over hummus is fucking aggravating.
It's a weird. Who's got a claim on hummus? We
Have you spoken to Israelis?
Okay, you know why we say? You know why Israelis claim hummus is because people in the West and around the world didn't start eating hummus at the level that they start now eating hummus before something called Sabra, which is an Israeli company, popularized hummus across the world.
It's just dog shit hummus, dude. It tastes like fucking ass. So you guys took hummus, something that was delicious, and you made it dog shit, and you sold it to everybody else in the world. Congratulations.
What the fuck do you know about good hummus? Have you ever made hummus?
I
make
know
hummus.
I know that I don't buy Sabra.
Cool, you shouldn't, because you should just go buy some fucking garbanzo beans, soak them in water overnight.
Garbanzo, look at you. Are you too good for chickpeas?
Garbanzo
No, they're the same
is
thing.
I'm literally
I know,
eating Sabra
I know,
right now.
I know.
Why do you guys say Sabra?
And how do you judge?
I just boycott Israeli goods.
Yeah, pretty much.
That too. And honestly, Stephen, if you've actually had real hummus, real hummus is
or if they had to put a stint
delicious.
in your heart, you probably wouldn't boycott that.
Sabra's garbage. Go to your nearest Mediterranean restaurant anywhere, nearest Middle Eastern restaurant, doesn't matter. that hummus is 20 times better than Stopper's garbage.
Okay,
It's actually, I've actually been around the Middle East, and so I can tell you that Israelis do actually make the best Middle Eastern food.
No, they don't.
No, they
I've
fucking
lived
don't. It
in
tastes
the
like
Middle
shit.
East. So you're not the only one on the panel that's lived in the Middle East.
I haven't
So-
lived in the Middle East. I've just traveled extensively around it.
What do white European settlers know about Middle Eastern food?
I don't know. What do you know, having never been there?
But I have.
Making the claim.
Well, but you are making the claim that there is some inferior hummus making conspiracy that's out to get everyone.
I didn't say that either.
And by the way, if you're aware, how much do Jews contribute to the food culture that is American food culture?
Oh
Like if you said
I don't
food
I don't
culture,
care. I'm not talking about Jews.
would delis be part of American food culture?
Yes,
I
there
don't have a
are
problem.
Italian delis.
Would bagels be part of American food culture?
Probably
I love
not.
bagels.
They invented bagels.
But-
That's wild.
We did invent
They
bagels.
kind of did.
Oh, now I want a hot pastrami.
Yeah, but that's it. So
That's it.
I'll take an Italian-
just bagels.
I'll take
Listen,
an
I'm not
Italian
trying to
deli.
take away from Italians. Italians created a lot of amazing food too. I'm just saying that, like,
So what's
Jews,
your-
despite being the tiniest portion of this population, have had a massive influence on the food that got developed here. Even food
know
that
what?
isn't our food.
And by the way,
Yeah,
and
Jews are
Zach, I would
cool. We
argue.
love Jews. You know who we
Zach,
don't
I
like?
would argue-
Zios and people who blow up little kids, man. Jews are awesome. Love them. I follow one for my entire political theory. I
Sure,
agree.
so
Jews are awesome.
half the Jews here were Bob Dylan, Ralph Lauren, Calvin Klein, Larry David, Seinfeld, Mark Zuckerberg.
We're
Sam
not
Altman.
anti-Semites.
But when
Yeah, they're great.
but the other half,
I don't
they're
like
just
Mark Zuckerberg.
bloodthirsty
I'm not gonna
savages, not the other
No,
400
people living
million
in
Arabs
Israel.
who are all
People
actually
living in Israel.
bloodthirsty savages. It's just the 6 million Jews. When you put them over there, they become bloodthirsty savages. And yeah, what else? Who could? It's got to be them. It couldn't be the 400 million Arabs that are already bloodthirsty savages.
Zach,
in all of
Zach,
the
here's the
countries
truth.
they control.
Zach, here's the truth. When you become too successful, you are the target. You must have possibly done something terrible to other people to become successful, and so you're a bad person.
Well, actually,
No, we're talking about people who kill little kids, bro. What are you talking about,
that's
Steven?
that's not a blood libel from from like 3,000
I don't
years
care
back.
what you say it is. It's fact and it's happening.
The irony that you think you're the
what makes
first
you
one
think that
to have
anybody
gotten
cares
that
about
right.
what makes you think that anybody cares about you snowflaking out about fucking blood libel? What makes you think anybody gives
I'm just
two
saying.
shits?
I'm
what
just
you
saying
say about
when
that?
you guys hear
Take it
the
easy.
same lie that has been told for 3,000 years over and over and over again, do you really think you're the first ones to get it right?
Well,
No, so here's
we're
the
not talking
thing,
about-
Zach. Hold on.
You
Here's
do.
the
You
thing.
think you're the
Here's
first ones?
thing.
You're like, this time we're right.
Zach,
This
you're
time-
getting
this
on
time
your
the Jews
feels
kill
when we
kids.
started talking about hummus because we had mentioned Israel.
How the fuck-
B
I
had
was
mentioned
talking. I'm happy to talk about hummus.
Everyone mentioned Israel. You're the only one that brought up Jews specifically. No one here has a fucking problem with Jews. B already said that.
I know you want to
are
separate
just
Jews and
conflating
Israel.
Jews
There is
with
no
the
separation.
Israel.
Civics, I think.
And
Hold
the
on,
point is that our
Civics. You said
critique
nobody. You
is
said
of
nobody has a
Israel
problem with Jews.
appropriating the fucking Middle Eastern culture. That's
Hold on,
my
hold on.
fucking
Let's,
problem.
Let's ask. Actually, you made a claim. You said nobody here has a problem with Jews. Does anyone here have a problem with Jews? Anybody?
No.
Nope, not me.
Nope. Been to many shivas.
I don't have a
Yeah.
problem with individuals. I don't have a problem with individuals. I have a problem with religions in general, but that's all religions, so I don't know what to
So
say.
Hey,
Jewish
Mojo,
Americans.
can I say something? All
Okay,
right.
go ahead.
As a
Oh, I
Jewish
was just gonna
American,
say-
yes.
Yeah, you know my story. I live in New York, and there's a lot of Jews in New York, right?
God, I didn't know that. Holy crap!
Before I
that's so
said that, I
cool.
didn't think about that was going to be a joke, but that's a going joke between Mojo and me because he thinks I'm always touting being a New Yorker, which I do. Okay. But the point is that a lot of Jews live in New York. And today I was just watching TikTok, somebody came on my feed. His name is Jeff Pearlman, and he's I think he's a sportscaster. And he is a Jewish man in New York. And he had something to say. And he said that, what I think the biggest cause of anti-Semitism in this country, the biggest cause of it is, and because
Success.
because you know that a lot of Penny's Live people, and they're really saying there's so much anti-Semitism. There's always been anti-Semitism in the world, yes. But what he's saying is that he's a Jew who lives in New York, and he's saying that Netanyahu is the biggest cause of anti-Semitism. Hands down. He says not Trump, 100%. It's Netanyahu.
That's like
and I just thought that
the biggest cause of racism.
I'm just finishing. I'll be done in 15 seconds. And everything this man said, reasonable guy, smart guy. He says he's a agnostic Jew because he's not religious. He's totally grew up in Reform Judaism, which I did too. But everything he said, I agreed with.
Supporting us.
Sorry?
It's always the Reformed Jews being the hardcore supporters.
So what? Why are you calling us out? We're Jewish. We're ethnically Jewish. What's your point?
You're one step away from being Christian. You're the reason that 99%.
You are not a good enough Jew.
Wow, are you purely?
Yeah, here you go. So I'm not Jewish. Is that your point? That I'm one step away from being a Christian?
No, I'm just saying the way we have historically become Christian, you're the final stopping point before the next generation doesn't.
I will always be Judaism. What I am, which is my father's side is Jewish. Period. And I will always revere my grandmother.
Your kids Jewish?
Excuse me. My children were raised Jewish because I married a Jew.
Are they Jewish today?
Reform. Yeah, we always celebrate that. We do the typical. We celebrate the high holidays. But my kids went to temple. My son was bar mitzvahed. Mm-hmm. My daughter chose not to be. Okay. So that was her choice. But, I'm not going to be, whatever. I don't need to be put on trial for how Jewish I am.
No,
that's just
he's doing.
That's
You're
just
not
silly.
Jewish enough. Come on.
It's not about not Jewish enough. It's just that there's a Venn diagram that is actually a circle between Jews that have abandoned.
Oh, is that your Venn diagram? Is that a scientific thing?
Reform Judaism.
Does that include the Hasidic Jews in Brooklyn?
Those are called they're a specific form of the Satmar.
Are they not Jewish enough for you?
No, they're. Do you know why they don't support Israel?
Oh, for God's sake!
Yeah, the way they interpret your holy book.
Israel's not Jewish enough.
It's their interpretation
because Israel's not Jewish enough.
Thank you. So no, I don't support them.
No, it's also that it's the interpretation of the holy book. There's not supposed to be a settlement of land at all.
It's their interpretation. It's not that.
No, it's not saying that they're not Jewish enough. That's not why they're saying it. That's misleading.
Come on. That's
no. You just don't know what Judaism is, but it's literally religion where we argue about it.
Zachary, hang on one second. Black history. 1 second. Zach, the Bible when it's referring to Israel in the Bible, it's speaking of a person, not a fucking place. And there was something else I was going to say, and now I forgot it.
You mean like in the Quran when they say Beni Israel and they're saying the children of Israel, the children of Jacob?
No. I was going to say, are the ones in New York y'all are talking about? Are they the ones that decapitate chickens and then spray their blood everywhere so that it will wash you of them sins or something? Those ones.
Weirdos. Every religion has extremists.
Hey, I have a question for you, Zach. Do you think the Jewish contingent in New York, that the majority of them support Netanyahu and the Israeli government, or would you say it's the opposite?
I think it would certainly vary I'd be very interested to know what the total count is, but it would certainly vary between the denominations.
Okay.
My guess would be 80% of conservatives.
I don't know. The man is just
40% of
I would just say with this one more thing. Don't even bandy about Bob Dylan's name, because I can pretty much venture that man is not in support of the Netanyahu government.
No,
Can we introduce Black Historian?
Hi. Thanks for letting me up. At first, I couldn't come up because I was doing something, and then I looked over and I was up here.
I didn't do
it. And by the way, Bob Dylan is very supportive of Israel. I don't know.
How do you know?
I don't know what's wrong with you.
Oh,
he wrote an entire song.
He's going to say
he wrote an
knows
entire
him.
song about Zionism.
He's going to say he had lunch with him yesterday. because he knows everybody and he's been everywhere.
Hold on. He said he wrote a song about Zionism.
Bob Dylan wrote an entire song.
What was the name of the song?
Yeah, I don't think it was about
It's called.
Are you talking about Mount
It's
Zion?
something about being a neighbor.
It.
I'll find it. I'll find it. For
No,
you.
I think you would know it offhand since you're telling us what it's about.
I made a video about it. It's on my Instagram.
You didn't make a video about
I
it.
have to find it.
You talking about Bob Dylan or Bob Marley?
Bob Dylan. He's Jewish. He's ethically Jewish.
It's something about being a neighbor. One second.
Oh,
pretty much. I would put down big sums of money and bet that this man does not support the Israeli government.
If
he mentioned Zion, something about Zion or Mount Zion or something in one of his songs, that wouldn't surprise me because he's a gifted writer and he brings in a lot of different things into his writing. But I'm sure it's not to be supportive of the Israeli government.
he's pro-Palestinian.
I don't know anything about him, but
I just looked him up.
He's very much.
He's pro-Palestinian, even though he hasn't publicly called on,
The man is very, very, very on the left. Gonna say,
and he's Israel adjacent.
And isn't Zion a Mormon thing too?
I think it's about Zion is a
just
place.
stop talking.
I think it's about a Zion.
What the fuck is that, fucker? What do you mean?
Zion.
Just stop talking.
Wow, it's a place in Israel. I think that's what it refers to. I think Mount Zion, but I'm not sure.
Oh, guys, you're gonna love this. I'm sorry, I forgot the name. The name is called Neighborhood Bully. Watch it. Go, look it up.
What's it about?
What's it about?
It's
Just give
literally
it the thumbnail sketch.
it's about the hypocrisy of the messaging around Israel.
Or is it about Israel being the neighborhood bully in the Middle East?
No, it's about the hilarity that would be the narrative.
And when was this song written?
In the 80s, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe the 90s.
So you think it's your position that by writing this song, that somehow that supports the fact that he supports the position of the Israeli government right now?
Yeah, I would say anyone who recognizes how ridiculous the narrative around Israel has been for the entire time that it's existed as a conflict would have some context on this particular fight.
You're straining here with your esoteric reference to
it's a great
lyrics.
song.
Hold up.
He's a gifted writer. I mean, there's no doubt about it.
He's not pro-Palestinian. Hold on. Because I'm getting ready to read. Yeah, he's not pro-Palestinian. He still performs in Israel.
Yeah, fuck Bob Dylan then. Fuck Bob Dylan.
Fuck Bob Dylan. Fuck him. You see, look how fast you guys have no
He's
principles.
not performing
How fast
Israel.
you
The man
guys have
does not
zero
perform.
principles.
No, it's because I have principles. If someone's
No.
still performing in Israel in the year of our Lord 2026, then fuck them. Simple.
Yeah, I'm with
Wow,
that.
propaganda works so well on you, B.
It's
It
not
works
propaganda.
so well.
I know. All I need to know is if he's over there, I'll eat my words, Zach. If he's over there and he's saying, you know what, you guys need to stop doing what you're doing to Palestine. If he's over there being an advocate, I'll eat my words and I'll give you a galaxy if we can find a video saying that.
He's probably saying stop the international support of like brutal
Israel?
thugs that utilize the Palestinian people in order to make money and cause them suffering so that they can make more money. Like you guys are crazy.
That's the stupidest ass argument.
How do you think Hamas makes money? How do you think Hamas makes money?
Oh no, it's Hamas.
BB funnels $45 million to the Qatarian bank. That's how.
So BB's
First off, that's just money
off of this. So BB's not making any money off of this.
No.
By actually starting WARs and other.
But you know who? By the way, you know who has made money? Do you know how all the leadership of Hamas are billionaires?
I'm asking you a question, but
Guys,
you
how is it that they're all billionaires?
You're not even. You're just asking
How
questions.
they become billionaires? How is Mohammed
BB
Abbas a
making money
billionaire?
by
Do you have a
going
problem?
ahead.
Do you have a problem talking to women? Zach?
Yeah, he does. He wants to be on top, but he's just too little.
He just wants to put them
I
in
am
vans.
6'3",
Like,
man,
come
but
on.
thank you very much.
I'm just confused. I mean,
does
she's
little
sitting here
have
trying
to
to
do
talk,
with
and you're ignoring her like she's not talking at all.
All right.
Why would you do that?
Because he's a little
Is that-
man.
Is that a normal Jewish thing to do?
To stop people from saying bullshit that they don't understand or know anything
No,
about?
to ignore women. To ignore women when they speak.
No, not at all. We have some of Israel had one of the first female leaders in all of history.
Oh my god.
So then it's just you. You're the only
And
fucking
Israel also sterilized black women when they came over there.
Not sterilized. They did not sterilize anyone.
They did.
Sterilize
but
means-
you admit
sterilize
that they
means
did it. So
take
why did they do it just to the black women that came over there?
That was the Ethiopian refugees that they saved, supposedly, right?
How are they doing? How are they faring?
Sterilization means
So
to
did they
take
get
away the
So they
ability
get
for a
paid.
woman to become
Did they
president.
pay them for sterilizing them without?
They gave them Depo-Provera, which is a birth control pill.
Why did they
period of
give
time.
it to the black women? They didn't want it. They
They
sterilized
gave it to immigrants. They gave it to poor immigrants coming in, being supported 100% by the government.
So no.
Yes.
No,
Literally,
you don't.
That's
refugees
either
that
way.
Supported by the
That's
US
a fucking
government.
wild thing to do.
So
either way.
fucked up.
I want to ask
It's not a wild thing to do. It's not a wild thing to do. Do you know why? Do you know why when
I'm asking
poverty
a question.
goes?
You force a drug?
Should the U.S. Sterilize Israelis because we're giving them money? They're depending on the government. Yeah, we're giving them money. How much do we give them a year, y'all?
$3.8 billion
a year.
Okay,
minimum.
so should
Well,
the US
that's from the federal. That's from the federal government. Each state gives an additional amount of funds.
My state, Indiana,
The state does not give any money. No, incorrect.
No, you're wrong. You're wrong, Zach.
You are wrong.
Go ahead, Messi. Well, hold on.
Yeah, I just want to know. So should the
Shut
U.S.
up. Wait, hold on. Hold on.
Sorry.
You're wrong, Zach.
Sorry,
Messi,
Black.
go ahead.
I'm not wrong.
Messi,
Zach
go
is going to
ahead.
say that they do bonds, that they buy treasury bonds. Aren't you, Zach? Yeah, Indiana.
The states buy bonds. They buy Israeli bonds.
Yeah.
Yeah. So states are giving Israel money.
They're giving a collection of Israeli companies that form the backbone
They're
of their
giving Israel money.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm not sure what you're looking for.
First off, we buy the bonds of how many countries?
Yeah,
I guess who's not buying our bonds anymore, though?
Let's see, how
because-
many countries do we buy bonds from?
I don't know. It doesn't matter. I don't want to get into bonds. History, what were you saying?
It's a lot easier to just be like, we
I
give them
just
money.
asked him a question, but he refuses to talk to me. I
What's
don't
the question,
know.
Black
He just
Historian?
doesn't
What's the
hear when
question? What's the question?
I don't want to ask you now. You're such a pompous ass.
I am a pompous ass. What's the question?
But I do want to get back to the sterilization thing because that was from the Ethiopians that they rescued, correct? That they sterilized, that they gave the depot shot to.
So
at
they were
landfill.
For a period of
asylum,
time.
yes.
For a period of time. And by the way,
And these are, hang on, these are the same. These are the same
miscommunication.
Ethiopians. Hang on, Zach. These are the same Ethiopians that since October 7th, and there's been, the sirens going off in Israel, and the Israelis having to take cover in their little bomb shelters that they have. These are the same Ethiopians that they would not allow into these bomb shelters when they were. Yes, no, that is actually true. They would not allow the Ethiopians into their shelters.
No, if maybe what you just conflated is that one person made a complaint about one particular bomb shelter, but if you think that there was any sort of
Are they treated
widespread
equal citizens now that
of course they're treated as equal citizens.
No, they're not. No, they're not. They don't even treat the Palestinians.
That's such an easy thing. Okay, so how are they not treated as equal citizens?
They're not.
Since you make the claim,
They're
how are they
not.
So how?
If you're forcing sterilization on a person,
That's not happening anymore. That was decades ago, man.
That
was decades
It still happens.
No, it
Wait,
doesn't.
can we get a differentiation
And
here?
by the way, it was Israelis who leaked that story, and then it was put on Israeli media, and then it was prosecuted by Israeli judges as an offense in Israeli
just because
society.
your people reported it that we're supposed to make it okay. A bunch of white people did some shit to us, and we probably still be going through it. Had white people not reported it, doesn't make it any better that they did it.
It doesn't make it better, but it doesn't make it a Israeli thing because
It is
Israelis
an
are on.
Israeli thing. It is.
How could it be an Israeli thing if Israelis
hang on,
also
Zach.
were the ones that stopped it?
I looked it up. Because Google's free. If you pay your phone bill. So the Ethiopian Israelis have reported experiences of racism in housing, employment, education, and interactions with law enforcement. In 2015 specifically, there was a large protest that occurred after a video showing an Ethiopian Israeli soldier being beaten by police officers. The incident sparked a national debate about discrimination and police treatment. Studies and government officials have found that Ethiopian Israelis have been disproportionately affected by police stops, arrests, and the use of force incidents compared to the share of the population. With economic gaps, military integration, the government's efforts to implement programs at reducing these gaps. So the Israeli government is aware of it. Like, they are aware. There's been enough people to bitch about it.
Airlifted them over, gave them housing, integrated them into society, gave them complete and total civil and human rights. You're saying that government is also responsible for all the individual bad things that have ever happened to any Ethiopians in the state of Israel.
Yeah. You're just gonna try to downplay racism like that.
God, you guys are reasonable people. That's what I love about TikTok.
All right.
All reasonable people.
All right, hold on, you guys. I've been live for a few hours. There are 100 people in here, and there's less than 10,000 likes. Can you guys please tap the screen, show the live out, do the heart me next to my name, the little orange heart. Please do that. Gift the panel if you like what they're saying. Help me with my gift goals, and thank you for being here. But just keep tapping the screen. That gets us out in the algorithm. Thank you, guys.
Can I comment? And then I wanted to ask him a question. Because, is it okay? I'm sorry.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
All right. So, first of all, they were given the medicine without their consent. You act like they knew what they were getting. They didn't know what they were getting when they were getting the sterilization. Two, they
It's
are
not
still
sterile. Hold on.
Two,
It's not
they are
sterilization. If they were giving depot shots, they're not sterilized. Those are two very fucking different things.
I'm still talking. Wait till I get
Stop
done.
using the
Correct
word
me when I'm done.
sterilization. It's the wrong word.
The
Contraceptive injection.
Thank you. They gave them a birth control pill injection. Yeah.
Without consent.
I'm not saying it's good. I'm just saying stop using the word sterilization.
And I need to find out what it was, because some people can go sterile with the depot. So
it was the Depo Provera. Sorry.
Yeah. The other thing is, yes, they're still importing black people or other people of color to till the land. If they're so close to the land, and if that is their land, the best thing you can do for your land is till it and grow things out of it. But no, they decided to import other people to do that for them. Third.
Or Israel
Do you know,
took.
third,
I don't know if you've ever seen. Why don't you just take?
Americans? Three. Do you know how many Americans have been unalived in Israel, and they haven't received any crime or punishment for it?
What? Okay.
Yeah.
First off, I want you to do me a favor. And
answer my question.
What? What's your question?
How many Americans have been unalived in Israel? And do you think they paid any crime for it? Have they went to jail for it?
You're going to put Israel in jail?
How many people have been unalived in Israel, and those citizens didn't pay a price for it? They didn't go to jail. There was no criminal charges.
In which way? So there was a guy named what was his name? Hirsch. And Hirsch was an American citizen who died after being shot point blank in the back of the head after being held captive in a dark tunnel without seeing the Red Cross.
I am asking how many Americans were unalived in.
Well, that's one of them. That's one of them.
And it was by the Israelis.
We talk about that. Who went to jail for that?
And nobody.
Oh, nobody. Weird. So you think it's okay for an American citizen? One second. You think it's okay for an American citizen to be kidnapped by Hamas?
You know what? I didn't ask you that question.
What about Rachel Corrie?
But you said Americans, right? You said Americans, or did you just mean non-Jews?
Pretty wild. She said by Israel. She said by Israel.
Oh, by Israel.
It's pretty wild. I mean, it's
by Israel.
Hey,
I thought Israel caused October 7th.
Hey. It's pretty wild that you so easily just answered a different question that was asked of you. Why do you do that? Why do you deflect like that, Zach?
Because you guys have no principles.
You have
no. I would say you have no principles.
like
I would
wildly
say
easy to show how little you guys care about.
I would say that you
the
have
actual
no
principles
principles.
of the
I would
issue.
say that you have no principles, and you refuse to have an actual discussion with anybody.
You might say that. You could say a lot of things. It's
I
funny
did,
how
and I am
something
saying that. You
has-
refuse to have a conversation about Israel because you know Israel's evil. You understand that, so you don't
the
want to
person who's
defend it.
never
So
been to
instead of
Israel,
having to
know
defend,
Israel is evil when I have
instead
been
of
to
having
Israel
instead of
countless
having to
times,
defend,
and I'm telling you,
instead of
you're full
having
of
to
shit.
defend,
You've been lied
instead
to.
of having to defend the evil nature of your fucking country, you're going to go ahead and attack everybody else and say that it's necessary.
By the
to
way,
be
so what
evil.
percentage of a country has to feel a certain way for it to become the nature of a country?
And it's Hamas. I would say 80%. Which is
80%.
a Pew Research, a Pew Research study found that 80% of Israelis believe that what is happening in Gaza is an appropriate response, and of those 40% believe that it's not gone far enough. So the country's turned full fasci the way 1930s Germany turned full fasci. The majority of Germans supported the Nazis, and this is exactly where Israel is at.
Can you tell me what the Jews, what was the Jewish October 7th against the Nazis? Like, when did we kill a bunch of Nazis and so they turned on us and they fought a war?
Actually, we imported a bunch of them too, called Operation Paperclip.
The Warsaw Ghetto riots.
Yes, it is
so
true.
when they put a bunch of Jews in a ghetto and then they fought back, that was the October 7th?
Oh, I'm sorry. Were they being occupied?
Were they being occupied? Yeah, I guess they were being occupied.
Yeah, and so when you're being occupied, you know, is it okay to resist?
So
Yes. What does your saying be? Resistance is what?
Wait. This is important. I need Zach to understand this.
No, good. Civics. What do you know about the Warsaw Ghetto?
I'm just asking, is it okay to resist when you're being occupied?
If you are in the Warsaw Ghetto, it is okay to resist, yes.
But not if you're in Gaza.
So if you're in Gaza and you're being occupied and you're sitting in an open air prison and you were forced into a fucking ghetto by another country, it's okay to resist. It's okay to resist. So you just justified October 7th. That's awesome. Thank you, sir.
Can somebody tell him about Operation Paperclip, please?
He knows about Operation Paperclip.
Yeah, how we imported a bunch of Nazis over here to start the
1,200. They were split up between us, the UK, and
what does that have anything to do
and
with
and Russia. So I mean, you want to talk about that part? Whatever you did.
What does that have to do with
it? It had to coincide with we imported a bunch of them too, and gave them new IDs and a new life.
That's great. What does that have to do with
That's
Israel?
not great.
What does that have to do with Israel?
That is not great.
It's not great at all. What does it have to do with Israel?
God, that was good, Civics. I got to remember that shit.
Civics.
I just love when he walked right into the point.
What do you know about the Warsaw Ghetto? Can you describe the Warsaw Ghetto for me?
Poland. It was horrible conditions.
Tell me by horrible conditions you mean what?
Similar to what Gaza looks like now.
Okay.
Well, actually, Gaza's pretty leveled now, so honestly, Gaza might be worse.
Okay.
You heard it here first, folks.
And it continues. That's what's amazing to me.
So here's let me just help you guys out.
We don't need your help, but go ahead.
No. I'm gonna help you out. So
please mansplain it to me.
Yeah, sure. So the Warsaw Ghetto was 4 square miles where they put upwards of 400,000 Jewish people, right? That they had stolen out of their
Palestine
homes.
is about 25 miles, and they've stuck 13 million Palestinians or shit.
It is 250 square miles with 25 miles of coastline on the Mediterranean.
It is the most concentrated place on Earth.
Yeah, coastline that they were not allowed to use.
It's not
either.
And it wasn't.
No, it was. It was actually. It was the most concentrated place on Earth.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was. This is an undeniable fact, Zach. Yes. Prior to you guys essentially probably unaliving half of them at least.
You don't know what
it was.
the fuck you're talking about. And there are more Palestinians there than there were before the war.
This is what blows my mind. You can talk about Palestine and Gaza Strip and they're there, and it's 250 square miles or whatever it is. But the
With,
fact
by
of
the
the
way,
matter
with
is,
highways and
I thought I was
malls and
talking.
car dealerships,
Okay,
luxury car
no
dealerships.
more. But
You know how it was in the Warsaw
you.
dealership
So
or
here,
the
so here
Ferraris.
we have.
They loved
So
it.
here we
They
have
loved the
a
Ferrari.
continuation of the aggression. And you cannot justify
IBM
that.
units
It
in
just
the Warsaw ghetto.
continues
Did we
and
have those too?
continues and continues. The unaliving continues. Even though Donald Trump purported that he won one of his 8 wars that he won. Okay, was the conflict between Israel and Gaza, but it hasn't. It just still goes on, and Netanyahu announcing that we need to continue. We just need to continue. I mean, can you explain the logic behind continuing to unalive people in that concentrated space even today?
It is insane to me that you guys think
No, just answer my
Jewish
question.
people.
No, don't deflect.
There was no question.
You look a
No
little
question.
Can
You know
you
what a question is?
explain how it is that even though that Donald Trump and Netanyahu and purportedly the powers that be in the Hamas government, signed a treaty, a peace truce, that the killing keeps going on today, and it was announced by Netanyahu. Tell me how that makes sense.
Well, if you're fighting a war against a group,
There was not, but it was
let's
supposed to
call
be
them
stopped.
What was that?
No, Donald Trump said that he solved it with Netanyahu, that there was a peace,
Not
and
a
then
war.
they were going to develop the land and all that stuff. They're gonna build and make Gaza a better place for everybody, but they're still doing it.
Guys, I don't know if you heard Hillary Clinton.
No, you're still not answering the question. See how he deflects?
They're still fighting a war. There's still
But
security
okay,
concerns.
but
There's still
still,
a literal enemy
does that
force
jibe? Does
operating
that
in
jibe with the fact that there was a peace accord with
When it comes
that
to
was
Israel,
signed?
when it comes to Israel, in my mind, is allowed since they are a sovereign country. They don't just have to wait for the okay from America to do things.
I
It is
disagree
for their
that they're a
security.
sovereign nation. They're not a sovereign nation. They continually expand their borders. They don't have set borders. I wouldn't even classify them as a sovereign nation based off of the definition of sovereign nations. You have to have
is Russia a
a border
sovereign nation?
system. There is expansion. Currently, no. If Russia is trying to expand into Crimea, then no, Russia would not be considered a sovereign nation.
Okay. Well,
You're trying to expand. You're trying to become a colonial nation.
Again,
a sovereign nation can continue to expand. Were we not a sovereign
No,
nation?
no. A sovereign nation has to have set borders.
But he
Okay.
deflected us
literally
into
expanded-
sovereignty. He
expanded for
deflected the
100 years without
conversation.
document.
He deflected into sovereign nations, but he still isn't explaining how it's possible and that you're in the right and Netanyahu's in the right for continuing to unalive people every single goddamn day.
So first off, you're being fed propaganda. So stop listening.
No,
to
I'm not. You can. This is. I'm sorry,
What?
but you. This is.
Oh,
this
you're
is
right. You, the fucking reformed Jew from New York City. You're getting the inside track, are you? Is that what's happening?
Wait,
Wow.
are you really from New York?
Because I
into a
fucking
jerk.
do research. I
It's
do
just
research.
like what a fucking
I'm sorry.
ridiculous thing to say.
You're the
Like,
one who's propagandized.
in
You're
what
the
way
one
are
who's
you connected to
whitewashing.
Israel?
Because you know that you cannot say in front of this panel, in front of the people, all the people on this panel, that this unaliving isn't continuing today.
Yes,
And
it
how
is.
how many Israelis have been unalived?
Well, there were just 2 in Nebulous a few days ago.
This is not
just
a war.
fucking preposterous.
Yeah, it's massacre. It's a massacre of people.
And
a
it
war
just
so
happened
people
again in
can
the West
fight
Bank on the 24th of July. Quote unquote, Israel said that these Israelis were hiking, end quote. The Palestinian officials and residents said that armed settlers entered the village and attacked the residents, which led to the confrontation, which resulted in 4 Palestinians unalived and 2 Israelis. The Israelis were soldiers and security personnel. Alongside these villages, there were other settler attacks, which included property damage and fires that they are doing. Like, Zach, can you seriously sit here and tell me that the Israeli settlers are not causing chaos and havoc in the West Bank and are being allowed to do it by the IDF?
No, the Israeli settlers are absolutely causing chaos in the West Bank.
You want to go outside?
Did you just call me a good boy?
I don't think that what they're doing is necessarily wrong, but I do think that they are having the effect of causing a lot of.
You don't think that going into villages and setting the homes on fire of the Palestinians isn't wrong?
If you think Jews ever wake up and go, you know what we should do today? Let's go light people's things on fire. Like that's just not. That's not.
I think they do actually.
No, there's video footage of it, dude. I can show it right now.
I think they do that for a Saturday night fun.
I'm not saying they haven't done it. What I'm saying is that there's always something that they're responding to. Someone gets unalived, someone gets beaten up, someone gets having their own house vandalized, and they fight. They're like, they're like at a border, and they're the two sides. They scuffle back and forth. But the only group that truly wants to fully unalive the other group, all of them, is the Palestinians to the Jews.
That's not true. You know what? I want to say thanks for having me up. I don't know what's going on with this dude right here, but he comes on here looking like he ain't slept in a week, haven't touched soap in longer. Hair standing up like it's trying to escape your delusions, and you want to lecture people on freaking what you doing.
Zach, maybe
why don't
it's
you
about
just
time
go
you
ahead,
go to
go
sleep.
wash your ass and comb your hair and just I don't know, brush your teeth maybe, because you look like you're all haggard and worn. Because I mean, like I said, look like you've been sitting up for days thinking of these delusions because you have a comeback for everything right now. I just think you need some wash soap. I don't know.
So
but thanks for having me up.
Just to be clear,
I
that's your
appreciate
response to being.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Wait, come on, that was
good guys.
Zach. That was funny. That was funny.
Just
Zach.
not the good
Go
guys.
ahead.
I hate to break it to you. You are not the good guys. You are the bad guys.
Oh, okay. Who, America? Yeah, probably.
No, just you guys on the panel. Maybe not.
Just us. If she'd have said that shit to me, I'd have been laughing my ass off.
It was good.
So all of those tens of thousands of people who voted in the Mamdani supported DSA members in New York who to speak just like I do about what's going on in Palestine. You think they're the bad guys? All of the tens of thousands of people who protest against unaliving of thousands of children. They're all the bad guys. How many children in Israel have been unalive since this conflict? Just children. None.
None, really.
I don't wish that on them, but I'm just curious about how many children.
The Beavis babies weren't returned in caskets. 2 young children.
So you deny that
one toddler stolen from his parents at gunpoint and then returned in a casket.
I don't even believe
baby.
that. I think you guys are liars.
Of course. We're liars.
No, you've been known to lie before. Remember when Joe Biden said he saw pictures of decapitated babies?
Yeah.
And there was no such thing. They actually completely investigated it. No, yeah.
There was no such thing as 40 decapitated babies.
No, there's no such thing as them ever seeing the pictures at all. There is no evidence whatsoever. They did a deep dive. The New York Times did a deep dive on this. There's no evidence whatsoever that any of those pictures ever crossed his desk. You guys are fucking liars.
Okay. You're right. We're always lying. You guys are always telling the truth. You know more about Israel than the guy that's been to Israel because you guys are.
Yeah, for sure.
Wait, just a quick.
You're psychic experts.
Why do you think?
When
When did you last go to Israel? First of all, let's do this. Let's break this down.
He is Israeli. He's not even American. What the fuck?
Whatever. When was the last time you were there?
2018.
What? 2018. And somehow that makes you a geopolitical genius or person of knowledge on Israel and Gaza because you went there in 2018.
I went there in 2018. I went there in 2017. I went there in 2014. I was there for the war.
But what is that? I mean, that was long before. This was long before October 7th. Long before this unending war, and somehow that makes you more knowledgeable than everybody else who gets the information because we have an internet.
Candace, when was the last time you were there?
Never went.
Oh,
and I don't care.
How could you even, with a straight face, tell me?
Because I read.
Been to the West? Oh, you
because
read.
I read and I do research.
Oh, for real, you know better. You can do this. I have faith in you that you can stop interrupting and over talking people. Okay, you got this.
It doesn't make you more qualified, is my point.
Wash your ass.
That's literally objectively.
I was under Messi. Here's the washcloth for Zach.
So when I was there, by the way, when I was there in 2015, I met with the former prime minister.
Oh, wow. This is what you do.
Oh, you met with another war criminal. Nobody cares.
You know, you're always doing this. I'm sorry. I've been on these lives with you a lot. And you tout these like, you do this like, what would I call it? It's where you get the VIP thing. And somehow that makes you to have all the credentials to talk on a subject. You know, like the next thing you're going to say is, I had lunch at the White House. And somehow that makes you more qualified. It just doesn't.
If you're talking about, let's say, food at the White House,
okay, here we go.
Okay, do you know who Norm Finkelstein is, Zach?
Yes, I do, unfortunately.
Do you know who Abby Martin is?
I don't.
You know who Noam Chomsky is?
I do, I've met him.
All of these people have been to Israel, have reported extensively on this particular subject, two of which are Jewish. Mm-hmm. So when you say, oh, you've never been there, you have no proof. I mean, there's people. I mean, Abby Martin goes boots on the ground and starts interviewing just random Israelis in Tel Aviv, right? She does extensive journalism. She is a journalist. And her conclusion is that it's absolutely a fascistic nation, like through and through.
Totally. Like what? Like.
And so you saying like, oh, I've been there. I mean, I don't have to have been there. There are people who have like video evidence and proof who are Jewish, who've done, Norm Finkelstein talks about this extensively. Are you going to say Norm Finkelstein's experiences in Israel are negated because of your experience in Israel?
I'm just going to say he's an asshole.
I've debated live with people. Do you know who Gabor Mate is?
Yeah, I know who Gabor Mate is.
Okay, so Gabor Mate's son is a friend of mine. We went early on in this thing. We did a debate on Israel. He's been to Israel. I've been on Israel. I've debated people who've been to Israel that don't believe the same as me, and you will certainly never find me telling them that they are not. They're not.
Yeah, I've not said anything
able to have a conversation on the subject because
I've never said anything outside of Norm Finkelstein.
They have the ability to have a conversation on the subject. They can still be wrong, but they have the ability to have
No, they're right. So I've not said anything outside of the norm of what Norm Finkelstein says.
Without your own.
I've not said anything outside of what Norm Finkelstein has already said. In fact, a lot of my information comes from Norm Finkelstein's ability to break down what these very lengthy 1,500 page UN reports have. So a lot of my understanding of Israel is what Norm Finkelstein has said and my extensive research on it. So you're telling me I haven't been there, but I'm referencing a man who has been there, who's seen this firsthand account.
No, and I'm
so you being there doesn't mean fucking dick shit. It doesn't mean anything.
Here's the thing. Because I've been there, because I know this subject, when I read something that Norm Finkelstein writes and I know that he's full of shit and he's using it for clout to make money and sell books.
Oh, yeah.
I can
Where's money in standing up for Palestine? It's not the norm. Actually, the money comes in the form of AIPAC money. If you're a spokesperson for Israel, that's where the real fucking money is.
So
don't tell me there's money in
court,
fucking Palestine. That's fucking ridiculous.
So the international court that's charged Netanyahu with war crimes, they've just got it wrong.
Yes.
That doesn't mean fucking anything.
Yeah.
Like, don't get me wrong.
I'm
I'm not more of a supporter of Israel than you guys are, but them charging Netanyahu with war crimes means fuck all.
Oh,
You know who doesn't have a warrant? Assad, who's sitting in a penthouse in Russia right now after having
Yeah, I don't care. I care about the person who's actually on trial. That's fucking Bibi Netanyahu.
600,000 of his own people.
Why is your fucking response always but Hamas?
No,
Why is your
Assad.
response always but
Assad.
Hamas?
I
You
literally
think
wasn't
everything
talking
is
about
just
Hamas.
whatever. You're just turning it around on everybody else, but refusing to acknowledge the sins of your own fucking people, dude. That's
If there's a
fucking
guy
wild.
sitting without a warrant who killed 600,000 of his own people, can you really trust the thing that's giving a warrant for 70,000 where 40,000 were actually Hamas combatants?
That's such a lie. The UN
That
doesn't even
is
say
not true.
40,000 anymore. That's fucking wild. You're so lowballing it. You're doing fucking Holocaust denialism.
Just to be clear, the UN, which is the democratic body comprised mostly of thugs and authoritarian dictators, that body told you something that you believe. That's so cute.
And where are you getting your numbers from?
The country.
Where are you getting
actually
20,000
having
from?
to deal with the What do you mean? What am I talking about? The Hamas is literally paying 50,000 death benefits. Right? They don't pay death.
Where's your proof of this? Where's your proof of this? Where's your proof of this?
That's admitted by Hamas. They're paying 50,000
No. Okay, then find me the quote that Hamas says this.
Where's the analysis? Where is this in the major newspapers?
You
And
won't find it in the major newspapers. You know why?
okay, because it
You guys are
doesn't.
being propagandized.
Okay,
Are you
so
saying that
where-
the major newspapers are not pro-Israel?
Yes, I'm saying that.
The New York Times is not pro-Israel.
The New York Times is the most wildly.
The Washington Post is not pro-Israel.
How about the
Also-
Wall Street Journal?
Wall Street Journal.
Wall Street Journal sometimes.
Fox News? Fox News. Oh, let's even throw the news of Fox News in there. Not pro-Israel?
Fox News, listen, there are partisan things, but I don't think Fox News is any more pro-Israel these days than, we're talking Tucker Carlson, right?
You just hid in there that they are pro-Israel. You just obfuscated that in that statement you were saying that they are pro.
There is a very.
You just said they aren't as pro as they could be.
Repeating the propaganda from the Arab colonial project.
That's not answering the question.
Tucker Carlson is not pro-Israel at all.
Not at all.
Not at all.
He's also
I'm
not a part of
horrible.
Fox News anymore, and he said Fox News. Dean
Yeah,
brought up
who
Fox
cares
News.
about fucking Tucker
Carlson's not in fucking Fox News.
Somebody specifically said Tucker Carlson.
Arab Colonial Project? What the fuck is that?
It's the thing that has allowed them to expand to 57 nations, 22 of which.
Who's them?
The Arabs.
What do you mean? They're not expanding
Arabs?
borders of, they're not expanding. They're not expanding the border of any of their countries. What are you talking
you're right.
about?
They don't expand borders. They expand into countries. They colonize.
Oh, you're saying people emigrate outside the country? They leave the countries that they're in? Wait,
Isn't that what happened in
diaspora.
America?
Is that what you're talking about? Are you talking about diaspora? Do you think that Israel is doing the same to the United States right now?
No.
Yeah.
You're just doing great replacement theory. You're just doing great replacement theory, Zach. How do you not see that you're a fucking Yahtzee, bro?
Okay, so
You're
tell
just
me
doing
about-
great
One second.
replacement theory.
Hold on. I just want you to
People
ask.
be
I want
leaving
you to
Southern
think
Lebanon,
of two
okay.
different things. I want you to think of two different things. One, think of how the Europeans colonized America. Okay, I want you to think about that.
Oh boy.
Did we send everyone over at once? Did we fight a war immediately day one? What did we do? We just sent more and more and more people.
Yeah, we settled the way that
At a certain point, there
West
was enough
Bank is
people.
being settled right now.
You mean like Jewish people into the United States? Is that what you're talking about?
Guys, if you can't see what's happening around the world as the
I see what's
Arab
happening in the
colonial
U.S.
project
with people like
literally
you.
executes, it's like open plan in front of you, and you guys are just like,
Open plan? What's the open plan?
The open plan is to make the entire world controlled by Muslims.
Okay.
Wow. That is
This is
literally the
Nazism.
stated
You're
goal.
a fucking
The
Nazi.
stupidest parts
That's
of
so
great replacement theory.
propagandized.
It would be funny if it weren't their stated goal.
Bro, you're a fucking Nazi.
I don't care.
That's so
Guess
wild.
what? I don't care
A
if they
group of
said
people
it, and I don't
running
think
the
there's
world.
any proof. I don't think they said it, and I don't care if they did. But the fact is they're not doing it.
Really?
Really.
Okay, so tell me, how many countries are majority Arab today?
I don't know.
Okay, 22 nations
Don't
are
care.
Arabic majority.
How many,
Right? They
Zach?
speak
How many
Arabic.
times have you read my?
Are you conflating
208
Arabic and Muslim?
No, but they both come from the same country, which is
Wait a
Saudi Arabia.
minute. 208
He is.
countries, right? Isn't that the number we have?
190.
And you're telling me how many? 28?
22.
22.
There's 100. There's 190.
57
There's 190. There's 197 countries or 193 countries. But if you
Okay.
add the territories in there,
What percentage is
it's
57
over
of
200.
197?
This guy
Zach,
won't
I can't hear Mojo when you're speaking.
Yeah. So I think there are what,
Not a third.
193 countries, and then there are a bunch of territories. So between the countries and territories, I think it was like 280. If you're correct.
200 and
It's 193 countries. Let's stick with 100.
yeah, so it's around 10% if you add in all the other areas, right? 22,
That are Arab?
that's, a little over, maybe
It doesn't fucking
12%.
matter. His
So 22
point is
you're
what
right,
it was
22
now compared to
22
what it was then.
22 speak the language of Arabic, which came out of Saudi Arabia,
So what?
all across the Middle East and North Africa.
Even if that's true, I don't care. People
it's
can
not
speak the
true.
language they want to. You have a
Well, just
problem
like they
with
can
that?
speak English. I wonder how English got all over the world.
How many Jewish people speak Hebrew or understand it enough to read it? Zach?
How did English come
Not
to be
even
spoken
Zach.
all over the world? How did English come to
Listen,
be spoken
no
all over the
offense,
world?
By
no
becoming,
offense.
Irrelevant.
by becoming an economic superpower.
Got it. So then how did Arabic go to be spoken all over the world?
Through the religion. That's the way they read the Quran. But they speak their own languages. Egyptian Arabic is different than, oh my God. They're different dialects. In Tunisia, they speak French.
Why do you care what language they speak?
I'm just commenting.
Because he's using the
I'm
Muslims
sorry,
and
but
Arabic people
there's
are-
people in this country who say that Hispanic people, Spanish-speaking migrants here, and documented or undocumented green card holders should speak English, and that they should assimilate into America. What the fuck is that? There's nothing in our law that says we have to speak English.
So just as a question,
Why are you
one second,
on this?
When people move to Japan, do you think they should learn Japanese?
It would be helpful.
Do you think they should tell the Japanese people they should speak English?
No. They should
You
speak
think-
the
what, you
language they
think-
want to.
You think Spanish people should
Because
tell
it's a free world. It's
us
it's
that
a free
we should
country
speak
in
Spanish?
Japan.
See, Zach, they're hypocrites. They're totally
No, why should anybody
Well,
be
he's telling
forced to
people that
speak
they have to
another
speak
language?
Spanish.
Stay on it. Stay on it.
I'm asking, why do you think we shouldn't tell the Japanese to not speak Japanese?
We shouldn't.
That was so convoluted you couldn't even figure out.
We
the
shouldn't
words you
tell
were saying there.
any people to speak a particular language.
What
Why should we?
Spanish-speaking people are saying that everyone should have to speak Spanish? You insinuated that the Spanish-speaking people are forcing us to speak Spanish.
I go to Mexico all the time. I love my neighbor.
That has nothing to do with anything.
All the time. Okay,
You have a
that's
that has nothing to do with
irrelevant.
anything.
Center. Let's just level center this. Okay, we
Yeah,
don't
let's
care
do
that
that.
you go to the
How is
fucking.
Spanish-
We
how
don't
is Spanish
care that
spoken
you
all
go
over the
to what is it, Puerto Vallarta? Okay, you're
I don't.
rich.
I
You
go to
go
Mexico City.
Okay.
He goes to Tulum.
We don't care.
No, I go to Mexico City.
Wait, shut up. Tulum is awesome. Fuck, don't be doing that shit.
Yeah, hippie.
But
go
it
to Puerto
doesn't
Escondido
mean
if
doesn't mean that we have to speak Spanish or that they have to speak English or any other country. If I go to Japan and I know a little Japanese, which I don't, that would be helpful. But so what? If I speak English, they'll be happy
So
to
what?
speak to me in English. They'll
What? So what?
So what, Go Army? So
yeah,
what?
well, so what? Because these people are coming across. These people are coming across the border.
Who are these people?
These people, yes, these people, not
Who?
us.
Who?
These people, other than us, are coming across the border, refusing to read or speak English. Let me just finish my
grab
little
your
point.
racist immigration security blanket.
Let me
That's not what the
finish my
fuck we're
point. Our
talking
liberals
about.
not follow rules around
We're
here.
not
We know
talking
that.
about that. Go on.
Can I just finish my sentence? Is
Don't
that
change
okay?
the subject.
Can I finish my sentence? I'm not. Can I finish my sentence? Is that okay? Or should I act like a liberal? I am speaking here. Excuse me. Okay, first of all.
Whatever.
That was exactly what you just sounded like. You just
Let me
ripped into
finish.
yourself.
Listen.
I can laugh at myself.
Linda, listen.
Listen, Linda.
Listen, Linda.
Listen, Linda. When I drive down the road, all our signs in America are in English. You have to know that to get your license. So you're telling me it's okay if they come over and they just, well, you can force them to speak English. It's not nice.
Well,
and then
by
they
the
just
way,
drive
in
around
order-
not knowing anything.
In
right?
order to get their green cards, they have to learn a certain amount of English. There's a pretty high standard. In fact, I would say that a lot of the people who obtain their green cards, they know how to speak English better than a lot of Americans.
I've actually wait, hold on, go Army, hold on, you guys. I've actually seen a lot of stop signs that say stop and alto. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Okay, prove
it.
But also, Go Army just made the
Not
argument
the
that
ones
he
you buy in
should, he
Hobby
personally
Lobby.
should never
No,
be
I mean,
allowed
I've
to
lived on-
drive
I
in
lived
any
on
other
the ro-
country.
I lived on the road for a long time. I've seen a lot of stop signs that say both stop and alto.
Go Army, should you be allowed to drive in Mexico if you go visit there?
I don't know how that works, but I think you have to have some kind of special permission, don't you? You can't just
but
like
I'm talking about the
Well,
signs. The signs are in Spanish. You can't read them, so I don't think you should be allowed to drive in Mexico on your vacation.
yeah, but they're in English too. They're in English too, though. When I see like movies and documentaries and pictures and stuff, they're in English too.
Okay,
but you
let's
come
go to
America,
Russia.
they're
You're not allowed
only
to
in
drive in
English.
Russia?
It's hard to drive in Russia.
Listen. Let's keep it a buck. I'm not driving to Russia anytime soon, right? I'm in America. And there's a problem with people when our signs are all in English. It's a problem when people aren't forced to speak that language and they want to take part of our privileges. It's a problem. And for you
Why?
guys to say,
What's
oh,
the
you're
problem?
wrong for that, that's the problem.
Do you know what alto means?
I'm guessing stop, because you said
Good job.
So do you think somebody could figure out what stop means?
Do you guys know why they called us a melting pot?
Hold on. I'm sure they can figure out what
We
stop
are.
means based on the picture, but we have to have a standard here that, like, what stop sign's an easy one, but what about like merge now, roads ending, things like that? Well, that's
yeah,
a little
there's
more
usually a
complicated.
picture. There's usually a picture there too, right?
Right.
Yeah, universal symbols.
You're
are
allowed
the
to drive
dumbest
in other
fucking-
countries.
Universal symbols are the dumbest fucking thing we have to do.
But they
What?
work.
Universal
people-
what?
They're more universal symbols. They're moronic.
Why?
Yeah, but they work.
Because half of them have no correlation to
How
what
about
they
a yield
actually
sign?
mean.
How about a yield
Like-
sign?
like-
What's moronic about a yield sign? That's a
Like
symbol.
get in a truck from the 1970s, and when you fire the glow plugs, it literally says "wait to start." Now it's got a little squiggly yellow line. What the fuck does a squiggly yellow line mean? Universal symbols are moronic.
You know what would
The
help
most
you
moronic
understand
thing I've
that,
ever
Steve?
heard.
Steve, you know what would help you understand those? Universal education, the shit that you hate.
But oh my gosh, hey, how do you feel about numbers?
They're
But can I play
racist.
something for Zach?
Numbers
Like,
are racist.
of each other's experiences is stupid.
Yeah, universal
Zachary,
symbols are
come
fucking-
back. I want you to hear something.
Numbers are racist. I'm just telling you.
I'm not a racist.
Hola.
Who's got a problem with Ola?
What does
I
Ola
love
mean?
learning
Speak
other.
English,
I
son.
love other languages.
Adios mio. Hey, Tennis, can you tell us real quick before I play this? Oh my God. Oh God. How you say the seal pushed me in French?
Un sol me
The
pousse.
seal pushed me in French.
Le sol me pousse.
Fucking my pussy.
La sol
Oh,
is a
oui.
seal.
Oh my god. Oh, he's got the typical fucking MAGA profile picture going on.
Glasses? Yeah, he does.
Why aren't you in
Hey,
your
Zach, are you
truck?
listening?
Why aren't you in your truck?
How do you not have a MAGA hat?
What is that hat?
The TikTok. I don't have a MAGA hat, a MAGA Bible. I'm talking on TikTok.
To be an American where healthcare isn't free.
Oh, I love it.
Send all of our money to the Israelis, and I proudly stand up. Wait, I can't. Lost my leg to diabetes. Ain't no doubt, can't afford this land. I'll be renting eternally.
Come on, Zach, you know the
That was
words.
even harmonized.
I prefer my collar is blue and my neck is red these days.
Business owner? You're not a blue collar guy. That's
Oh, no.
kind of antithetical.
I'm a
Right.
operator / business owner. Yeah.
He rides a $30,000 lawnmower. What are you talking about?
Blue collar has to do with the work, not the.
Your garage is kind of a shit. it's kind of a mess. Why don't you like clean that up or
Oh,
something?
well, that's what happens when you
Organize
live in
it.
like a gated. Here, Messi. Let me flip you around. This is what a gated neighborhood looks like. You got to have like, you got to have a.
Holy shit! Run, boobies!
Oh, shit. I received quite a bit of messages that night saying you're right. They agree with me and they think y'all are perverted and stuff. I couldn't believe it.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say messages of boobies, like people were just sending you their boobies. I was gonna say that's not right. That's assault. Don't let it.
You don't think it's
Wait,
disrespectful to
hold
your
on.
partner,
If that's
B?
wait, I want to know if that's true. Did that happen? Did people send you pictures of boobies? Because if they did, I want to just degrade boobies too.
No, they said that Mojo's panel is very perverted, and they said they're always thinking about talking about sex and things like that. So.
Go Army. I'm really sad that your little garage, your little bitty garage that you have there is attached to your house. It's a shame that you don't have one that's not attached. You should like to see mine. I have one attached.
Well, that's for
and
poor
attached.
people.
If
Why would you
have
want a garage not
well,
attached to your house? That's what poor people
I
have.
have a 2-car garage attached, and then I have a 4-car garage detached. Would you like to see it?
Oh, your husband's child support has that.
No,
Your
I get
husband's child support has that.
I get
Be honest.
$208.
Why are
a
we
week,
flexing
bitch,
about garages?
for fucking child support? That is not paying for a garage.
I know. I'm just messing with you, Messi. I don't know.
Are you're having a dick measuring contest with Messi right now, Go Army? I just want you to.
She's
I
having
make
a dick
that clear.
measuring contest with me. So.
And I won.
Messi is a huge.
Okay, well, it may be small, but if it likes you, it'll grow on you. Is what I always say. So.
He's a perverted one.
Good for you. Good for you, Go Army. Way to own
I'm
it.
telling
Way
your
to own it.
pastor that you said that. I'm gonna
Wait,
tell your
let him-
pastor you said that.
Tell
He's
him.
good.
Honestly.
Let him own it.
This is
Way
impure.
to own it, man.
God made me this way.
Yeah, he makes mistakes sometimes.
Time to build a shop.
So Go Army is English your parents or your grandparents' first language?
My grandpa came over here when he was like 8 or 6 from Italy or something like that, alone to New York City, and he told me,
and he was then he was known as a guinea wop, and he was
no, when he
discriminated
told
against.
me,
Just letting you know,
he passed away when I was younger because I'm nearly 40 now. But he told me, as regards to this, he said, when I came to America, I was no longer an Italian. I am now an American. And what he said is, shortly after that, maybe like 6 or 7 years, he was forced in the draft to go back and go in the army, and he went back to Italy, and he was forced to fight against the people he came from, and he did it because he loved America, and he refused to speak Italian. He only spoke English.
He sounds
he's
like he was
American,
trying to
this is
have an
it.
anchor. He sounds like he was trying to have an anchor baby.
I know a lot of Italians who still speak Italian. So I mean, what you're
well, they're not Americans though. That's what I'm saying.
Yes, they are. They were born here, but they still speak. What's wrong with appreciating your own heritage?
Sure, you can
Still
appreciate
being
it,
American.
but you're
What's wrong
making it
with
your
that?
identity. That's a problem. You're making an identity. When your identity is an American, that's what you're born here. That's who you are. You're not your heritage anymore.
Well,
you're not
you
that.
are who you
Wait,
are.
can you repeat that for Zach for me, please?
Okay, well, let me. Okay, although you should honor and try to replicate your heritage, you have to realize where you're from. They're Americans now. It's time to speak English and act American.
Zach,
they
you're
can
an
appreciate where they're
American now.
from.
Come on, Zach, you're
but they're
American
not.
now.
They're not
Of
that.
the
Well,
American
he's
Revolution. My family has been here since before it was a country. I am as American.
Yeah,
as
he's a
Yeah,
foundational white American.
So you shouldn't hate. You shouldn't
I don't
hate
believe
this
any
country.
of that, Zach. You are
So
just
you shouldn't
what you
hate
said.
this country so much, Zach.
Your credibility is like way down.
My mom's a DAR. Do you know what a DAR is?
Yeah, so you shouldn't hate the
Yes.
country
Oh my
so
God.
much.
What would that make me?
You shouldn't hate the country, man.
I don't.
So you're
You
all
should love
right?
this country
I love-
more
I
than
love
Israel.
America
That's
with
all I
all
gotta
of my
say.
heart
You
and
should
soul.
love this country more than Israel.
I do love this country more than
No,
Israel.
you
or else I'd be
don't.
living in Israel. I
No, we've gone through this before, Zach. I asked you what's great about this country. You didn't give me anything. I asked you what's great about Israel. You had a fucking long ass list.
So everything about America that is not our government and not the way we have interacted with the world, I like America more. Every way about setting up and maintaining a government
You only
Israel is
bitched about
doing
America when I asked you about good things about America. You only bitched about this country. That's
Do you know
it.
that Israel literally ranks higher on the democracy ratings?
There it is, right there.
You're
doing it
doing
again
something
right
good
now in
about
real
Israel
time.
and nothing about America. What you said about America that you like, everything about, except for the government, except for the way that we interact with other countries. So that goes to say for me, I don't mind Israel except for how they act as a government and how they interact with other people around them. Because I love America, not Israel.
Totally legitimate critique of Israel.
And I'm
My
giving the
mayor's
same.
gonna- my
I'm giving
mayor's
the
gonna
same
get
critique. Hang
Netanyahu.
on. I'm giving the same critique to Israel that you are giving about America, Zach. And I fucking hate Israel.
Where the difference is,
You don't even know Israel. You don't even know where it's
anything
at.
about it.
I know Israel. Yes, I do.
I don't know anything about Israel at
When
all.
I criticize America, it comes from an intense amount of knowing about
Man,
America.
I've had Sabra hummus. I know Israel.
That is essentially what you guys are saying, which is how ridiculous it sounds.
I mean, you're just saying I've had Sabra
the one who
hummus
brought
and
up
been there
Sabra.
4 times, and I know more than all the rest of you.
I've been
Right.
there.
Going to someplace
Probably
4 times
15
does not imbue a certain amount of knowledge that nobody
I
else
really
has.
want to go, Zach. I
I've
really
been
want to
there
go.
15 times. My
You
son
should
lives
instead.
there.
You
So
should go and
what?
stay.
I
You
want to get my
still haven't
tattoo there.
articulated. You
Get a
still haven't
Christian
articulated
Crusader
why
tattoo.
that makes
Go on,
you
we should. It's
more
amazing.
knowledgeable.
There's a tattoo
about
shop
the
that's 2,000
conflict
years
in
old that
Israel.
people travel there to go. Zach, you know about that? It's a
Is
2,000-year-old
it
tattoo shop.
Palestinian?
I was
You
about
go
to
there
say
to get a Crusader tattoo. Yeah.
I was about to say Jews don't get
He
tattoos.
didn't call it a Jerusalem cross.
Crusader?
He
What
called
the
it a
fuck?
Crusader tattoo.
Oh boy.
I mean, not to say that obviously Jews
Pete Hegseth has one.
and Israelis
Pete
get
Hegseth
tattoos.
has
I
the same
know.
one.
I know.
Wait, who doesn't get
But
tattoos?
He
It's
called him
technically not
he
allowed
calls
in
it a
Judaism.
Jerusalem cross. You called it a Crusader tattoo. That's fucking wild.
It's a Jerusalem cross is what it's called. It really is a Jerusalem cross. With
I
the four
know, and you
crosses.
called it a fucking Crusader tattoo. I love that.
Yeah, because
Thank
that's the
you,
only
sir.
way you guys would know what it is. If I was
Right.
like the Jerusalem cross, you guys won't know. It's a Crusader cross, and guess what you guys call it, bro? I speak y'all's language, you know.
Yeah.
What? But is that English? Because you only wanted us to speak English.
Guys, let me just tell you, we would all fucking love Israel.
Yeah.
We would love it. Like, you would have such a good time. It's the most fun. They have the
I
best
prefer to
food.
not spit
Are
on
you getting
guns or
so
paid
knock
for
them
this?
down.
This is so weird.
not
It's
sure
so
that would.
weird.
Is that fucking Vader? Oh my
I
god.
have traveled all over the world, and I'm telling you, legitimately, having nothing to do with Judaism, Israel is one of the coolest countries on earth.
Are there people with weapons in the room with you or something? What's happening? Why are you speaking like a weird robot?
Zach, they're
Have you
just.
never met Zach,
Are you gonna
Keith?
say
I appreciate you
nobody
telling
has
me.
better tourism than Israel right now? We swear. We swear.
Again, like,
The dog smells the bullshit, man.
sure, dude. Like, I worked in
Your
nightlife.
child?
I threw parties. I threw parties for rich and famous and celebrities in fashion for 10
We know
years.
all about your curiosity
Anyone-
that you
anyone
had.
who works in nightlife.
We know all about your
nightlife
Epstein parties.
in
Come
the
on.
world is in Tel Aviv. Tel Aviv is one of the most amazing nightlife cities in the entire world. That's just a fact.
Just experimenting, right?
Talking about
Zach?
Tel Aviv. Talking about Tel Aviv. Yeah,
What
they say
about
that.
Tel
They
Aviv?
say, I've
What
heard
did you
that
say
before.
about
I've heard that before.
And also, by the way, the most beautiful people that you have ever seen in your entire life, the most beautiful women on the planet.
Well, I don't care about that, Zach. Come
If
on.
they look
these
anything
people,
like Penny,
they ain't
I don't
there
believe
They're
that.
not there for looks. Come on now. And plus me, I'm going for holy sites.
That's
You
great
know,
too.
cults, you know, things like that. So.
Those are fun, but let me just tell you, they are literally the most. I mean, like, because it's a mixture between sort of like Arabic background, and there was a lot of Russians that came in. So imagine like Mediterranean meets Russian. Like, they're the most beautiful.
What the fuck?
Well, what?
Zach, I'm married.
So weird.
The average girl is like a American 8.
Zach, do I got
Do they
to
have
kiss the
your
wall?
One of
family?
those you
Is your
rate
family in the
women
room
on
somewhere?
numbers. Here we go. He's this guy. He's one of
Can
those.
I
rate
ask
me?
him like a real question?
what would-
Sorry,
what would
liberals,
you rate
I'm
me?
not
He was.
down, but-
I sat and I had a drink with an 8 last night.
And I would love to know what my rating
He's
is.
that
Great,
guy.
that's great. Let's get back to business. Zach, as an
Come on,
American
give it to me.
Christian
Give it to
traveling to Jerusalem, would I have to, if I visited the wall, would I have to kiss it, or is that just a sign of respect, or what's that about?
Yeah, you don't have to kiss it. It is.
You have to make out with it.
Sign of respect. It's
That's where
we do
I
a lot
appreciate
of
that.
kissing. We kiss. We have a thing called the mezuzah that goes on the door, and we
Make sure that you tongue it too.
we're.
That's how you
By the
seal
way,
a deal, Zach.
By the way, I have a mezuzah on my door too. You know, I just want you to know that you're no more Jewish than I am.
Good job, Tennis. That's amazing.
Damn, y'all. Damn.
Every little bit
Y'all are
counts.
Oh, okay. So I'm just bit, right?
Hey, Tennis, you're Jewish?
Yeah.
I can see it now. Well, wait, why are you so against Israel?
boy.
My,
because she's
my
beautiful?
father's side is Jewish. So, but I don't think that in Judaism, I'm actually in conservative thought that I'm considered to be.
Well, you're born that way. You can't change
Because
that.
no, but I think Zach can correct me on this. I don't think if you're in conservative and in Orthodox principles that I wouldn't be considered a Jew because my mother isn't Jewish.
Conservative, you would. Orthodox, they would ask you to.
Hey, Gormy, what is it about
That's
tennis
crazy.
that makes her look Jewish?
Yeah.
Well,
How can you?
No.
What is it
By the way,
that you see
I'm
now?
I'm a quarter Southeast Asian. My mother was Eurasian. So
just got
I don't
the
know how I
voice.
could look.
The Fran Dresser sound,
Oh,
the
boy.
voice. She just sounds like
Because she's from New York?
Jewish voice.
That's from New York.
That's it.
That's what it
That's
sounds
a,
like
that's
to
a
me
New
from
York
New
sound.
York.
Go Army,
from
not a
Flushing.
Jewish
I don't sound like I'm
sound.
Why do y'all think it's a negative thing, though? Like, I'm not
Whatever.
saying it in a negative way or nothing.
Whatever. Who cares? Who cares? I'm sure.
No,
that
it's like
we
they're
talk
making a big
about-
deal of it because they're just like they're weird like that.
No, you just say some really wild shit.
It's not wild. Like I'm the only one here that says I want to go to Jerusalem. Like I respect Israel and Jewish.
Yeah, I don't
people.
want to get
It's like,
spit
you guys
on.
are all like, I hate Israel. I hate Jewish people. But I'm the one
No
asking her.
one
a
said
crazy
that we hate
question.
Jewish
It's so
people.
weird.
For the love
Wow.
of God. Meanwhile, you're very comfortable saying you don't like Muslims. There's a difference.
Right.
That's different, though. I don't like Muslims at all. They don't like you either. And they don't like me.
Ran right
So
into the
all
wall.
Muslims are
Ran
bad
right
in
into
your,
the point.
in your viewpoint.
Yes. Well, 90 in the
That's
first
what you're
5 years
saying.
of becoming a Muslim, 90% of people leave the faith. They leave Muslim.
Holy
90%.
fake stats made up by
Because
by
once
some
they
weirdo on
realize
the internet,
like it's not
Batman.
this watered down version they get,
Mother
it's
of
like very
God.
like harsh and very like brutal and submissive. They all want to go back to and leave.
Hey, go Army. Have
Keep
you ever
going.
heard
Keep
this?
throw all of the slurs and the insinuations and
Slurs. This is,
stereotypes.
I've
Keep
actually
going.
read
Keep
the
going.
Quran, parts of most of the Quran. So this is like some real life we're dealing with, Dean.
Mm-hmm.
There's 3 things you do when you come across a non-believer. If you either make them pay a tax, you either make them convert, or you what, Dean? You
Make
strike
them
at the
convert?
neck. You strike them at the neck, right? That's why
Oh,
you see all the.
boy.
Wait, I just
things
have
you
a
see in
question
recent
for Go
times,
Army.
right?
Go Army, are you Christian?
I'm not with that. Yes.
Are you Christian?
I am. Yes.
Okay. Did you know
Shocker.
did you know that Jews don't believe that Christ was that he rose from the dead?
The Son of God.
Not the
And
Son
he
of
thinks,
God.
and,
Yeah.
and they think that Mary's burning in hell.
Oh, I didn't know that. I
Yeah,
didn't
they
know
don't
that.
believe that
Okay,
Jesus was God's
That's
son.
crazy. That's the first time I'm ever hearing something like that.
And they also
So-
believe that his mother was a whore.
So
and
they
she's
must
burning
be
in hell.
bad
no.
to you, right?
Well, I don't know. Well, when I go to Jerusalem, what would they treat me like?
They probably spit on you.
The fact of the matter is they don't believe that he's the Son of God and that he's coming back
That's
to save the
fine.
world.
That's fine. Well, that's fine. Well, what
Okay,
can I do?
that's
I can't do
fine
nothing
with
about
you,
that.
but all Muslims are bad, according to
Go
you.
Army, have you
That's-
not? Go Army, have you
Yeah,
not
so-
heard? Have you
Do you
not
think
seen?
it's okay to have
Go Army,
multiple-
have you not seen the nuns that have been forcefully pushed to the ground and knocked in the back of the head? The other priests and nuns that have been spit on, Christians, random Christians walking down the street, spit on by Israelis. Have you not seen that? They don't
Oh,
like
don't bring
Christians.
nuns into this.
I
He
mean, I've
probably doesn't
seen
have a
so-
great
I've
view of the
seen a
Catholic
couple of
Church
the-
either.
Go
Yeah,
Army,
thank
just
you,
to be
thank you.
clear, she is lying to you.
I know.
I'm
I know.
not
There's like one or
lying. There's
two
video
videos.
evidence of this. Would you like for me to show you
Hold
the
on, let me
nun
say
getting
something.
hit in the
Zach.
back of the head,
There's one or
falling
two
to the ground,
videos.
hitting her head again?
There's
There's
one or two
plenty of
videos. Yes,
videos.
yes, yes.
You wanna
Okay,
see that?
well, the way you talk about Israel, you say you hate Israel and you hate this stuff, right? So if you seen people that you hate like that, what would you do, Messi? The way you talk about these people, I would think you would way worse than what I've seen.
haven't
One
seen
person
them. I
falling
haven't
over, one person getting spit on. or
I'll
whatever.
show you. You show me. You show me.
Yeah, sure,
Just
Messi.
to
And running
be
off.
clear,
You're messy. Can I tell you? Hold on. This is very important. Can I tell you? And I'll let you go, Zach. I'll be quiet for a while. Somebody I've been reading about recently, they're actually become saints now, are these Coptic Christians, Syrian men, and one non Christian who actually converted. They were taken to the beach, and they were done by radical Muslims, all 21 of them, and that's significant with the number of in Christianity, and they were all beheaded right there at the beach, right, in the name of Islam. And these people refused to convert. They refused to give away their faith. They refused to denounce Jesus Christ. So they were all beheaded in the name of Islam. So yeah, I do. I could show you those videos. I could show you. I mean, look
Pull 'em
around.
up, bro.
Everything is
Pull
in
'em
the name
up.
of Islam.
Here we go, right here. Pull it up. Here's mine.
Well,
Here's mine.
Are Catholics Christian? Go Army.
Look right here. Look right here. Look,
Okay.
don't miss it. Don't miss it.
All right, let's see it. Let's see the. Let's
You
see
probably
the
shouldn't
proof that Jews hate Christians.
There's this nice little nun just walking, and this guy here runs up behind her, knocks her straight to the ground, and then kicks her,
You're gonna get a violation for sure.
and then goes away.
what were those people running up and stopping them? Were they?
Let's justify this. Oh wait, go ahead.
No. How about?
Can I hold on, Zach? Hi, real quick.
In that video at all?
Yo, piggyback
Who's
time.
walking? No, it's not piggyback time. Go Army. Do you know who people of
Two
the book
liberals
are?
just spoke. Why can't Zach reply now?
I just want to ask you. Do you know?
You just want something, and everybody else has to step aside what you
you
want.
know who the people
That's the
of the
liberal
book are?
entitlement right now. Go ahead, Fee. Get your question out.
I've asked it 3 times now. Do you know who?
We want to make you ask it fourth. I'm sorry.
Do you know who people of the book are?
We talking what kind of book? Harry Potter?
No, in the Muslim religion. Who are the people of the book?
Yeah. That's you know
Christians
what?
are. Christians
the Quran,
are.
the people of the book are the Jews
Christian.
and the
You're not
Christians.
listening to me.
I'm not going to listen to you. Straight up.
Well, you're giving straight misinformation because Christians
Yes, they are people of the book.
just
See, you don't want to bring that
alive.
up. That's the Islamic dilemma, right? So the
No, it's
Quran
not.
and Muhammad says, yes, listen, the Quran and Muhammad says the people of the book are the Christians, right? So that means the book is the word of God is what he says after that, right? So then if you want to go to a Muslim today, they say what? They say, well, the Bible's corrupted. It's not
They
the
say
word of
Allah-
God, right? It's corrupted. It's corrupted.
And
Wait a minute.
then you say
This is a good
Salam
question in
Allah.
Islam, right?
Wait a minute. Go Army. Why do you know more about what you think is in the Quran
Please
than you
say
do in the
those
Bible?
words again. Please attempt.
Does he knows more about that than he
Again.
does what's in the Bible?
Can you just attempt your Arabic again?
Yalla.
He just like he
No.
studied. He
Let's
does
hear
like
about-
a quick
let's hear
study.
Let's hear about alaikum salam. Is that what you said? Salam alaikum.
You know what?
Alaikum salam?
Yeah,
Say it
that's
again.
what
Say
I
it the way you said it. I want to hear the way you said it.
Salam alaikum.
Oh, here comes the purity testing.
Salam.
I'm not Muslim.
Praise Allah.
Things after that. If you don't say it right,
Zach, don't get closer to the camera, man. You're showing us the dirt.
This is
Close.
insanity.
He's got a very big opinion of himself.
Zach's sitting like a boss, just like
I
like
got a
that
very
guy.
good everything.
The guy did.
Wow.
He cooked y'all 5-on-1. Zach's just like cooking y'all 5-0.
Hardly. He hasn't
Yes,
answered any
something's cooked.
questions. He
Hey,
hasn't.
go Army. Go Army. Famously, people that win arguments have to let you know that they win.
Right. True.
Someone else telling you that you lost an argument. That's actually how that works.
You know,
Mojo.
says the person who.
What?
believes- Sorry, Mojo.
Can I give a special report from Afghanistan?
Yes, please.
It's great.
I guess
pretty-
I don't
it's
have
pretty
a
great.
choice.
It's pretty
Did you
great.
get
My
enough videos
rent's
now
gonna
to
get
log
frozen
on
for
the
2
podcast?
years, so it's pretty fucking dope.
That is nice. Congratulations.
That's my report. That's all
How
I
many,
got.
how many billion from Kathy Hochul is that going to take?
I don't know, Illinois.
You don't even understand what you're talking about.
Kathy
But keep-
Hochul
but go
approved
ahead.
the 2% increase on people who have the second homes in Manhattan in New York. So she is supporting.
Over 5 million.
I have a
Yeah.
question. Go Army. Do you know what the GDP of New York City is?
I don't.
Do you know what the GDP of New York State is?
Nor do I care.
So then you wouldn't know that like 98% of the GDP from New York, the entirety of New York, comes from New York City.
Yeah, I don't believe that. Common sense. If you're in New York, have common sense, I'll tell you that's not true.
Of course,
If you took New York City,
hold on. Wall Street.
if you take
is
New
in
York City
City.
out of New
Okay,
York
of
State,
course it does.
it is the poorest state in the country. If you take New York City out of New York State, the resulting state is poorer than Alabama, Mississippi,
Is it?
even small, tiny little states like Delaware or Rhode
Illinois
Island.
is the same way.
That
Hold on,
sounds.
what-
That doesn't sound right.
Wait, can I ask you New Yorker
That is-
something really quick?
That is true.
What the
Is
This
it?
is wait, hold on. This is a true statement. The vast majority of the GDP is produced by New York City. So when you say Kathy Hochul is doing something for New York City is the one that funds the entirety of New York State. So
For sure.
Kathy Hochul is simply giving them their money back, or at least a portion of their money back. That's it. That's all.
That's fair, but no. But there's two people that live in New York. What does Buffalo do?
Buffalo's a pretty. It's an industrial city in its origin.
I know
It
it's very
used to be a
blue
lot
collar.
more important. And then, I mean, it was literally the richest city in maybe the world or something in the turn of the 20th century because of the Erie Canal. But then
Right.
when shipping started diverting around the Erie Canal, it really decimated the entirety of what is a lot of people call just upstate New York. But along the Erie Canal. Now I think it's like kind of getting back. Cuomo literally did a thing a couple of years ago called Buffalo Billions, which is he threw billions of dollars trying to build stuff up there and none of it worked. And then the most recent thing is Biden put tons of money into semiconductor building, I believe, in upstate New York, and that's actually sticking.
Okay, so I was off.
60%
Wait, hold on. I'm
New
going
York
to correct
GDP.
myself. Shut the fuck up.
Thank you.
I'm going to correct myself. I was off by a bit. So New York State has a GDP of $2.468 trillion. New York City alone has a GDP of $1.378 trillion. So
Not quite
what,
95%.
that's two-thirds.
98%.
When you add in,
Wait, shut up! Shut the fuck up. So that's about 3/4 of the entirety of all of the state of New York. However, when you add the wider New York metropolitan area, that would be $2.44 to $2.6 trillion. So, like all the country or all the their GDP comes from that area.
Yeah, Illinois is
It's
the same
at-
way.
it's
almost
adding in
not.
Long Island and Westchester and
The metro area includes
Dutchess and Putnam counties.
New Jersey.
Name a city in Illinois except for Chicago, Dennis.
It's not New
Springfield.
Jersey, Jack.
It's not even a city. I mean,
Evanston.
So,
Is that what your
Mojo, what was
capital
the
is?
significance of asking me that question about New York City or whatever?
Well, because
Why'd
you
you
were
ask
complaining about Hochul giving money to New York City. I mean, the problem is that the vast
What?
majority of the money that goes to the state of New York comes from New York City. So that Hochul's not giving New York City money.
The problem I
New York
have-
City's
the problem I have with
relationship-
New York is the people that are all leaving it and moving to Florida.
They are not.
They're
not.
That's not-
Prove
Yes,
that
they
to
have
me.
in mass numbers. They're about to tax them. It's about to be like
That's
a it's like a
propaganda.
mass. It's a caravan.
In fact, let me tell you,
realtors are doing
just a
caravans.
minute.
ask them to come back on
Just a
national
minute.
TV.
Just a minute, please. The fact of the matter is the population has actually increased since Mamdani started running for office.
Immigrants.
And, here we go. But the fact of the matter is, show me the masses who have moved out. Show me.
I don't know. Why don't you ask Hochul?
You're making it up.
Who
That's
asked
why.
you to go get your
Ask
rich friends
Hochul
and bring
what?
them back
You live in Florida
about
and you're
the
making
people
this
that moved
shit
out.
up.
I don't live in Florida. I live in Illinois, first and foremost.
Oh, I was talking
And
to
sec-
Go Army.
Great.
And second of all, Hochul's
Making
on
this up.
video asking people to go ask their friends to come back to New York.
Oh, you're big. That's
Great.
your
You're
big cry, your
clipping a
big
clip
battle
from
cry.
4 years ago.
Yeah.
Like,
What's the
It's literally
population
on
of New York
video.
now, and what was the population before it started losing population?
who cares?
bro.
That population doesn't mean anything.
You should care. You should care because the answer proves you wrong. But
It doesn't.
the population in
population has
2000 and
nothing to do with wealthy-
in 2020
population
and
has
2021
nothing to do
was
with wealthy
8.4 million. You filibustering isn't going to stop me from proving you wrong. The population
proving you wrong.
before COVID was
Population is irrelevant.
8.4 million. The population now is 8.5 million. Everyone's moved back plus more.
Yeah, you can have
That's
a
just
ton
New
of
York City.
people moving in.
That's
and
just
one of them
New York
are-
City. That's just New York City. That's not the entirety of New York. I think the entirety of New York is much larger.
You could move.
It's like 20 million people. Shut up, Steve. You fuck.
There are 8
His
million
point is
people
fucking
in the
irrelevant.
5 boroughs. And I think
Eight and a
New
half.
York,
You guys are saying that they're losing population. That's
and we're
just a
not.
ridiculous statement.
First of all, I didn't say that they lost population. I said that they lost rich people.
Not even
That's not
exactly.
true.
They didn't do that either.
The GDP
They did do
continues to rise.
Lost rich people?
The GDP continues to rise. They're not losing rich people either.
Do you think, Steve, for a second, that these wealthy people who have these apartments on Park Avenue, who have their Broadway shows, their private clubs, their fucking amazing restaurants, are going to give it up? Not a chance.
Yes, to
And move
avoid
to Des
fucking tax
Moines?
policy. That's absolutely the case.
They're going to
No,
move to
it's
Des Moines.
not.
No,
Oh,
they're
yeah,
moving
they
to
want to go
Miami.
to fucking Las Vegas, right?
Broadway girls alone.
It's
Yeah,
just
Miami,
ludicrous.
whose real estate market is cratering right now, by the way, is getting all the millionaires from New York. That's what you're saying?
I don't know. Why did Kathy Hochul have to go on TV and ask people to go?
Again, you're taking a
One
clip
clip
of a clip and trying to retroactively make that somehow
That's exactly what she
proof
said, and you
that-
can't discredit it. So keep trying.
because everyone left New York City during COVID.
Yeah, I wonder
A
why.
lot did during
But then
COVID.
they
Because
came
everyone was on
because-
top of each other, you moron. And
Which
it was
increased-
it was a literal epidemic.
Right. By the way, I'm in Westchester County, just north of the city, and we have people moved up here just because they wanted to get away from the sirens that they were hearing and all the terrible things that were happening with COVID. And it just there's a housing shortage up here in Westchester.
They wanted to get away from being
People moved up
locked in their
here.
own fucking home.
Jesus fucking Christ, Steve.
What is wrong with you, Steve?
And by the way, I didn't leave. I stayed the entire time through. And there was really rough times, but there were rough times everywhere.
Yeah.
This is
But
a
we hung
ridiculous
together.
canard of an argument that Republicans have, where some of them literally argue that they think that J.P. Morgan is moving their entire operation from New York City to Dallas.
Yeah, no one said that.
There are
No one's
morons who
fucking
have convinced
Wall
themselves
Street.
of that.
No one ever said that corporations were leaving Wall Street.
Literally, you just were insinuating that millionaires were leaving.
Yeah, I said rich people left to avoid tax policy that has absolutely fucking nothing to do with corporations.
Can you prove? Can you prove that?
You can't.
Kathy Hochul fucking proved it on TV.
Can you prove it?
Kathy Hochul said one thing 4 years ago, and that makes me right.
Can you
By the
prove
way,
it?
That's what
do
you're
you
saying.
realize really quick, do you realize? Sorry, Mojo.
Can you prove that, Steve?
I don't know. Ask Kathy Hochul. She's the one that said it.
So in other words,
Saying the same thing. Okay, I want to make a point here is that these people who pay taxes in New York and live in New York, they also own businesses in New York. And they employ people and they make millions of dollars in New York. They're not moving out when their livelihood is right here on Wall Street.
Yeah, or did.
No, they haven't.
You know what really
Because
jars me
that's-
about people who like Steve? Steve, I'm gonna assume that you either consume massive amounts of right wing media or Fox News. Fox News and a lot of right wing media is centered in New York City. Why do all the people from Fox News go on television for the last 40 years and say ... New York City about to start going up in flames, New York City about to die, New York City about to whatever, because millionaires leaving, white people leaving, everybody leaving. Why is it that they all work and live in and around New York City? Why do the Fox News people live and work in the place that they call hell?
Because everything important to corporate America that isn't in New York City is in Chicago. It's not fucking anywhere else. Outside of Silicon
That's not even close to an answer, Steve.
It's absolutely true.
It's not.
So you're,
name a
in your
single
answer, you're
media-
just saying that New York and Chicago are better than everywhere else in the city? Is that what you're saying? Or in the country? Sorry.
No, that's just the way it is.
What's the financial capital of the world?
That's
Steve?
just the way it is. Oh,
Yeah,
boy.
that's where
What is the financial capital?
Wall Street is in Chicago, or Wall Street is in New York, and the commodities board is in Chicago. That's just where it is. What do you do?
Steve, what is the financial capital of the world?
The financial capital is. I have no idea what the financial capital
You
is.
don't?
New York. I don't even know what that means.
It's
Well-
New York.
Just look in Forbes magazine, maybe. I mean, this is just this is a.
What does that statement even mean? Are you just asking where Wall Street is? That's a pretty fucking simple answer.
That's a really basic, stupid answer. I mean, everybody knows that the financial capital of the world is New York.
No shit. That's what I said.
Oh,
like
no, you didn't.
45
No,
seconds ago.
you're dodging. You're dodging.
What the fuck are you talking about? Dennis, you can't follow any fucking conversation at all.
Oh, okay.
Seriously said 45 seconds ago, that's just the way it is, and that everything is headquarters in New York. What fucking...
Saying
what do you think
everybody's
that
leaving
statement
New
meant?
York, Steve. That's what you're saying. I mean, you're like contradicting
Yeah, a lot of
yourself
rich people
and
left New York.
speaking-
Kathy Hochul told you to go ask your friends to move back. I don't know what you want me to tell you. Take it up with her.
Did say that.
It's
I've had
really
enough.
not
I'm
a,
getting
it's
trouble
not a
at your house.
problem.
Years
It's not a
ago,
problem.
nothing has changed for Steve and Go Army in the years since Kathy Hochul said that. Nothing has changed for you.
No shit, I don't live in Illinois.
Hold on, D.
I don't live in New York. I do live in Illinois.
I know.
Of
So
course,
we should listen to the
nothing
people
Kathy Hochul
that
says has anything to do
don't.
with
We should listen to the people that don't live in New York, that are always so opinionated about the hellscape that is New York, and just ignore the opinions of the people that actually live there, because you guys know better.
I think
So
he's
one
got
of
New
the
York
things
envy.
that's true is
Don't say that about Florida.
Either you guys are wrong or your governor's...
Why is everybody yelling? Why is everybody yelling over each other?
People are very
Either you guys are
passionate about
wrong
this.
or your governor's an idiot. You can't have it both ways.
Civics, now you sound like Zach.
Dude.
Yeah, I've been muted. What are you talking about?
I mean,
You just said, well, let's let the people that have been or live in New York, let's let them speak. Now you sound like Zach.
When did
I
Zach
can
say
say something more funny, Mojo? They've been talking about this a lot in New York because of the whole thing of, oh, the millionaires are leaving. Bizarrely, and I'm not crediting this to Mamdani in the slightest. Luxury apartments and luxury dwellings have gone up in sales almost 20% in the 9 months or whatever he's been. No, wait, sorry,
It's
7 months he's
insane.
been
Yep.
inaugurated.
Mm-hmm.
It has nothing to do with anything he's done.
This
But
has nothing to do
literally,
with
the proof
I didn't
goes
say
against
you-
your
hold
burden
Hold on.
in
I said
every basic
nothing
way.
about. I said nothing about
Jordan.
Mom Dami. I didn't mention his name a single time. This trend has existed for 2 fucking decades. It has nothing to do with Mom Dami at all.
Steve,
Excuse me, I have breaking news announcement to make.
can
Please.
you please stop talking? Hold on, not you, Go Army. Steve, you're interrupting everybody. Can you please calm down? One person at a
Am I not
time.
calm?
No, you're yelling over everybody.
You really are
Okay.
kind of yelling, Steve.
All right, I got this announcement to make. So I booted up the Trump computer and I pulled out my sources. And the Census
computer.
Bureau vintage 2025 estimates, basically the U.S. Census Bureau estimates that the New York is a decline about 1% since 2020.
New York State or New York City?
New York State. Overall, New York State, yeah.
Okay.
Now look at New York
You
City.
guys lost 201,000 people. That's including New York City, by the way, including that.
200,000?
Between July 2020.
If we include the rest of the state, then New York City somehow lost
Hold on,
people
excuse me,
too,
sir.
even
I'm
though
going
they
over
actually
source. You're
gained
just gonna
people.
have to, excuse me, sir. I'm going over source. Thank you. Between July 2024 and July 2025, New York had a net domestic migration. Excuse me,
New York State.
migration of negative 137,000 people. Left
That sounds
New York
like a
for
big
other
number
states
because
in
you're
just
from a state
1
with nobody
year.
in it.
Nobody's leaving. What are you talking? I got the
How
proof
many
right here.
people?
Thank you.
What
Apologies.
part of the population is that for the entirety of the state?
Go Army.
Less than, what, 0.2%?
Yeah.
I think so.
2%? I don't know.
0.02,
And
I
that's
think,
the
or
state,
0.2
not
or
the
0.02.
Yeah.
So that includes the
state.
city as well. Excuse me, Fee. That includes the
I'm
city.
sorry.
Anybody with
but
an intelligent
over
brain knows
5
that.
years.
And everyone
yes,
with an
that's also
intelligent brain
include 5
knows that if
years,
the
yeah.
rest of the state loses 500,000 and the city only gains 200,000, it looks like the city lost population, even though they gained 200,000.
You're talking about the state versus the city, Go Army, and
No, we can even no. I'm talking about everybody that lives in New York, which includes people in New York City as well.
I know.
Yes.
But you have nothing to. Oh my God. I don't know how to
Approved?
talk.
Yeah, that would be the
I
U.S.
don't know
Census
how to
Bureau.
speak
You're
to
just
him.
talking to talk, Fee. I got you.
I'm not. I just
say I'm sorry. It's cool. It's
over
okay.
5
I'm here
years.
to educate.
Holy shit.
Wait a minute. Over 5 years, New York State lost how many people?
Either you guys are wrong or your governor's an idiot. You can't have it both ways. I don't know.
No.
Why do
You
you
don't
keep bringing up
understand how
Kathy
numbers
Hochul?
work.
Why do you keep
New
bringing
York
up Kathy
State.
Hochul? I mean, it's just really stupid.
It is
Because
so
I
What did
stupid.
cited what
say?
she
He's going
said
to
as
be
evidence to this
reelected,
point.
by the way. Just saying.
It's
She did
literally
change
just
her point,
Fox
I
though.
don't
News say
care.
Hochul bad, so Hochul bad. I'll
Oh
figure out
yeah,
how
I
later.
forgot. Never
I
No,
mind.
it's
didn't
just
even
like looking
say
at what she
that
said.
Hochul was bad. I'm using her as a fucking source. What is your argument here?
It was
What are you
5
My
talking
years
argument is
ago.
all the statistics I keep on bringing up against your quote from a clip from 5 fucking years ago.
So are you wrong or is she an idiot? You can't
You
No,
are
here's the
wrong.
thing.
You are wrong.
Here's the
Great. So
thing.
then
You
she's an
cannot
idiot.
prove, Steve.
I'm glad that we
You
came to a
cannot,
consensus.
Steve, quiet. You cannot prove that people, multimillionaires, have been migrating out of New York City since this Kathy Hochul statement. It's just
Well,
you can't prove
ask her
that.
why.
And
Ask her
they
why she said
haven't.
it. She said it, not
It
me.
doesn't matter what she said.
Oh
She
my
could say,
God.
"Listen, Mother of God."
It's
She
like how a
could say-
toddler argues.
I know.
It's
You know what,
insane.
Mother? You could say fucking.
Because you're
Kathy,
trying to have your cake and eat it
excuse
too, and
me,
it doesn't
Steve.
work that way.
You know, Kathy Hochul could say, "I'm fucking Pikachu," okay, and it doesn't matter, okay? It
Steve,
just
where
doesn't.
do you live? Hold on, Tennis. Where do you live?
I've only stated it like 16 fucking times.
I don't really listen to you because either you're cursing or you're yelling. So politely, where do you live?
I have proof about the millionaires too. If you guys would like me
Illinois?
to read that out too as well.
I can spell it for you if you need me to.
No, I've been to Chicago many, too many times. Thank you. Go.
Yeah, so I'll proceed. Thank you. So according to
what?
tax.newyork.gov, data, stats, tax facts, talking about migration from March to December, you go back 3 years, we're looking at a total of roughly 5,800 millionaire tax returns have moved out of the entirety of New York City and New York in the past 3 years. 5,800.
Oh my God.
That's not a net.
There's over
I
a
just-
million
I
millionaires
just-
in New York State.
Trillionaires.
There is over a million millionaires in New
All right,
York State.
we only go on stats now and facts. I'm providing, this is data from newyork.gov.
Okay, does that provide
You guys are
millionaires?
just trust me, bro, at this point?
And 5,000 sounds like a big number because you're from podunk fucking nowhere. New
Well,
York
but
City
also-
has 8.5 million people in it, and New York State has over 20 million people in it. So
Also,
the number
that's not a
5
net
fucking
number.
thousand means
that doesn't
nothing
matter.
against 20 fucking million.
It doesn't matter. It's still a net negative. You're
No,
still wrong.
Holy shit.
No, it's a, so. I mean, I've
is
looked
too
into
many.
this.
Just one is too many.
I've looked into this a lot lately, and as much as we wanted to believe that people moved out en masse from New York City and California and so on, the numbers, even the tax collections, have not changed by any significant degree. We've only heard the most noteworthy people moving out, and you can say you read a study that a bunch of millionaires are moving out of New York City, but that's not the net number. The net number seems to show that it's only a small decrease of the net effect is a small amount. So, but my question though is obviously you think about like how a lot of you want to expand social programs, but also you want to let more people in, regardless, and just like open the gates and let everybody come in. How do you square that, right? Because you can show studies that say that okay, so there's a net increase in taxes that are paid, but if you really dig into those numbers, it shows that if you open the floodgates and a lot of people come in that end up in a tax bracket where they're not paying a lot of taxes, it could really flip that on its head. And then you look at places like New York City and Chicago, they support.
Stephen, can I just interrupt you a second just to go back to what Go Army was talking to, and then we'll address you. But some people who move from New York either go upstate or they move to freaking Jersey. I can't tell you how many people from Brooklyn move to New Jersey. And that's technically moving out of the state, but not really, since it's a 24-minute ride to Penn Station.
Fifi, you know where else they move? They move up to fucking Stamford, Connecticut. They move up to Connecticut.
Oh, so you guys are now at least getting to the point where you admit people are leaving.
No,
That's
because
a good
they
start.
moved.
We're starting to find common ground.
They still work in New York City, dude. They
moved to
they
the
work
suburbs.
in New York.
In New York. Go Army. You don't know what you're talking about.
It's kind of like arguing that the Chicago Bears aren't leaving Chicago because they're moving to Hammond, Indiana, even though it's
Dude.
only 15 minutes away.
Do you
It's in a whole
realize
different
that city
fucking
folk
state.
move to the suburbs to raise families? They do that too, right? So
No, they don't understand because where they live, people leave and never come back, and the people never are replaced. People come in and out of New York City every year. They literally write songs about wanting to live in New York, move from your nowhere town to New York City and to become something. You think everyone's lying about those songs? Those fucking theater songs?
Yeah, most of those songs are about Nashville, anyways. So,
Stephen Gormy, though, the net number is not as extreme as you would say it was. I thought it was actually, but I looked into it. It's really not that extreme.
Because the right loves to trash New York and California.
Excuse me. All I've done is provide facts from the tax.newyork.gov/data stats tax facts.
But it doesn't prove that there's
now give
mass
us
migration.
context.
They move here.
Now give us context. What does losing 5,000 millionaire tax returns mean for New York State?
You guys tell me songs. What is he talking
What
about?
What does New York State losing 5,000 millionaire tax returns mean for their budget? What does it mean? Do analysis on the
As
number
a
you
net
gave.
number.
Don't just throw a number out and then say, I said a number, so I win.
it was important enough for Kathy Hochul to be worried about it. I'll tell you that.
Holy shit.
That is true. She did say that, by the way.
Guys, I
She
gotta
was
go.
saying
Hold on, I just have a question. I gotta go. Steve, how big is the Kathy Hochul poster in your room right now?
He has one hell of a
It's
crush.
a body pillow at this. It's a fucking realistic body pillow, man. What the fuck?
I think
Is it above your bed?
Yeah.
You want it both ways so bad, but you can't do it.
Did you accidentally lock yourself in a room with this clip
Steve, you
playing
can
for
laugh.
5
It's
years
okay to
straight,
laugh.
and
That
now
was
this is
funny.
all you can think about? What's happening in your head, man?
Oh my
Like
goodness.
you want to be right so bad that it's upsetting you, but you and her can't be right at the same time.
All I can tell
Great,
you is
it's out of the
I'm not
fucking
upset
state.
that I live in
It
New York.
isn't.
New York is a
It
wonderful
is.
place, dude.
It's its own
This
fucking
argument
thing.
is like
What are you
Kathy
talking
Hochul
about?
said she was 40 when she was 40, but now she's 60. How? Liar?
It's like
You
saying
said you were
that-
40.
It's like saying that the Chicago Bears aren't leaving Chicago because they're only going to Hammond, Illinois, or Hammond, Indiana, which is only 10 minutes away, but it's a whole
You're going to
nother
say that
fucking
3
state.
more times? Just
I
prepare.
have another breakdown.
God,
Breaking
Steve.
news.
Hi,
Breaking
Blossom.
news. Breaking news. Listen.
Are
I
you
also
going to
have
give
data.
analysis on that 5,000 number?
Thank you, Dean.
Please give
Hold on. Thank you,
analysis
Dean.
on the 5,000 number.
Please have some
Ask the
decorum. It's hard.
ChatGPT to give you analysis, please.
Okay, thank you.
Wait,
Thank
one
you,
at
Dean.
a
Get it
time.
off your chest. Now, according to the data I've also provided at tax.newyork.gov/data/tax facts, New York's migrate towards where they go, basically, where all these numbers are going. Florida is 21,000. California is 2,000. New Jersey is below 1,000. North Carolina is 6,000. South Carolina is 5,000.
Probably retired.
Georgia's 3,000. Pennsylvania is 5,000. Vermont's 20. New Hampshire's 225. These are the millionaires, by the way.
Newsflash.
So newsflash.
1,000 millionaires moved?
People retire and they
Give this
buy
announcement.
second
That's
homes
according
in
to the
North
data.
Carolina and South Carolina. They go to the South and they buy second homes. In fact, yeah, I mean that happens all the time.
You can't file a tax return based on your second
Go Army.
house, though. This
What
is, tax
what
returns.
does any of the numbers you just said mean? What do they mean?
Yeah,
These are the millionaires that are where when they leave the state of New York, including New York City, all of the above. This is where they.
You
were.
said that
This
they
is
only
where they're
lost
going, right?
5,000, but you were
It's
up
very
in the
simple. It's very
100,000
simple,
range
man. You can
there.
look up the data if you want.
I'm just
Very
so
simple.
You said
curious.
there's only 5,000
for
before,
someone
but
to-
now you just counted
Why
over
is this such
100,000.
an important thing for you? Go Army.
I would like someone to
About
list a state
millionaires
for me.
really
You
quick.
can
Steve,
file
I
your
was
tax
talking.
returns
I was
not
talking.
based on your
Why
primary
is
residence.
this so important to Go Army about millionaires in New York? Who the fuck cares about millionaires in New York?
Well, the bigger picture, besides millionaires, is that, like you said, it's a net negative people leaving because you guys have policies that people are saying this is not a good way of life. It's not as good as we could have. So they're going to Florida where there's
so they can see their Broadway
more
shows.
freedom
Okay.
and more things like that, and they're saying, "Hey, I'd rather move here," and they come here and
I
they're
don't
moving here,
think
and it's
so.
happening all over.
How do you
Doubt
know?
that.
Like, listen, Gormy.
It's like a middle schooler getting
can I
two
please say
pieces of
something?
information.
I was talking.
Holy
to
shit.
Dean, you act like a child. Can you let the women talk or what?
Can you stop eating? Can you stop eating on the?
He's a man with a cat picture. I mean, what do you expect, man?
Can you stop eating on the microphone?
I know you're eating right now, so it's okay if you can't answer. But you're saying, let's say I secede to your point that there was a migration happening from New York to these other states. Doesn't even really matter which state at this point. We could use your examples if you want, or what the data says. What makes you think that you know why these people left?
They move all around you.
Okay, but that's not like...
That's a non-answer.
That's
you
not...
interact with them on a day-to-day basis, right? All over, right? So
yeah,
they tell
but you
hey,
don't interact
I
with
sold
every
my
single
house. I mean, they tell you, everybody, it's common knowledge. Like
They tell you?
Common knowledge.
If
Common
rich people are
knowledge.
leaving, if there's a group of rich people leaving, then it's clearly tied to
No,
how
it's
much
not.
taxes
You
they're
know
paying
what
or
it
something
is?
else.
Stephen,
That's
I'll
a
explain
leap.
it. Hold on. They buy in Brooklyn and they have kids, and now they want a little bit of green. They may not want to raise their kids in the city for whatever reason they do. So they sell their home in Brooklyn for $3 to $4 million, hence Go Army's millionaires, and they come into New Jersey or upstate or whatever, and they pay in cash for their homes.
Not true, though. The data is showing
That
you're
is
wrong.
true. That's happened in my town.
Well, the state of New York data is showing you're incorrect. 21.
Explain how the data says that she's wrong. Explain how the data says she's wrong.
Well, she tried to explain that people moving to New Jersey wasn't leaving New York a minute ago, so I don't really give a fuck with it.
She did not say that.
no.
That's something you
She said
completely fabricated and
I
added.
did not.
She
I
said
said that
specifically that.
there is the New York metro area. It includes 4 states: Connecticut, New York, New Jersey, and believe it or not, now Pennsylvania. People commute to New York City from Pennsylvania because New Jersey has become too expensive. But they
That's
still
great.
work
No
in
one
New
cares.
York.
We're talking about the tax address of your primary residence.
They
Nothing else
still
matters.
pay taxes in
That's
New
right,
York
Steve.
City.
That's right.
Okay. Again, nobody answered my question, and actually,
She just wasted our time. 3 minutes.
Fia, I would actually sort of disagree with you because it does kind of go against my point. We don't actually know why these people are leaving. Has there been a survey done asking these people, hey, we know you fall in this tax bracket. Why have you decided to leave a city that you've been, registered, your taxes have been registered here since for who knows how long they've been there, right? Like, I would say that we just don't really know. And migration, unless there's like a huge disaster or something massive happening, like COVID is a good example of how we can sort of probably have some data on why people left during COVID. You just really don't know. And you're saying you know for sure, Go Army. You're saying you know that it fits your world ideology, that it must be because these blue states are blue. When I'm on the left, and I'm saying I just simply don't know.
What does
100%.
Blossom think about all this? She hasn't said anything.
Talk with all these people all the time, interact with people.
I mean, first of all,
You
I
talk
want
with
to
all of
say,
them. Oh my god.
I want to say that the Chicago Bears are not moving to toxic Hammond, Indiana. But what I will say is, I mean, we do know, right, guys? Let's not like play dumb on this. We know that people moved to cheaper areas. They moved because they had access to work from home, remote work policy. Like, it's pretty well documented. There are studies, especially from like banks, that look at this. But like the other thing is that they are moving back, and I'm just kind of tired of the conversation being, how do we cater everything in society towards this very small group of people who, like, just on a whim, on a political decision or personal decision, could just up and lift all of their economic participation out of the city, and that impacts a huge community. I would rather focus on policy that makes the people in New York that stayed, the 8 million people in New York that are still there, wealthier and capable of providing and participating economically to replace those people that left. Like, I think that's the policy we should be focusing on, and not trying
The
to
population's already back.
well, okay, fine, Dean. I don't care. But the point is, I'd rather focus on making the middle class real and not focus on retaining rich people who will move because Elon Musk, sneezes that day,
Also,
That's also the
so
largest
many of
subset
these
of that.
millionaires. Wait, so many of these millionaires are moving, like was said before, because they're selling their home and downsizing, like Blossom was saying, to a smaller, cheaper, lower cost of living area more often than not while retiring. But we're forgetting the implication here. If they're selling their house, someone is buying their house for millions of dollars. Right? They didn't sell it to nothing and just pulled money out of nowhere out of their assholes, right? They sold the fucking house to somebody who's moving into New York City.
I do agree with Dean on this. I think that the net number, again, is not that dramatic. I think, yeah, there's been a lot of notable millionaires who are moving out, probably because of more favorable tax treatment and everything else. But the net result has not really affected places like New York City. There's plenty of people moving in there, replacing those tax revenues.
Most of the
we end the
migration out of New York
discussion there.
State
I
is
mean- So what
from
was the mayor
upstate
talking
New
about?
York.
When you look about the young people who move into New York City to start their careers in finance, in fucking theatrical arts, in you name any kind of career, this is where people flock to, right? And that's why Mamdani is trying to make living and living in the city for young people more affordable, right? Because people just will always flock here. And they room
We
with
need
other
commandant.
people. You know, they room with other people, young people. My daughter's one of them. You know, she lives with her boyfriend. And it's expensive as hell, but people just want to be here.
We need Commandant Mojo to come help us take all the houses from everyone.
So let me get this straight. Your
Tap
argument
the
is that
screen. Hit the heart me if you haven't done it yet. Tap the screen, please. Thank you.
let me get this straight. Your argument is that wealthy people aren't leaving, but yet we need to make it more affordable for unwealthy people to live in the city. And those unwealthy people need to access to buy the homes and rent the apartments for cheaper. But that the wealthy people didn't leave.
Nothing you're saying is contradicting
I'm
itself.
not squaring the circle here.
People need to have
Those two statements don't contradict each
affordable
other.
housing. Okay,
They do.
people work in the city. They thrive in the city. They need to have affordable housing and they need to live here. Okay, and like Steven said, it's negligible. People leaving, migrating out. We don't know, as B said, why they migrate out. We don't have any real facts about that. So, I mean, you just with your narratives about, blue state bad, that's what it is.
I live in a blue state.
Well, I do want to say, like, Blossom is also right. I think, like, COVID, when I said, like, that's the exception, they did do data on COVID, like, that's the exception. So I want to make room for, I completely acknowledge what Blossom said as correct as well.
Facts. Absolutely.
Yeah, for
facts.
sure. But we don't, like Tennis said, it could be very well, Go Army, you're right. Maybe some of the people did not like those blue policies and they moved. Maybe people wanted to start a family. Maybe people, there's so many freaking possibilities. So many.
Retire. I mean,
Retire, get closer
really
to
not
their
that
family, go back to their original state. There's so many reasons. And you're saying the reason. And I think that's pretty sad that you're trying to
Blossom
fit it.
said it like she said it perfectly, really. After C-19 and they had work from home, it kind of changed the dynamic. And most people didn't up and decide to just leave overnight and just on a whim. And you don't know their reason. They all left because no state income tax was a big one. Beaches and weather is another one. And they felt like you guys are going too far left. You're going too far left.
You're making stuff up.
New York City has beaches.
Chicago. Jones
Anyways.
Beach, Long Island beaches. They go down to New Jersey. They go to the shore.
There's 10 beaches in the realm of New York City. There's 10 public beaches in New York City.
Well, okay, so Mojo, why did you want to move to Florida at one point in your life? Because of the beach, you loved the beach or whatever, thought about it, versus the New York beach. Why would that be better, right?
Because that's 80-degree water.
Longer.
I think New York beaches are kind of
longer season.
He's a simple man.
Well,
Yes,
anyways,
I
I
got
want white sand, I want turquoise water, and I want 80-degree water year-round so that I can swim all year round. I can just lay in the ocean. That's
You
what I
should.
want. Florida sucks eggs, generally speaking, but the fucking oceans are beautiful. Their beaches are beautiful.
Well, not on the West Coast, Mojo. You know that
Yes,
seaweed
they are.
stuff? No, wait,
No,
wait, wait,
wait.
wait. Wait a
I
minute.
lived in Sarasota, tennis.
I'm
It was
sorry.
No, but I'm
gorgeous.
just speaking to something
I'm
specific.
sorry. I'm sorry. I did a lot of vacationing in Newport Richey and Tampa area, and the west coast of Florida is fucking gorgeous too.
Okay, fair enough. But just I'm not making this up. Have you guys heard of
Georgia.
that like crazy that seaweed that's like moved from on the in the Gulf Coast? That's
I've seen it. I've seen it in Tulum. I've seen it in Cancun. I've seen it in St. John. Yes,
Right,
there's
I was just
bloom.
bringing it up.
There's
I'm not.
a bloom that's been coming around because the Gulf Stream has been warming.
Yeah, yeah. I
about
was just
poop
bringing
cake?
it up. I'm not
I
saying
got
it would
poop
be a
cake,
deal
San
breaker.
Diego.
I'm just saying it's there, and I was just reading articles about it.
Yeah, I don't think people are considering that when they're like considering a beach versus Florida and New York. Like it's two totally different experiences, right? Tennis, it's like, you know.
I think
What's the
that
median
Palm Beach
income in
is
Florida,
really
and what's the
beautiful.
median income in New York State?
Oh, that's another reason. Fuck, I could buy like 3 houses in Florida for the price of
Yeah.
the house I have here.
Florida's more expensive than New York now.
No,
it's
cost of
not.
living is
Woo!
cheaper.
No, it's
We
not.
talked
Not
about
true.
this.
Absolutely fact.
That's
No,
hilarious.
that's not true, dude.
Well,
I do
what
have
is,
to
what is the most
yes,
expensive
I'm in
state
Florida.
to live in?
I
What
do
is
have
the
to run,
homeowner?
but I am glad that I at least got you guys to move the goalpost from the fact that it's not happening to it is happening, but it's negligible. Toodles.
It's happening, and it
Point
is
zero
negligible.
zero one
Like,
percent.
wait, but
Well, if it's
like
negligible, then like, what's the point?
Blossom
right?
was talking.
every single man on the panel interrupted me, like in order. You guys were
It
in
wasn't
line.
me. I didn't do it.
I identify.
I'm sorry,
as
Mojo,
a
you're
woman.
host, not on panel. You don't count. But it's also like we are seeing net in migration, like inbound migration for a lot of these cities, like as of 2025, 2026. So now it may not be domestic, it might be international, but I mean, I just think that, and beyond that, it's not like these southern cities that are typically attracting so many people are the same age. I like to frequently point to the fact that expansion, growth, new build in a city like a Chicago or a New York or in LA is incredibly difficult and expensive compared to a Houston or a Dallas where there's space and they're not fully built up. So, I mean, I guess maybe to back up B, there's so many things that come into this that we tend to sound very boneheaded when we say, oh, people are leaving because of blue policies, you know?
Yeah, Hawaii, tennis, Hawaii, and
No,
go.
hold on.
Hawaii is
Blossom,
the most expensive.
Blossom. So Blossom. So you're telling me the issue is in New York is they can't build because of space, but
Yes.
in Florida they have a lot of space, and in Texas they have a lot of space. Is that what it is? The issue,
Yes.
or maybe it's. Excuse me, Dean. Catboy, can you please just hang on? I'm talking to Miss Blossom right now. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I mean, genuinely, like, I know you're gonna say, but like Miami is a little bit older, I guess I would say, in its like existence as a city than a Sarasota or a Tampa maybe, and Miami is quite expensive to live in. Part of this is the fact that like Houston is growing in part because they're absorbing their suburbs, not because they're actually experiencing growth per se.
B, would it be more fair to say it's because, you know, as a New Yorker, I could just like take my money from there and it's way easier to start a business down here and get permits and everything like that down here as opposed to New York where it's very hard, it's very repressive. And, you know, so you come
This
down
is
here,
like-
there's no regulations, you can do a lot more. So
You're making
that's
stuff
maybe
up.
This
no,
is
I'm not making
boring.
stuff up.
You will,
That's-
and
let me-
also,
excuse
you're not
me,
taking into
this is
account.
one-on-one. Excuse me.
You're not taking into account that, you know, business owners know where their market's at. If they're in New York, they start a business in New York, or they're from New York and they want to bring like a New York style business to Florida, it just might not work. There's not as many people. So there is benefit to like staying in California, staying in New York. It's a huge market. You have access to people from all over the world. And I'm sure Florida is actually probably pretty similar given that you're a coastal state as well. But
especially you're right in the finance industry, B. I mean, you know, if you're if you're a banker or you're a hedge fund and you work on Wall Street, you're an executive. I mean, you're not really typically. It's not going to be advantageous for you to take your business to another city.
Yeah,
if you're in
just like
finance.
Silicon Valley in California.
Right.
Yeah, there's enough reason for people to continue to go there. But Go Army has a point in terms of like the people that are leaving. That is why they're leaving. The business conditions for a lot of businesses that
Hey,
are
can we
not.
say that again, Stephen? Say what you
Where
say
is
again?
that evidence?
I'm correct. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, I think what Garmy is saying in terms of the people that are moving out of New York is true. I'm just saying the net number hasn't been affected that much in terms of New York's like tax revenue.
Again, can you justify the fact that people are leaving New York to start businesses in Florida?
I mean, the business conditions tend to. I mean, look at Joe Rogan. I mean, that's everybody knows about. But like, look at anybody who's going to have a big payday. Like, I sold half my business 4 years ago. If I was in Texas, I would have paid a lot less than I paid here in California. I paid millions being here in California. I mean, this is just math.
Right, that's right.
But again, you're a smart businessman, Stephen, and you know that you have access to a particular market in New York that you're not going to have access to in Florida. New York is just heavily populated. So it is a trade-off. People ask me all the time, like, why do you live in California? It's the most expensive place to live. Yeah, I live here because, one, I make more money here, and two, because it's beautiful. So people do not only just leave states simply for monetary reasons.
They don't, but some people do. And if you look at, if it gets bad enough, then it will cause, a substantial net number. So far, it has not. So we'll see.
I have to say, there are times where when you start talking, you sound just like HR.
What?
What the fuck?
I agree.
We're up here at the same time, so this isn't like a fake account, right?
I know.
Cooler, though,
I can, but when you continue talking, I can tell it's you. But like the first sentence you say, sometimes makes me look up at my screen to see if HR's on the panel.
But B talks a lot slower than heuristic.
Yes.
Which is
true,
yeah.
Very true too.
Yeah.
I consider that a compliment. HR is
Yeah,
amazing.
no, you're very articulate.
It is a compliment. And Blossom is incredibly. Tennis is great.
Thank you. Appreciate that. No, I'm amazing.
I never said you.
Anyway, does anybody want a subject change at this point?
Sure.
It's getting boring. Same old thing. I don't know. I don't have one, but just wondering if anybody else is on board.
I've been busy today, but I did see that the DC Circuit is allowing parts of Trump's EO for mail-in ballots to go through, which is a little
pending appeal, right, Blossom? Pending.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that it's.
Midterms are going to be great.
I don't think so. I don't think for you.
That'd be good. In the South, the redistricting. Oh yeah. Oh, we're good. In
What did you
Florida,
think
there's
of-
going to be like 2 little blue dots, maybe 3.
Okay. What did you think of Trump's speech? I think it was over the weekend where he said he was better to the people there than their own families are.
He was better than the people. What? Say that again.
He said he has provided and given more to them than their own family has. Basically, it's a really crazy reference to.
Saying that to you, talking to you.
He was doing a rally in Illinois, and people behind him did not have an exactly great reaction to that. And so he had to say it again, that he's basically their father. Bring up anyone else's idea of who that sounds like?
So like I said, Trump is like what he means to the Republican Party. I'm almost 40. I've said this before. Like we disagree with the Democrats, but like I said before, they're like savages. They've known to win. They always win. Obama and all these people would always win. And but then you go talk about Republicans. Their policies were always what we agree with, but they were known as losers. We've always lost. So, like McCain and Romney and all
What
these
does
people.
that have
so,
to do with the
so
fact
when
that
Trump, listen, Fee. So when Trump comes along, he is like we do owe everything because he completely changed the game, the political spectrum. He like changed everything, and he's turned us into winners again.
Okay,
so
little-
without him, where would we be without him? Who knows? Like it would be insane.
not in a war? That's
Not
where
really
we'd
a
be.
war. Oh, Kamala,
It
she
is.
would save us.
Kamala wouldn't have gone into a war. We're in a war. That's an unending war. It's a quagmire, and he's trying to find a way out, and he can't. He can't find a way out.
I think it's a hard position to take, considering the last 3 Democrat presidents and hopefuls all said that they would intervene if Iran moved to develop a nuclear weapon. So, I mean, you can
Intervene,
say that.
intervene doesn't mean start a war. Do you think do you think it's possible that if he sent a team of negotiators to work on some real negotiations with the Iranians rather than people who are not ambassadors, they're not diplomats. Who were they that went over there to negotiate this thing?
Kushner and Witkoff and Vance.
Well, he didn't initially. Vance wasn't in there, but not that he's some great negotiator anyway. He's clearly not. But I mean, intervention doesn't mean starting a war.
Right. Well, what you're trying to say is that Iran is famous for being so true to their word. And you can disparage the negotiators as much as you like, but Jared Kushner has been one of the most effective Mideast peace advocates we've seen in a lifetime.
He has been.
That's right. Yes, he has. Abraham Accords, all that, yeah.
Lindsey Graham is in the documentary saying that he cannot conclude anything with Witkoff and Kushner involved. The Omanis, well, I don't want to say that. I think there's reporting from multiple sources stating the Iranians do not believe that Kushner and Witkoff are actually engaging in good faith. There's analysis of their initial conversations when the Omanis were moderating from like good third-party sources who reviewed the transcripts, saying that Kushner and Witkoff looked like fools. They didn't bring any nuclear experts. They didn't seem like they knew what the Iranians were originally offering, which was massive, a huge win. Would have been massive win for you guys over the JCPOA.
And look no further than the MOU. I mean, what kind of negotiation was that? We're going to give them more missiles.
exactly
We're going
what
to
would
give
happen.
them the right. We're not doing anything with the nuclear thing, which was their whole reason purportedly that they started the war. But they gave them their missiles, and Trump said, "Oh, they should have missiles. The Saudi Arabians have missiles." Blah blah blah, and gave them and no sanctions. What kind of negotiating is that?
I would call the sanctions that Trump has levied upon Iran. I would say that those sanctions can be gauged in tonnage of high explosive ordnance. And if you wanted to complain about the type of engagement that the diplomats have, I would offer that the engagement that the Pentagon has is far more compelling and long lasting. And it doesn't require that we take the Iranians' fucking word for anything.
Did you see what the Iranians said in the negotiations? Some of the stuff they were saying to us. They said like, we're 3 weeks away from using like 10 plus missiles that will reach America. They were using stuff to bargain.
Oh,
Where did you get that information?
Oh, do I need to go get my? Well, I gotta go.
Yeah,
see my
you
lights on, but
sound-
I can't get on my. I could get on the Trump computer if I really, because I only speak.
There
in
you
sources.
go.
I want to dig
We'll
into
take that.
something Brendan said.
Cool.
Shovel, bud. Let's go.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure there wasn't some sort of
They got no
order or
rebuttal. I
something.
just cooked them. It's over with. They're burnt toast. Go ahead.
Unfortunately, I believe half the panel will get salmonella from what you just cooked. But what Brendan said that's just poor military strategy. That's just poor strategy in and of itself. Soft power is always, almost always the better option. It's the cheaper option, it's the faster option, and it's the less expensive option. You're telling me you can't trust anything that Iran says. You don't have to. That's what agreements are for. That's what negotiations are for. Hard power is always more expensive, and it always lasts a lot longer. I know it makes you feel like a big boy to say that, but that's just not the way the world works.
Curious, guys, like, why did oil prices fall recently in the middle of all this?
What the fuck does that have to do with anything I just said?
Or just Iran related?
Wait, isn't oil at $100 a barrel or something there close there too?
You didn't say anything too important there, Redacted. They just skimmed over it.
Well, Steven interjected. Didn't Steven just interject something? I'm sorry, but
Yeah,
Right.
oil price. I mean, I'm just curious. Like, oil
Hold on.
prices should be up still.
Keep
like
some
a lot,
decorum
but
up
they've
in
dropped
here.
the last couple of days.
Let's keep some decorum up in here. Redacted asked a ridiculous question, even though he did. He asked a ridiculous question. Let's have Brendan answer him now with a good, honest
Well, him saying the way that
Made a
that's the way the
statement,
world works,
exactly.
this isn't true. The way the world works has always been armed conflict, and being able to take apart Iran piece by piece without even putting boots on the ground, I think, has so far been a breathtaking
interesting
success.
that you say it's always armed conflict when you voted for the president for no new wars.
Yeah,
And was saying
that's
that up
a
until
nice
he
pivot.
started one.
Yeah, again, you guys can make a political weapon out of anything. You remind me of prisoners.
Wait, that's
turning-
his own words.
turning
That's his own words.
crops
That was
into a
that was
shiv.
one of the
Good
principal
job.
tenets. Excuse me. That was one of the principal tenets on which the right voted. That was the price of eggs. Okay, the price of eggs, the price of bread. It's $8, whatever, and no new wars. America
Yeah,
first.
yeah,
And
two-
now you
2
guys,
points.
are singing this aria like, oh, the armed conflict is where it's at.
Hey, an aria. You're
Going
suggesting that we
into
speak in
going into
harmony.
Venezuela, going into sovereign nations, yanking people out without due process, talking about taking Cuba and threatening Europe with taking Greenland. That's all cool to you.
It's like always a stump speech with you guys. I appreciate.
Good point,
No,
Brendan.
you
Say
voted
that
for
again,
that.
Brendan. I'm going to interrupt you so you can
Jesus
say that
Christ.
again, please. Please. Thank you. They always have a stump speech instead of just letting somebody reply and getting to the point. I agree. I think Brendan was going to reply.
No,
I think
listen,
Brendan
you
was
got
going
to
to
look at
reply
what you
for the MAGA
voted
side.
for
He
and
was
what
gonna
you
reply
claimed
to
you
things.
voted for. You have to stand on it and you have to answer the question. You, Brendan and Go Army. When we were debating during the campaign season, you would have said that you wanted this president because he wouldn't be going and starting these types of forever
That's not what we
wars.
said. It's
I
not what
don't
we said at
believe it.
all. As a matter of
No.
fact, what we said is with the looming idea, the looming promise of a possible World War III, given all the different conflicts that were happening, that we'd feel much more comfortable with Donald Trump in the driver's seat than freaking giggling Kamala Harris, is what we said.
Good point. I felt that way voting. Good point.
But
This is
all he's done is start these conflicts that no one really felt like were looming.
Start him, but he's definitely going to finish him.
And then he's not finishing it. In fact, he has no strategic plan whatsoever to regain freedom of movement in the Strait of Hormuz. He's actually lost freedom of movement in the Bab al-Mandeb. And what are we doing with that money that we're taking from Venezuelan oil? And are they free?
So
Yeah,
why is
where's the
oil?
transparency on that?
ballrooms.
Back to oil. Yeah. Why has it gone down?
But he's taken. See, he was asked this question yesterday, and he couldn't answer. Venezuela has been provided with a portion of the the revenue from sale of oil from Venezuela, but then a portion of it has gone to the United States, and we don't know what it's being used for.
Which goes to China.
It's in Qatar, Blossom.
these are
Right.
such brain dead arguments. Like, this is so tiring.
Oh, you joined. The entitlement.
I'll give you that.
You okay?
I know you are, but what am I?
No, I have to agree with them. If you think they're brain dead arguments, what are you joining a panel full of brain dead?
No, like.
But you can't honestly say that you think that this is a good war that we went into, a good war, if there is any. Go Army. I mean, with a
I
straight
absolutely do
face.
because Iran started getting weapons from China, tennis, and
Oh,
they've
is
been
that
for a
what they
couple
told
months.
us? Is wait, okay, so if
I mean,
that's why you think
everybody
it's
knows,
good, if that's why you think it's a positive thing, then when did the American people learn that it had to do with China, if at all?
Wait, when did
What?
they get weapons from China? When did that happen?
Yeah, I'm like wondering
They
about
have been
this.
for quite a while.
I think
They
they've been
have
getting intelligence from China, but I don't think it's necessarily weapons. They've definitely been getting intelligence.
But is
from
that a
through
stated
Russia.
reason? But is that a stated
Wait,
reason
No,
that we
not at
went
all.
into this war?
Wait,
Not at
how
all.
long is quite a while?
I would
I'm
say.
not asking you.
Oh, sorry, my bad. Jeez, I'm such an angry kitty.
I'm asking Go Army. You guys just like jumped in there. Go Army. How
That's a
long?
good point. That's a good point.
You don't want to answer? You said that's one of the reasons that we went in there is because they're getting weapons from China. When did that happen?
I believe a couple months before negotiations took place, that was one of the big factors because if China would keep supplying nuclear material and weapons and stuff like that to Iran, it would have been like
Nuclear
very quickly
material.
before it's
That's
too
a little
late.
different than weapons. I mean,
That's
what kind
well,
of
that
weapons-
too. Like, I mean, I'm not from my Trump computer.
Are you
I'm
saying
hoping
that we
somebody-
knew that they were getting nuclear material from China?
Yeah, we did for sure.
They were mining nuclear material, not buying it.
I'm confused. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
You seem to,
I know. You guys
seem to
haven't
be
done a lot of
making this
research
up.
on this.
You
I know.
seem to be making this up right now.
Wait,
Definitely not. Definitely not. I know you guys haven't learned a lot. I mean, I'm
No,
somebody
no.
who's actually
Wait, let's take this. Let's
had
break this
conflicts with
down.
these people.
Let's break
Thank
this
you for
down.
teaching
Go on.
us. Go
Now
on.
let's do it. Let's do it.
No, let's break this down because the original point is that you say it's a good thing, that this is a positive thing that we're doing in Iran because they're getting stuff from China. But what I'm asking you is when did he announce that? When did the president announce that to the people, to the American people or the world, that this is why we're going in there?
Oh, I don't know if he did it like that. I know it's one of the things in negotiations that they talked about a lot.
I actually know what you're talking about. I actually know what you're talking about, and that happened after we had done the first round of bombs. But I don't think you even know what you're talking about.
The stated reason was nukes. The stated reason, and also how badly they treat their people.
Okay, never mind.
Sorry.
What?
Did I interrupt somebody?
I'm just trying to go down this fucking line of logic, and you guys keep bringing up other shit. I don't get it. Go Army. I know what ship you're talking about. They actually stopped a ship coming from China going into Iran, but this was well after the first time that we bombed them. There were no negotiations going on at that particular point in time. I wonder if you know what was on the ship. I wonder if you know what you're talking about. Because it seems like you don't.
The ship, I don't know what you're talking about. The ship, that's not what I'm talking about. But like, here, I'll help you guys out. I'll help you out. So you can go to the World Wide Web in your browser. Go to Google and type in: Is China helping or giving supplies to Iran?
There was I'm just going to explain.
There'll be all kind of
It was a cargo ship that was stopped that was headed from China to Iran. And on the cargo ship, they suspected that there was some sort of nuclear material, not nuclear material, but material to build nukes anyway. They stopped the ship. They searched the ship. They took away a couple of electronic components, and then they let the ship go through. That's it. There was no nuclear material on there. There was nothing to do with the nuclear program whatsoever. The electronics, they say, had something to do with missile technology, but that's what the United States says, and they let the ship leave after that. So it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to think that they were shipping some illegal shit, because the ship was able to go on its way and still deliver its cargo to fucking Iran. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, in all honesty.
Also, did you call it the World Wide Web? Are you 65?
Oh, wow, that was a great point, Redacted. Oh my gosh, did you just insert that intelligence after Mojo said all that? That's kind of disrespectful.
What was the name of the American operation that had us sabotaging North Vietnamese weapons instead of blowing them up or confiscating them? Because we wanted to undermine
Why are
the
we
faith.
talking about Vietnam?
Well, the reason is because we've been known to do this. We've been known not to confiscate weapons. We let the weapons go to the enemy, and then when they fail catastrophically, then it demoralizes their entire military because they don't trust the weapons that they're given. So,
do you know why I know about this shipment?
What?
Oh, tell me, please. I want to know.
It's because you brought it up, and I went and looked it up when you brought it up.
No.
You're the one who brought this to me the first time, and I went and looked it up.
Okay,
because
you just asked
you
another
said the
question.
same. You said the same thing he did, that it was nuclear material.
Well, they've been giving all kinds of aid to Venezuela.
You also said that they're buying fucking nukes from Pakistan, right?
No, I said that there's a possibility that they could buy it. Right?
You guys are running out of
live in the Middle East.
But tennis, that's just one of them. So Iran has like been doing a lot of bad stuff to our soldiers over the past 40, 50 years. Is another reason. Another reason they kind of are stopping Middle Eastern
Please
peace.
say
Like
death to
all they
America.
do is, excuse me, redacted. I'm speaking right now. Okay. Anyways.
Okay, it's okay. You don't have to get upset about it.
So anyways, excuse me, I'm speaking right now. So anyways, so we they have groups all over the Middle East, bad groups like Hezbollah, or the H group, and all these different groups that they're funding, right? They're giving all this money to, right? So like eventually, if you want to stop all these bad stuff in the Middle East, you gotta stop them. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so when did you formulate this?
Come on,
you
how
know?
do you guys not think that was funny?
It was hilarious. I was cackling.
I think what was funny.
It was fucking hilarious. The fucking Go Army. That was funny shit.
Gormy's funny. That's why I don't have a problem with him.
I'm sorry.
He's hilarious.
I see whose side you're on, Mojo. I'll keep that in fucking mind.
I just think it was funny.
No, I get it.
And the
That's-
crazy switch back to normal Gormy. Are you an actor? Because that was wild.
No. But I just hear that for like past 3 or 4 years on TikTok now. Like I'm speaking, so it's funny when somebody interrupts you. It's like I'm gonna do it right back.
Yeah, but that's not what you did. You had a seizure or something, bro. Like,
Yeah,
I kind of exaggerated. That's what you sound like. So like redacted. It reminds me one time when if people were like, bring Go Army up. I brought up to your panel, and then you said, Go Army, is the 2020 election won by Donald Trump or something? And I said, well, you know, and then he kicked me and he started spazzing out like that, like, I told these people are fake. So that's kind of like why I did that, bro.
I did none of those things. What I did was I said, "Hey, I know who you are, but for the panel, give us your age, your state, and who won in 2020." You said, "Well, I think it was Trump." I said, "All right, I'll give you one more chance." I said, "Yeah, I think it was Trump." Kicked. I don't deal with people that don't deal in reality. I didn't crash out. I moved the fuck on.
You must love some of the news that's been coming out in the last couple of weeks, huh?
Probably feeling
fuck
like
are you
30
talking
people
about?
and he's all up here now. Like he just is too much, bro. It's
Yeah,
that's
no,
a real
my lives
thing.
don't do well at all. I know that. I despise hosting. I'm a much better panelist than I am a host.
You do a good job. You
that's
do a good
funny.
job, redacted.
Most people despise hosting. It's really not.
Really?
It's really not fun.
No, not at all.
It's fucking awful, dude. Honestly.
For most people,
But
I enjoy it
That's
thoroughly.
that's
but
good to hear from
because
somebody
I'm a
that hosts all the time.
masochist.
Would much rather be on a panel. Anyway, enough about me.
Did you guys see John Ossoff's cross-examination? I mean, job interview of, what's the guy's name from the Southern District of New York? Come on, Monroe. Don't even start with me. He's joking with me because he knows that I'm like a big John Ossoff fan. So he's interviewing the guy Clayton for the intelligence chief. Did you guys see it? It was a masterclass. He just
Isn't it embarrassing to have to? You talking about that?
yeah.
He was so good.
He was
they gave me the fizz.
he's like, this is a job interview. It's just, it was just a masterclass. The guy is
We've already determined that your responsibility is to be honest, or open and honest with
forthright
American
and
people.
honest in this interview.
Yes.
And he's like, I'm not going to play your game. Yeah, I'm not going to, we can go around and around. He said, okay, so answer the question. He goes, I already answered it. And he said, okay, so answer it. He said, I'm not going to play your game. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, I love John Ossoff. Mojo, if you want to know who John Ossoff is, he is your next president.
Thank
but
you,
I-
Blossom. Blossom, I didn't know you
No.
were with me on this. No,
Yeah.
he's the guy. You guys, he is the guy.
The Blossom household is tennis. My husband flagged it before me because I wanted Chris Murphy, but he's not running. So
No, I've been there for weeks and weeks. This guy, I'm telling you, he is the guy that will coalesce the left,
Not AOC. If the DNC
voting
runs a
for
woman,
AOC.
especially a woman of
I'll
color,
tell you what,
this time,
I'm voting
all my
AOC
faith is
in the
lost.
I'm voting AOC in the general just to piss you guys off.
I'll never vote a white cis male again in office.
Yes,
it's time for some.
Good job, Gormy. Good job, man.
no, I think I really want AOC to take Schumer's seat. I think that there is more I think the office of the presidency needs to have like a dignity and seriousness brought back to it that Ossoff can do. But like I don't like a lot of his policies. Like he voted for the Lake and Riley Act, which makes me mad. He's on record saying he doesn't agree with the Green New Deal. So like I'm not his biggest fan on policy, but I think that AOC can do really big things with policy in the Senate.
Yeah, she's really doing.
I agree. Or a speaker.
I don't like those backward compliments. That's not very nice, Blossom.
What? Wait, what? Backward?
The backhanded compliments you're giving to AOC right now, I don't like that.
I think she has more power in the Senate, you know?
Mojo, you have to do a deeper dive. You have to do a deep dive into John Ossoff and his policies.
No more straight white men. Fuck that.
That's why I'm voting Rubio. That's why we're voting Rubio.
You trying to say Rubio's gay? Oh no, he's not white. Yeah, good call. Hey, did anyone
not
see
white.
where Zoran Mamdani just released a list of 30,000 property owners in New York City?
Dense fucks.
Did anyone happen to see that?
What?
What was it about?
Apparently, Zoran Mamdani just released a list of 30,000 homeowners in New York. This would be the people that would come under the new tax. You don't suppose that's for like some type of Bolshevik style revolution, like comeuppance for the landlords, do ya?
No.
No? Okay.
If they own a second property in New York, they're going to have to pay higher tax.
Right, but the point is that there's now a searchable database of those individuals for the public.
That's public record. That's public record. When you buy real estate, it's public. What are you talking about?
Literally everywhere.
I don't want you to mistake something. The things that the left are suggesting now with regards to, the socialists taking over and them being some type of violent revolution, that doesn't frighten me in the least. That doesn't frighten me in the least. Actually,
What are you talking about?
it's kind of cathartic for me.
Who suggested that
personally.
at all?
Okay.
Who suggested that?
It's like true shadow boxing.
I don't know who you're even talking about right now, dude. Like, do you even need us for this conversation?
Yeah, he doesn't. He doesn't need a panel. He just needs a mirror.
Are you going to be with the Americans or are you going to be with the communists?
I have
You
a
talking to me?
vision of
You
him
must be
talking
talking
in
to
the
me.
mirror now.
You talking to me?
It's like
My
you guys
favorite-
talk
my
about
favorite
putting
actor.
commies. You guys talk about putting
What do you
commies
mean?
in a database, and then you get sad when somebody releases like public records. Like people on this app have told me that they're going to. Righties on this app have told me that they're literally going to unalive me because I'm a commie.
Because of the Bolsheviks. That's
And
why.
you're
That's
getting mad
what he
because
said.
someone released like people who
Who's
won't pay their
mad?
taxes or
Who's
whatever
mad?
have a second home. Like it's weird. You're bringing it up for a reason, right? You said that the
Not
Bolsheviks
mad.
are going to come in
Not
and do a
mad at all.
Bolshevik style revolution.
When you guys
Drop for
tell
Messi.
me that I'm not a real Marxist, you are doing me a huge favor. By the way, nobody ever threatens me because they all think I'm a fake Marxist as well.
Dude,
Just
I'm
so you
saying,
know.
man. And it pushes more people in your direction because they look at me and they're like, "Holy shit, that lady's crazy."
B, are you registered as a Communist Party on your voter registration?
No, I'm not.
That is not a serious question.
Yeah, I don't believe you then.
That's
not
fine.
Real thing. That's a real thing. You put your affiliation to. It is.
No, it's not.
It's
Right, I
just
just made it
independent,
up, bro. You're right.
Democrat or Republican.
Are
It's
you
just independent Democrat
registered,
or Republican.
Gormy? Are you registered as a simpleton on your
Sure, that's
registration?
Republican. Born and raised.
Oh, well, yeah.
You could have just said yes, bro.
Actually, down here they put Republican on my my birth certificate. Actually,
Okay, that's
Your
funny.
birth- Actually, that's probably true. I can imagine that they do that.
What state are you in?
Florida.
Oh yeah, that tracks.
I can see them doing that.
she lived in the Chuz zone.
New Republican. We've got a new Republican board. That's like the they ring the bell and they say new Republican on the way.
Dude, we do. On some set, not like on the way as a baby, but man, since the '90s, we've gained so many millions of voters now. It's crazy. Florida,
Every
solid,
time you
most
hear
solid
the
red
bell
state
ring,
now,
a corporation gets a tax cut.
Yeah, exactly.
How many of you endorse? How many of you endorse Luigi Mangione?
What? No, never. Don't. No one fall for that Fed question. Nobody fall for that Fed question. That's a Fed ass question.
A Fed question?
That's a fucking Fed question.
What's tennis
Wait,
gonna
don't,
say?
don't
What
fall
did tennis
for
gonna
it.
say?
You should be able to just say you don't support someone that.
Why would I support?
tell you what I do.
Why would I
I just-
support a person who's been accused, not yet proven to, of unaliving somebody on American streets? Why would anybody support that?
Because he's a craven capitalist, and based on most of your rhetoric, it's reasonable to assume that you do.
I'll tell you what I do.
No,
I'll
because
tell
if
you
you
what I
break
do
the
endorse,
law,
Fed.
you don't have the right to go breaking the law and killing people. What are you talking about?
Wait,
Tennis, you didn't see the
He's a
huge
wait,
support?
hold on. He's a craven what? I think you just said craven capitalist.
That's exactly what he said, which confused me as well.
The fuck is a craven capitalist, and why would you
Well,
say that?
You guys have a negative emotional charge for capitalists. So
Yeah, but
that's how I
but
couch
You
it.
asked if we supported him.
I asked if you endorsed him.
Yeah, would we endorse
Why
a
would
Is he
craven
running for
capitalist?
something?
No. I'm talking about Luigi Mangione. Do you endorse Luigi Mangione?
I tell you what I do,
Do you
endorse,
endorse
Fed.
Hitler?
I
Like, do
endorse
you endorse Hitler?
Say that.
No,
Sorry about
we
that.
don't.
The next
It's easy,
objection
right? We
was
just say no, of course.
Yeah.
Why can't you just say no?
Wait, who did you call a craven capitalist? The guy that was
The-
killed, or
Luigi
Yeah.
Mangione.
Yeah, the guy from United Health. The
oh,
train of
Oh,
thought
you mean the
being that
victim? The
you're endorsing
victim is a
Luigi
craven
Mangione for
capitalist.
doing what he
Okay,
okay,
now we
I
get
get it now. I get it. I see where I messed up.
Yeah, that was confusing as fuck.
I was confused.
I would say he was more a humanist. He was a big charitable
Jump over
guy.
the Grand Canyon for that leap.
A humanist?
He's a humanist.
You mean humanitarian or what is
Yeah,
it?
He's a
humanitarian. That's it.
humanist.
Humanist.
I don't think
Humanist.
you can
He's an
categorize him as a
humanist.
humanitarian.
That sounds
That's how
like a
we say
health
it down in
insurance
Florida,
company.
bud.
Humanist.
No, he gave like millions of dollars to charitable organizations and like did a lot of stuff for like charity around his town and stuff like that, and built a lot of things for the town and the community.
Does he still do
how's your
that?
TikTok live going
Good
there,
for
Redacted?
him.
How's your
R.I.P.
TikTok
Does he
live?
still do that?
R.I.P.
You still do that? Well,
When
Brandon,
are you
there's
into-
one you support. Got one. That was easy.
Do you support vigilantism? Go Army? I'm just wondering.
Some aspects for sure, like what they did in the Philippines with all the schmug dealers and stuff. They got rid of them in their country and they paid people vigilantes to go after them. So yeah, I would support that for sure if that happened here or Mexico.
Can we
or
do
something.
that for Republicans?
Because you guys got to win first and do all that. You guys are like
Well,
on the losing
no,
end.
I can
And then
pay
you guys
somebody
are
to go
known as-
after Republicans.
And you guys are kind of known as the weaker, like you're feminine if you're a liberal and you're a guy. You know what I mean?
I take
Except when you
Not
guys are
into-
crying about commies taking over the country, then we're not like fucking feminine. We're fucking scary. Apparently, you gotta
We're
put us
not
on a
crying.
list and then put us in fucking jail or on a wall.
I will have you know, it's only my mind that's been feminized.
Very nice. It's not that we're crying, B. This is a perfect I told you so moment. I mean, we've been talking about the violent rhetoric coming out of the far left for a long time, and now we're observing the far left take control of the Democrat Party.
Ew.
What are you talking about?
This is a wonderful. This is a
Ew.
wonderful. I told you so moment.
3 to 1. Wait, Brendan. You mean the violent left rhetoric that for the last 30 years it's been 3 to 1 all right political violence according to the FBI and the Cato Institute? What the fuck are you talking about? What violent left rhetoric are you talking about? The hippies?
Yeah, tell it to Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, okay, the one fucking guy we don't even know.
Tell it to
if he's a
Steve
lefty.
Scalise.
Okay, what about the guy who took out Melissa Hortman and the dog and her husband? Like, dude, we can go back and forth all day long. What are you talking about? These guys aren't even proven lefties.
What about Jan 6?
Show me how they were lefties.
Pretty obvious.
Call the police. Call the police.
And they're going to jail. So what the fuck?
Yeah,
Nobody
violence
up
is
here
bad.
praised
Violence
those
is bad.
people. Nobody up here praised those people. What the fuck are you talking about?
You know what's funny?
Well, then
is
why don't you
that-
guys say like emphatically no? If he said, do you support the person who killed the CEO of United
He called
Healthcare?
it
We
He called it a
did.
Fed
We did,
question.
Stephen.
Hold on.
You said,
we-
"Don't
No,
fall
I
for
did.
it."
I did.
What are
I
you
called it a fed
talking
question.
about? I mean,
I just missed that, I guess.
emphatically no. Is that good enough for you? But I think it was more, our reaction was more like, what kind of fucking question is that?
Yeah, where did it
Okay,
come
so you
from?
guys didn't
That's
see
so random.
the large groups of people on the left that actually supported it and cheered for it?
Large.
No, I have no idea what you're
They all-
talking about.
most of
I
them
have
do,
no idea
Stephen,
what you're
most of
talking
them
about.
do.
That never
They're
happened.
lying.
You're imagining that.
This is why, Stephen, we reacted this way, because you want to present it as a legitimate question that frames that type of violence as I don't know, central to the left, right? Central to the left. It is not. There are people that are very angry in this country that are behaving in a way that I think is absolutely atrocious. We do not support violence. That doesn't mean that they're doing that in the name of the left or Democrats. I think as much as you guys would also like to be
that's a fair
absolved of
point.
having the Oath Keepers and the Patriot Front and all those people presented as
neo-Nazis.
being part of you, right?
Those are
You want to
non-violent.
say, well, no.
Why you wanted a civil war? Because all over this app, all you saw was people like standing out there, like either armed or like in this like super like manly pose, going, "Call us up, we're ready, Charlie Kirk. We're gonna defend this nation." Like,
Right, that's right.
Shit, it was
violence.
Donovan. It was Donovan when CK passed that said it's open season on blue hairs.
I said it. No, that is not what I said. What I said was that a lot of septum rings are going to come out. I said a lot of brown and blonde hair dye would be sold in the next few days, and I'm concerned about the possibility of violence for my leftist cousins. Is
That
what I
is
said.
not at all what you said. You specifically said it's open season on blue hairs. That is specifically what you said.
That's not
Ain't no
right,
fucking
but
way you said it like
you're
that,
you're
bro.
you're you're perverting what I said and the sentiment that I was trying to convey.
I'm sorry. I don't know what your sentiment was, but that's exactly what you said. It's open season on blue hairs.
Well, I am very proud of the fact that
That's wild.
that
That's
my
wild,
team
dude.
that my team didn't go after leftists. That's a wonderful thing.
Brendan, stand back and stand by, okay?
Ooh,
No,
ooh,
stand down.
sick burn.
Stand down is in there somewhere.
No, that was
Stand back and
a
stand by.
question asked.
Stand
A question
by.
asked of Trump at some
Yeah,
hit
just
piece from the mainstream media.
stand
What
back
would you
and
what would
stand
you
by.
say to the Proud Boys? Oh, stand back, stand by. You know, basically stand down is what he
You know
was
what the
doing.
proper
No,
response
he
would
didn't
have
say
been?
basically
It's-
stand down, and they turned that shit into T-shirts, and they sold that shit, and they were fucking wearing it proudly. We're
Yeah.
waiting. We're
You know what the-
standing by.
If you
Maggots
guys-
good at merch.
If you
You know
guys
what the
want to
proper
say that only
response
the
to
most
that
extreme
is?
people say like celebrate
Hold on,
CK,
Steven.
then we can say the same thing, right?
You know what the proper response to that is? The proper response to that is tell the Proud Boys to fuck off. That's the proper response.
What's the response? Say that again.
The proper response when somebody asks the President of the United States how they feel about a neo-Nazi group
Candidate
is
at the time.
for them to fuck off and play
The Proud Boys are
Nazi
neo-Nazis?
punks fuck off by the Dead Kennedys.
Yeah, but yeah.
But if I mean, also like if I said to you guys like, hey, I really need you to do this, but stand by. And then I never said, like, let's do this.
Seriously?
Now he's going to whitewash
Oh
it.
my god.
I'm just curious. I mean, is that, I mean,
No,
if I
it's
say
all know
stand
what he
by,
meant.
Stephen, the context, you know, it's like, it was about Proud Boys, and he said, stand back and stand by. It
but
was,
then he never
And
said, like, go for it, right?
it was the Proud Boys that led the march on January 6th. So they were the first ones into the Capitol. They were the first ones to break a window. It was the Proud Boys that were standing back and standing by until Donald Trump on January 6th sent them on their way to the Capitol.
How did he send them on their way?
He said, we will march down to the Capitol and we will have our voices heard.
Peacefully.
and if, what's his face? The vice president, if he does the right thing, right? We can't talk about this. We get the live taken down, but
Yeah.
you know, if the vice president does the right thing, then, you know, then we'll be okay, basically. And we
Peacefully.
don't want to forget what Rudy Giuliani said too.
He said peacefully after we should start dueling again, and after he said if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. It was after that too.
Yeah, fight like hell, saying that like hyperbolically, but in a way not to cause violence. Not to cause
How can you guys defend this shit?
I don't know how they defend it that much.
I don't know. What about
I'll never
Maxine Waters when she
understand it.
said very mean things about Trump supporters? You guys were okay with that?
Very mean things.
Oh, no.
Very, very
Tell
mean
them, did
things.
she tell them to march down and fight like hell?
Tennis, you don't want to go down this route. There's a
basically
lot of
did.
sound bites of her
She did.
saying some
That's exactly
crazy
what she
stuff.
said.
Yeah, she said
She's
some
super
crazy
evil.
stuff.
Even Hillary Clinton calling Trump supporters deplorables. That's pretty evil, don't you think?
No,
Is that a rise in,
you
is that
guys
a rise in
you guys
violence?
are fucking deplorable. I don't know what to tell
Oh,
you.
stop it. Stop it.
All of us
Talk
are the
about
basket.
immigration.
Yes,
Hold on.
can we please change the subject?
Okay, we'll change it real quick. The night Hillary Clinton said that, it just almost broke me. It changed me who I was politically.
Well, stop being a snowflake.
That is totally snowflakish. I mean, really, come on.
It made me MAGA, baby.
He declared WAR
I'm
on
sorry,
us.
compared to the rhetoric, you know, that this president puts out on a daily basis, and that broke you? Really?
She
I have
made me
something.
MAGA.
So today, Donald Trump fell asleep at Ladybug's funeral several times.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
It is.
Got to
It
get
really
those
is. Bless his
naps
heart.
in, you know?
Yeah.
You
He
guys
looks
don't
so
like
tired.
Ladybug, so who cares?
I don't. I find it quite funny, actually. And very disrespectful.
Was Sleepy Joe there?
He was awake.
Was he there, though? It's a serious question. Thought they were buddies. I was pretty sure that Lindsay, Lady G, and Biden were friends.
Yeah, they absolutely were. They were in the Senate together for decades.
Mm-hmm.
You know who's a real deplorable though is the Tate brothers, and who got them out of jail in Romania?
Not this time. They're
Well,
going to
not
fry
this
this
time,
time.
but you acknowledged that the last time in January, that was him.
The Romanian government allowed them to leave the country. That was the
After-
Romanian government that did that.
After the
Who
Trump
called them?
administration, two separate times, once in person and once not, trying to convince them to lift the border ban or the travel ban on them.
I don't know how
Not
truthful
cool,
that is. I don't
robot.
think that's true.
It's
It
true.
is.
Is it?
Yeah, the text messages with one of them saying that Barron was working on it or whatever were released.
That was fake. That's
I didn't even know that.
Oh, is it
Twitter
fake?
or whatever.
Was
On
it
Twitter,
fake?
the only thing the White House said is like at this time, or we're not like basically said, yeah, no, we're letting the court system play out in America, blah blah blah.
I mean,
But
But you know, once they got
what courts?
America-
What was playing out?
They did it again. They hurt someone else.
But what was playing out in the United States? Them sitting in Mar-a-Lago is justice to you?
No, Blossom, them getting extradited and all that.
Oh, to the
They
UK.
didn't get extradited here.
Gosh, I can't with y'all.
The administration still says that they didn't have anything to do with the removal ban. Just a quick search.
Okay, but the administration still says that we weren't the ones that bombed Banab, and yet we definitely were. So I don't know why you guys consistently quote this administration. I learned that the hard way, that I couldn't quote the Biden administration. This administration has been proven to lie repeatedly. They are not a reliable source.
Lying is part of statecraft.
So does
Mojo. Can I address
it's not proof evidence that they weren't involved. Like, what do you mean it's part of statecraft?
I heard you say Brobot. What did Brobot do?
I didn't threaten anyone. I simply welcomed his threats. So don't say we don't do that here. I didn't threaten him. So there.
Threaten who?
Shenanigans in the comments.
Fight.
He just muted you and he got upset.
Violent leftist rhetoric. No, there was some tweaker lefty in the gulag talking about I've got vacation time coming up and a track your IP address, that kind of shit.
Oh, gross.
Really?
That is gross.
I wish. I'd love to phone.
No, that's what I told him. I'm like, listen, when you're done scouring the internet, just go ahead and Google me before you decide to do some vacation time.
About that doxing that you wanted to come up here, Brendan, and be so gross about, with Mandami releasing the information of the people who own 2 properties. It's on the Department of Finance in New York. It's just something, it's open to the public, like Tennis was saying. It's not like he made a fucking Google spreadsheet and posted it to Twitter. It's public knowledge, it's public information. Actually, I have a screenshot of how it explains it if you'd like to see.
Understand is public information. The idea that the Mamdani administration, though, made a searchable database of these individuals, I think is a little
It was already there. They consolidated it to one search engine.
For what reason?
I'll tell you, 1 second.
So Mamdani's making lists now? Oh boy, this is great.
You guys love lists.
Mm-hmm.
You want to put all the commies on one?
The database released by the City Department of Finance allows users to search properties and view the names and addresses of owners whose non-primary residence could be subject to the proposed tax. A spokesperson for the department said the publication of the property roll was required by state law. It's required by state law. As per state law, a property roll was released for public information. From the list, the DOF will identify properties that may be subject to the new the non-primary residence property surcharge. All they did was do a separate tab database in the Department of Finance. It's not like he's out there on Twitter giving people's addresses and names.
We get that part. You don't understand the possible utility of a list like that?
It's already public, dude.
Right, I get that it's already fucking
It's law.
public.
It's
You don't
to
have to
let
repeat
people
yourself.
know.
Oh, third time, Messi.
It's to let-
What I'm trying to
it's to
say, and that you seem to be, I don't know, intentionally or unintentionally missing. I mean, I don't know that all of you are that bright, but if you're saying that they intentionally released a database of individuals who don't always live at a particular property, that opens those people up to squatters, in addition to possible violence for being craven capitalist landlords.
The property? Does it list the property address, Messi?
Oh, I'm a scared little bit. Okay, Messi. How dare I complain about anything you shifty leftists do?
Blah, blah, blah.
so
Messi, does it
hypocritical.
list the property address attached to the name?
I don't know. I haven't been able to find it. All I was able
Something
to find
tells
is
me that it does not.
Yeah, I haven't been able to find a list at all. All I was able to find is that it's on the Department of
Yeah,
Finance. And it's consolidated.
This is a law.
It's the fuck. Y'all are making it out to be something that it's not, just like you're
Why
doing with
release
every
the database?
thing that
Because
you
they
try to
have
bring
to
up.
tell people that their taxes are raising, Brendan. That is why
Yeah,
they
they do that
released
with
it.
letters.
They have
They
to
do
let.
that with
Okay,
letters.
that's much more fucking. This
They
is
don't
much more
post
cost
it to the
effective.
public.
It's much more cost effective, and it's the law at the
Oh.
end of the day. So I didn't hear you complain when this law was penned into existence, but you're complaining now. Like, this is ridiculous. Come on, be genuine for once. always bad
Yeah,
faith
I'm
with you.
very genuine. I'm just showing you the tools that you pinch leftists are going to use to meet violence upon your political
They
betters.
said they were going to make a list of leftists that they considered terrorists so that they can then jail. And you're whining because Mamdani followed a law about how to let people know that their rent or that their property taxes were going to go up. Do you see how that's not equal and honestly very hypocritical?
Who's making a list of violent leftists now?
Stephen Miller.
I think it was Stephen Miller. Marco Rubio has talked about it. There's
Marco
another,
Rubio wants to
president-
send citizens to fucking CCOT.
Yeah,
What do you
exactly.
mean? Crazy.
You
And
have a
political
problem with that,
terrorists
Brendan?
You
is
don't
what
see,
Stephen Miller
you don't
calls
see
it.
the utility in making lists of violent leftists?
You don't see the utility in making lists of people who need to know that their taxes are going to go up?
Wow, that was pretty tortured, B.
I'm going to say this,
that
that
many
if
people.
you look at, just a second, Libteers, if you look at any state that has certain rules about the purchase of property, you're going to find that these types of lists exist and they're public.
Right.
public
The idea,
knowledge.
though, is that
So
both of us are
targeting
saying,
Mamdani.
both of us are
targeting
saying
New
that they're
York.
a list of criminals, but the fact is that only one of them actually are.
You said nothing.
You mean yeah, violent leftism, violent political rhetoric. Yeah, that's a crime. Simply owning a secondary property is only a crime to a pinched communist leftist who thinks that they can seize the means of production.
Are you saying that words are criminal now?
Yeah, he is.
No, I'm saying that violent political rhetoric is
said
a crime. You
violent
cannot
rhetoric.
call for violence.
You said
Mojo,
violent
you know
rhetoric.
this.
You're telling me that words are illegal?
calling for violence is violent
Words are
political
illegal?
rhetoric.
Are
That
you
is
serious?
expressly against the
Are
law.
you word policing right now? Are you
I am not word
seriously
policing.
being that much of a snowflake?
Aren't you like a proponent of the First Amendment and that that the
Violent political
Biden
rhetoric
administration
is
somehow
against the law.
curtailed free speech?
Yeah. Do you remember when Chuck Schumer said that Gorsuch would reap the whirlwind after Dobbs? Do you remember that? Do you think that is violent political rhetoric? Do you think it's a coincidence that some pinched leftist showed up to Gorsuch's house and tried to unalive him? Do you suppose that's a coincidence?
Wasn't that
Did that happen
Kavanaugh
to
not
Nancy
Gorsuch?
Pelosi's husband?
Yeah.
Didn't he
Yeah,
actually get
There it
in
is.
the head with a
And
hammer?
honestly,
Pinch hairs,
if we go back and
pivots.
if we look at the
You're not
data,
gonna
I think
address
it's
any
from
of
like
it.
2008.
There's no substance.
I just heard somebody, I think it was Lily that pulled this up the other day. I think since excuse me, since 2008, we'll just go with that, 2000s. The political violence is like twice to 3 times the amount of times that it has taken place on the right versus the left. The amount of people that have been injured or unalive due to that violence from the right versus the left is basically like Israel-Palestine comparisons in numbers. It's not the same. It comes from the right. No, I'm not. This is data. You can go fucking research, sir.
In addition, it was Donald Trump who said after that horrible incident with Mr. Pelosi, okay, that he egged it on and thought it was funny and said so in a rally. Do we remember?
Why is it political that Paul Pelosi didn't want to pay his prostitute? Why is that a thing?
Why is
He
that
called
relevant?
to jail Hillary Clinton for no fucking reason, bro. What are you
No,
talking
actually,
about?
hey,
He's
no,
talking
what-
about
for no
jailing
reason.
his...
What are you talking about? Hillary
Do you
Clinton
remember
should still be
Libya?
in jail
Hold
for
on,
what she
hold
did.
on. Hold on. What you just said is political violence, by the way. For you to suggest that
Who just said?
Nancy Pelosi's husband didn't pay his prostitute, is that what you said? That's exactly the rhetoric. That is exactly the rhetoric that got him fucking bashed in the head. What you are doing is promoting violence right now on this fucking panel.
No. What got him
Yes.
bashed in the head is he didn't pay for services rendered.
There you go. See, it's saying stupid
That's
shit
not
like
politics,
that because you know
though,
damn
Mojo.
Laughing at
you
it,
know
the
damn
tears is
you
the
know
No,
damn well
no,
you
'cause that's
know
not
damn
what
well. Shut the fuck up. You know damn well that's not true. You know damn
let's-
well that what you're saying right now is bullshit.
And
How did the guy
Mojo-
get in the
You
house?
are trying
How
to
did the
get
guy get in
somebody
the
in-
house, Mojo?
And
Hang on,
you are
one
trying to
second.
get
Were there
somebody
signs of
attacked.
forced entry?
What
No, he
the
was let in that
fuck
house,
is
Mojo.
wrong with you people?
You're making a correlation that doesn't exist.
No, hang on. Do y'all not remember, UK put it in the chat, when Trump said at a rally, knock the hell out of the political protesters and I'll cover your legal expenses? Don't y'all remember that happened?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you,
That was
UK.
early. That was
Knock
early.
the hell out of them and I will pay for your bail.
And you
That's
people
political
on the
violence.
right, you
Oh,
love
so
that.
like
shit.
when
But how is
Kamala
it
said
political
the same
violence to
thing?
say
Crazy. Like, y'all just should stop. It's
Kamala said
exhausting
the
for
same
us,
thing, didn't
and it's
she?
got to be exhausting for y'all.
During
To
George
continue,
Floyd?
why are you talking over me?
Interesting.
It's
When
got
did
to
she
be
say that?
exhausting
She did
because
not.
I'm tired. Y'all continue to every single day to defend
They
this
lie.
man and
They
this
actually lie.
administration. I don't understand. Why?
To say that Kamala said the same thing is a lie. So here you are.
Wrong.
Not only are you're condoning the violence, but you're perpetuating lies, lip tears, and now you're teacupped because you know
Guys,
you
And
laughed.
Charlie
You
Kirk was
laughed.
leaning to the left just as all Republicans do, right? At some point in time.
guys. So, like, if let's say Vivek Ramaswamy was elected, you guys would still be up here saying a lot of the same stuff. Trump is just an easier target because he says
I love that
stupid
you
things.
just make
What?
shit up. I
We're
love
not
that
even
you just
talking
make
about
shit up.
that, Steven. What the hell? We're talking about
I'm
political
just
violence. Why would it change if
all
Vivek
right.
Ramaswamy was fucking in
Total
office?
red herring. What are you talking about?
Sorry. I'll wait till the subject changes.
Fucking stupid.
How did Paul Pelosi's attacker get in the house?
It doesn't matter.
Oh my
It does.
god.
It's
It
not
does. There
relevant.
were
He got
no signs of
viciously
forced entry.
attacked.
Okay.
He was viciously attacked, and Donald Trump laughed about it.
Was
And you
Paul
think that that's
Pelosi
funny. And you
was
think
Paul
that's funny.
Pelosi or was he not in his
Are you
underwear
really
when the
trying to
cops
justify your political
came to the
violence?
door?
Are
Yes
you
or
really
no?
trying to justify your political
I'm not trying to
violent
justify
rhetoric?
anything,
Are you
Mojo. I'm
really
just telling you the facts of the case.
are you really trying to justify your political violent rhetoric right now?
I don't think it's
Really?
violent. I think it's funny.
It is
I think it's very
absolutely
funny.
violent because exactly what you're saying right now is the same shit that was said that led to his attack. Now you're trying to get people attacked again. You
I'm
are
absolutely not.
you are a stochastic terrorist right
Oh,
now.
Jesus Christ.
Wait, how did it lead to his attack? If somebody has an opinion that he sleeps with male prostitutes, how does that lead to his attack?
They're just trying to make the correlation.
You don't
It
know
doesn't
anything
exist.
about the case at all? You don't know anything about the attack at all?
Yeah,
But I mean, so his opinion of saying that it could be because
So
of
you don't know anything about
whatever.
the attack?
Well, yeah, but like, of course I
No,
do.
so you
So
don't. But you don't. If you have to
but
ask that
no.
stupid
Well, why
ass
don't you want to
question.
answer the question? What?
He
why-
got
how?
beat with
If
a
you have to ask
cleaver.
that, if you have to ask that question, you don't know shit about it. Go
How does
fucking
his
look it up.
statement make
Go look it
it
up.
more likely
Go
that
look
he'll
it
get
up. Go look it up.
violence
Go look it
on
up.
him?
Go look
politically?
it
He
up.
got
Go
beat
look
with
it
a
up.
meat cleaver.
Go
Right
look
in
it
the
up.
ass cheeks. He got a meat cleaver to the butt cheeks.
Yeah, they did a study. We don't have to like.
Gross. You fucking people are so disgusting, so disingenuous, so hypocritical, and so fucking violent. All of you.
Yep. Stochastic terrorism.
We're not
So
more
guys,
violent
like,
You
adjacent.
are.
if people,
Can I say something?
if people are saying like, "Hey,
Messi
Trump is
made a claim.
fascist," so he should be taken down, that leads to political violence. Somebody have an opinion that somebody might be like undercover gay. How does that? I don't understand how that's the same thing.
That actually doesn't
democracy
even
is at
really
stake.
matter. It doesn't even really matter because Messi made a statement that was true. They've done studies on this. The Department of Criminology and Criminal Justice has found that there is much more right-wing extremist violence than there is left-wing, and it's she's right. It's 2 to 3 times more. This is ridiculous. These things that you guys say in your head, this is like cognitive dissonance embodied in a person.
And actually,
Because you refuse because you can't defend the indefensible is basically what it boils down to.
Honestly, that's what I think. And also, again, UK is the one that reminded me of the, Donald Trump, go knock him out and I'll pay for your legal expenses. And then again, they're 2 to 3 times more violent. But I don't believe that they are defending him anymore. I think they're defending themselves at this point. Like, they want to defend them so that they can do it and that it'd be okay. They're trying to normalize the shit that is happening.
Because if
for
you admit
themselves.
if you admit that any of that stuff is vile or violent or bad, then you're admitting that you did something wrong in supporting it. So you can't do that. That's the psychology right there.
Admitting was fine. No, I think that's a good example of political violence. If he said what Messi is saying, he said to go have a heyday on somebody. I'm just still trying to figure out how it's political violence if somebody has a personal opinion that Paul Pelosi might be undercover gay with, owing debts to people. Like, how did that create
Because
political violence?
because that mentioning and bringing up facts about his sexuality or whether his door was open or whatever is irrelevant to the fact that he was viciously attacked. It's irrelevant. You can't even just condemn or say, God, that is bad.
Right, but you're suggesting that the
if it
attack was
happened to
politically
somebody
motivated.
you know and somebody that you care about, it would be the most vile and horrible thing.
Right.
To
But
you.
what you're saying,
but the
Tennis,
fact
is
that it happened to this human being, I'll finish. The fact that it happened to this human being, somehow he deserved it. He invited it.
Nobody said that.
That's what you're
Nobody
saying.
said that.
Literally no one said
that
he invited
at
it.
any time. What we are saying, because you guys are trying to say, oh, the attack on Paul Pelosi is politically motivated. And we're saying, no, it is not. Paul Pelosi simply didn't pay his tab or there was some type of level of
Let's say just for a second that it wasn't politically motivated, which I disagree with. I'm sure it was. But the point is that you can't even condemn it. You have to come up with a reason that it happened. And you refuse to answer the simple, you refuse to address the fact that this president laughed it off and thought it was funny. And that in and of itself is not promoting and propagating political violence.
But I just went back and looked. The person said that their intended target was Nancy. That the intruder broke in and they were looking for Nancy. Brendan, was it her boyfriend? Or did she not pay the bill? And then the husband just got in the way? I mean, what the fuck? Where did he go?
Did you guys drop him? Did he get a vial?
I didn't drop him. I don't know. Brendan, did you just leave?
No, he said he was dropped. But this is a graph, as you know. The red can probably guess. Red is right leaning, and this is a graph of left wing versus right wing terrorist attacks and plots in the United States from 1994 to 2025. Look at the blue, and look at the fucking red. And this is from CSIS.org. I mean, come on, dude. Like, it's not even comparable.
They're not.
It's
Where
not
does
even
that line
comparable.
terminate again?
It's not even fucking comparable. It terminates at 2025 because this is the last study that they did.
Down, and now the left team has overtaken the right. Is that right? Based on your
no,
chart?
the data doesn't. The data doesn't go beyond 2025,
isn't it?
Oh,
yeah, the data doesn't go beyond 2025, so we don't actually. Yeah, okay. Let's fucking look at this. Shut the fuck up about this and address
so
this.
It's down. So red is
address
down and
this
blue
shit,
is up.
dude.
Got it.
Address this shit.
Blue,
well, yeah,
1991.
No, we actually don't know if it's up because it doesn't go beyond 2025.
Blue has
so we don't
overtaken
know.
red. You guys win. Yay.
Fucking hell, man. This isn't even comparable. It's not even fucking comparable.
Red is way down.
I can't believe you even argue this shit.
We've reduced red crime. Yay.
Fucking wild, dude.
Yeah, because you guys believe in comply or die now. So yeah.
Blue is up. Yay.
Can't you just...
You're so scared of your shadow, you don't want to leave your house to do anything.
Blue is up. Yay.
Taking shits.
No, can't you just admit that the violence is wrong on either side?
Yes.
I mean, is there anything that you can say that would be helpful and more forward thinking and productive to this conversation?
Yeah. Stop with the fucking hyperbolic rhetoric on both sides. That would be the first thing.
I do think that anyone who laughed at Paul Pelosi getting attacked is part of the problem. I do agree with that.
Thank you, Stephen. Thank you for saying that.
Well, then people are going to say, and this is just to be fair consistently, people are going to say it's wrong for us to laugh at Charlie Kirk's death.
Exactly.
I think it's. I mean, honestly, I think it's okay to be. This is where I feel like the litmus test is. It's like if you feel kind of unbothered by somebody being, passed away because you don't really particularly like them, or whatever. Like, you don't have to deeply care about everybody's passing, but it's a whole other level to like celebrate or like
Well, when
laugh at somebody
on
passing away.
Facebook, I'm on specifically the Democrat page. I just troll it, but I like to read what people say. And after CK died, unalived, they were like rejoicing, literally. And it was so
I don't believe it.
sad. I swear on everything I love on this planet.
I'm
They
sure
were
there were a few
absolutely-
that said. I'm sure there were a few that said inappropriate things.
There were a
but
lot,
I
Tennis.
don't
There were a
think
lot.
there were a lot. I
I'm
doubt
telling
it.
you, there
I
were
would.
tons.
Tennis, there was.
What
there
about
were
it?
a lot of people that were celebrating.
What the
Does
fuck
anybody
about it?
know about this
It's
or have
sad.
any statistics?
What's
I
sad
know you
about
don't
it?
care, Ash. I know
No,
you
what's
don't
sad
care.
about it?
You're
No,
just
be
evil.
specific. What's
You're
sad
just
about
fucking
it?
evil. It's okay. You're
Yeah,
just
you
evil.
think
Admit
you're a
it.
special? No, you think you're a special.
You're just an
human who-
asshole. You're just a fucking asshole. That's the
you
problem.
don't think you don't think that you
You're a
have
fucking
that
asshole.
you're
Shut up.
shut
Right,
the
stop.
fuck
This is
up.
no.
Jesus Christ.
Wait, who said that?
People like
'Cause
you are
you're
why
not
this
allowed.
happens.
Yeah, I said that to
Okay,
Lib Tears
like
because he's a little
you.
bitch and he keeps complaining instead of.
Okay.
I think
Oh,
even somebody on here earlier like made a joke about him leaning left. So I mean,
did they leave or did Mojo?
Oh yeah,
kick
I'd
them?
make that joke.
I kicked him.
I didn't.
yeah. So Messi's
So?
part of the problem too.
No, she's not.
She just made a joke earlier by him leaning
Could be a
left
problem.
No,
because he
I
got.
did. I said that.
Okay, so
I know.
Mojo's part
That
of the
Mojo
problem.
Get
said
over
that,
yourself.
but
Yeah, get over
I'm
I've
just.
said it
yourself.
also.
I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm
you
not
said-
bothered
yeah.
by it. I'm making the point
Well,
that
then
you
shut
guys.
the fuck up. If you're not
You
bothered
guys
by
get
it,
so
fuck off. Eat
enraged,
a
and
dick.
yet you are hypocrites, as I pointed out before.
No, you guys are hypocrites. You guys,
I said-
you
I
guys
said-
just make shit up, random rhetoric, and you are absolutely pushing for attacks on people, politically speaking, and you're okay with it. And
Like
all
who?
at the
That's not
same
true.
time that you're complaining about it.
Who we pushing
Paul
for attacks
Pelosi.
on?
Paul fucking Pelosi.
No,
Paul Pelosi's irrelevant.
he was offering
Then
up
why the
what he
fuck are
thought
you
was the
so
reason why
fucking
he was
enamored
attacked.
over him?
I'm not enamored with Paul Pelosi. That's
Yes, you
gross.
are enamored. What the fuck? You're the only person.
I wasn't
that
even the one that
talked
brought
about
up
it.
Paul Pelosi.
Yes, you did. That was you.
Did not. I was bringing
Yes,
up other
you
politically
did.
motivated attacks.
You
and
brought
Dennis
up
brought
Paul.
up Paul
You
Pelosi.
specifically brought up Paul Pelosi.
No, I brought up the idea
Yes.
that the cover story for Paul
No.
Pelosi is bullshit.
You brought up Paul Pelosi.
Oh my
full
God,
of
Tennis,
shit.
you gonna correct him or not?
I'm careful about correcting
Oh my
Mojo, but I'm going to say I think I did raise him. But to bring up the point in relation to Messi's looking at the data, okay. What I was saying was that with respect to his vicious attack, that the president laughed about it in a rally, and that is not okay. Is why I brought it up. That's promoting violence.
Fight like hell, or you're not going to have a country.
Right.
Oh yeah, our democracy is at stake. Like that doesn't justify all kinds of bullshit, right?
What?
That was your clarion call the entire run up to the election. Our democracy is at stake. Justified all kinds of bullshit.
Yeah, but then they always follow up with, you need to go out and vote. Like, that's what they follow up with. They say those things, but then they say,
Excuse me.
Yeah,
but democracy is at
nobody
stake.
said-
What are you talking
Nobody
about?
in the Democratic Party said fight like hell. Or you're not.
Yeah,
Right.
I
They
mean-
said our democracy is at stake. They said
Yeah,
Trump's
they
a
did.
fascist.
So
You know
you should
what?
go
They said-
vote. So
they
you
said
should
it's
go
the
vote.
last election
So you
ever.
should go vote. So you should go vote.
Democracy has been at stake democracy's always at stake. But in the last 10 years, okay, with the things that we've seen, it is at stake. And you can joke about that, but it is. And so to say it is important to get people to vote.
Wait, you can
Yeah.
even agree with it. You could probably agree with it right now, right, Donovan? That our democracy is at stake?
I think that authoritarianism with a smile is still authoritarianism.
But you can agree that democracy.
In some cases, yeah.
And that's not a good thing, right?
Yeah, we should remain a democracy. We should remain a constitutional republic.
Excellent.
You guys, Brendan, you got to stop going to Penny's live so much because you just.
Oh shit.
I know what you're saying.
No shit.
I just, I know this. It's just funny. It's interesting watching the conservatives coalesce around what is clearly going to be the 2028 campaign slogan.
Correct.
But
And I'm in Penny's live once a week at most.
oh, well then Millie's, I don't know. And I'm not trying to call out other lives. I know what you're talking about because I also listen to them. It's just, I thought you're smart enough to know it's bullshit, right? Like,
What's bullshit?
like the whole thing, you're obviously calling up the constitutional democracy because you guys have been reading the same DSA webpage for the last 2 weeks that has a series of proposals, including getting rid of the Constitution, I guess.
Right.
I mean, sure, if you guys want to be upset by that, okay. But like we have the oldest governing document of any Western nation, like very, very old. Though when they were originally proposing it, a lot of the founding fathers suggested it should be torn up every 17 to 20 years and rewritten. And I think that there is validity to saying we need to look at if we're going to be forced to adhere to what a bunch of 30-year-olds thought 250 years ago, who wrote in a language that, terms that we don't typically use today. If we are forced to adhere to that, then maybe we do need to make some serious amendments. And guess what? They gave us the opportunity to do that. So I think that you guys got to I thought you're smarter than that, honestly.
Oh,
Smarter than what? You just said the stuff that people disagree with. And then you said that like we are reacting or crying about it. People are just reading it and being like, I don't agree with that extreme, end goal.
No, she's talking about Penny's panel. Have you watched Penny's panel?
I was on her panel earlier, yeah.
I think what I'm trying to say is that when you take the idea of looking at the Constitution and saying we need to completely rethink this, and you say that's terrifying, I'm pointing to the fact that it's not at all radical. It's actually part of the conversation when we originally wrote the Constitution, and that we were given and afforded the ability to change the Constitution intentionally because it is a 250-year-old document. Well, a little bit less. We need to be able to change it. And you put a group of individuals in control of this Supreme Court that refuse to even allow us to interpret it in a way that can accommodate modern problems. So sure, yeah, what would you expect if not progressives to say, well, damn, if I can't even get Roe v. Wade to be upheld and protected, I think I have to change this completely.
So it makes sense. Everything you said makes sense, but it does cause a myriad of reactions of people that say, okay, I guess we're not trying to make small changes to work toward more social programs. We're trying to rip it all up and trust whoever writes it to do something that's better than what we have.
Rip it all up, or seek to have more representatives in our bicameral legislature.
No, but the DSA though is like the most extreme version of. It's not. Did you hear what she was talking about, Tennis?
Yes. I'm speaking to what she was talking about. We can make amendments in the Constitution. You form coalitions in Congress, and people will vote on that. If there is an amendment, it's very hard to pass an amendment. Okay, we know that, right? It takes 2/3 of the House, the Senate, and then 2/3 of the state. So the idea that would happen. Did I misstate that? Sorry.
3/4 of the state. Sorry.
Thank you. And so it's something that can be done. And if like-minded people who research, reason, form coalitions, discuss, debate, think that something like abolishing the Second Amendment is a good thing, then they should. And I said the Second Amendment because I think the Second Amendment is horseshit. But that's just me, and I know it's controversial, but that's just me.
I mean, Mojo owns a pew-pew. Would you take it from him?
What? Why the fuck do you say that?
You do.
I don't.
You've said before you do.
Things like that.
No,
unless you know that to be true.
Oh, sorry. I think you said your neighbors all have it, so you feel safe because of that.
Wait, we have done this 3 times now. You have said the exact same thing and had the exact same response after I said you're full of shit.
Didn't you say that before?
Okay? Are you okay, man? Are you okay?
You were talking about this before where you said, you didn't worry about like being doxxed or anything else because it was either you or your neighbors all had, were armed up.
I live in a very red district. All of my neighbors are fucking roughnecks, and yes, they have all shown me their gun safes.
And so Tennis, you would take all of Mojo's neighbors' pew
I
pews
would
away?
take this is my position if you want to know
They're
it.
protecting him.
Take them. I would take them.
Yeah, my position is that at the time when first of all, I think the Second Amendment doesn't say what you all think it says. It means that we could form a militia to defend ourselves. That's what the Second Amendment is about. It's about quartering soldiers, which the British were quartering in American homes during the Revolution. So that's what the basis of it was. But in terms of my opinion, and this is just my opinion, is that we should not have, Americans should not be able to have military grade type weapons that unalive people.
What does that mean?
I'm not going to go down this ballistics test with you.
The Third Amendment was quartering.
I'm telling you what I think. I think that the rapidity with which a person can unalive children in a school in seconds and take out little Sandy Hook children, that should not be allowed. Just like we shouldn't allow people should wear seatbelts.
Not
for
allowed.
safety. That should not be allowed to have
It's
those.
not allowed.
It is not allowed. It should not be allowed to have those types of weapons, and that Congress should act to
Got
stop.
nothing to do with it. Once again, your objection is simply to imagination, right? If I can find or imagine a more what did you say? A more rapid way to unalive people that still marks me as a criminal and a madman. It has nothing to do with the tools that I use to execute that particular mission. So for you to say that we should relieve ourselves of all of our means of defending oneself, because and I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna tell you a secret. I'm gonna tell you a secret, Tennis. It is my responsibility and my right to defend my person and my family.
You need an AR to do
and
it.
no one's going to stop me from doing that. Well, if I lived in Alaska again, or I lived in Texas, or I lived in Florida, where there be dinosaurs, then yeah, I should have an AR-15, and I may need an AR-15, especially for something like a pack of wolves, a bear, a fucking dinosaur. Yeah, I'm going to need that shit.
It's an AR-15. An AR-15 is not going to
Alligators.
take down a bear. An AR-15 is not going to take down an alligator.
That's meant to unalive
It's
humans.
never going to make it through the fucking skin of an alligator. You're fucking crazy.
Mojo, you're embarrassing yourself right now. Stop that, please.
Doesn't
Really?
matter. The point
You think
is,
a 223 is going to make it through the hide? You think a 223 is going to make it through the hide of an alligator?
Yes.
Keep this
Oh,
conversation.
you are wild.
They go really fast, Mojo.
I never want to own a firearm. I never want to own one.
If I
don't wanna
need
be
a
around
higher
them.
than a
I think that anybody that talks about them like this, my brain completely tunes out. This has zero bearing to me.
Yep.
Okay. Well, if you
We
can't
use
follow,
Blossom.
there are lots of simpler panels. Blossom.
It's like chiming in to say,
Tennis,
I don't know
it was
about
the
let's
Third
be
Amendment
clear.
that was
Let's be
against quartering.
clear.
Just so you know.
Let's be clear. I can follow. I can recite to you the key legislation from the last 20 years with regards to 2A. I just think it's boring as hell to talk about calibers and what you want to shoot with them.
Yep.
Well, no, it makes sense. It makes sense though if you're talking about taking away certain pew pews.
No, because
from
what
people.
you guys like to do, what the right likes to do, is to give us these tests on ballistics and the machinations of a particular firearm, which says nothing. Because what I'm just saying,
Blossom.
I'm just saying quite simply that we don't, a citizen should not be given firearms that can go into Uvalde and go into fucking Parkland School, Sandy Hook, and take out children. We need
Hey,
to
tennis. If I go and pinch a truck, like a fuel truck, and then go to a school and then evacuate all the water and then pump gasoline into the sprinkler system and then just throw a flare in there, are they going to make fuel trucks illegal?
That is apples and oranges.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because I just figured out a way to unalive hundreds of people very quickly.
And okay, and with which?
Right.
Go ahead, Mojo.
It's
Mojo.
Can't make those tools available.
It's actually illegal for you to steal that fuel truck, right? It's actually illegal. It's actually illegal for you to hook it up to a water system in a school, right?
Right. Just like it's
Okay,
illegal.
so
to
is it
shoot someone.
illegal? Is it illegal to actually have a gun or have a gun near a school?
No, this
it's
line
not.
of thought is going nowhere. Look at Europe right now. Look at all the places that have capitulated to this type of leftist nonsense. They are
No, stop.
they are
Stop. You're
naked.
gonna make me mad
They're
again.
naked to people who would do
No.
them harm.
You
And
are
right
gonna-
now we're getting to the point where sporks are about to be illegal in Great Britain. So spare me.
You are making me so mad because you are not talking about quote unquote leftists. You are talking about the
Leftist
fact
policy.
that immigrants from the Middle East have moved to Europe. That's what you're talking about. And again, the last time that you got dropped from this panel and I was on it was because you did the same shit. It makes me very angry.
Okay. Tell it to Cam Higbee. Do you know who Cam Higbee is, Blossom?
Not only do I know who Cam Higbee is, I have been in Cam Higbee's Discord before and I saw him at Broadview last year. The guy is a hack. You are smarter than this, Brendan.
Cam Higbee got his head cut off. What are you talking about?
No, what? He was on TikTok yesterday running a live.
Oh, wait, I must be thinking of a different Higbee.
What the fuck? I was watching his live yesterday.
If that had happened, you would have stopped me dead in the show.
Hold on one second.
Wow, that's wild. Yeah, I don't know who you're talking about, but
It's a different Higbee. Hold on, I'll find him. I'll find him. Hold on one second.
Okay, but we can, while he's doing that, we can talk about the 4 Haitian women that we deported who were found with their heads cut off on the border of the Dominican Republic. We can also talk about the 2
right-wing
the
violence.
couple. We can talk about the couple that we deported to Guatemala. Well, one deported, the other one
Fuck
we
Omi.
self-deported. Huh?
I said fuck Omi.
I love Omi so much. W's in the chat for Omi.
What do you guys actually want to do in terms of
W's for
taking away-
Mojo.
To send people to have to be unalived in a field with their 18-month-old sitting next to them abandoned. So I think we're capable of something in between.
I'm sorry.
Well, no,
I
in
just
terms
don't
of
wanna
like,
make fun of
actually confiscating, if we're going back to the, pew pew discussion, what would you actually propose? Do you think this country is ever going to actually confiscate pew pews from people?
They can't do that.
do
because
know
the only
this,
people that
that
would still
the-
have them is the criminals would still have them, and then the law-abiding citizens would be giving them up. It's a ridiculous concept.
It's
What?
not a ridiculous concept. If you make it impossible to get guns, if you make it impossible to get guns in the country, then it
it
makes
was
it
Lee
impossible.
Rigby.
And then it makes it impossible for everybody to get guns, whether they be
All right.
criminal or not.
But if they
we
do
could
the gun
that.
law,
And by the
that's
way,
not
by the way, the Second Amendment never mentions the word guns. As a matter of fact, the entire Constitution never says anything about guns.
right, it says bear arms, but
That's a fun argument, but I only requested to come up because I've got a little graphic here for you. Literally took this picture myself. I can turn on my camera and just show you that sitting on my desk. But the far right is a 22 LR. That little tiny one, that's what you hunt alligators with.
The one on the left?
Damn. You guys
The one
fooled
on
by a
the
real
far
hunter.
left in the black casing is the minimum hunt round for game in Texas, a 308.
There you go.
Nope, 308.
I had a big debate with you, Brobot, about 2A.
You're telling me a 22 makes it through the hide of an alligator?
Yes.
You don't shoot through the hide, you actually shoot at the base of
the back of the
spine.
head. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay,
where there is hide.
You still have to make it through the hide, though.
I think the little one would get in between the scales.
No, it's not scales. It's about the hide.
It is scales. It's
I
like
mean, it
weird
was-
textural shit.
It's a gator, not a dragon.
I know this, but it's still it's scales. It's still
Okay,
like those little
I'll
things.
wait. Did you just give me a fucking violation, bro?
Oh,
he
no.
did. What the fuck?
Showing ammo.
That's awful.
Yeah, that'll do it.
We love too fast. Love this one.
Those are freedom seeds.
Oh my god! Wait, how did I not
The
get
Supreme
banned?
Court
Did
is
you get
one of your-
banned, Brobot? Did you get banned?
Did. I didn't even realize you can't show that on TikTok. I just realized.
Yeah, with
I
that
didn't even
flag
know
in
something
your
at the
name
time.
and then you're showing what you're showing, you got to be careful.
Oh, well, it was worth it. He said.
That was okay. You didn't get banned. You just dropped yourself. Okay.
The
Sorry.
Supreme Court is going to hear a case about ARs in the fall. So we'll see.
Okay,
What do you
I
think?
think I'll trust Brovat on that. Either way.
You said AR.
This case that they're bringing, what do you expect to come of that?
I don't
And this
know
is
the
one of the
case.
things that gets me, because I hear the objections from the left about ARs. ARs are pretty much middle of the range when it comes to how deadly a particular pew it happens to be. I mean, I never hear a leftist talk about a 50 BMG, and you can take down aircraft with these things.
Brendan, what happened in Las Vegas? Let's just look at a particular case. Las Vegas, a man is on the 7th floor.
You don't want to talk about Las Vegas.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Okay.
Okay, so he's on the 17th floor. I don't care what kind of you can do your little purity ballistics, mechanical testing with me, but whatever those types of weapons are that
You
can
mean be precise?
I don't care. I'm trying to
You don't
tell you
care about
something.
precision.
It doesn't matter. The point is
hotels should
that
have those X-ray machines that they have in airports to make sure you don't have anything crazy in your bag.
yeah, that doesn't work either. So
wouldn't it work?
this guy from some very high floor, it just out his window and through glass, okay, hits many people at a concert. Unalives many people and wounds many people. I don't care what the name of that thing is. I think it was an AR. I don't care what you want to call it, but that should not be something that citizens should claim that they need to defend themselves.
Wait,
and they should be, yeah.
Dennis, so this hearing on ARs, from what I'm hearing, it's because they want to overturn state and local bans because they don't think it fits. They think that the ban on AR doesn't fit the Second Amendment.
Yeah, I don't know. I just heard very broadly that they were going to hear a case on the
Rom, can you please mute, dude? You have so much background noise.
Yeah, I'm just saying that I heard that broadly they're hearing a case, and I'm interested to read. Won't do a deeper dive, but anyway, I think you know my position. I don't think we should have those things. Listen, you look at things like Sandy Hook. You look at Uvalde. Something needs to change, and it needs to happen.
Well, with regards to Uvalde, we need better training. We need people who are willing to go into law enforcement that's similar to the military, are prepared, ready, willing, and able to lay down their lives for
do anything. They didn't do anything.
I am aware. I am aware of the failings of Uvalde, and I think those men should all be fired. I think there were parents who were willing to lay down their lives for their children, and they should have been allowed to fucking do so.
Yeah, I agree.
Look at. I think Uvalde points up the very obvious fact that no matter what kind of security you have in a place, that things can go terribly wrong with these weapons. And
it's not the fact that the cop didn't intercept. He didn't do anything.
That's right. So when you guys on the right talk about, oh, we need to have teachers armed, we need to, do all this stuff, it didn't do any good. There were security officials in that school that could have prevented it, but
you're suggesting to throw the baby out with the bathwater. And I mean, look, I hate to take a page from your book, but every single totalitarian takeover starts with the disarming of the public. Hitler did it. Mao did it. Stalin did it. We're not doing it.
Can you scream that the way Alex Jones did? Because it was way more entertaining.
Dude, when UK had the Lockerbie incident with preschoolers, and many preschoolers were unalived. The UK said those types of weapons that can do that kind of damage in that short amount of time are banned. And guess what? They've never had a school unaliving like that. Canada's never had one. Like that. And if there have been any incidents of the sort, it's been very, very few and far between in other countries.
Have you ever been to a machine shop?
We have so many in this country.
The reality is that every weapon commercially available in the term of a pew-pew
other than bolt-action rifles, is capable of the exact same thing. Every semi-automatic handgun on the market, every semi-automatic shotgun on the market, all of them.
Then they should all go.
So
Then they should be
How do you
banned.
propose that would happen? You think
Well,
that's really gonna?
the buybacks is one way. To make them illegal is another way, just to outlaw them. And also that's what they should do, because none of these background checks, none of this shit has ever worked.
You know what's funny about this
Yeah,
is
but
that about
Thomas,
3 months ago,
if
when
they
the
do the
left were all
buyback
ready and
program, only
raring
the
to go,
criminals are going to be stuck with the weapons. The criminals are going
right?
to keep their weapons, and the law-abiding citizens are going to give them back.
Exactly.
No, they should do a good faith buyback program in which if you're registered, they'll buy it back. But if it's not a registered weapon, they'll look the other way. They should do a good faith program like that. I don't think they will, but that's how I would answer it.
You're
Also
describing
give
how,
them tax.
how Brendan Herrera got famous right now.
Just give them tax cuts too.
You're saying.
Just do an ammo tax.
Anyone that wants to take arms out of the hands of civilians doesn't want people to be able to
Also, they
defend
should have
themselves,
very
whether
high
it be-
insurance.
Whether it be from other civilians or from the government. They do not want you to be able to do that.
You want to take arms away from civilians.
I do?
Yes.
How?
Do you want civilians to have anthrax?
That's not an
Mustard
arm.
gas? It is an arm. By definition.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Deploy the ridiculous hypothetical.
No, this is included in the fucking Constitution. This is included in the Second Amendment. You people are ridiculous.
Anthrax.
Yes.
I mean, are you going to use nukes next as an example?
Yes.
With a little bit of fissile
Yes,
material,
you
I
have
could-
to allow
I
people
could
to have
fashion a
nukes.
nuclear weapon.
If you want to support the Second Amendment, you have to allow people to have nukes. You have to allow Elon Musk to fucking own nukes. Yes.
You have to allow people to have Glock 19s.
No, you don't. It says nothing about Glock 19s. It doesn't say anything about guns. It
Well,
says
no
everything
shit.
about
They weren't
arms.
invented.
There's a rationale behind the Second Amendment that was to protect ourselves from enemies, foreign and domestic. That would be governments, and those governments are going to be armed, and we need to be as well armed as they are in order to defend against them. And if you are not as well armed as they are, then the Second Amendment is pointless.
Yeah, I'm more concerned about defending against other civilians at this
Yeah,
point.
see, I understand, but that's not what the Second Amendment was for.
Correct.
But here's a question: is it currently legal to own a grenade?
No. You guys are okay with that. And if
Actually-
you're okay with that, we can ban whatever the fuck we want.
The answer to that question is technically yes, with the correct FFL.
I could have a lot of tannerite. That's all I'm saying.
You can make one. Like, I don't understand.
No, you can buy them as long as you have the correct license to do
It
so.
should be illegal, is what I'm saying.
You can buy a grenade launcher as well if you have the correct license to do so.
You know, that's what I wanted to ask. Tennis, have you ever been in a machine shop in your entire life?
I don't think so. Maybe
Okay.
I have.
Are you familiar, being Jewish, are you familiar with the term zip gun? Do you know what that means? So when the Jews were hunting Schnauzis all over the planet, a lot of them in Argentina, but when they were hunting them, they would go from to a bunch of different countries, and a lot of these countries, firearms were against the law. So they made these things called zip guns. They looked a lot like a pump for a bike. Right? How it's just like a cylinder. And all it was is a firing pin on one end. You would load one little freedom seed into the bottom. And then when you opened it and then closed it quickly, the firing pin would hit the freedom seed and boom, they'd be able to take out Schnauzis all over the world.
Right.
And they
I
could make
love
it
the
quickly in a
term.
machine
That's
shop in
awesome.
just a few minutes.
So that's an
Well,
evil
that's the
act.
case with-
Doesn't make it
the case
right.
with
any
Whoa, 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 whoa.
and
Jews hunting Schnauzis is an evil act? Is that what you just said?
I think that anybody using weaponry against any other human being is an evil act. How about that?
We're talking about Jews hunting Schnauzis. We're talking about people that survived the concentration camps, sallying forth throughout Earth and finding them and bringing them to justice. Whether that meant
think that
arresting
they
them
should
and
have
bringing them
brought
to
to
Israel
justice.
or ending their
Calm
miserable
down.
lives right there on the spot. You think that's bad, Tennis?
Don't panic. I don't.
Panic.
This is my opinion. Violence begets violence. And I don't think that, you can sit here to try to get me to say that being violent is the right thing to do, and thereby we should have ARs and things that could take out small children is the right thing. Violence begets violence, and that's my opinion.
In that case,
They earned every ounce of lead, Tennis.
I thought you're anti-abortion. I thought you're pro-life, Brendan. Are you pro-life or not?
How on brand it is that the left are equating babies with schnazis.
I'm just saying, be morally consistent. I think what tennis is doing is being morally consistent.
100%
I thought it was
It's
right
100%
to have.
morally consistent.
I thought it
You
was
guys
right
say
to
all the
have the
time, "Oh, these
Nuremberg
babies are
trials.
crimping our
Excuse
style."
me.
Then, due to her
Look
moral
it. Look
consistency, we
it.
shouldn't follow World War II either.
Look it. Look it. That war is a different thing, right?
It's not. War is violence. Depending
War
on
is
any way you
violence.
look at
It
it,
is. It is.
now.
But if you're defending your country, you know, that's what you do. You defend your country.
Yeah, and carrying
What
a
I'm
rock
talking.
18 is
Excuse me,
defending
Steve.
yourself.
Excuse me. You know, you're taking me. I forgot the point I was going to make. Fuck. I'll think of it. Go ahead, everybody.
Talking about the left's utter lack of imagination when it comes to machining weapons of war.
Whilst you were like earlier, I want to remind everyone on the panel, earlier about an hour ago, you were saying how violent the left is and how peaceful the right is. So which is it?
Talking about violent rhetoric.
Like you're the
I didn't
one
say
over
they were
here like
effective.
saying you would
I just
like
said they like to talk
It's
about
also,
it.
I know
it's
what I
also
was going to
funny that
say.
we brought up ARs specifically.
Before you interrupted me, I know I was going to say the Nuremberg trials happened, and I agree with those. I believe in bringing people to justice for their evil acts. Okay, so where we have justice and we have civility and we have the rule of law to bring out criminals and to prosecute them and to punish them, that would be the right way to do it. Like,
Yeah, we should
By the way,
deploy
he's not-
special forces, Tennis. We should deploy lawyers.
By the way, advocating for owning a pew pew, can we say gun, is not the same as saying that we are not peaceful. I mean, it's peaceful to own a gun. It's not peaceful to use it in a way that's not defending yourself, of course.
But here's the thing, if you look at it, if you look at the amount of people who own them and the amount of violence that has happened by the laws as they are written, I would think that you people who espouse owning guns, that you would look at a more holistic communal idea of what it is to be safe and for people to be safe and for children to be safe.
Yeah,
So
all
you're
of
just
that-
being selfish, Stephen.
All of that violence is currently illegal, and you just want to double down and make it more illegal, which does nothing.
Yeah, but Tennis, you might feel like that about being safe, but everybody doesn't feel the same way. Everyone feels like there's people that feel like they need the gun to actually be safe, or
You need an
they
AR?
need the gun to do
You need-
violence.
Yes.
You need an AR to be safe?
Yes.
Everyone
you
in
don't.
New York went out and bought an AR.
We didn't
when it
always
became
have them.
illegal.
We didn't always have them. You know, like if we had banned them after Columbine, then there wouldn't be this mass proliferation of them, right?
I don't know about that.
Because we didn't have mass shootings before Columbine. There might have been one other one.
On the same scale, no, but you can't actually ban them. All you can do is make them more expensive by technically banning them,
Yeah.
because any machine shop in the country with a CNC and a lathe can make one in a fucking hour.
And that's
Yeah, or
not
a
what
3D
that's not
printer.
practical.
And anybody that wants to murder somebody will murder somebody, but yet we still ban murder.
Yeah, well, we're not saying that we should use guns against people. It's in a way that's not self-defense.
It's just an idiotic statement to say that you can't ban them because of machine shop and you can make them blah 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 bullshit. We still make outlaw things that will still happen. We understand they will still happen. We still outlaw them.
How do you get rid of the
So
existing
you're-
like 400 million guns that exist?
Yeah,
So your
heroin.
argument is that
Heroin. That's a good
Your
point.
argument is that criminals who were already planning on breaking the law by schmurdering someone, which by the way, the penalty for that is either unalivement or life in prison, aren't going to break the law to build a weapon, which the penalty for that is maybe 10 years, as if they give a fuck. But that's what you're pretending.
I am pretending that you're a fucking absolute moron.
Hey, I have a
Mojo,
question
even
for
if you do like
Brendan.
buybacks and stuff, like it's the good people that are going to give them back, and the criminals are going to be like, oh, opportunity now. There's
Wait,
less
Stephen,
people
real
to
quick. I
defend
just have a
themselves.
question for Brendan, real quick. Brendan, help me understand this, because like, there's something maybe I just don't get. Why are the most godly men like yourself the most in favor of pew-pews and like the biggest pew-pews? Like, what is the correlation? Why
What
is
makes
that?
him the most godly
Help me
man?
understand.
Because it's our not only our right but our duty to protect our families, and we understand that if
godly
But like,
man.
what is it? It's like there's a weird correlation to like the more religious, the more like Jesus loving you are, somehow it correlates directly, at least in my estimation from my own, like what I've seen. Like there's a the same amount of love for Jesus as there is for guns. I don't get it. Like,
I
why is
imagine.
that?
I imagine among the pious, it would be the idea that it would take a lot of lead to unalive a demon.
It's like a classic not answer. I gotcha. Okay.
No, I am answering you, but
I mean,
I don't consider myself overtly pious. I am more
Mhm.
of
Maybe
a
it's just
2,000
my
years ago,
situation.
they were ignorant
Mhm.
farmers and most of them couldn't read. I mean, it wasn't even until the 13th century that most people like outside of the aristocracy
What does the 13th
could
century
read.
have to do with an automatic
So,
rifle? Like, I don't, I'm lost. Okay.
well, okay, so what I'm saying,
legal.
yeah, what I'm trying to say
Did
is
you say
that
automatic rifles aren't real?
Whatever it is.
what
I get my point. I'm just trying to understand the
Wait,
correlation. Like,
is that really what you just said?
She said
those
something
were the
about
words that came out of my
rifles
mouth.
and they're not legal.
Okay, never mind. I don't know who the fuck said it, but it wasn't Al.
It was me.
Yeah, it
You
was
didn't
her.
say.
I'm owning
you said
it.
You said automatic rifles aren't
Well,
real?
whatever. Like, it's not my area of expertise. Clearly.
Oh, I swear I thought I heard a male voice say that.
No,
I
I'm
said
the one
her.
that said
Wow.
that they aren't legal. But that was in response to her saying something about them.
Oh, legal.
Legal,
Okay.
that's what I said.
Okay, I got it.
need an FFL. They're very hard to get in order to get an automatic pew pew.
Or one that's red.
I just would think that a religious person would feel like shielded and encapsulated by by the dear Lord and wouldn't need like a pew pew. I don't know. To me, like, isn't Jesus going to like encapsulate you, protect you, and save you? I mean, no disrespect. That's just my understanding.
Do you think that's how the Crusaders felt? Very pious, those guys were.
I don't know. I can't answer. I just know what in real time, like what I observe by those inclined to be more religious and others that are not. I'm mostly on the right. So.
Well, yeah, there's lots of factions there. Some of us pound our plowshares into swords, right?
I'm not religious at all. Don't claim to be. But Jesus' point was to say
Pound our pouches into swords is the wildest thing I've ever heard. It's so wild that I might have to use it for something. I don't know what, but
No, seriously, I'm going to use that too.
I just love that. Like it's so exactly the opposite of like who and how I am that I feel like I need to somehow apply that wild statement to everyday life. That is, thank you for that.
I have a question for you guys.
All due
And
respect,
Brendan-
your brain isn't. Okay, go ahead.
Brendan and
No.
Steve, I have a question actually for you guys because I feel a certain way about this. If there was a way, hypothetically, that we could eliminate every single gun in existence in our country, would you stand behind that?
Absolutely not.
Not.
Because I would. I just think it's impossible to eliminate all of them. I think we just take it from the law-abiding people and the criminals would have them still.
But there's still going to be people that like skirt the law. Like, I mean, it's, you know, it's never going to be like 100% of all. Like, so I think it's.
But that's my point. It's like that's where it's hard because we already have so many. What is it like?
I guess
500
like
million?
how do you even regulate that?
Yeah.
And beyond that, even as it has absolutely nothing to do with violence or protection or whatever, hunting game and feeding our families by doing so is enshrined in our culture. It's literally the meaning of Thanksgiving. So that's why we have turkey for Thanksgiving. Like, it's been a part of our country since the very first days of it.
By
And
that
even
logic, though,
Guns are culture?
we could justify anything, right? By that logic.
Exactly. Guns are not culture. That's not a cultural thing. Listen, I'm all for the Second Amendment, but guns are not culture. That's wild.
Hunting game is absolutely culture, which requires a firearm.
I mean, the culture argument is kind of ridiculous, right? Because you get mad at Muslims when they say it's a part of their culture to do a certain thing a certain way. And you're like, no, you're oppressing women. But it's okay for you to use
sensitive. I love
Wait, a certain thing. You mean cut off infidels' heads? What are you talking about specifically?
Oh, you want to own weapons, bro. Like be morally consistent. You want to own weapons that can completely
don't
unalive
wanna
people and
pew
have
pew
unalived
infidels.
people. You've talked about putting commies on walls and putting them in lists. What are you talking about? Do you think
Never
that I feel
said
safe with
putting
you owning
commies on
the...
walls. Never said that.
Okay, you said a list. For sure, dude. I've heard you talk shit and use violent rhetoric against my ideology. Yes, I've heard that from you.
Have clowned many a communist, but I've never deployed violent rhetoric.
Well, okay, you have, but I also think that like the Punisher, like cosplaying as the Punisher, is kind of Gen X white people culture.
And ick.
Hey,
I'm not sure
what?
I'm not
Wait,
sure what
that's
Sorry, Mojo.
that's an attack on me. What's going on?
Well, hold on.
W for Gen X in the chat. W's.
No, but there's a difference between American culture and like rural culture. Like this is an America thing. Like people, like they have less like guns in society in other countries, but they still have farmers who use weapons for hunting and stuff. Like it is a rural thing, not necessarily an American thing.
I mean,
right. Even in places like Great Britain, where it's largely illegal to have pew-pews, farmers are still allowed to have them. He's right.
I mean, clay shooting is a huge deal in Great Britain. They have a ton of shotguns. Like, that's one of their biggest sports.
Yeah, but that's not a good example, I don't think, because the UK, by and large, outlaws guns, and it's a huge surveillance state, and now knife injuries are a big thing because that's what they do now. They don't have the same access to guns.
Like,
but that's my point. But that's my point because like there's no reason that it necessarily has to disrupt the hunting culture in rural America because it's proven in other countries that they have farmers who might need those things and have those things, but it's not necessarily something you can acquire like in the city on the thousands.
Well, his hypothetical that I was responding to required the removal of every firearm within the country, which would in fact do exactly that.
I think you guys are all like living in fantasy land with regards to being a Trump supporter and 2A, because you are watching this administration also criticizing the DSA for wanting to change our government through democratic means. Like, you are watching the government be radically changed through non-democratic means, the ways that are not provided for in our legal system, at least explicitly. And you have no problem with it.
Maybe implicitly, and I feel like that there was a precedent set for some of that, right? Didn't Obama? But at the time, didn't Obama have the most EOs of any president?
Well, first and foremost,
No. He did not.
I'm not even a Trump supporter. And secondly, Trump is actually the only president that has used executive order against guns, which we would be against, and it was overturned by the Supreme Court.
Court he installed, which by the way, they did go through pretty shady means in order to install 3 people under his presidency. That's what I'm talking about. Like,
I mean, if you want to argue that Mitch McConnell is a buffoon for saying that you can't elect Merrick Garland that close to an election and then doing the same thing, that's perfectly fair. Like, I don't disagree.
It's called the Biden rule. Pretty funny.
Oh, it's called the "you're making shit up" rule. It's called the Lindsey Graham is on record saying that you can quote me. You can quote me saying that like Lindsey Graham said this. You can quote me next time. I will not allow for us to nominate somebody to the Supreme Court during an election season. And then what they do, they put Amy Coney Barrett on the court in the 11th hour of the 2020 election. So I mean, but that's not even that's like water under the bridge at this point.
I love that he's cutting out right now.
I mean, yeah, I agree with you that Mitch McConnell is not consistent for doing that, but it is what it is. Like,
yeah, I just said that, but let's talk about right now. Let's talk about the fact that nobody seems to have a problem with the fact that there are armed, masked men going through our streets, capturing American citizens, unaliving American citizens, and harassing American citizens, tear gassing them. Are our streets under the purview?
Can you say that out loud?
It seems like quite a pivot from the conversation at hand, but I never once said that. In fact, I speak about ICE and use the word atrocities. on a normal basis. So I'm not tracking here.
But like, where are you guys out there? Like, Steve, are you going out to Broadview anytime soon? Like where are you guys with your pew-pews and you're fighting tyranny?
Yeah, I'm not leaving rural Illinois.
Steven, I love you for that. I do. Used to be my number one app, but you might be my favorite person. Maybe even close to this side now. Doing well.
Steve or Steven?
That
There's
that
two
was
of us
some
here.
messy level manipulation right there, Blah.
You're welcome.
I just think it's like silly that we engage on 2A right now. Like, of all the problems in this world, 2A to me is like, you guys have full control of the federal government. You got your Bruin decision, you got your Dobbs decision, and now you're bitching and moaning because the DSA or some leftists want to regulate guns. Like, we all knew this wasn't going to happen when nothing happened after Sandy Hook. Like, to me, it's a frustrating conversation because, like, who's going to have the conversation about what happened with Rahimi? Probably none of you guys, right?
Hold on, Blossom. I honestly think you're like super intelligent. What are your top like one or two things that you want to see changed? Since you don't want to talk about 2A.
I think that we need to completely rework the way the executive agencies are structured. I want severe limitations on federal agents. I want DHS gone, the Patriot Act repealed. I think this is a fun one. I think that we should have a study abroad program for urban people who live in urban, like, high density population
Bless, and
areas.
I'm genuinely on your side, generally on your side, but like one thing we got to do is, like, that I hear you doing if we're going to take this conversation seriously, like the demonizing of both sides, and like I just hear the constant demonizing of the left this, the right that, but like refusing to take a stance on either side is like, that to me, I don't know, just my observation. I can't really take any of this seriously until that shit stops.
Okay, can you elaborate, Al? What am I demonizing that shouldn't be?
I'm just saying, like, it's just like regularly demonizing both sides, saying the left this and the right that, and like the criticisms. Like, it's hard to take this type of stance that you're taking seriously if we don't even. It's hard to even gauge where you stand anymore.
I think it's the opposite.
Okay. Let me tell you where I stand. Let me tell you where I stand, because this is confusing that you think that it's not unclear. I think that I've been engaging with people on the right for the last 5 years, and that the conversation seems to consistently move even farther right. We are now talking about whether or not we have any ability to limit 2A. And yet we are watching violence in this country increase dramatically. I think that it is not a valuable element of this conversation, especially considering the fact that we typically don't go into the detail of Bruin and Rahimi. I would rather engage with the real tyranny that we have in this country, which is the employment of violence through
I hear what you're saying. This is like getting off course. So, like, let me just say it in the simplest of words. Like, looking by continuing to group people together by party as opposed to individuals with individual ideas. Like, I think we're almost saying the same thing, but it's the words that are saying something different. I think the idea is the same for us. Like, we have to look at the individual.
I didn't say anything about a party in that whole aspect, Al.
But you did, like, 1 minute before. That's all, and that's what made me bring it up. Sorry,
what part
Raz,
of
that you
it?
don't
Conservatives, Trump supporters, do you think that they are not stereotypically in support of 2A, or are you just upset that
I just said that like 5 minutes ago to Brendan, almost exactly the same thing. All I'm saying is, like, when we have direct criticism of how all people on the left are, which is what we did.
I have to break into something.
Go ahead.
So I'm gonna put this on hold just for a moment, okay? I will not be long, but go ahead and start.
We're good to table it. Fine.
No, I'm just saying I have to break into something.
He's literally saying he's about to like break into a safe, and he had to tell us all about that.
Oh, well, thank you for letting us know that. That was very important news.
This is a really, really nice beach house. Very nice. It's literally on the water. It's the James River. It's gorgeous. So yeah, I won't be long.
But
okay, just make sure to unmute if you get arrested, bro.
I don't really take it as a valid criticism, because I consistently engage with the with the right. I consistently look for common ground. In fact, repealing the Patriot Act is generally or used to be an aspect of common ground that you could find with a lot of conservatives who want small government. We are not in a position, in my opinion, with the way the political environment is right now, to engage meaningfully on most topics.
Well, I think
I agree with that.
I think that the quote unquote MAGA movement, if that's what you want to call it, or the Trump supporters or whatever, are dwindling by the day. Most, major talk show people, podcast people, like they're all jumping ship like as fast as they can in rapid succession. Which good for them. More about I'm glad that they are. They should have seen it before that. But I mean, Tucker Carlson jumped ship, Sean Ryan's jumping ship, Joe Rogan's jumping ship, on and on and on and on and on.
Wait, jumping ship from what?
From the Trump administration, from being Trump supporters.
Oh yeah.
Like they're out, they're done. What has happened in the last year and a half? They're out, and I don't blame them. I mean, I was never in, but I'm out too. So,
And that bodes well. That bodes well for people on the left that want change.
I don't think that the
I went
conversation.
and sat on a panel last night with a bunch of ex-Trump supporters that I used to argue with a year ago about everything that Donald Trump was doing and how wonderful a person he was. And everybody on the panel, they all voted for Trump, but now they're all liberals and they're arguing all liberal talking points.
Well, we'll see how that materializes. The thing about Trump,
at this point, they're anything but DSA. That's kind of like the new flavor of and don't be anything but DSA. DSA is like somehow the boogeyman, at least like this week.
Also, it's been a common trend in the last 3 elections that there's a significant amount of people that don't want to admit that they still support Trump, that still support Trump. So there's always that variable.
I think
this isn't just about not supporting Trump. They are arguing the opposite side now.
Well, that's heartening.
Which
That's heartening. Just a second, Stephen. I think that the left has to be very careful to be inclusive of the DSA, and that we all need to, we all need to just make a seat at the table for everybody and coalesce our message. Because if we start, just boogeymanning one side, that's exactly what the right feeds into.
I agree.
Well, this Michigan election is interesting if you look at the polling numbers, because one candidate is the standard Democrat candidate endorsed by all major Dems in the state. The other is a DSA endorsed candidate, not endorsed by any major Dems in the state. One of those candidates is 2 points ahead of the Republican in the general, and the other is 11 points behind the Republican in the general. So it's going to be interesting to see, are people going to vote for said DSA candidate, or are they going to vote for the standard traditional Democratic candidate who clearly has a better chance of winning the general?
Well, that remains to be seen. But I think, when you have races like Al Sayed, who I'm a big fan of, against another Democrat who takes AIPAC money, I mean, we're going to see how that goes. And you have Gretchen Whitmer endorsing her. So I don't know. I don't know how that lands up. But the point is to win, in my opinion.
But in that case, then you would have to support her, because if not, if
I were in Michigan, is that the state? Yeah. If I were in Michigan and she won over El Sayed, and I'm voting for one of those candidates, the Democrat or the Republican, you better damn believe I'm going to vote for the Democrat.
Here's what I think. I think the left needs a slogan.
You're going to vote for the Democrat in the general, but we're talking about in the primary. So, are you going to stand on ideology and vote for Al Sayed, who you said you were a fan of? Or are you going to run the risk that he's going to win? And if in fact he does win, we'll probably lose to the Republican based on recent polling data.
No, I'm going to fight for him to win everything. Are you going to vote for her? I would, if I were in Michigan, I'd be fighting for him to win all, because he is the better candidate. He's the
probably
better
not going to.
candidate, in my opinion.
I don't think there's a single poll outside of the Glenn Gariff one that shows that El Said is going to lose and Stevens is going to win. I mean, there's some validity to Whitmer. No, but like besides that, what you're talking about is, in my opinion, political punditry that's not rooted in the reality of Michigan. It's a problem that Haley Stevens has had $46 million dumped into her campaign. That's not something that Michigans will look on to fondly.
I mean, I don't disagree, but I also think that they either get to choose whether they're going to stand on ideology or whether they're going to lose the general election. I mean, I could be wrong in that. Obviously, I'm making an assumption, but that would be my assumption at this point. I mean, obviously, I always vote for third-party candidates. I always stand on ideology, but I don't think the major part of the Democratic Party is going to be that.
That's part of the problem, though, Steve. I mean, I'm sorry, that's like what you do, third-party candidates, but that doesn't help our situation.
It
Why not?
absolutely does.
It signals to people that they're kind of tired of the two-party system. And by the way, I have a question for you guys. What is a lot of this is negative, right? It's like this is bad, this is bad, this is bad. What are you like? What the people on the left? Is there something that makes you hopeful at all?
Yeah. Mom Donnie makes me hopeful. Affordability makes me hopeful. The idea that we could hang on to our Constitution and that maybe we can stop if we can win the presidency and we can reverse some things. If we win back Congress, we can reverse some things that have been done, like USAID, like the monies that we're spending on things that, corporate billionaires. That we should have more equity in a lot of things. I mean, I could list them and I could go on and on. That's what makes me, I'm hopeful for that. Hell yeah, I am.
Okay.
Yeah, you're not fixing the affordability crisis at this point. We've had 32% inflation in 6 years. We're fucked.
What? We are not fucked.
Well, we're definitely.
In terms of affordability. There are things we can do.
I mean,
Look at what Mom Donnie's done in the short time he's done it.
Impending doom. Yeah, that's the mayor of New York. It doesn't. Really
Yeah, and there's 8 million people in this city.
Congratulations.
And they're happy.
Hold on. If we have a 32% increase in inflation, would a 32% increase in wages offset that?
Kind of.
Without changing anything else?
Kind of.
Well,
the answer is.
I mean, we're not doomed. We're certainly not doomed.
You're kind of economically fucked because it's only going to get worse from here. Like we have an impending.
That's not true.
We have an impending energy crisis. Oil prices are only going to climb.
I'm enthusiastic.
That gives us the reason to start a whole bunch of new businesses doing green energy, doesn't it?
Yes, but that's also very expensive.
No,
we have to do it.
Sorry, I don't know that it's very expensive.
I mean,
we had a whole bunch. We had a whole bunch started and a whole bunch of subsidies going out because of Joe Biden. It's the fucking Republicans and Donald Trump that put a stop to it.
Yeah, subsidies are expensive. That's my point. It's very expensive. So,
okay. So are wars. So are wars.
Yeah,
I'm anti-war.
Right. So maybe if we exchange. Sorry, Mojo.
No, you're right. You exchange the war in Iran for subsidies for green energy.
Or how about neither?
Look, no, we need green energy.
Is he an independent? He doesn't want to spend money on anything?
I'm a libertarian.
I get it. I meant to say libertarian. I've been on those live too long. Yeah, I get you. Everything's doom and gloom, and the only response is to change to a gold standard. I gotcha.
No, we're too far gone even for the gold standard. But not obfuscating from the point here. I'm not against green energy. Green energy is a great way to hedge against inflation and to hedge, especially solar, and to hedge against inflating energy costs and wars. Because war is the number one thing that we've seen cause gas prices to skyrocket. We saw this in Iraq. We saw this in Afghanistan. We're now seeing it with the Strait of Hormuz. And this is not going to stop. So green energy is a great way to hedge against that, but it's very expensive, and you need somewhere to put it, and where to put it is very expensive. The technology is developing. We're eventually going to get to the point where we can be more successful in putting it on rooftops, be more successful in putting it on windows, be more successful in putting it in siding in places that aren't cash flowing farm ground. Because that's dumb.
Are you looking forward to anything? Is there anything that you're optimistic about, Steve?
Optimistic about as far as like the country changing in a different direction, or as far as like
hopeful,
just
yeah.
quitting the
Hopeful
stupid
about
shit that
anything.
we're doing now. Like, yeah, I want to get the fuck out of this goddamn war. I don't care how it's done. Like, the MOU was a joke, but I was still in support of it just because it got us out of the fucking mess. Like, that's enough. Stop the bleeding. Like,
So we'll vote blue.
Here's
the
what's
American
cool.
people don't
Here's
give
what's cool too.
Yeah.
Here's what's cool too. We don't have to worry about farmland because your fucking job can go away. Because fuck silage. Because fuck eating meat. Because fuck raising cattle.
It's not even for meat, it's for milk, but that's beside the point.
Milk is
Okay,
such a
stop drinking milk
pointless. Yeah, milk is so pointless. We do not need milk. That's government propaganda, honestly. Like, most literally, it is.
American consumers aren't going to fucking accept that. They put cheese on literally everything.
Especially the development of children.
Yeah,
What?
the milk industry has
Mojo.
popped up after World War II because we had too much fucking. We'd invested too much into dairy farms so that we can have dry milk to send to the soldiers, and then we didn't know what to do with milk, and all these got milk campaigns started showing up. It's ridiculous. We don't need milk. Sorry, Steve. I do want you to lose your job.
Mojo, what are you hopeful for, bro?
What am I hopeful for?
Yeah.
Of course you want me to lose my job. Success pisses you off, I understand.
No, I want you to be successful in something else, Steve. And Steven, I'll let Mojo go, and then I'll say what I'm hopeful for, and it'll give you a laugh, I promise.
I just said tomorrow.
Okay. That's okay. Go ahead,
That's
Dee.
beautiful. I'm hopeful for the United States, for the rest of the world to get off the U.S. being the reserve currency. That's what I'm hopeful for.
But you're hopeful meaning like you think that will happen? Because usually hopeful means like I actually think this is attainable.
Yes, I think it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when.
If the U.S. loses the world reserve currency, probably like 30% of employed people lose their fucking jobs overnight. So,
yeah, maybe we'll stop going to other countries to bomb for oil.
That is an arbitrary number. We did make that up. But
this is a problem with libertarians. All you do is bitch, moan, cry. Oh my God, the world's fucking coming to an end. What the fuck are we ever gonna do? That's all you guys ever do. You have no fucking solutions for a goddamn thing, and you just bitch about everything.
I do not think that losing the world reserve currency would mean major economic, at minimum, recession, if not fucking collapse. Because that's precisely what would happen. It would make 2000.
If it means we don't, if we don't, no, we would probably turn into what the UK is now. It wouldn't be that bad. It could be a soft landing if we planned it correctly. But if we don't get off this reserve currency and the petrodollar system, we're just gonna keep bombing people for oil. We're going to keep oil alive because we have to, because our dollar is tied to it. We'll never move to renewable. It is, at the end of the day, the worst system that can possibly exist, and the world deserves better. They just do.
Yeah, we understand that you don't grasp macroeconomics. It's okay.
That's not.
You said a lot of nothing. You had no rebuttal to anything that I said about it being tied to the petrodollar.
Everything you said.
But B is one of the more intelligent people on this panel. I'm going to say it.
You can be super intelligent and have really fucked up ideas.
She doesn't say shit. That's like, no.
One of the more intelligent communists is like saying one of the sharpest spoons.
Hold on.
That's throwing the baby out with the bathwater.
I agree that B is intelligent, but she just did say that milk is unneeded, and I stand against that.
Well, you're wrong. Milk
she's
is not
also
needed in any way, shape, or form.
It absolutely is needed. I mean,
No,
you
it's
should know
not. It's not
as well as
fucking
anyone.
needed.
It is needed for
No,
pediatrics.
it's not. No, it's
children,
not. No,
children
it's not.
need
No, it's
a
not.
certain amount. Yeah, no, it's not. You're
No,
right.
They
Sorry,
don't.
Mojo.
They don't. I'm sorry. Children do not need that. They need mother's milk. They don't need fucking cow's milk.
Good boy, Ash.
After they stop nursing, Mojo. After they stop nursing.
They don't need it after they stop nursing.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
No, they don't. That's government propaganda.
Vegan
This
about
is from
milk.
this
What
is
are
from
you
my
doing?
pediatrician.
Be sorry, I don't believe you.
Yeah,
but-
so your pediatrician is giving you fucking propaganda. I don't know what the fuck
You
to tell you.
think that doctors are giving propaganda? Are you kidding me?
No, just a second.
think
The
I
American
can address-
Academy of Pediatrics, the American Academy of Pediatrics has a message, and that they sent, and that they have a set of rules, and they send that out. And the fact of the matter is, if you break it down, which I can't do, and maybe other people on this panel can do, what are the nutrients that you're asserting that a child post breastfeeding period needs in order to grow healthfully? And I would suggest that that's vitamin D, right, and calcium, but there are other sources for that.
Yeah, spinach.
Yeah, doctors recommend it, Ash, because they
How many 2-year-olds do you know love eating a plate of spinach? Good luck with that.
So get them used to eating spinach.
Exactly.
What the fuck?
Yeah, just force feed it down their throat.
No, Steve,
just
you're
give them spinach and don't pretend like it's gross.
It is gross. It tastes like shit.
See, that's the problem, is that you don't like it, so you don't want to feed it to them. They have
Mojo,
no
do you
reason
have
not to
kids?
like it until you don't like it.
Mojo, do you have kids?
They have no reason to not like it until you don't like it.
Mojo, do you have kids? Mojo, do you have kids?
Mojo's right. You don't need to do that.
I don't know why you guys are
kids
hating
have
on
these
milk.
conversations. It's horrible for the environment. Cattle farming is just like, no offense again, Steve, I know this is your job, but I really want to put you out of business. Cattle farming is the second leading driver of climate change. The amount of meat that we consume, the amount of dairy we consume in this country is absolutely insane. It causes people to have all sorts of cancers from all the hormones and crap that they put in the fucking cows. And it's just awful. It was propped up by the government. This whole Got Milk campaign is nothing but propaganda. The reason that doctors, like, to answer your question, Ash, why they push for it is exactly what Steve said. They do not think that children will eat it from their diet alone because they don't trust American kids because American kids are fucking fat.
Okay, B, hold on. B. Your compadre, Ibanez, is saying, what about cheese? Cheese is milk. Everyone loves cheese.
Abolish cheese. Abolish cheese right now. It's horrible.
Everyone puts cheese on fucking everything. The American consumer will never accept the beef and dairy industry going away.
You're full of shit. You're
Okay,
full of shit. There are plenty of alternatives out there. You may not like the way they taste, but that's only because you've been fucking propagandized to think this was what cheese tastes
Okay,
like.
I will agree. I will
no,
agree with that point. But is it so? Just to delineate it, is it
Just
possible?
capitulated.
No. Well, I don't disagree with that, but I will say that it is recommended by pediatricians, and perhaps that's the reason that B said perhaps. But I guess my question is a problem with the, or I say like that, like the industrialization bit, like compared to like countries.
You're breaking up, Ash. Ash, you're breaking up so bad.
Sorry. No, guys, go ahead.
No yogurt, no cheese. I mean, come on, guys.
Wait, I'm sorry, but coconut yogurt is fucking good as shit. I don't know what the hell you're talking
It's
about.
delicious.
Meat and cheese are the number one fucking food group in the country.
I know, that's because you've been propagandized to fucking eat that bullshit.
That's because people like them.
No, it's the only reason
Yes.
you like them is because you've been fed them from birth and they've told you that it's good.
Yeah,
if you were not fed that shit from birth, it would make you sick. If you were not fed that shit from birth, it would make you sick.
Okay, so here's how I can relate this to something that is related to what Mojo is saying, and I would love to hear everybody's feedback. Mojo, related to this, has said before that everybody who becomes who they are is 100% purely because nature, not nurture. No, I'm sorry, nurture, not nature. It's nothing is
there's no such
pre-programmed.
thing as human nature.
Nothing is pre-programmed, right, Mojo? Everything is learned. So nobody has a pre-programmed psyche inside their head. Nobody has, something where they will do something.
Human nature
without.
doesn't exist.
I think it does. I disagree, Mojo. You and I, we part on this. I think I
Then
do
argue
think
it.
that people have genetics and nature that they just they are the way they are. They don't just learn everything. It's nature and nurture.
No, it's not.
Okay, we can
Yeah,
disagree.
You have physiological things that human beings are born with, that genetic things. You have some sort of abnormalities or what am I thinking of? Through evolution of species, you're going to have what am I thinking of? Genetic, not abnormalities, but I'm thinking about something else.
I've got some fucked up people. I've got some fucked up.
Mutations. That's the word I'm looking for. You have genetic mutations. Mutations exist for a reason. These are all biological. These are things that don't affect who we are as a person. As a person, the people that we are, the things that we like, the things that we do, the things that we know, the reason we are the way we are. These are all psychological things, and these are all learned behaviors. Every
100%.
You know what?
Right?
Let me counter that. And this is anecdotal, but I've got some fucked up people in my family. Okay, and I've seen the genetic disposition to it without the. No, I'm telling you.
I'm talking about alcoholism.
No, I'm not talking about alcoholism. I'm talking about other things. And
Anybody who's had more than one kid
I've
can tell
seen
you
that the genetic disposition to certain behaviors, I'm telling you, in spades. And that's just my own anecdotal experience.
Well, I think it's not even just yours. It's anybody who has multiple kids can tell you that they are brought up in the same household, and yet they have certain predispositions to act a certain way. It's not just all learned behavior, but Mojo insists it is.
Stephen, I agree with you on that, actually.
I've just seen it. I had a narcissistic father, okay, and that behavior was behavior that was pre-existing in other families, and I've just seen in other members of my family, I've seen that those same things that were not taught, those were things were not taught, and I've experienced that, and I could witness that. I witnessed it.
They were all taught. They were all taught.
No, they were not.
They were all taught because you live in the exact same family. All the kids were raised the exact same way. These are learned behaviors. You can choose as an individual whether you want to take on those behaviors or not, or how you want to react to the way that you were raised or react to the way you were treated. You can make that decision. However, it's still a decision based on what everybody has taught you.
You know, Ted Bundy, the serial unaliver, he was studied, and his family was studied, and he did not. Apparently, he did not come from that genetic disposition. So, in favor of your argument, nobody could figure out why he chose to do what he did. But anyway, just adding that. But that doesn't support my position. But I have lived my experiences. I've seen it. I've witnessed it from one generation to the next. And I'm telling you, it's real.
Can I?
Jay, yes, go.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. It's very late. But you were talking about milk. So before we move on too far from the milk conversation, right?
Sinjay, what's up? Long time no see.
It was good to see you. I just needed to clarify something. So the thing is that a very small part of the world population can actually handle milk. So most of the world's population are lactose intolerant. And it is primarily the Scandinavian descent and the Northern European descent that can actually handle dairy. So it is true that a lot of people can't, but because in Scandinavia and north of European areas, they started dairy farming very early, it actually broke down our, the production of the bone thing. What's it called? The thing.
Osteoporosis?
Calcium?
Yeah, the thing that builds your...
Vitamin D, calcium?
Yeah, calcium. Calcium, thank you. That was the word, yeah. It's actually needed for people who are of Scandinavian and Northern European descent to get some calcium in. But the majority of the population does not need it. So you're all right.
But Sinjay, like, do they eat cheese or any other milk-based products?
Well, the thing is that if it's milk based, it's lactose, then it's actually not good for anyone else who is not of Northern European descent.
Or a baby cow.
I'm sorry, but I've had fucking cheese in dishes from basically every fucking cuisine around the world.
Maybe you're from Northern European descent, Steve, then.
No.
If you don't shit when you eat cheese, then you probably have some Northern European
Yeah,
in
but
you.
then why does a ton of dishes from South America, from Mexico, from Asia, from the Middle East have cheese in them?
Because they like
I
them.
challenge you. Wait, name
Asia
an
doesn't-
Asian dish.
Asia- yeah, I was going to
with
say
cheese
Asia
in it.
doesn't use cheese.
What's that?
Like none
One
of Asia
dish.
uses cheese.
I get sushi with all kinds of cheese in it, especially cream cheese.
No,
That's
sushi does not have cheese in it. You're fucking insane.
Only American sushi has cream cheese in it. Only
He
American
brings
sushi.
up a good point, though. Does cream cheese not exist in their sushi?
It
No, only in America. That's an American phenomenon. They do Philadelphia cream cheese and salmon, but not in Japan.
You can't see the caption to this, but what B was saying earlier about the propaganda and the got milk, this says the mustache is back, drink whole milk on the whole caption. This was not an AI photo. This was actually published by the fucking White House.
Good.
Let's go.
Also, my son did not have whole milk until he was almost 2, and he had soy formula as a baby because he had reflux and shit. Not everybody has to drink milk. I have a friend of mine that's 38. She's never tasted cheese in her life. She has a great skin.
I hate to break it to you. I hate to break
But let's
it to
be
you,
honest, though, like,
but
cheese
it's
is kinda good.
2026 in the largest, most successful economy in the world. Need isn't fucking relevant anymore. Want is what matters. And the American
killing us.
want
Very American of you to say, Steve.
But that's the reality that we live in.
That's your reality.
Well, can I point this out just as throw this in? France is they're a huge cheese and dairy consumer, and red wine and chocolate, and they're all mostly very fit people. But just saying, because I just know I live there, so they love their cheese, they love their wine, they love their chocolate. So whatever. Just an observation.
I feel like we
They would
also
Italian.
can't have this conversation without talking about American, specifically the excess of our diet. Like, I think there's also something to be said that you probably can eat a little cheese as someone who doesn't have Scandinavian descent. But Americans just eat cheese on everything.
Yeah, but you can eat a little bit of bleach every once in a while too.
Oh, bro, come
Isn't
on.
it also, so the things that are actually in your cheese, how much of it is actually cheese, like milk and like cheese products? Because you guys, you
Well,
put
I mean,
a
if
lot
you
of
get-
weird stuff in your food.
Well, if you get
Well,
like
American
the
singles.
classic cheese, the American singles are not cheese.
American singles. So crazy.
So
Yeah, well,
like,
who eats that shit?
we also have pesticides. I think pesticides are more of a problem than like using corn syrup or like vegetable oil instead of real fat.
I love when they call it American style cheese food product.
Ooh.
Yeah, because it's not cheese.
American cheese is like
Blossom?
plastic, but
Well,
we have
can I make you-
like legit
fructose
cheese.
corn syrup.
The cheese powder isn't in Kraft macaroni and cheese isn't real cheese, or it would fucking spoil. Like, duh. But I mean,
Yeah.
Blossom can attest to this. I'm pretty sure you said you were from Chicago or in that realm area. Like, we have killer cheese. Like, Wisconsin is the fucking cheese capital. It's everywhere.
Cheese Castle, yes.
But I gotta comment, Blossom, on what you just said about the pesticides. So not to make you put like Denmark even more on a pedestal, but actually we're gonna make pesticides illegal.
God bless.
Okay, rub it in, rub it
Yeah,
in.
sorry. Actually, they just ran the last election and they were elected the government that we have now on the basis of making pesticides illegal and restricting the pig farming.
Well,
Hey,
What is the
did you hear what
downside
we
of
just
that?
did? Hang on.
More
Did you hear what we
expensive.
just did, Sanjay? 1 second. Wasn't there just a lawsuit or something in front of the Supreme Court that's now allowing Monsanto or whoever it is to continue doing what they're doing, and that you can't sue them if you get cancer? Am I wrong on
What
that?
if, sorry.
I don't
Yeah.
think is Monsanto.
It's a
I
French
thought they were like
company.
more like.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they
but I
made a
thought they
deal.
were more like GMO stuff. I don't. Is that? Are they more like pesticides?
Well,
Like agriculture.
Monsanto is Roundup, isn't it? Roundup and Roundup Ready seeds.
yeah,
Okay.
well, in certain instances, yeah, Monsanto, a bunch of things have merged together now. So like Bayer is in there now, DeKalb is in there now. It's like there's a whole bunch of things that have merged together. So I don't know exactly all of what it encompasses anymore because there's a whole bunch of things that have merged together.
Yeah, Stephen, in
So,
your
so what's the
language,
downside?
Stephen, in your language, it would be diversifying. Monsanto has diversified.
What is the downside? I like that throwback. By the way, what is the downside of abolishing insecticides? Is it just like more expensive produce because more produce dies?
That is exactly that. Like
Well,
American consumers can decide what they want. Like if they want cheap produce, then they're going to continue using insecticides. If they don't want cheap produce and they want everything to be organic, then that's what they'll get. Like, consumerism will run the market, and
actually not,
one of the
Steve.
two will win out.
The reason that we have done it here has got nothing to do with consumerism. So what have been discovered is that all of our water reserves and all of our water comes from the ground. We have massive, very clean reserves in the ground. And the pesticides are contaminating at the moment. So the government has decided that clean water is more important than pesticides. So, and the current situation is that they're actually able to make good food without pesticides and actually protect.
But does that raise
the
cost though?
crops.
Because I mean, otherwise it's like a win-win, right?
Well, it does raise, like, of course it does raise cost, and it raises cost for our food, but they will lower the taxes on food. So, and on vegetables, also, then the prices will stay the same. So, all taxation that there is on vegetable and healthy food that are produced in Denmark will have lower taxes, thereby it will become cheaper in the end.
Well, we don't tax food to begin with, but if
Don't you have like a buy tax or like
not
a
on food,
VAT?
food is sales tax exempt. At least in my state.
Okay.
I think it's a state by state thing, but there's no sales tax on food here.
I mean, I wouldn't be against. Yeah, I wouldn't be against that. Like if there was something to keep costs low, if there was some proof that the insecticides were causing harm to people, of course. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, but that's never any regulation like that is never going to pass because our Congress does not, do that because they're getting paid by Monsanto and those corporations to prevent that regulation from going through.
We've actually had the same issue here, that the farming lobby had been very strong, and it's been very difficult for our government to fight against them.
Mm-hmm.
But when it comes to our clean water, and when it comes to the future of, the children and people who are coming after, we just got too angry. We were too loud, and the people were voted for everyone who actually wanted to.
In the 60s here, the food tasted a lot fresher before all these chemicals started going in. The 60s and 70s. Yep.
We've been hearing that bullshit for the last few months, and then the World Cup happened, and all these Europeans are like, "Oh my God, your food tastes so good." Have you noticed that?
Bro, they said that about ranch. Come on, be so for real.
Well, the thing is,
Ranch is pretty good.
You are misunderstanding European humor. If you're using that as like an argument, it's not comparable. Like the Europeans are not saying the food is good.
I said
It's
what I
like
said. You can argue if you like.
they are saying that it's excessive. They're saying it's good, but they're also saying like they're not comparing it, saying it's better. But
Look,
it's an
anybody who goes into a fast food restaurant in America and they try it one time, that they can make that shit that, if fried food is good, right? Everybody's like, oh yeah, this goes down. It goes down easy. It goes down easy, and they're over here and they're drinking, they're cavorting, they're at a soccer game, they're having the best time of their lives. Of course, everything's wonderful.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's all euphoric.
I've said it
They'll
before.
have a great time.
I've said it before, and I'll say it again. Mexican food and South American food is 1,000 times better than anything else in the world, and it's not even fucking close.
You want to know why you know how good it is, Steve? Is because we've had people immigrate here who make really damn good Mexican and South American food.
And that cheese they add,
That's
delicious.
right.
In fact, it's fantastic. Like, if I never ate anything other than Mexican food ever again, I would be perfectly happy with that.
And all the right that loves to go to all these wonderful restaurants in New York and the big cities, Chicago, and partake in the cultural cuisines, yet they want to, mass deport people. They certainly love their food.
Exactly. It's so fucking weird.
Okay, I don't like any Ethiopian food. Does that mean we can get rid of all the Ethiopians?
What the hell? Ethiopian food?
Have you ever had Ethiopian food, Brendan? Like,
Have you ever had Moroccan food?
That is the last time I will ever eat Ethiopian food.
What are you
Ethiopian
talking
food
about?
is really freaking good.
It's delicious.
It looks like slop, and you eat it with your hands. Be so for real.
It's so good.
You're supposed to eat it with the
I've had
injuri,
Ethiopian
right?
food
Is it
in
injuri?
Ethiopia. It's awesome.
Sinjay, is it injuri or
Yeah.
how do you say the bread?
It's
Injera.
I have no freaking clue.
It's
Thank you,
injera.
Brendan.
And by the way, the last time I went to an Ethiopian restaurant, I got more full than I've ever been in my entire life, which is fucking ironic as hell.
Why is that ironic?
Tortillas are the most important food group, and everything that you put inside of them is a side dish.
Because when I was growing up, and they had the Suzanne or the Southers or whatever the hell her name was, and they had the videos of all the people that were starving in Africa, all the little kids with distended bellies were all from Ethiopia, and they were starving.
Right. South Park did an episode on it, and it
But
was.
yeah, it's
By the
delicious.
way, Ethiopians love
I
cottage
agree.
cheese. They
It is
call it ayub.
It is absolutely fucking delicious. But that injera bread, it fucking expands in your stomach. So watch the fuck out.
Yeah,
Just eat
yeah, you get full so fast.
What's in it? What's in it that makes it like expand your belly?
I don't know, but
Corn?
but
I think it's
brutal.
corn flour,
Just be
corn
careful.
flour, and then
I don't know.
yeah,
Like-
I don't remember the rest.
Well, they love their cottage cheese, guys. Just putting that out
Anyway, I
there.
just want to circle back, and I just want to make
For
this
beef.
point with Mojo. There are a lot of, and I know your position is with respect to nature versus nurture, but there are some very learned clinical psychologists, PhDs in psychology, who would disagree with you on your position about nature versus nurture.
Yeah, I know. I wouldn't consider them learned. They're psychologists.
But there are a lot of them. There are a lot of them.
Mojo is the supreme psychologist of the land.
Do you have a PhD in psychology or psychiatry?
No, but nobody really does. That's like getting a PhD in fucking God.
Well, they study the human mind.
Oh my God,
They
Mojo.
That
study
is
the
a
brain.
crazy. That's a
You're
crazy
such a
take.
rage baiter right now.
Mojo has a PhD in hard knocks.
You're such
apparently.
a rage baiter.
The College of Hard Knocks. No, I know
Are you
Mojo. I mean,
serious?
I respect his intelligence. I mean, he is very educated, so I'm not. That's not fair. But
I'm just
you do
kidding.
not. You do not have a.
He's not
PhD.
kidding, though. You're not kidding, bro.
I don't.
You
I
think
don't.
100% of people become what they become because after birth, not
Yes.
anything innate.
Yes.
Yeah,
I became
absolutely.
what I became.
We're all saying we disagree with you.
I know. You're all wrong.
You're wrong.
Objectively speaking, Chicago has the best food.
But you think people are taught to be narcissistic?
Yes.
I observe it.
I think there are certain mental ailments. We call them ailments. I'm not sure they're ailments. They might just be mutations. I'm not sure. Maybe there's a purpose for them in the future sometimes. Some of these things where we have misfires in our brains or the way the chemicals that are released in a specific way might be a necessity biologically speaking. But generally speaking, I would say that most neurological disorders that we see in this country, on this planet, are learned behaviors.
I think some people
you
are
learn to
inherently
be an
evil.
asshole.
No, I think
Say
some
most
people.
now.
I think some people
You're walking
are
it back,
inherent.
Mojo. Just stand your ground, bro.
Really quick, I think some people are inherently evil, and I think that's something they're born with. They didn't learn it.
I'm not walking it back. As a matter of fact, I'm adding people to my mix because genetics would define how your brain works. Genetics and biology. So I think there's a difference. There's a physiological and there's a psychological. And when I say that we're not born with is a psychological. We have physiological. Yes, we have to poop, pee, eat, drink, sleep, whatever. All that stuff is required for human bodies to exist. All these biological things, these physiological things have to exist, and they're the same among everybody. But that's just the reason that's just comes from being alive. Everything that we become, everything we become as a person, as a human being, as somebody that interacts with the world and the people around them, that is all learned behavior.
But
Mojo, do you think that the brain is complex?
Jeffrey Dahmer learned he learned that behavior? You think that was all learned? You think
yes, he was severely abused. He was severely abused.
Okay, maybe he was.
I don't think anybody is born to be a serial killer.
Mojo, do you think the brain is complex?
We know.
Sure.
And in the world of the brain being complex, you don't think that people are different physiologically in their brain when they're born that might lead them to do certain things even before they've learned them? You don't think that?
No, you don't. You can't do anything until you learn it.
If that was the case, then most of the psychological quote-unquote diseases that we have wouldn't be real. ADHD wouldn't exist. That's not a learned behavior.
The thing is, we can't. Can I just very quick, Mojo? You don't believe that the effect of the prefrontal cortex? So there's already proof that some of these mental illnesses can come from not developing the prefrontal cortex correctly. You don't believe that?
An underdeveloped brain or a misdeveloped brain would be a physiological malformity. That's not.
But it's a spectrum,
psychological. That's not part of who we are. Now, what you do with that deformity is is psychological. You don't have to do anything bad with it.
So what, Mojo, there are certain things that are clear, right? Somebody's born with a certain part of their brain not there, right? Like it's a physical abnormality, of course, we can all acknowledge that's going to cause issues. But there's so many people in between. The brain is such a complex structure, and it's a spectrum of how people are born with different parts of their body. Their brain is the same. Their brain functions a little bit different. In fact, you guys fight a lot of the times for people that are disadvantaged for the brain. And that's a spectrum, right? There's severely disabled, intellectual disabled people, but there's also people along the way, all the way up to super intelligent.
No,
and that's all.
We learn to live with you people just fine. You fucking Republicans, we all understand your deformity.
That's a good pivot. But
my point is,
my point is that there's a spectrum in the brain of how brains function and how they use that to interpret the world around them. It's not just what people are. It's not just nurture, if you will.
I'm sorry to cut in. Tennis. They confirmed Jay Clayton.
Oh fuck! What the hell?
You coming back tonight to run irrigation?
I am not.
Blossom, I tried to make a joke and be like, "Is it about milk?" And I weren't allowed to post that comment. What's wrong with that comment?
Did someone ban the word milk?
I'll have to look at I'll have to look at the banned words. Yeah, sometimes weird things get banned.
Damn
well,
it.
we had where men on my live, the word man and men were banned for some time. I don't know what my mods had been doing.
Oh boy.
Okay, there is a way to do this. There is a way to do it accidentally. So when you ban a person or you delete a comment, it will ask you if you want to ban words. And if you're not paying attention as a moderator, you can accidentally ban words.
I think that had happened. But
So,
it's
real
really
quick,
good.
We're just on our way home from karate, and there was a lumber yard and cabinets and carpentry. You could buy cabinets and doors and things that it just closed down. It was bought out by Schillings, a larger company. And my daughter, she's 9, she was asking me about it, and I was like, yeah, it went bankrupt or something. It was going out of business, and a larger company came in and bought it because they had more money and they sell more for a cheaper price. That's capitalism. And her response was, well, didn't people lose their jobs?
Aww.
Probably not.
No, they
lost that job. I mean, unless Papers hired them on from it, but
well, I mean,
it happened.
Whoever took the business over had to staff it. You would be more inclined to hire the people who were already there, who already knew how to do the job than anything else. So the job just didn't.
Yes,
not
100%. But a lot of times when companies close, those people are losing their jobs. You can't deny that.
This is where I agree with the nurture thing.
Yep,
closing isn't mergers and acquisitions. They're two different things.
Mojo would say that her response was as a result of how you parented her, because it's all nurture.
That is exactly correct.
You're not wrong, and I'm so glad that she got the best parts of me because I'm not always that great, but she's amazing.
My kid's always like, "How can I be more rich than Elon Musk?" I'm like, "Take it easy, bro. Just start with lemonade stand. Let's do some other things.
Start investing early,
or just find a way to get. If you find a way to get people addicted to the lemonade, you'll have lifetime customers. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I didn't say that out loud.
Just throw a little LCD in there, yeah.
Okay, guys, totally. I gotta sleep. It's real late here in Denmark, but thank you for letting me educate you on milk.
Coca-Cola ran with that business model at one point in time.
That was a good throwback. That was a good connection, though, to an earlier conversation about investing early. Compound interest. Rule of 72, guys.
Oh, here we go.
No, I'll just...
You want to tell them how you started the live out and fall on your sword, Stephen?
Yeah, I mean, so basically...
For some reason, they despise investing in Wall Street. I don't know.
No, the thing is that
basically
Stephen posited, he did posit this morning on a live that rather, asking, the left whether they invested in the stock market or do they rely on government handouts. Which is
so I had to modify that because that was...
Yeah, it was a fallacious, poorly worded
But
query.
It was poorly worded, I agree. I think that where we landed before Vex was like, had to leave, but is that I still do think that one of the observations I've made, so I'm thinking about my own observation here, is that people on the left do tend to shy away from conversations about investing in the stock market. They tend to not trust the stock market. They tend to maybe not be as informed about it. And so it makes them think, okay, I have to rely in one more area for the government to provide for me versus people on the right, and not everybody on the right. And by the way, not everybody on the left either, but not everybody on the right. But there's a lot of these lives that I join where it's like, hey, let's talk about how can we use the system that's in place today to take advantage of what's available to us,
Stephen.
And they're not shying away from it. Okay, I'll land there.
Do you think that the average MAGA supporter invests in the stock market?
Yeah, I do actually.
I would think that you're wrong, right?
I do because that's one reason why they vote on the right is they're like, I can make something of this, what's afforded to me in this world and in this country.
They're oozled.
I don't think political affiliation has anything to do with that. I think tax bracket has more to do with that.
Yeah, because what we were saying
That
this
could
morning
be,
is
yeah.
that, the average working class person or the lower middle class, they're barely making ends meet. So that would presume that you can invest in the stock market and you're trying to put food on the table and buy health insurance for your family, right? And somehow you've got an extra, $500 or whatever, $1,000 lying around that you're going to take a risk and invest in the stock market. I mean, it's not reality.
I mean, it could be a class thing for
if we're
sure,
looking
but
at, if
I,
we're
I will
looking at,
say that when I bring it up on right-leaning lives versus left-leaning lives, it's usually the left-leaning lives that want to like snuff it out and like move on to something else. So, I mean, maybe that's my own experience, but that's what I've
It's
observed.
not. It's rooted. It's rooted in fact. It's due to like some demographic divides, right? So it's income and wealth. Republican leaning people historically skew to higher average household incomes, but it's heavily also rooted in their economic ideology. So they're free market capitalism, lower tax rates, and this leads to like a higher tolerance of financial risk and more drive to invest in equities rather than like, lower risk vehicles like fixed income or cash.
if you're talking
Mutual
about
funds.
over the course of one's life, there's basically zero risk in the S&P 500. Like basically zero.
Don't start with me,
You
Steve.
can't say zero risk, but you can say that since inception, it's done 11% on average through all the ups and downs.
Correct.
Oh my
So
Which
God.
is basically
No.
zero risk.
it's not zero risk. It's not zero risk year to year, and there's
No,
obviously more to know about it. But yeah.
But over the course of your working life, if you take that from age 20 to age 70 or 65, that's basically zero risk. There's never been a period that was that long that you didn't have growth in the S&P 500 one time in American history ever.
I love y'all, but I'm out. I can't do a con talk. It makes me fall asleep. Bye.
She
Oh,
actually just proved
Blossom
my point.
left.
I love
Blossom
that.
was like ready to attack.
All right,
I
well,
can't
good.
do this subject because
But
I
this
I
is
want to take it
exactly
back
what
to
I
New
just.
York.
This
Can I
is
take it back
really
to New
the
York?
point that I just made. That's so funny,
No,
actually.
no,
All right,
it is
great.
boring. It is
So
boring though.
I want to
It's
take it back to
boring,
New
but it's
York real quick.
important, and this is my
Yeah,
point.
generating wealth is not boring.
Well, then start your own life to discuss these things, and you can bring in leftists and poor people and tell them how to enrich themselves.
But I
But they
would
won't
point out
join
that when I
because
asked it,
they'd rather complain. They'd rather complain about
no.
the
But the
government
thing is,
helping
and
them.
you say MAGA, MAGA. Do you know how many lower middle class MAGA there are out there that would not invest in the stock market?
I know there are some, yes.
Some, a lot in the red states.
So, but tennis. I agree that there are some people on the right that don't. This does not connect with them. This is not the reason they
This
vote the
is
way that
just
they
rich
do.
people. This is just upper middle class and the top 25%.
It's not even rich people.
Not true at all.
It's not even rich people. It's people that so people that do care, and there is a percentage of people that care about this. They vote based on them caring about them taking control in their own hands to invest and make their own money and not have to rely on breadcrumbs from the government and everything
But
else.
they're living on breadcrumbs in this country because wages haven't increased in so many years, and we can't afford health insurance, and our food is so expensive. And so it is rich. It's the upper middle class. It's the top 25%. And it's just tone deaf to the average American. This conversation.
Our
No,
food
it's
is
tone deaf
I'm not.
to Stephen.
more expensive.
No, but you.
It's
So this is
completely.
similar to what.
I thought I was speaking. Wasn't I
Oh, go
speaking?
ahead.
I thought I
Go
was.
ahead. Go ahead, Antifa.
I just think, Stephen, we kind of want to move on from this subject because most of us realize, by the way, Mojo, UKK, I think another liberal wants to come up to debunk Stephen. UKBBN?
I would love for that. Let's do it.
Yeah.
I think the rest of us would not. So you can have your little back and forth, but until you do some research,
and provide us with some facts versus your feelings, you don't have a leg to stand on.
What
We already
feelings have I
we already
provided? It's
told you
all
what
been
the
facts.
average.
It's all been
That's
facts.
just
It hasn't been feelings at all. It's a very weird thing to say.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
we
Okay,
can now.
great. Wonderful. I want to segue back for a second to New York. So something P said about like living on breadcrumbs, can't make ends meet. It kind of goes back to the
I didn't
taxes.
say that, but that's
Sorry,
okay.
so who said that? Dennis.
Tennis.
Sorry, P.
That's all right.
So, like back to the taxes and like the what is it, 1.3% on like second homes, right? I don't think people understand the impact to the average like high net worth individual or ultra high net worth individual. When we're talking about like 100 million plus net worth, that's like filling up your gas over the course of a year. It's not impactful to these people. Like for instance, anyone want to take? I'm in Richmond, Virginia. If I want to go to a Broadway show, does anyone want to take a guess from my door to Broadway how long it takes me to get there?
5 hours? And she's talking about the transportation?
Yep.
How long or what's the cost?
Are you driving or taking Amtrak up?
Well, it would take me 2 hours to 3 hours to get there, depending on the mode of transport.
From Richmond?
So let me-
Right.
yeah.
If you fly, you can get here that quickly. Otherwise, you can't
Not
get
from
here that
Richmond.
quickly.
From DC,
Yeah,
you
from
can.
Richmond. No, from Richmond.
Are you going 150 miles an hour?
No, private jet,
Richmond is 2
helicopter.
hours from Washington, and Washington to New York is about 5 hours.
Did you just say a helicopter?
Yeah, jet into New York outside the city, and then helicopter into
okay,
the
by
city.
jet. Fine. Okay,
Yeah. So this I'm not that comfortable, but I know people that are. So my daughter made friends with these ultra high net worth individuals, friends, and I mean we're talking they're billionaires, right?
Okay.
So she's gone up to half a dozen Broadway shows with her friend, and they 15 minutes from their door to the local airport, get on their jet, fly up there, and I've been up twice, so it's it's been kind of cool. But then they fly in on their helicopter,
Yeah.
okay, and then go to Broadway. So it takes 2 hours to go there if you go that route, or it takes 3 hours if you fly in and then take transport over to Broadway, like a chauffeur, right?
Okay.
So what I'm getting at is people in this like income and net worth class, those trips, if they own the plane, it costs about $8,000 round trip. If they're chartering, it could be 16 to 30,000 depending on the flight time and like the rates that they're being charged for, like high volume times, right?
Gotcha.
So when we talk about like this tax on extra homes running between $130,000 a year,
peanuts.
that's nothing. It's peanuts.
Yeah, but
They're not
Let him
selling
finish
their
his
homes
point,
there.
please.
They're not selling their homes up there because guess what? After they get out of Broadway, they want to entertain. They want to see the city, stay overnight.
Yeah.
And them owning this house
The pied
offsets
there.
the
Yeah.
cost of the overnight crew rates that they pay to keep their helicopter and their plane up in New York overnight.
Yep.
And so it's a different class. Most people don't understand this, but like literally four people up there, like we're talking 1 to 10 million. The amount of tax that they pay
It's
is like
over 5 million. It's second homes. It's 2% on second homes over $5 million.
Right.
Yeah, so we're talking about people like starting at ultra high net worth, so like 30 million net worth, right?
Gotcha.
And for them, it's like buying a premium smartphone. It's like buying a new iPhone for them, paying that tax.
I
People
gotcha.
don't understand the difference.
Right.
Yeah, but
so that's the thing we
net
talk
worth
about
doesn't-
investment. Go ahead, Steve.
Net worth doesn't necessarily equate to that. Like, you can be a business owner and have a shit pile of net worth wrapped up in assets if you own them free and clear that are technically part of your net worth that doesn't necessarily equate to profitable money that you're putting in your quote-unquote wallet.
Well, no, it depends on entirely on where your net worth is. But for someone that's worth 30, 40 billion, and they're heavily invested in the stock market, we're talking about passive income near $1 million easy.
Sure. And
Yeah,
And then they're taking
So
BBB
Stephen thinks that
strategies and not
everybody
paying any
can.
taxes.
Stephen
but
thinks
those
everybody.
percentage of people that their net worth is 30 or 40 billion is very small. It's more or less the net worth of people who is 10 million, who have 8 million of it wrapped up in assets.
This is getting way in the weeds.
Unfucking wrap them then.
Yeah, it really is.
Yeah, you
Liquidate
can't do
them.
that.
What's Dad's
Yeah, you
point?
can liquidate. You can liquidate. I've done it. I've watched people
Yeah,
do it
you
to buy
can, and then you lose,
homes.
your business.
It
It's gone.
sucks
You
to
can't make any more
suck.
money.
I mean, they own homes over $5 million. Are you not getting that part? These people aren't
Second
suffering.
homes. Second homes. These are not their primary residences. So these are their second homes over $5 million. Not if you live in New York City and your house goes up to $5 million, you're not taxed on that. It's second homes, like the $250 million apartment or the 10 million and all of Hollywood coming and buying stuff. We are talking about like the Taylor Swifts of the world. This is crazy. You are simping for these billionaires, Steve. It's just insane to me.
Yeah, I'll break it down,
It's
Steve.
not
I'll
that.
break it
It's
down for
not
you.
a
I'll break
billion.
it down for you. So people in the $1 to $10 million like net worth group, there's about 370,000 who own homes in New York. They are not going to have a second home in New York over 5 million unless it's a rental, right? And then the income from that will offset the taxes because they're just passing it on through the rent. The 10 million to 30 million, that's about 11,500 residents in New York. They might have a second home. Okay. Then you have 30 to 100 million kind of bucket. That's going to be about 3,300 people, residents, property owners in New York. And then over 100 million net worth, there's about 900. These people can't afford that tax. It's like paying for an extra gas tank a year.
Yes, that kind of wealth exists, right? But most Americans.
Thank you, everyone's dad. That's awesome.
So,
Yeah, I mean, it's
most
not
Americans do not live like that. They're middle class, lower middle class. They're just trying to make ends meet and pay for their health insurance and their food. So,
I have a graph if you guys want to see the breakdown. It doesn't go into taxes paid, but it does show the demographic of wealth distribution amongst the right and the left. Y'all want to see that?
I don't know.
Yeah. Why? You don't want to be...
I mean, we were talking, I think, mostly
I was talking
about
about something else. I
the
was
market, like people who invest in the market and like believe in the market versus like believe in like the government funding their retirement.
It's just an interesting concept to believe in the stock market. I mean, listen, if you...
I mean, versus the government, right? Like, what's the alternative?
Well, listen,
the stock market is an ethical means of maturing wealth. And I know that a lot of people disagree with me. My grandfather did. I mean, he gained most of his wealth through insurance and stock brokering and all that ridiculous stuff. And yes, my family benefited greatly because of it. But again, I think the majority
generational
of
wealth. Hell yeah.
Right. But the majority of Americans, the stock market, an ethical practice at all.
So he afforded you the ability to come up here and have that opinion. I appreciate that.
In some degree, but I didn't really get to see most of that because it went to my mother. My mother benefited. I did not. I had to pay for everything myself.
What makes you so against the stock market?
Nobody's against it.
Because
it just doesn't apply.
No, tennis. She just said she was. She just said she was. So
That's not necessarily that I'm against the stock market, but I don't think it's an ethical means. I do not think it's an ethical means of building wealth. No, I don't.
It's tennis. There you go. So she's the perfect example of what I was talking about.
Stephen, I got you. Okay.
That I don't participate in it because I do, but I don't think
take
it's...
advantage of.
There it is. Take advantage.
But how is it unethical?
Take advantage.
Take
That's the difference, right?
Yeah, how is it correct of corporate America's wealth generation? Like, you get to benefit at the exact same percentage
model. I
Why
believe
would
more
you
in a
not
socialist
want to take
model. If you
advantage of
didn't build it with your own hands, if you didn't
if your own sweat and work didn't contribute to making it, then you don't have ownership over it, period.
All right, Steven.
You could say that your money is that you can say yes, like if you earn your dollar and you throw your dollar at investing in something and you get returns back. I just genuinely don't believe, I don't know. I just think I benefit. I still play the stock market. I still have many things going because of my grandfather's knowledge, and I've taken that on. But at the same time, if somebody wanted to get rid of it and more of a socialistic model, I would be like, yeah, sure, absolutely.
So you're an asshole and you take advantage of it while you can.
For now, yeah. Until we have something better, absolutely. But if I had to dismantle it tomorrow, then yes, I absolutely would.
So you just make everyone poor. Okay.
I'm not making anyone poor.
You do realize again, we already went through how the stock market is the avenue in which people get to take advantage of corporate America's success. If you take that away, then normal people, quote unquote, no longer have any avenue to take advantage of corporate America's success. That is more wealth inequality, not less.
The
Steve,
people who work at
100%.
Google.
W. Steve. W.
No,
Steve.
the people who work at Google and help produce their products are the ones that should benefit from it. They should be getting the profit.
Yeah, you should be able to benefit from Google too.
Well, Steve, the problem is, how many people did Google lay off last year? Do you know?
I have no idea. I don't work for Google.
Over 30,000 in one shot. And the point is 30,000 so they could have a profit and give 30,000 Americans lost their jobs. And your question is, and?
Yeah.
Because if they were willing to invest in their employees, they wouldn't have had to lay off that many of them.
Well, they probably laid people off because of AI, and AI is going to grow, and it's going to create more jobs, and they'll probably hire 3 times as many in the next decade as they laid off anyways. So does it really
Bullshit
matter?
trickle-down economics theory. Bullshit.
That's not trickle-down economics. It's fucking history. Every single no, it's not. That has nothing to do with trickle-down economics at all.
Yes,
Every major technological invention we've ever had, when we moved to cars, when we moved to tractors, when we moved to the cotton gin, when we moved to the internet, it has created more jobs every single time. It's never failed.
Everybody on the panel, I have a question.
It has nothing to do with trickle-down economics.
Any leftists? Oh, go ahead.
Stephen, let me wait. All right, thank you. Okay, Stephen, you and I have went over this. What is the value of one stock of Tesla versus one stock of Chevrolet or General Motors?
We've gone over this before?
Yes. I was mowing last time, and I'm mowing this time, too.
Well, let me look up what it is now. I'll look it up. What's your point, though?
The point is the market cap of General Motors is way higher than Tesla, and the value of Tesla is way overinflated. So when you say that we're waiting on the government to provide us with a retirement, I don't understand what you're talking about, because Social Security you cannot live on. So where is this?
Okay, so your commentary about how the U.S. stock market is overvalued, I agree with, but that has nothing to do with.
So why would you invest in it?
Because it's all in cycles and it's all about diversifying, dollar cost averaging, and everything else.
No.
To Steve's point,
Oh my God.
To Steve's point, taking advantage of what everybody, the corporate America and the richest people do. We are taking advantage of growth over time. Over time, guys. Over time.
So,
not what's going to happen tomorrow.
No, hold on. I'm still going. Hold on, Tennis. All right.
Sorry.
So there's 88 corporations that had over $105 billion in net profit that paid 0 taxes last year. Okay. And you all say they can do that because they provide a service in the stock market. Well, if the government needs $1,000 to operate, and it's me, you, and Tesla's not paying any taxes, then that $1,000 falls on you and I. So they've tricked you into thinking like, oh, you can make it back over here on the stock market and when they just need to pay tax and stop hoarding wealth.
I'm not saying that you shouldn't also fight those other things. I'm just saying, as it exists today, it is foolish to not take advantage of what is out there for us, which is the stock market.
Why not? Why wouldn't you say advocate for employees to get pensions?
You can advocate for that too, but along the way, why would you turn away from?
Oh, and then this brings up a good point.
In 10 years,
whether you like to pretend
11%
it's not,
compounded interest have made
whether you like to pretend it is or isn't, the stock market is kind of like a gamble, right? So when you're telling people who barely have 2 pennies to rub together to quote unquote, I mean, yes, there are low diversified portfolios, of course, but at the same time, if you're telling somebody to invest in something that could or could potentially not bear anything, I mean, that's the reason in 2008 why a whole bunch of baby boomers didn't retire. It's because their stock portfolios tanked. And then we were forced to bail out Wall Street, which under a capitalist model should never fucking happen. And again, like you're asking people to gamble either which way. And I don't think that's right. When the capital is there, we could
I'm not asking anyone to do anything. I'm just saying that it is an observable. It's an observable. It's an observable fact.
They're stupid if they don't, Stephen.
It's an observable fact that you cannot refute. That people that have been properly diversified over time have made money on the market where no other asset or investment has outperformed over time.
60%
That's true.
paycheck to paycheck.
And would that be 60%. True if we didn't keep on bailing out Wall Street? Because we've had to do it several times over the generations. Would that be true then? If we keep on having to bail out Wall Street, I think there's a problem, and maybe we're not actually investing or having a right economic model for this. Because everybody likes to chip capitalism.
Maybe you can make that argument.
Socialism.
You're changing the argument, though.
Hold on. Everybody loves capitalism until you need socialism to bail it out.
Okay, but you can make a different argument, but the point is, and this is where like you guys will make a point and then like pivot to something else. The point is that there's not enough people that understand the system that they are within and take advantage of what's out there for them in the stock market. Again,
can I say something now? Can I say something?
Not betting on individual stocks, but diversified. Yeah.
Okay, so you talk about investing. It's a highly complicated thing. Where you have your average. Yes, it is. No, somebody asked you on the panel this morning. Just tell me. Give me 5 stocks to invest.
And what did I say?
You would not do it.
Look,
now listen, I'm still talking, guys.
Tennis, do you really not understand why I said that?
No, I do.
Finish, Stephen. Then you can go on.
Sorry,
let her finish.
Go ahead. My bad.
So what you're talking about is teachers and plumbers and bus drivers and office managers and you name it. People who just work jobs. Right? And you're talking that somehow that they should be investing and they should be investing in the stock market. Like that's just fucking tone deaf. Because they're struggling. They don't have the money to invest. Some people work 2 or 3 jobs just to make ends meet. And it's just
that's a different point.
Look,
so the first point
if you're a professional, you're a doctor, if you're an architect. You keep interrupting me.
How many points are you going to make before I can respond?
Tennis, stop filibustering.
I'm sorry, but I'm going to finish. So, you do have, people who work in professions that might be able to do this, that understand it, that have time to study it. They have a little more money to invest. Yes, that could happen.
Tennis.
But your bus drivers and your plumbers are not going to be doing this.
You said that. Okay, so
you don't need to understand
the example you just gave, Steve. Hold on. Tennis. The example you just gave, where someone randomly popped up and said, "Give me 5 stock tips," and that's how you're saying I don't understand what I'm talking about. Do you know that individual stocks are investing in individual companies? Nobody in their right mind would say, "Here's my 5 favorite stock tips," without knowing who you are. What your time horizon is, what your risk tolerance is, all of those things.
That's why it's very complicated. It's very complicated.
Guys, it's not so complicated.
Hold on. It's not complicated if you can get beyond the
I
fact
said it was.
that
Stop.
yeah, I said it's complicated if you're investing in individual stocks. What I'm saying is not complicated is moving beyond the fact that almost nobody that's successful in investing is investing in individual stocks. Nobody's
Correct.
picking 5 stocks and putting all their money in it. They're diversifying, which I said earlier, across mutual funds, ETFs that fit their time horizon, their risk tolerance, everything else. And over time, they're getting 8 to 12% returns. Adjusted for inflation, you can bring that down by 3 or 4%, but it still beats almost anywhere else you can put your money. And it doesn't take a lot of education to understand the basics of that. You don't even have to understand individual stock investing. That's my point. We could talk more about it, but I'll yield to somebody else.
But here's the other caveat, which I think tennis is going into too, right? You can't just decide, like, yeah, you can use Robinhood and do certain things, but you're not going to get a diversified portfolio from Robinhood, right?
Of course you can.
You're
Just
going to
put in
need somebody.
S&P.
No, you need a broker, and brokers can be expensive, right?
This is
Don't
complete
need a
garbage.
broker.
This is
You guys are proving my point. You guys are proving my point. You don't need a broker. Like, what are you talking about?
Just put your money in the
Literally,
S&P. You'll be better off than you would have by far, right?
Yeah.
The S&P has an average of a 10% up, like a year-over-year return rate since like 1880. I mean, just the
Closer
S&P
to
itself.
11%. But yeah, S&P index fund and call it a day. It's super, super simple.
Dad, what do you think?
And do you guys know what the S&P 500 is? It's 508 of the largest US companies that throughout time, think about, like, even in 2008, when some of these large companies were closing down, maybe let's say there was 5 companies within the S&P 500 that closed down because things were so bad. That was less than 1% of the investment if you only had your money in the S&P 500. And guess what? If you kept dollar cost averaging your contribution into that fund over the next 5 years, you were stoked because we've now been on the largest bull run we've ever been on.
Oh my
Correct.
God.
All you
33% a year. Yeah.
Mother
No,
of
it has not
God.
been. Are you?
I mean, you guys are fighting it, but
No.
it's true.
No, I'm not fighting
Can we
it.
hear
Do you know
from
how I
somebody
made
else?
Hold on. Yeah. Do you know how I made most of my money? Stock options. Pre-IPO.
That's gambling.
Perfect.
That
So
is
what's
not
your
You know
what's
how
your
I,
strategy?
you guys know how I made most of my money?
Poker.
The 9
You're
ball.
working
The
for
nine.
it?
The 9 ball. The 9 ball.
That's right.
That's gambling, right?
Cool
Obviously,
shark,
buying
baby.
options. Buying
I
options.
never
This all honestly just proves my point.
No. I never gambled. Never.
Generally, IPOs have extreme volatility risks. So
How
taking
old are
options
you,
on them.
gang?
Why?
How old
If
are
I'm
you?
20.
Okay.
So therefore,
He's
taking
20?
out.
You're 20? Why
Yeah,
the
why?
fuck
Means
does
you don't know
anybody
what you're
give?
doing.
Yeah, why does anybody give 2 shits what you have to say?
Well, clearly, I have a.
He's a finance
Clearly,
Clearly, you
I
don't know
have a
what the
broader
fuck you.
scope
Clearly,
of.
you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Trust fund, baby.
He's a baby. He's a baby finance bro. Did your little baby
Oh, how
finance bro?
cute! Somebody give
So
him
is
some milk.
Steven.
They're just going to
Works to my
discredit you
point
because they
because
don't
that just.
believe in wealth generation. Like, just don't even
No,
bother.
I'm down to listen to Gain. I think a lot of the young kids are
Wait,
getting
I'm
into
gonna
the
bring up
market.
another asshole financial bro, fucking dipshit. Here you go. You guys have fun.
TJ.
That was nice.
Like I said, the safest.
Can I just finish my
The
statement?
safest way to do that, and I'm not sure that I honestly
Let
even believe.
Antifa finish, Steven. Thank you.
All I'm saying is there are many ways to make your wealth. That is great for those that can afford it, take the risk going pre-IPO, taking a risk going and investing in the stock market. But 67% of Americans are working paycheck to paycheck.
67% of Americans have a car payment of over $500.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Well, they need to
Yeah,
get
maybe
to work.
cars shouldn't be so fucking unaffordable. Why are cars so fucking unaffordable? Maybe we shouldn't tariff a company that can make an electric car for 10 grand base model. Like, come
won't
on,
even
this
let
shit's
them
way
in the
too
country.
fucking expensive.
They're not even tariffed. They're banned.
They are. BYD is tariffed. It's tariffed 100%, actually.
They're not even tariffed.
And by the way, young people, really
They're
quick,
banned.
They are.
you know,
Protection policy.
young people are trying to make it in this country, are trying to figure out how they're going to get a down payment for a house, right, and be able to afford the mortgage. And now you are advocating that somehow they're taking risks and investing in the stock market.
Yes,
No.
it's extremely
No.
important because.
So did you invest in a house?
If I invested in a house, no.
Yeah. So there are young people out there who are paying rent, exorbitant
He's
rents.
20. He
Okay.
doesn't even pay his own fucking health insurance. What
Right.
the
He probably
fuck?
lives in a basement with his parents. But the point is that people who are
not
working and they're trying to make it and they're trying to like not pay rent so that they lose all their money in 1 month's rent, so they could buy a house. They're struggling to just do that.
Yeah.
Like
I agree.
just don't.
I
I
didn't
don't
dispute
buy.
that.
I don't believe into or buy into the idea that everyone is as poor as they claim to be. Because every single time you go out to dinner or you go to the pool hall or go play cards or whatever with any of these guys, all these guys sit around and talk about how poor they are and how hard times are, and then all of them proceed to walk out to the parking lot, get in their $100,000 Denali or King Ranch and drive home. I'm
Because we
not
live on
buying it.
credit, Steve.
And that's specifically true to my generation
Because Americans are notorious for living above their means because we all live on credit. The average credit card debt in the United States right now, and it's crazy, is over $20,000.
And that's bad spending, I guess.
Yeah, if you have credit card,
Right, but a lot of that is because we're a consumer driven economy and we're consumer driven culture.
Agreed. Yes.
And that's something that we're like literally bred to be, right? So to break that habit and to be like, okay, how do I make proper money moves? But at the same time, we're also vastly underpaid for the amount of work that we produce, the amount of production that we
She was almost there. She was almost
we
there.
are underpaid for the
Just turn
amount
the
of
corner.
productivity that we provide, right? And I forget it was tennis or and FIFA said that again, the minimum wage dictates how the market runs. You can say it doesn't, but there's a reason why they fought so hard not to increase it. Then why don't they want to increase it, Steve?
1%.
Why don't they want to increase it? You know why? Because it would dictate how the market goes.
1%.
There's a reason why people don't want to increase it because it sets the tone.
1% of U.S. workers work for federal minimum wage. 1%.
It does not matter. It sets the tone. And you know how many people want to increase the minimum wage? Over 80% of Americans want to see the minimum wage increase. Because why? It sets the fucking tone.
What? You want to
define what you
increase
mean by
wages?
wait, hold on, Steve. Can you define what you mean by setting the tone?
Right. So if the minimum wage is so far, it can't go below this level, then other companies are forced to raise their rates. Yes, you could get layoffs and such. But again, it's not sustainable. They are forced, and this is where the people they're having to make cuts. And if they have to make financial cuts and they can't cut this corner, guess what? Maybe you don't sell as much as or buy as much as your own stock as you want to at the end of the year. You don't overinflate the stock artificially. Maybe the CEO doesn't take as huge of a pay bonus as he is to his average worker. You work things that way. It takes a while to get there. Yes. There's a lot of growing pains before it gets to that point. Yes, but that's the way things have to go. If your average CEO is making thousands of times versus your average worker, there's a problem. And you know what fixes that eventually? Raising the minimum wage.
Wait, but who decides how much he gets paid? This is a flawed logic.
Are you in school? Please just let me know. Gain, are you doing?
Hold on, I think
Apparently,
TJ.
leftists only know how to argue from authority. But continue.
Hold on, I think TJ had a follow up to that. I think TJ had a follow up to that, I guess.
Again, we're just glazing over the point that there's only 1% of the fucking workforce that works for federal minimum wage. I don't know how crazy you are and how far you want to go with raising minimum wage.
Why not raise it then? Why not just raise it to the average?
Do you honestly think it's going to make
you're reducing demand for labor.
Raising the
That's
wage
why.
for 1% of people? Is that making a negligible difference?
Why not raise it then? Why are people
Because you're reducing demand for labor. Because you're reducing demand for labor. That's why.
Mojo says always
Yes, you
ask
are.
questions, right? Always ask questions. Why, if the average American isn't making minimum wage or making above it, why not just raise the minimum wage?
We're going to shut down small businesses who can't afford to hire people.
No, they're not.
Of course
no, they're
you are.
not. They shut down small businesses all the time with monopolies of these bigger businesses.
All right, chill. Somebody just said that only 1% or less than 1% of the working age population actually makes minimum wage. I don't know who said that. Who said that?
I did.
And you think that businesses, or you're going to insist now that businesses are going to shut down if you raise the minimum wage with less than... Okay.
He said that. I disagree with that point.
That was me.
Okay.
Yeah, no,
well,
I disagree
then you're
with
wrong.
the point.
Then you're wrong. because businesses will not shut down because hardly anybody gets paid minimum wage. But there's no reason to raise minimum wage because fucking nobody gets paid minimum wage.
Correct. But what raising minimum wage what raising minimum wage does is it disenfranchises people who make slightly more than minimum wage. Because now you've raised minimum wage for low skilled workers, you've driven the cost of some of those goods that are produced by those low skilled workers up, and you've disenfranchised people who make slightly more or average above minimum wage. That's all you've done.
Wow.
Well, no, but then that
is the
leads
most
to
propagandized bullshit I've
wage?
ever
Who the
smelled.
fuck
dude.
makes
No, but that's
$7.50 an
exactly
hour?
what you do.
Who the fuck makes
A lot of
$7.50
gig
an hour in
economy
this
work.
country?
A lot of
Nobody.
people, servers, bank teller, like there's a lot of people
Wait,
that
servers
make minimum wage.
work on tips, and bank tellers make a hell of a
Yes,
lot more
but
than
they
$7.50 an hour. Bank tellers make a hell of a lot more than
what, $10 an
$7.50
hour?
No bullshit.
Woohoo.
Fucking stop.
I think it's fast food. It's like fast food type stuff.
But either way, what you're saying, Steve, doesn't
$30K
apply
a
to.
year.
What you're saying, Steve, doesn't apply to anybody either. Where I live, the Burger King currently has a help wanted sign in their fucking window starting at $19 an hour. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
That's a state thing, though. That's not federal minimum wage.
It's also not
Well,
full
it's
time.
not. It's not state minimum wage either. They're having to pay more to get workers in a competitive economy where unemployment is virtually zero.
That's a good
Problem
thing,
is,
naturally.
No offense, but no one's getting 40 hours and benefits on minimum wage.
Yeah, no shit. It's not designed to. That's the whole. It never was.
It was actually. A lot of people could have a minimum wage job and sustain a life.
There's
not.
Can I say? That's never been true.
That it has been true.
No, it hasn't. There's no time in history. There's no time in the history. There's no time in the history of minimum wage has anybody ever been able to survive on minimum wage. That's not the point of it.
That's bullshit.
Yes, the point. That's the name. Okay, so why do we call it minimum wage? It is the minimum amount that you can get paid that you need in order to survive.
That's not what it is.
If that's the case,
it was never about survival.
This is ridiculous. This is what they do in Cuba, right? You raise the minimum wage, everything gets more expensive. So you have to raise it again.
You don't even know
so you have to raise it
anything about
again.
Cuba.
So you have to raise it again, and then guess what happens? Things get more expensive. So you have to raise it again.
Guess what Cuba doesn't have? They don't have a homeless population. And that's
honestly, they have people working at stores with zero products, and it's illegal for them to quit.
But they don't have homeless.
Okay. Yes.
I like Gang. Give him 20 more years. It's
hard to argue with a fucking 20-year-old dipshit who doesn't fucking know anything yet. I get it. But can we please go one at a time? Thank you.
I honestly don't care that much about raising minimum wage. Like, I generally support the idea of allowing markets to set wages in the same way that they set prices. But that's what they're doing now, and they're way fucking more than minimum wage anyways. So if you want to move federal minimum wage to from $7.25 to $12.25, by all means, fucking do it. But you're affecting virtually nobody.
Okay, so I would like to I want to push back on the minimum wage thing a little bit. FDR, and this is a direct quote, "No business which depends for existence on paying less than living wages to its workers has any right to continue in this country, and this is why he created the minimum wage." So that is again why we call it that, because it's the minimum. Hold on, TJ, shut up. That is why we call it that, because it's the minimum required in order to live.
Well, that wasn't part of the quote. What was the original minimum wage?
I don't know, probably like 2 cents or something crazy. Yeah, 0. Yeah, actually, TJ's right. It was actually 0.
No, I'm talking about when they actually said it. When they said it.
Let me check. Yeah, let me check. Oh, it says
35 cents.
25 cents.
25 cents. Could you?
And what was it in justice?
What was the cost of? What was the average cost of living that year?
Let me check.
So,
or you can just adjust the minimum wage for inflation compared to now. Either way works.
Okay, so I'm confused. If the minimum wage is not at a level that is required for living, how is it that people who are making minimum wage are still alive? I'm confused.
Subsidy, government subsidy.
We know, buddy. We know you're confused.
Well, multiple jobs and all kinds of stuff. But yeah, I mean, most people, I think, if you ask them, like, is the minimum wage job supposed to be something that you strive for and you stay in for your whole life? No, right?
We're also missing
Are
another.
you guys so for everybody who's in favor or wants to raise the minimum wage, are you against people volunteering? So how
Because
does that
that's a
make any
choice.
sense? I can work for somebody as long as I don't get paid, but if they pay me a penny an hour, it's illegal.
Because it's a choice.
You
If you're
just want
volunteering, you have
slavery
the
if you're
time
using
you have,
that.
that's an inconceivable argument.
It's not an inconceivable
Yeah, you're
argument.
just literally
Nonsensical.
arguing for fucking
It's no,
slavery
it's
at this
not. No,
point. This is
here's
wild.
because here's the thing. What I choose to do with somebody else in terms of a transaction, how is that any of your business?
If I have to subsidize their living with my
I'll answer
taxpayer
it for
dollars,
you. It's not.
TJ,
It
if I have to
is.
subsidize Walmart employees
Wait,
because
where's
Walmart,
subsidies
a
coming from?
billion-dollar company, doesn't want to pay their workers properly a livable wage, then it is totally my business, TJ.
Well, no,
Ba-bam.
it's the
Okay, so
Walmart
so
workers
then
business,
if
and they
taxpayers
should
have to
reduce the work.
subsidize your health care, then your health is our business, and we get to control what you eat.
It is your business. And you want to know why? Because my insurance company can quite literally approve or deny based on my health outcomes and
TJ, I don't think she gets where you're going
based
at.
on that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
she
totally
doesn't
get it.
get
It's
it.
nonsensical.
point.
It's BS.
It's not BS.
I got a news flash for you. If they're gonna control what you eat, the first thing they're getting rid of is red meat.
And Terry.
That.
No,
As
Why,
we know,
why
I'm
would
a
they get rid of
dairy
red meat?
How dare you talk
anti-dairy.
about women? We need iron.
I guess
Okay,
health
anybody
reasons,
should
yeah.
be eating red meat on this earth. It should be women. Men, you can survive on veggies, but women, we quite literally have to go through hormonal changes every month.
But you can take iron pills.
Wait, you don't have to take iron pills. Just eat green leafy vegetables. What the
I
fuck?
do.
I agree.
There's also another aspect to this which we haven't discussed yet, which is this is
can
the
I-
best way
can
to
I say
make
something
automation
to
more
Mojo real
enticing for these companies.
Gain, hold on.
You're just pushing them towards automation.
Gain.
I agree, Gain, actually. But yeah, so it was absolutely livable. It was bare minimum in order to live, but you could afford rent, you could afford gas, you could afford food. It was about $520 per year in 1938 when the minimum wage was passed. And FDR went on to explain even more. He says, by living wages, I mean more than a bare substance
No, you didn't
level.
give me the cost of living there. 25 cents an hour for 40 hours a week. Fuck, I don't know what the hell that is. Do the math. If you're going to do it over a year, do the math for both sides.
$520 per year.
For what? That's how much you make?
Yeah.
And how much did it cost to live?
Let me see.
What, that's what I asked you for, was the cost of living.
I know. I got a little backtracked. I started reading all these cool articles. Sorry.
Yeah, like I said, I don't really care if we raise minimum wage, but pretending like it's going to make a negligible difference on anything is absurd.
You should care because the
Isn't the
government should have the
point to
ability to
raise
do that.
wages in general?
Then why
What's
do people
that?
fight against it so hard? Why are people fighting against raising the minimum wage so hard if it doesn't
It's
make
a
a difference?
principled position.
Correct, because they're fighting against government control. Because honestly, the government should not be involved in a voluntary
There we go.
contract between an employer and an employee at all.
Yeah, last time I checked, it's none of your damn business.
Yeah, agreed.
Yes, it is.
You
because
can
we
literally,
their bodies,
but now
as
that's
a
sanctioned.
free willed person, you could literally decide, like, I don't want
Wait,
this
didn't
pay.
you say the same thing about fucking slavery? It's none of your goddamn business.
No,
Yeah,
because
that
there's a
wasn't
third party.
Slavery isn't voluntary; it violates rights.
Yeah, that was.
They literally used the word
That's a
voluntary.
huge stretch.
Wait, I'm sorry, but minimum wage isn't voluntary either.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
You could go work somewhere else, dude. Costco, wherever else. It pays you a little bit
no,
more. Right?
obviously, if you're working for minimum wage, you can't go work somewhere else.
Hold up, there's a difference
You
between
could.
consenting to something and
No,
not
you
consenting to
can't.
something.
Why?
It's a category error because in one scenario,
If
it's
you
just
are
I don't have the
accepting-
ability to
if
do it.
you are accepting a minimum wage job, that is the only job available to you.
Yes,
Because
but
if
you still
could get
consented
paid-
to the job.
if you could
Transitionary
get paid,
period.
if you could get paid 25 cents more an hour, you fucking would.
Yeah,
so it's a
consented to the
transitionary
job.
period.
And that's why it
Hey,
literally
Mojo, do you understand how like interns work? It's a transitionary period. You're trying to prove your worth. You're trying to get to a better paying
You're
job.
stealing my labor, dude.
the whole point is that
Wait,
the minimum
say that
wage.
again. I'm sorry.
The point is that minimum.
Let her answer. I want to hear what she said.
Interns give free labor.
And why do they do that?
To learn.
They shouldn't. They
you just
shouldn't.
said
It's absolute.
Fucking guarantee of a job afterwards.
Exactly.
There's no
minimum
guarantee.
wage is the same thing, right?
You're not paying for their labor. You are essentially enslaving them. And I know this working in the medical field, I see it all the time. I see young baby doctors doing the exact same thing that attendees do. I see
So why
young
do they
baby
do it?
nurses doing
It's part of med
nursing
school.
students doing the exact same thing. Yeah, it
I'm
doesn't
sorry.
matter.
Did you
You
just
pay
say
five.
you're
Think
perfectly
about
fine with
how
volunteering?
think about how sadistic this is. You pay $500,000 for your degree to go save lives, to then work for 8 years for fucking free to save people's lives.
Well, tell
That is
that to
what
the public.
capitalism has done to your
That has
brain. It
nothing to
has
do with
rotted it from the
capitalism.
inside out.
It's the
100%
fucking
has to do with capitalism.
It's the public university
Stop
that made
talking.
the
Let her
internship as
finish.
part of the
Steve.
curriculum.
Steve, let her finish. Then you can go after, please. I couldn't hear at all.
That has nothing to do with the hospital. It's the fucking public university that made the internship part of the curriculum. What are you
Oh,
talking
actually,
about?
you're right. Here's what hospitals do. Hospitals make the schools pay them money in order to get interns. That's the even funnier part of it. If you want to come learn at our hospital, you're going to have to pay for that intern to come here, do the same exact job as a doctor or a nurse, and then not get paid for 8 years.
So who's
And
going
you
to
have to
pay
pay
for
us.
who's going to pay for the
Wait,
education?
Gain, one second. So B, just for clarification, your solution is to make it more expensive for people to go to the hospital.
No, my solution is to
That is
make,
your solution.
well, free. Make school free, make healthcare
It's not
free,
free.
make
It's not free. The money comes from somewhere.
Yeah, I want it to come from rich billionaires' pockets. How hard is that
Oh
to
yeah, because that's not
understand?
going to have any consequences.
Oh, it
Shouldn't
will
be a
happen. And it
profit
happened during the
model.
French Revolution. And it's going to fucking happen again if y'all don't get wise. I'm
I don't
just saying.
understand that the majority
I'm
of
just
wealth
trying
is
to
tied
like
up in
let you
assets.
know
Guys,
that
one at a
this
time.
is the turning of history. This is the turning of history.
Yeah, this is pretty ridiculous that you guys can't go one at a time. It's fucking childish.
One at a time.
I'm not.
I'm going to respond to this.
People are cutting off B. Can we just let her finish her
No,
point?
I was gish galloping. I admit I was gish galloping. Go ahead.
Okay.
I apologize.
Gain, go ahead.
Yes, I just wanted to say that you understand that the majority of the wealth that is held by these billionaires is in assets. So you're essentially going to be forcing all the top companies to be sold off, thereby destroying the economy, right? I just want you to know what you mean when you say you want the money to come from them.
And not only
they'll have to
that, who
liquefy.
does it
Hold
get sold
on.
to?
Gain asked me if I understood. I understood that, Gain. At the end of the day, I don't give a fuck if a billionaire has to go and liquidate their assets. I watch people liquidate their assets
I gotta
all the
respond to
time
this.
in order to buy homes.
So
I watch
B,
them do
This
it
is
all
why
the time.
people vote.
It's
wait, I got to
completely
respond to
This
this.
is
doable.
why people vote.
I've got to respond to this.
It's not doable when no one can buy it.
Okay, I've got to respond to this.
If there's no
Oh
one to
my
buy it, it's
God.
worth nothing.
Okay, B. So when they're selling off their assets, and if we're talking billions of dollars, that's going to push market prices down. Who else do you think is invested in these companies?
The government should then come in and heavily regulate.
Not market prices going down. Oh my God, that's so scary.
Well, if your IRA starts to disappear, I think you'll probably think it's a little bit scary.
Oh my God, you're a fucking idiot for relying
Just
on
that,
that
but
shit.
cash flow, right? All these companies are going to, crash. Their cash flow is going to be cut. They're going to have to start laying off jobs. It's going to have a massive domino effect
Nope,
to
I
every
would
single
force them
facet.
to not lay off.
You
Again,
can't.
there's
So
top
who's going
down
to pay them?
approaches.
Wait, so where's the
So
money
you're
come
going to
from?
violate freedom of contract.
Absolutely. I don't give a shit about your freedom to fucking exploit other people.
Spoken like a
How
true
are you going to pay
communist.
for the
It doesn't
jobs? How
care
can you
about
force them not to
anyone
sell?
being. He wants everyone to be broke.
Guys,
You can just say the goal part out loud.
Steve, stop. Stop over talking her. Let her finish a point. TJ, you too. Let her finish the point. Then just chime in when she's done. But don't overdo this. Like, this is ridiculous.
if you want everyone to be broke in the name of equality, because
That's not what would happen.
if everyone has nothing, then they're all equal. Just say that. Like, say the quiet part out loud.
Steve, here's the quiet part out loud. China knew how to handle their billionaires who refused to give up their money to the CPC. That's the quiet part out loud. And I don't think, hold on, let me finish. I don't think any of you Richies up here are feeling the climate of the room. Shit's getting fucking hot and the guillotines are coming out. You give up a yacht or your freaking heads roll off. What do you want?
Okay,
They're
real
gonna come take
quick.
all the shit.
You don't even show your face on TikTok. Like, I'm not scared at all.
I'm not threatening it. I'm not threatening it at all. Hold
D.
on, Stephen. I want to make it clear that was not a threat. I'm just saying that has how history has worked historically since the beginning of monetary currency. That is just the reality of history.
That hasn't been the case for 250 years.
So this is why.
Literally why we created the biggest, best economy on the face of the
earth. So this is why communism resulted in the deaths of nearly 100 million people.
I think if we come to this point.
She's literally like quoting the Great Leap Forward, like verbatim.
No, I'm not. I'm saying history.
Stop. Go ahead, George. Fuckers.
Thank you. So yeah, I keep hearing like it's going to destroy the economy if we start swinging the pendulum back, and that's not true. It could be true if you approach it the wrong way, but like Harris's plan was great because it forced the ultra wealthy to abuse the same loopholes that they use to avoid paying a fair share of taxes based on all their earned income to pay a fair share of taxes. So
they pay more than their fair share.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
We have the most progressive tax system in the Western world, or in the world, I guess.
No, we haven't. No, so basically you say that they paid more than their fair share.
Wait. You said we have the most regressive tax system?
Progressive.
In what way?
In the sense that the higher you are in the income ladder, the higher your percentage of taxes based on income.
So you, of course, I'm sure, know what the average, 100 wealthiest people in the country pay on an average effective tax rate on all the money they make?
So on income or on their net worth? Because income, I believe
not
it's like
on net
20.
Worth, on all
income. I believe it's like 20%.
And passive income.
On what? I didn't hear the first part.
It's on their earned and passive income. So on all their sources of income, what's the effective rate the ultra high net worth individuals usually pay?
Wait, so when you say passive, I'm not gonna let you smuggle this in. When you say passive,
no, let him go because I can respond to this.
What do you mean?
Ask my question. The money they earn off stocks and appreciation.
So they're assets.
So they're unrealized capital gains at that point.
Yes, they're assets. It's all paper money. It's not real money. You shouldn't tax that stuff.
But you can take advantage of BBB to get tax-free income, right?
Wait, what?
It wouldn't be income if it's a loan.
Explain that.
So the BBB strategy is borrow, buy, borrow, and then you basically unalive, and you get the step-up basis. But the main strategy is involved around S-block loans, where you leverage your net worth, your paper worth, in stocks to get revolving lines of credits at substantially lower interest rates than is available to all the net worth groups below you.
That's not true.
Yes, it is true. What do you mean it's not true?
It's loans.
You said, what is it? And then I said what it was, and you said that's not true?
What interest rate are they paying? Hold on. What interest rate are they paying?
So someone that's like a $500 million net worth, they can go get approximately 50% if they wanted to. It just depends on the LTV on an S block, and get an interest rate between 3 and 3.5%. You, if you had $1 million, you wouldn't got the same LTV. You're going to be paying 7 to 8%.
Yeah, so I hate to break it to you, they're not going to be able to get 3%. Not today, anyways.
Oh, you don't think so?
I know that they can.
Today's market. I'm talking about in today's market. I'm not talking about 2021.
Especially in today's market. You know why? Because nobody's going to loan them at 3% when they can buy U.S. Treasuries for over 4%.
And you obviously don't understand banking for ultra high net worth.
You don't understand banking because that's the spread.
I mean, this is the issue, though, and I said it earlier in the talking points. Literally, capitalism has failed more than once in this country, and it has needed socialism to bail it out. So
Okay,
if we need
that's
to
shifting the topic.
no. If we need to change the way that we actually run capitalistic models in order to pay our workers reasonable, fair wages, then you do that. That means shareholders take a little less. So does the CEO. And then we make sure that we're paying our people who are actually producing the products fairly. That you're basically saying it can't happen, it won't happen because they're refusing to let it happen. And when B said, that's why you get the guillotine, that's why you do this and that, the other thing. I'm not supporting that.
Can you
but I'm
explain
also
what you
saying
mean?
there are ways to force companies to stop investing in themselves and enriching themselves and start putting back into the system, because trickle down economics does not work. Capitalism strictly has not been the only model that we use in this country. In fact, again, socialism quite literally has to bail out capitalism all the time. Do we not remember the New Deal? Hello.
Didn't you say that you make your money on stock options? Like,
I'll make my
a half
money.
hour
I
ago?
work for a living, but have I made money on the stock market like everyone else? Yes, I have a 401k. Yes, I have stock options. But again, if I had to relinquish that for a better America, for people to eat and get off the fucking street, guess what, homie? I would.
Hold up, like 40 million Americans are on
Wait,
SNAP,
Peg,
but no one's
can
eating.
you explain to me real quick what you mean by bailout?
What part of bailout in 2008 and then in the 1920s or 30s did you not, or 1930s, do you not understand? Do you not understand the New Deal? Do you want me to go over it with you then?
Can you wait? Stop. Can you explain to me what you mean by bailout?
How do we bail out the stock market in 2008?
I don't know. I'm asking you to explain it to me.
Were you not there? Do you not work in finance?
I do work in finance. I'm wondering if you actually know what you're talking about
I don't work in finance, okay? But I understand that we
Her
had to
dad
put
worked
so
in
much.
finance, and she has no.
No, my grandfather worked in finance.
Let me just like reiterate. She said that she hates the
No,
stock market,
Stephen, you don't need to read it.
and
I
she
have a
says she
mouthpiece. Stephen, you
participates
can
in
be
it.
quiet. Stephen, you can be
Do you
quiet.
disagree? Do you
You can
disagree?
be quiet,
Fine.
Stephen.
That's okay. Peg, what do you think a bailout is?
What do you think a bailout is?
What do
No,
you think
don't
a
do
fucking
that.
guillotine is,
I'm
bro?
asking you. What is a bailout?
What's a guillotine?
That's my question. You go ahead, TJ. I'm not answering that
No.
stupid question.
Well, what do you think a bailout is?
Well, hold on.
What do you
Hold on.
think a
Before
guillotine
before
is?
you explain that,
Taxpayers.
hold on, B. Before you explain what a bailout, are you trying to classify or say, like carte blanche, that there was no governmental bailouts during the 2008?
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm just asking you
Then
what she.
why do you
What
want
do you
to?
think?
Why do you want to
Everyone's out.
clarify?
What do you think a bailout is? What was the
I know what a
bailout?
bailout is. You know
Okay,
what a
what is it?
bailout
Just
is.
fucking
I
say
think
what
you
you're gonna say,
targeting
you
people,
dipshit.
targeting people
What
to
the
explain
fuck
the
is wrong
basic
with you?
concept of a bailout in the context of 2008 is kind of contesting or kind of purporting that she's using the term bailout wrong. And that's disingenuous as shit, man.
What's disingenuous is to
I
Just
didn't
say
claim
hear
that
the
what you want
first
to
part of what you
say.
said.
What's disingenuous is to claim that socialist programs had to be used to bail out the stock market when they paid the loan back with fucking interest ahead of schedule.
Thank you. That's what
Did
we're
they?
missing.
What
They
about
had to
during
pay those
If it
COVID?
loans
was a
back.
Did
loan,
they do
if
that
it was
via?
a
Go
if it
ahead.
was a loan, how is it a socialist policy?
Exactly. That's kind of
That's
the
the
point that
point.
I'm making.
That's why we
Was
were
it a loan
discrediting
though?
what she said.
These are the same people calling for guillotines. By the way, people who don't know what they're talking about.
They don't
How
understand
many
the
people
Yeah,
have
economics.
paid back the money and
some of
during
the bailouts.
C19? How many people have paid
So
back that
some of the
money versus
bailouts during
C19?
2008. Some of the bailouts during 2018 were paid back in full or in excess. Not all of the bailouts were they?
Well, the biggest one was
Yeah,
GM, and it was paid back ahead of schedule with interest.
I think it might be AIG, but I can't think of a bank that received bailout without having to pay back. You can't
Yeah, so what happens if I
that's not
default
how
on my
that
loan
works.
on a house? What happens if I default on my mortgage enough times or I don't pay my property taxes? Do I get a fucking loan from the government?
There you go.
Do I get
So let
bailed
me
out?
ask during
No,
hold
no,
on,
no,
hold on
no,
one
no, no.
second.
I
No,
want
you're
them to
right.
answer this.
That's what I'm
Do
getting
I
at.
get
That's what I'm
bailed
getting
out?
at.
Do
You're
I
asking.
get those same
Hold up,
extensions that those large conglomerate companies get? No.
hold up, TJ. Are you even in favor of
Bankruptcy.
That
bailouts?
is
Well, wait.
You can declare
That's not
bankruptcy.
a one. you don't understand how the banking system works. You can be operating perfectly responsibly as a bank, but if everybody comes to your bank and wants their money out all at once, you can't survive that. You may not be doing anything wrong, but you can't handle a run on your bank. That's why they get quote unquote bailouts.
That's not what
This
happened
is
in '08.
That is what
And
happened.
this is
specifically,
actually no. This is exactly
hold on.
what.
When they're
Okay, go ahead.
classifying
Sorry.
bailouts during 2008, they're talking about corporate entities. So corporate entities got the bailouts, and they paid back in some instances more than they got loaned. But you know who wasn't bailed out? The people who funded that bailout. All those individuals that banked with them, they got upside down their mortgages. They were foreclosed on. So when
They're not
people are
operating
mad,
as a bank.
But you're missing the point. They were foreclosed on. Why? So that those banks could pay back that money. They were literally thrown to the wolves twice
No,
because not only
the
did it come from
situation is
our
not
money,
the same. They're not
it
dealing
is.
they're not dealing with a run on the banks. Like your personal situation is different from a bank having a bank run.
How do you think they get their money though in that situation? How do you think
So-
those banks paid back that money?
the
How
banks
do they pay back the money?
the banks and the regulatory environment that was allowed and the actions of the banks created the 2008 economic crisis. The taxpayers, the individuals that were most heavily impacted by their fuck shit weren't bailed out. They were bailed out. That's what people are mad at.
That's
You're
not
missing the
true.
point.
I mean,
Okay.
that's not true. The government gave lots of people money during that time period. Like I remember my parents getting mailed a check.
I didn't get mailed a
2008.
check. Are you talking about C-19? Because I didn't see a check in 2008.
No, I'm talking about
Neither
the
did my
2000.
mom.
I'm talking about the 2008 financial crisis.
No one
What
got a
did they
check.
get mailed a check for?
I don't remember.
Yeah, nobody got checks.
What
What are you talking about?
appropriation was given to individual taxes?
You're
They got to
D-Rap,
write
you
off.
should
They
come
got
up
to
here.
write off. They got to write off some stupid shit, but they didn't get checks.
There wasn't even any consequences.
Nope.
Like
Yeah, you
for
might be able
these
to
them
write
doing
us
these
dead if-
things.
That's not true.
No, there weren't. No CEO of any major Wall Street bank got any had any form of consequence.
One of the financial institutions that I've worked for had to deal with regulatory burdens that they didn't have to deal to prior to the financial crisis. So you're just wrong.
Yeah, that's why.
How
That's why I
old are
said
you?
major. That's why I said
How
major
old
Wall
are you?
Street bank.
How old are you?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm 35.
So
You're
wait, one of the
35.
banks you worked for.
Wait,
one
so
of
you
the
were
banks
like
you worked
8 years
for
old when this
had
shit
to-
happened?
Yeah, shut. If you don't know anything about it, you
So
weren't there. You
one of
don't
the
know.
banks. Hold on. Let me restate this. One of the banks that you worked for had increased regulatory burdens in response to the
You were more than
2008
18.
crisis.
You were more than 8, but you weren't old enough to work. What the fuck?
Mojo corrected
Me?
himself.
I was a freshman in
So
college.
once the regulatory environment was changed to stop the fuck shit happening from the banks in the future, they had their margins squeezed. And you're saying that's the penalty.
Yes, because it restricts them from operating in a more efficient manner, as opposed to other banks who can.
I think jail would be a more effective tool.
Yeah,
Me
much
too.
more
And let's talk about C-19. How many PPP loans were paid back?
Oh,
They were
You're talking about
when we're facing the most billionaires created during that time, how many PPP loans were paid back?
Using the
It's
word
important you
loan,
look at that by talking.
using the word loan for the Paycheck Protection Program is disingenuous because it was never going to be paid back. It was never designed to be paid
Yes,
back.
it was designed to be paid back. Actually, that's why it was called a loan, and that's why there was a business model saying you couldn't buy back
Peg,
your
you
own
don't
stock as soon as
understand.
you own this.
Peg, you don't understand the process.
All right, you
Just take my bill out.
filthy friggin' people. I have been live for 8 fucking hours and I have 27,000 likes. What is wrong with you people? Can you please tap the screen?
Peg, I
Do the
did
live.
put
Do
some
the
of your
heartbeat.
images through a reverse image search, and I have proved some stuff, but I will let that side.
Oh, same, Steven. Same. And your image isn't you either. And you don't
Yeah,
have
but
proof on shit.
you're not a pilot, and I proved that. But
How?
we can move on from that.
How?
Don't dodge.
How?
TJ, do you actually support bailouts?
Yeah, so the bailout's funny. I actually, in college, I was way more libertarian than I am now. And I was pretty against the bailouts. And then I read a book by Ben Bernanke, who was the chairman of the Federal Reserve at the time. And I was like, oh, wait, I was completely wrong on this. So the bailout, the reason I was harping on the bailout is I don't like the term bailout because it implies that they just got to keep money for free. And that's not what happened.
No,
They had to
it
pay that money
implies
back.
it implies that they got bailed out because, like I gave you the example with mortgage or property taxes, I don't get bailed out in that
Because
I
you're
lose
not
my
a bank.
home.
You're not a bank.
Okay, well there you go. So again,
property
socialism for the
taxes.
rich and rugged individualism for the
It's
poor.
not so they have to pay that money back.
First of all, property taxes are straight up theft, and the government could have forgiven any of that property tax they wanted to. They just chose not to. Your problem is with the government; it's not with anyone else.
And hold up, TJ. Back to what you said. But at the end of the day, it's still essentially market manipulation when the government gets to decide who to bail out.
No, so that's why. So the Federal Reserve was set up for that reason, was to be able to handle bank panics. Because, like I said earlier, with the problem with banks is just because, how do I want to say this? Did you guys follow what I was saying earlier about like people having a run on the bank?
Yeah. Hold on one sec. Non-fun, you can jump in wherever you want. Or wherever you can.
Yeah, sure. I was just going to back up to what he's saying. Like but the issue of banks, and you can read some of Ben Bernanke's book where he mentions things like this, is that they're based on faith in the industry, and there are like types of panics that don't just like cut off the firms that are inefficient or firms that did genuinely do reckless spending, but they're kind of contagious and they spill over to firms that are like genuinely productive, genuinely useful, but there's just a lot of panic in the industry, and we're concerned about the negative effects of that. And that's what the Federal Reserve, to some degree, seeks to resolve through the quote-unquote bailouts.
Yeah, but I'm just concerned that, technically, if you were able to demonstrate that these very specific scenarios, there's no harm done by essentially just giving them loans to recoup, like an example of a bank run, I'm still concerned because that kind of opens the door for like a lot more nefarious situations where the government is enmeshed with these banks and corporations and essentially deciding who to help and who not to help.
Well, speaking of nefarious situations, that's the biggest problem in the banking industry as a whole, is you can do $1 billion in fraud, pay $500 million in fines, and still run away with $500 million and have no other penalties for it.
That's what they did. That's what they did. No major Wall Street bank received, no CEO of any major Wall Street bank received any time for any of this.
So I was just going to say it.
There was one
because they didn't commit a crime. You don't go to jail if you don't commit a crime.
I forget who it was. There was one person who went to jail for like the 2008 crisis. He might not have been a CEO of like a major Wall Street bank specifically, but there was at least one individual who did go to jail for the actions of his firm in 2008. But like they also, they like pay that money back, right? And there were banks that went under, like Lehman Brothers went under, Bear Stearns went under.
Lehman Brothers
right?
was kind of the big spark. So Gain, to address what you were saying, banks, in order for banks to receive a bailout from like the Federal Reserve, or the U.S. Treasury, they have to actually meet certain criteria. Like they have to be a certain size in order for them to do that. If like your local mom and pop bank down the road, goes bankrupt, nobody really cares because they're not as large as like Bank of America. If Bank of America goes bankrupt, if they go under, then that's like financial Armageddon.
Yeah, I get that. Just because it was still FDIC insured. So if you're considering that a bailout, that's FDIC insurance. They all have that.
No, FDIC insurance is different. FDIC insurance is for you as an individual. This is for the banks being able. This is for the bank as an institution.
So the government failed us in the regulatory controls on the bank, and I'll agree that it was systemically necessary to bail them out, even though you hate that word.
Jesus
but that doesn't
Christ,
mean
you have a
it
cat
wasn't.
heat.
That's not me.
Oh, sorry. Can you guys hear my
But that
cat? Yeah, he's angry at me.
and just because it wasn't criminally chargeable as fraudulent doesn't mean it wasn't ethically fraudulent as shit, TJ.
Wait, what was fraudulent?
I said just because it wasn't criminally chargeable as fraud or prosecutional discretion not to prosecute fraud doesn't mean ethically that what was done to the American people in layering those portfolios wasn't fraud.
I mean, so
I think I think you make it a lot less likely to happen again if you don't bail them out and if you don't insure them.
Well, that's what. So that was the idea
He
behind.
could nationalize them. He could
Let's not do
nationalize
that.
the
No,
banking.
let's just
yeah,
not.
No,
Let's just
quiet,
not.
Dane. I wasn't finished. The actual proper response to 2008 and the 1930s was to nationalize the banking system. To profit off of people trying to house their money safely is fucking criminal. It should have been fucking. Yes, they were also, you know what? I don't want to buy this. They were doing so many shoddy shit. They were fucking. I watched. What was that? What was that movie that they did? The Big Short. I watched The Big Short, and then I looked into it and found out everything in that was fucking correct. They were actually going and signing people up for loans without their signature. They were forging signatures. They were doing all of these horrible things. So yes, they committed crimes, and the action should have been, okay, people don't know how to play with money correctly. You don't get to fucking play with it at all. Just like you would
Time out. The government was actively encouraging financial institutions to give loans to people who couldn't afford loans.
How are they doing that? How are they encouraging that?
The low income loans.
Yeah, low income loans, but they were falsifying debt to income ratios. So they were going beyond what the government even encouraged.
Yeah. So a few things. One, I just wanted. You said you read or you watched The Big Short. I'm just curious. Have you read anything by Ben Bernanke or like anything by Scott Sumner?
I don't know if she knows
anything by
who exactly. I don't think she knows.
Yeah.
No, I didn't hear what he said. I didn't hear what he said.
I'm asking if you read anything by people I would say are like economists, people like Scott Sumner or Ben Bernanke. These are two people who commented on 2008 recession a decent amount.
No, I didn't read any, but I didn't read anything by the people who were in the film. But I mean, the internet's free, bro. You can look all this shit up.
B, can I ask you a question?
I would encourage you to look some of those things up. So I don't think anyone denies that like there were certain individuals who did.
So then why are you trying to call me out on it? If no one denies it, then why are you trying to call me out on it right now?
I think the overall picture you're painting is misleading, and that's not contradicted by the fact that there are certain individuals who did crime. So I'm sure that there were some individuals who did crime. I'm sure that there were some individuals who did crimes and got away with it. At the same time, there were firms that were either allowed to go under or couldn't be saved. Like, for example, Lehman Brothers. Lehman Brothers probably should have been saved. But just because that there are some firms engaging in bad practices, that ends up spilling over to a lot of other firms that are engaging in good practices. And when the credit market gets kind of messed up, that messes up other businesses' ability to do a bunch of other things, right? So there's like a lot of general concerns there. There were reasons to intervene in the credit market, and the ways we did so, I don't think are all entirely characterizable as like a general insane bailout, right? Because for example, the TARP money, the troubled asset relief payments, that was all paid back with interest to the U.S. government, right?
Okay, so it's not even necessarily about the individuals, right? Like, yes, those individual people who are forging signatures, they should have been held liable. But it's also about the extreme pressure that was put on them from the banks that they worked under, where they felt that they had to meet certain quotas or they were going to lose their jobs. It's multifaceted. At the end of the day, again, my original statement still stands. Banks should be nationalized. They should not be private entities.
Let me ask you a question. Hold on, stop 1 second. Let me ask you a question, B. Do you want Donald Trump controlling the financial system in this country?
No, the people who controlled the financial system in this country fucking crashed it in 2008.
That's why
what you say. They crashed it in 2008.
You don't think that somebody
behind you are saying something very hypothetical, and I'm giving you proof.
You don't think that a politician like Donald Trump getting in control of the financial system on a national level could have consequences. Are you out of your mind?
No, I don't think that he would be in charge of it. Obviously, you wouldn't put it in the hands of the executive. That's fucking wild, TJ. You know a little bit more about American politics than that. You know what I'm talking about. Stop being disingenuous.
How would you avoid that?
Yeah, you wait 30 days for every little thing for Congress to vote. Like, how would they even work?
When I'm saying, how would you avoid putting it in the hands of the executive? Unfortunately,
that's what I was saying.
Just the way the Constitution is structured, and due to the nature of the Supreme Court right now, like Congress can't even impose for cause requirements on Trump being able to fire people besides the Federal Reserve. But they only carved out the Federal Reserve because the consequences of not allowing that for the Federal Reserve would just be probably quite catastrophic. So I think you wouldn't get the same treatment there from any other industry, even if it was in the banking sector.
And that wasn't consistent. That was it seemed extremely utilitarian.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, it doesn't seem like that you could structure it in such a way that Trump wouldn't have control.
That's like the smallest problem. The biggest problem is she wants to nationalize the bank. She doesn't understand that the government never has incentive structure for profit, so they're never actually going to end up putting imposing policy, which ends up working out in the long term.
I mean,
Wait. Explain that.
Explain what?
Why.
Specifically what? Why the government doesn't have incentive for profit?
No. Explain why that would matter. Explain why you cannot run a bank without an incentive for profit.
Because then you'd not be going for this. You'd have other incentives besides for making money. So
what are the other incentives?
I don't know, corruption, fraud, nepotism.
How about simply helping the American people?
What do you mean by helping the American people? You're saying
what is the purpose of government?
The purpose of government is to protect our rights.
Okay. And
as outlined by the Constitution.
The rights would also include promoting the general welfare, correct?
No. Incorrect.
Yes. As a matter of fact, that is in the fucking Constitution.
Where in the Constitution?
It's in the preamble.
Yeah, what does it say?
It says promote the general welfare.
It says promote the general... Wait, hold up. Read the
Specifically, it says
read
that.
The entire quote
verbatim.
For me. Read out the entire quote.
You go read the quote.
You're the one who brought it up.
You've never read the You've never read the Constitution. Are you serious?
Yeah, it's because what I think is happening here is you ensure the welfare by protecting said rights.
That's wild. You don't even know what the fuck you're arguing for right now.
You're the one who brought it up, so you'd actually have to demonstrate it and provide the evidence. But secondly, yeah, you have to ensure the welfare by protecting the rights that were laid out in the Constitution.
I think that would also include protecting citizens from corrupt business practices, right? Like protecting citizens from powerful corporations.
I'm sorry, but nationalizing banks is absolutely what we have to fucking do.
Spoken like a true communist.
Okay, so
at least he's not pretending.
I think the outcomes of that would not be good, and I'm more interested in that conversation.
Why?
To be clear.
Why would the outcomes be bad?
I don't.
So I'll get to that, but I think do you understand, Mojo? Why do you think it's unreasonable to say that at least it's sort of Jeffersonian idea of what he was saying when he wrote down to promote the general welfare in conjunction with the rest of the preamble rights, which are all negative rights. Why that probably
I disagree that they're negative rights, by the way.
That at least Jefferson's idea was.
I disagree that they're negative rights. I disagree that they're negative rights. I think they are absolutely positive rights. I think rights don't exist without government. I think rights are created by governments. They are codified by governments, and then they are protected by governments.
Doesn't matter.
Everything that they wrote down didn't exist until they wrote it down. So everything in that Constitution is a positive right. These are the rights that we have as human beings that live in the United States of America.
Okay.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. They were codified already.
When I want to be clear, right? I don't have a conception of rights intrinsically existing. I'm a consequentialist, but I do think that the sort of Jeffersonian,
and therefore they're not negative rights. The government created them. They're absolutely positive. They didn't exist. They didn't exist before the Constitution. Then you
Yeah, but they're
agree
still
with that?
axiomatically like given by God. They're still axiomatically
There is
objective.
no God. There is no fucking God.
It doesn't matter. Within the Constitution, it's
There is no
axiomatically objective.
axiom of a right. There is no fucking axiom of a right, because if there were, then every fucking human being on the planet would have it. They don't. Now,
Well, the Constitution
axiomatically
lays out rights.
but they're not negative rights. They're not negative rights. They're absolutely
That doesn't even
positive
follow.
rights.
Hold on, that doesn't even follow, because just because people aren't protecting your rights doesn't mean you don't have those rights intrinsically, right?
I'm telling you that in the state of nature, there are no rights.
And the Constitution disagrees with you, because the Constitution lays out axiomatic objective rights.
Under that logic, there's no morality.
Morality doesn't exist without a fucking state either.
Yeah, obviously he's a relativist. Okay, back to the Constitution. The Constitution, though, isn't relative. The Constitution lays out axiomatic, objective, God-given rights. So regardless of whether or not you agree with that, that's still the law.
I'm sorry. If God laid out rights, then God would have laid out rights. These were men that laid out
Tell
rights.
it to the founders, but at the end of the day,
I am
the
going
founders
to tell it to the
God
founders as well as you.
It doesn't matter. The rights are codified in the Constitution, and they are axiomatically objective rights given by
I
God.
understand that they're codified, and one of them is promote the general welfare.
No, you promote the general welfare. No, you promote the general welfare by protecting the rights. You don't promote the general welfare by doing whatever you want, right? There's still guardrails
You have the
and
right to
parameters.
life, liberty. You have the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. So I'm
Correct.
sorry that the government has responsibility to make sure that you fucking live.
No, because you can't actually pursue these rights if you're violating the rights of other people, and you have the right to your own property. So that's inherently wrong.
What are you talking about? What does it have to do with nationalized banks?
Because you're taking away people's money. You're forcing them
I'm
to
not
sell their
taking
assets,
money.
their property,
No.
their assets, and then you're definitely
taking them away.
It was kind of the implication of that is property rights, right? That is kind of that's the Jeffersonian way of saying property rights.
Yeah, you're taking away people's rights.
No, you're not.
Yes, you are.
You're protecting people.
Okay, so I'm going to start a bank under your little nationalized.
Wait, are you
economy.
saying
What
that
are you going to do about it?
privatized banks are taking people's property?
What are you going to do about it?
Of what?
What?
I'm going to let's make you king, and you decide to nationalize the banking system. I don't care. I'm going to start my own bank, whether you like it or not. What are you going to do about it?
I would consider that black market and put you in jail. Yeah, you would be black market.
There we go.
And you're going to go to jail. Yeah.
There we go. So that's
Just
how
like
it
a
violates.
random guy can't provide you with
That's how it violates. That is how it violates.
It doesn't violate your right, because if you break the law and you murder somebody, you go to jail too.
Yeah,
that's not
the law can
breaking your rights. Wow.
Just get in the boxcar, Mojo. It's the law.
Yeah,
That's how
I don't
stupid that
understand.
sounds.
No, this is how stupid it sounds. Okay, so if there's, a police force, right? And I decide that I want to be a vigilante, is the state taking away my rights to be a fucking vigilante just because they have a sanctioned police force? This is a ridiculous argument.
Well, I think part of the purpose of the state is to have a monopoly on violence. But regardless of that, so I want to.
Are you an anarcho-capitalist? Is that what you are?
No. And I was just about to say, I want to make it clear, I disagree with, Jefferson, right? There's a, I don't know if any of you guys know who this guy is, but there's a guy called, Ryan Malay, who is, a, big, natural law guy, loves Jefferson, loves all this stuff, or whatever. I've had a lot of disagreements with him. I've debated him about this before. I disagree that, these are, intrinsically existing rights and such, and, that we can't ever make, trade-offs, and we shouldn't have positive rights, right? I don't agree with that view. But I do think that, what the framers were referring to when they wrote things like the general welfare was not so broad that it would encompass, a nationalizing the banking system. That you might be able to still have a national bank via, the Commerce Clause, but that is not understood, typically, the general welfare clause is not understood to encompass any government program that might help the people's welfare.
Are you creative? Are you a creative person? Do you paint? Do you fucking think?
Not
outside of the box?
I do think.
You're telling me the government couldn't come up with a nationalized banking system? You're telling me that there's just no fucking way that they can do it?
We're not saying they couldn't do it.
I don't understand. I don't understand how you get out of the fucking logic conundrum that you put yourself in when all you do is bitch about what the government does and how they do it, and then want to give more power to the government simultaneously.
Who bitches about what the government does?
You
every day. Donald Trump this, Donald Trump that.
Wait, that's not the government. That's Donald Trump.
That is the government. That's
Oh
the
my
fucking
God, did you
executive
really
of
just
the
say that?
government.
Okay, but
That's
the
a
entire
specific
reason we
person.
got on this train in the first place, though, is because I think TJ said if you were going to nationalize the banks, wouldn't that imply that like Trump is going to have some amount of control over them, and that would lead to bad outcomes. So I do think you have to address the fact that people like Trump.
Yeah, I would make it a whole separate branch. I would make it a whole separate branch of government.
You need a
I'm telling you right
constitution to do
now.
that.
I'm telling you right now. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. That's why we're all living in La La Land right now. I would create a whole entire separate branch of government that is similar to other branches, but is completely independent from Congress and the executive.
So you
It's
want
simple.
to change the constitution?
Almost like
Yeah,
the
you
current
do an
system, right?
amendment. God, we change the Constitution all the fucking time.
Yeah, but this would fundamentally shift the entire
When was the last time we
Whoa,
changed the Constitution?
Guys, hold on, stop, guys. Did you hear what she just said? She wants to create a banking system that is completely separate from Congress and the executive.
It's called the Federal Reserve.
It's called the Federal Reserve. B. That's what we currently have right now.
Do they hold all of our money and do they house my money from when I get?
They hold bank money. They hold banks money.
Okay, then
They hold the
transfer
bank
it to there. Transfer to there. You figure it out.
We could use them. We could use them as a federal bank system.
What the Federal
They kind of are. They hold the treasury's money, right? And they hold the bank's reserves because they pay interest on reserves. So banks hold reserves at the.
No, they kind of don't.
And
They either
they
do or
lend
they
us
don't.
money.
They don't.
And they lend the
They don't
They
hold
pay
all of.
interest
They don't
on-
hold the entire country's money. Like, come on.
One person. Hey, you guys.
I'm not saying that.
What the
What do
Federal
they hold
Reserve
bank
is
reserves?
best at is making you poorer.
That's a
I disagree with that, but just to be clear, so there are like the Federal Reserve holds bank reserves in that banks like bank reserves in that banks like so that is the thing that does happen, and then there's a broader definition of money that includes bank deposits, and that is like quote unquote our money. But these are two different levels, if you will, of money.
They also tax you through inflation on a daily fucking basis, i.e., making you poorer.
Fucking brainless libertarian slop.
That's exactly what happens. Verbatim.
So I think so. I want to get to that stuff because I also I think that's a flawed understanding. But before I get to that stuff, I just want to I want to hear from everyone's mouths. Okay, I want an acknowledgement that the Federal Reserve made a profit off of quantitative easing during 2008. B, that the banks paid all the TARP money back to the U.S. government, and C, that there were like lending requirements and a bunch of other requirements for like collateral when the Federal Reserve intervened in 2008 to save individual banks. Do we agree that those things happened?
That's too many questions. I didn't even hear. I wasn't even paying attention to you.
questions.
They all happened, but I still don't think I still think the Federal Reserve should never have been established.
Wait,
that's a separate conversation.
That has nothing to do with this.
No, because I thought his point was that it was a good thing.
No,
that
he's
they did
talking
so.
about the bank. He's talking about the bailouts. That's all he's talking
Yeah, specifically the bailout, as in the Federal Reserve having the power to bail us out and directly intervening in the economy.
Well, it is my view that many of their actions in 2008 were good. And in fact, I think a problem is that they didn't go far enough sometimes. I think they probably should have done more quantitative easing. They should have done more intervention, although in fairness, they were limited by the requirements placed on them. What I'm disputing right now is what I originally got triggered by, which is I think Mojo and B and potentially some other people saying that like this was just like a massive bailout to the banks and everyone made it out rich and the working people suffered. I think that the banks, there were good reasons for intervening. The banks pay the money back for the most part, or they had good collateral that the Federal Reserve used, and that stabilizing the banking sector it also helps everyone overall. So that's my contention right now.
I agree. I actually agree with that. And here's where Stephen kind of has me mistaken, and probably TJ and Steve as well. I agree that the banks should have been bailed out. But I also want to make the concession that the people who lost their homes because they were given shoddy loans should have also been bailed out. The American taxpayer should have also been bailed out.
Why should people who were given loans be bailed out of those loans when they couldn't make the payments?
Why should banks who
That's
who sell
exactly what I
shoddy?
feel.
Because
What?
you're not
Wait, no,
like
no,
you're
no,
not.
let me finish. Why should banks who decide to give shoddy fucking bonds, who decide to, sorry, my kids are going crazy, who decide to give these shitty bonds, who decide to forge signatures, who decide to do all these things, be able to do that?
Because this is where you're missing the point.
Weren't able to
Because
do that.
Steve, hold on one second.
It's just weird
Because
that you
banks,
hate people, but you love these nationalized or you like these like private entities. Like they literally. Why do you hate your own people, TJ, so much?
so I want to answer her question really quick. So B, what you're not understanding is that it wasn't just the banks that made bad loans that had to get bailed out. It was the banks that were operating responsibly. As I said earlier, if there's a panic, then a bank can't handle the run on the bank.
Okay.
And more, a big issue, more generally.
They
Not
created the problem
negate.
and then benefited from the solution. They literally created the problem, then benefited from the problem that they created. They had no consequence.
There was no
In fact, they
benefit.
actually made
There's
more
no
money
wait,
during that
Peg,
time
there's
than
no
they did.
benefit
And the
to a
same thing
bank
happened
having
with
a bank run.
Hey, can you let her finish?
Thank you, Mojo. So they literally created the problem, then benefited from the solution, then did the same thing during C-19. And this is the most billionaires we've ever seen in the economy is because of these situations where they benefit from the problem. I'm not saying they created C-19, but they definitely created 2008 crisis. And again, they benefited off of it. They found a way to maximize their profits from it. So again, for you to simp for the corporation and not the people who deserve the bailout, not the banks, that's the problem.
You're just
The government created the 2008 problem.
Okay.
No,
So-
banks
so-
created that
Yes.
problem.
No, the government created that problem.
No, it was a mix, I suppose. But you're saying that taking regulation away created the problem. You get that doesn't go in line with your libertarian philosophy, right?
It wasn't taking regulation away. What regulation was taken away?
It was the regulation on what mortgages were required in order to be given.
And what did the government do?
The government took those regulations away in the late 1990s, and then it was expanded even further in the 2000s under W to make sure that, and then the government actually created a system to where they kind of required people to get loans.
There you go.
Required to pay. But either way, they had to get rid of the regulations on the banks to start out with before that actually happened.
Sure, but then the government decided that we needed a program for equality in loans and then forced banks to give loans to people that probably shouldn't have had them.
Sure, but getting rid of the regulations in the first place is what that allowed that to happen.
I guess, but...
So it's a combination of those things. But I just think that's wild for a libertarian to get pissed off about getting rid of regulations.
Well, I'm not mad that they got rid of the regulations. I'm mad that the government turned around and used that in their favor to force banks to give loans to people with unsatisfactory credit scores.
ARMs were created before they passed the legislation that made them give out loans that were unsatisfactory. ARMs existed before that. No, ARMs are the things that we're talking about. Those are the things that actually crash the system because the interest rates were rising so much after a 3 to 5 year ARM that nobody could afford their fucking mortgage after that, and everything was getting foreclosed on.
So I think that the issue is, and this ties back to I think some of Peg's points too, that the issue is broader than just like the housing market and the housing bubble. I think there were like a number of errors from the Federal Reserve that led to, in fairness, in some cases, the Federal Reserve's hands were tied. That led to the sort of financial crisis spilling over into like a much broader recession. One of those issues was that banks, even responsible banks, used mortgage-backed securities as collateral. So because mortgage-backed securities turned out to be not the good collateral that they thought they were, a lot of even responsible banks were in trouble, and it made sense for the Fed to intervene in the banking industry, in the credit market, because there's just no, like this is a Bernanke quote for you, there's no sustained recovery when the credit market is in crisis, right? So, it would be my contention that intervening in a credit market like help the people. So I think it's unfair to say that like we just like hate the people and everything, because I think it helped the people and the banks also like pay that money back and stuff still.
Well, there's a lot of dominoes that fell in the subsequent years. But the first one that started it was shitty policy under the Clinton administration to create wealth equality by giving loans to people who they knew couldn't pay those loans back. Or at least they knew a percentage of them couldn't pay those loans back. And they did it anyways. And that's the first domino that created that whole fucking problem.
Right. Obviously, I think that was like a, like an issue, like an above zero issue. But I think, like more generally, kind of if I think if the path of NGDP growth had been kept stable, you wouldn't have seen like the broader recession you did see. You would have just seen probably the housing market experience some amount of negative churn or whatever. And we actually did see the housing market collapse like before the broader recession hit, right? So like we saw unemployment only went up from like 4% to 6%. It was like the broader financial.
Are you like
crisis.
downplaying the 2008 housing crisis? Like, are you being for real right now? Like,
Okay.
do you guys are just like a whole bunch of serfs?
True.
Like, please,
I
my
want you to,
lord,
like,
one shilling, my lord, so I can simp for the banking system. Like, what the fuck is this?
No one's downplaying that. But what started the downfall?
No, you
was
are,
that
and you're actually placing the blame away from the major banks, and you're putting it on the backs of people in the government, and that's just not what the fuck happened.
It's exactly what happened. That's exactly how it started.
I'm gonna agree with
Wait.
you. There's going to be it's a combination. It's a combination of a whole bunch of different things. I'm going to agree with them to a certain extent that there was bad policy that was made. There was also regulations that were taken off that shouldn't have been taken off. And there was a lot of banks that took advantage of this shit. And I don't remember who was it that created the mortgage-backed securities and then rated them AAA or whatever the fuck it was. Somebody was responsible for that shit too.
So that's
but also that accounting that accounting firm went bankrupt, did they not? That was another consequence, by the way. Didn't like one of the big 5 accounting firms go bankrupt from 2008?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's true too.
Well,
So it was a culmination of a whole bunch of fucking bad people doing bad things. Whether they meant to or not, whether they meant to harm anybody or not, is another story. But there was a lot of things that played into that whole thing.
So there's kind of a debate.
I'm not going to say that the policy was designed to hurt people, but they had to know that the banks were going to take a hit when the banks were required to give out all these mortgages, and they knew that these people weren't going to fucking pay them.
Yeah, but then they didn't have to put them in AAA or whatever it was, AAA, A-rated mortgage-backed securities either. They didn't have to put them in those, which caused a lot of it as well. So you could have put them in different kinds of securities that people may or may not have still bought at a percentage that was acceptable. I'm not sure, but in all honesty, the government was trying to give more poor people homes, and the banks took advantage of that by setting up arms and then getting the houses foreclosed on.
Yes,
Sure, but
for me, that is 100%. Like that is the fault of the banks. It is not the fault of the governmental system trying to incentivize banks to give loans out to people who normally wouldn't qualify for loans because they don't have like credit history or something like that, right? Like that's originally stop.
Those are two different things.
Okay,
Steve, stop.
Forced is whatever. Forced is whatever. That's beside the point.
It's very different.
This program was designed. One reason, like one example of why the government designed this program is because it's notoriously hard for people without credit to apply for the biggest loan of their life and get approved. So this program was made for people who had lower credit scores or who had been working on their credit and consistently paying their shit off. This was completely taken advantage of by the banks. That they consistently were giving predatory and deceptive mortgage loans.
So I also
like
I have to break you guys.
they were giving higher cost loans.
No, you fundamentally misunderstand because you keep saying forced. No bank was forced to give out a fucking mortgage. You're full of shit.
The government changed the best incentive or the best thing to do for them on the margin.
They definitely
right?
pressured the banks legally.
Yeah.
What do you mean pressured? What does that mean? There was no force done there. The mortgage companies decided to hand out these subprime loans. And they did so with honors, knowing that it was going to get foreclosed on after 3 to 5 years.
Yeah, but with the Community Reinvestment Act, they're definitely pushing the banks to...
They were pushing them. They were giving them subsidies in order to give out subprime mortgages.
Yeah, well, it's like changes there. So I don't know why the word like forces is necessary.
Yeah, I guess that's a little hyperbolic.
Like the best thing for them to do on the margin, which is
I'll concede on that the word forced is slightly hyperbolic. But at the end of the day, what you did was ended up taking the homes away from 10 times as many people as you ever gave them to in the first place, and fucking up the whole system, because that's what government does.
The banks could have done it better. No. They could have done it better. They could have given out better loans. They could have done it for different homes. They could have done it in a lot of different ways, but they chose to do it the way they did, and these people got foreclosed on. And that was part of the beginning of the fall, I suppose. But there's a lot of other things that played in there too.
So and a whole lot of other people got subsequently foreclosed on because the economy crashed at the same time and unemployment went through the roof.
So if I could nerd out here for a second on just like the investment world, there's kind of two types of investing. There's quant investing, where you look for mathematical patterns and price movements, and there's fundamental investing, where you look at the underlying financials of like a company or the economy or whatever. And there's kind of a saying in investing that says the fundamentals will always play out, because eventually they do. With the rating agencies, I read a paper not too long ago. The rating agencies were looking at just patterns with housing and default rates, and they projected it to continue at the rate that it was going. They didn't look at the underlying fundamentals. And so they weren't taking into account like adjustable rate mortgages where the interest rate was going to constantly go up. And they didn't take into account the fact that people weren't going to be able to afford those. And so that's kind of where the rating agencies got into trouble. They were using kind of quant forecasting or mathematical forecasting, and they weren't looking at the underlying fundamentals. So just a side note.
Okay.
Yeah. Who in the fuck would ever accept an adjustable rate mortgage to begin with? That's absurd.
I don't know, but
because they were making false promises.
Yeah, I played a broker for a short period of time in there, and it felt really fucking disgusting to do that. I did set up some of these subprime mortgages, some of these ARMs. I did set some of those up. And honestly, it wasn't just new homes that this was being done on. It was refis.
Yes.
Because interest rates were pretty high before the refis, and we were able to give them a 3-year lower rate. But after the 3 years, they ended up paying a higher rate than they were paying originally if they couldn't refinance within that 3 years.
And a lot of the stipulations didn't even let you refinance after that 3 years, Mojo. In fact, that's how my mom lost her house, is through a refi. Yeah.
Yeah, I did that for a short period of time, and I felt like shit doing it, and I didn't do it very long.
I don't think anyone would ever accept a non-fixed rate loan on fucking anything.
Yeah, but that now, but they didn't know that then, because housing prices didn't increase like that, or like not housing prices, but the interest rates on homes never raised over a certain amount. That's why they were like, yeah, even if it does, it'll go up by a percentage or two, but it's not going to be anything crazy. And it did. My mom's $3,000 a month payment, or I think then it was actually less. I think it was closer to $2,000, went all the way to $5,000. So again, like they were told, like, because of the trends in the market, it never went that crazy. Yeah. All of a sudden, overnight, it does. Well, and then that's how people are losing their homes.
The bad part about this too is that the banks actually gave mortgage brokers a front end and a back end incentive. So the front end being the rate, the front end being that just getting the thing traded or sold or whatever, and then the back end being that the higher the rate you get an extra kickback from the bank as well to actually sell that mortgage. So you are incentivized as a broker to actually give the highest rate you possibly could and still have them say yes.
People over. Yeah.
Yes.
I went to Costco security. I just wanted to let you know at 9:30 the parking lot is closed to the
Steve?
public. Okay. You have a good night.
I think he was ordering food. I don't know.
It's like getting kicked out. We're closing at 9:30. Just to let you know, Steve.
Yeah, I was trying to get food, and apparently they're fucking closed. That's cool.
Just an important point here. With the 2008 financial crisis, the crisis wasn't really the housing market. The housing market was just kind of the spark. The crisis was the financial panic.
Yeah, exactly. That's what when I was accused of downplaying it earlier, right? My point was just simply that, like, if you look at like unemployment, for example, in the housing sector collapsed, it did not go up very much from like January 2006 when the housing construction peaked all the way up until April 2008. Unemployment rose from 4.7% to 5%. So like this was and that's still within like a full employment like range. Like, but I so I have like differing views on sort of broader causes of crisis, and I think that there were a variety of like reasonable views on exactly what caused it. But I'm open to talking about that. But right now, I just don't understand. I feel like I've not gotten a proper response to many of the points I've raised because you guys like keep saying this thing that like there were no consequences, that these people made it out richer than ever, and I provided things that suggest that is simply not true.
They did. I can't prove that they were prosecuted if they were not prosecuted. How can I prove that to you?
Well, hold on. So there was, I know, one person prosecuted, but no one disagrees. What?
Yeah, you named one, and you even admitted though that that's the only one that you know offhand. That just wait, I'm not saying I'm not so right. So what I'm saying is, I mentioned that one earlier, but that's the I believe that is basically the only one. But no one is denying, and I said this earlier, that like some people committed some crimes and got away with it, right? That is not the thing I'm denying. What I'm denying is that overall there's this case of like a bunch of banks being bailed out and like all these corporate people getting out with a ton of money and everything, or you said even coming out richer than when they started. I just don't think there's good evidence of that. So I've already said like some banks were allowed to like collapse, like Lehman Brothers, right? There were also a lot of requirements when banks got loans from the Federal Reserve, or the Federal Reserve found a buyer for them. For example, I believe they found a buyer for Bear Stearns, but you know they had to have good collateral. That way, if it didn't work out, I remember. That way, if it didn't work out, the Federal Reserve would have a bunch of collateral, right? And by the way, the Federal Reserve made a profit off the quantitative easing it did. It remitted its profits to the Treasury, to the American government Treasury, from the quantitative easing it did. Going back to one of your points, there are three banks that actually became richer during the 2008 crisis: Wells Fargo, JP Morgan Chase, and Goldman Sachs.
When you say richer, what do you mean? How are you defining richer?
Capital, bruh. Capital.
Well, JP Morgan bought Chase. They actually expanded their business during that time.
Right.
That's why it's JP Morgan Chase today.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah, because it's not surprising that when the financial sector or any sector is experiencing a crisis, that you see consolidation, right? Because some firms have either better management or like more collateral, more access to capital that other firms don't have, and they want there's benefits to the merger there. There is empirical evidence that like mergers tend to bring the worst performing firm up to like the average productivity of the better performing firm. So I think, there were reasons for that consolidation happening in 2008, but it doesn't mean,
but they became more wealthy, right? The firm that won out in the end.
Who? The firm grew overall, maybe, but but that's by nature of the fact that like, they bought like a failing bank, and that was with essentially. I think even the word pressure here is appropriate. Pressure from the Federal Reserve, like there were people. I think even Ben Bernanke was like calling.
Okay. JP Morgan was one of the companies that actually was involved or directly involved in this. Them and Merrill Lynch with a fucking big old bull or whatever, they went under as well, and they were bought out by another company too. I don't remember who it was.
Bank of America.
Bank of America. So, I mean, these are companies that actually took advantage of this downfall and actually grew their businesses out of it. So when she says that some people got very wealthy out this, some people did, and there were very rich people that did.
Oh yeah, I mean that's where you make your money. You make your money off people doing stupid shit.
Well, then all you have to do is tell her she's right when she says that.
Since
The term,
I think that
the
no, no,
term
no.
too
I think the
big
picture
to
she's painting is very
fail should
misleading. When
never
people,
have entered our collective consciousness.
Since
I
when the
agree,
fuck does
actually.
Arby's?
I
Since
agree.
when the fuck does Arby's close at 9:30? And when do they stop serving 20 minutes before they close? I fucking
The fact
hate
that you're
Indiana.
eating at Arby's is weird and gross anyway, Steve, and
It's
it's par for the
American.
course.
It's very
Okay,
American.
but
You're the average
I haven't
American.
eaten it.
as far as if you've got to eat fast food, it's definitely the best option.
No,
How
it's
dare
not.
you
That's
be?
In and out.
Arby's is
In and out is the
delicious.
best.
And Steve, I doxed you and I called them in advance and I
I think I
slipped
know why
some
you're a
cash app
communist. You've never
post
had
down
Arby's
on you.
curly fries.
I
Like,
have, and they're
what
gross.
fucking fast food restaurant stops serving 20 minutes before they close? What?
Oh, I gotta agree on
Like
the curly fries. Those curly fries are fucking awesome.
Like
Wait, why are you supporting?
fast
You're
food
supporting
sucks
the
as a
major
whole.
meat company, Mojo.
No,
Literally,
it's the
Arby's.
curly fries. That's the only thing that's good. Well,
Why
that and
don't?
the they have a
Right, they might
Jamocha
be cooking
shake
them in
too.
cow fat.
They have a Jamocha shake too, which is fucking good as shit.
Gross.
Arby's does not use beef tallow. That's steak and shake.
Wait,
You're right.
Peg, do you
McDonald's
hate
shake.
Arby's for political reasons?
I just hate Arby's because it's gross.
It's way better than Wendy's and McDonald's, and those are my only other two
I don't
options.
eat that either. I don't eat any of that shit. I will
Fucking
do In and Out.
I hate this state.
You don't even eat lamb?
I do eat lamb, but only on special occasions, and it's usually Easter.
There.
It's not even.
And I
It's
feel
not
really
even
bad about
9:30. It's only 8:30. Central Standard Time is the correct time.
Peg, you just horrified Mojo.
I know. I feel bad about it. I don't do it though. Like I have to show up, and that's what it is. So,
Lamb is okay, but goat is way better.
no.
Mojo's thinking, why fucking lamb? Why can't you eat
No,
full-grown
it's
sheep?
so-
Why does it have
so
to be baby
awful.
sheep? The fuck is wrong with you people?
Majority of the year, though, I do live a very much vegetarian diet. For the most part, there's only certain times in the month where I will eat meat.
I'm sorry, but there are two things that are worse. The worst things you can possibly ever eat, and that would be foie gras and veal. Foie gras and veal. Both those things are fucking so
Birria made from goat is delicious.
Stop talking like that on Mojo's panel.
You are
Stop.
slapboxing with fate. He will kick you off the panel.
Don't be mean. That's mean. So I am looking up and mortgage fraud sting, but only 400 were noted of being, and I don't think anything happened with those 406 people.
I don't know how many.
Wait, what is it you were looking at?
Yeah, because these big, huge banks like Bank of America,
CBS.org.
JP, and Citigroup all did settlements in civil court, man.
And it wasn't even higher ups that were arrested. It was like people like Mojo who were literally quote unquote just following orders. Those are the only people that were actually arrested. And
yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, they basically had
I can
Fall Guys.
find the name. It's somewhere deep in my notes is the name of the dude.
What was
I
that,
was talking about.
Ibanez?
I
What
believe
was
he
that?
was. I believe it was a
What
high.
was that?
But-
What was that, Ibanez?
They had Fall Guys.
yes.
Like that one kid was what was it the one that upped the prices on the on the shots for like what's that shit called, allergic reactions or whatever, EpiPens. What was Pharma Bro? I think he was like a fall guy as well, because there's a bunch of old white guys that don't go to jail.
Yeah, none of these were actually executives that actually made any decisions in these banks. It was literally just people who were selling.
Wait, Farmer Bro was roommates with a guy who did Fire Festival. I'm sorry, that guy was a fucking scammer and deserved to be in jail for a long fucking time.
Literally.
Yeah, he did. I think it just
So the guy I was thinking of, to be clear, is Kareem Saragledin. He was an executive at Credit Suisse, and he was sentenced to jail time.
There were people who
That
didn't
really
work.
is that the only person? Really?
I believe he's the only executive person. So
Are we
like I
forgetting?
said, forgetting who?
Bernie Madoff, kind of a big one.
Well, yeah. I mean,
that wasn't
that
part
was
of
for
this.
like a.
I think
Yeah,
that
that was
No,
for
he
something
wasn't
separate.
part of the bank, but he ran a major.
Yeah, but
the
it wasn't
largest
part of
conference.
this. That had nothing to do with this.
No, but
Yeah.
he got exposed by it. So I was just pointing out he got thrown in prison. I
Yeah.
wasn't sure who you guys were going to include in all this.
Wait, there was one executive sentence or whatever, but again, I don't know how many times I have to repeat this. I agree there are probably plenty of people who like engage in at least some amount of crime that do not get prosecuted or punished properly, right? I'm sure that is the case. Now, I think probably it's almost always going to be the case that the people you actually get on this type of crime are going to be the people doing the work and not the executives, because the executives are almost always probably going to have some amount of plausible deniability that they would just never get convicted via jury. But I think the overall picture,
zero Wall
you're
Street
painting-
CEOs served jail time. Only, this says 35 to 60 total bankers were sentenced to prison, but cases involve smaller community or regional banks rather than major systematic giants.
Okay.
And then three
I'm
months
pretty
30
sure
months
the
in
first
prison.
thing I said when I came up here was, this guy did go to jail. I don't know. He might not have been
30
a Wall Street executive. Yeah, great. So I'm pretty sure the first thing I said was me saying, I know of one person who did go to jail. He might not meet the standards of like Wall Street executive or whatever for the thing you're citing. And it seems like that's the case. I never claimed that he did meet your specific standards for Wall Street executives or whatever, right? I was
She's
just saying
doing a fact check, bro. She's not trying to do a gotcha. This isn't debate bro hour.
Okay,
She's just
but
doing
it's
a fact check.
against what claim? Wait, what claim is she fact checking?
Because again, we're talking about accountability, and one person serving jail time is not accountability for this at all.
But
Okay.
that's
I don't think I've ever claimed that there was a like wide scale amount of criminal accountability in the 2008 financial crisis. I don't think I ever claimed that.
And there's also like you if you didn't commit fraud, like there's nothing to charge them with.
What do you mean there's nothing to charge them with committing fraud?
Like if you make a bad investment, that's not a crime.
Well, Martha Stewart actually went to jail for fraud, so how is that any different than what these Wall Street bankers did?
Because what Martha Stewart did was insider trading, which is a crime.
Right, but the whole recession kind of started because of the fact that like no one could trust each other, and they were refusing to make like quote unquote like I don't even know, my brain's fried at this point. But
I also like.
Go ahead, Steve.
I also like how they fucking took Martha Stewart as the little fish for insider trading, despite the fact that all of Capitol Hill does it every fucking day, and we just don't look at it.
Literally. Because
Well,
he told her.
I
But
bet
just to be
Martha
clear-
Stewart became more popular because of it. She fucking met
He
with
did.
Snoop Dogg, and she like
Yeah.
redefined her whole fucking life.
I mean, every
sure.
person that's ever been canceled has come out of it more popular. So
Yeah, she's like on a wine bottle.
that's pretty par for the course.
To be clear, I
But these
just want to
banks
read.
came out of this
So I never
situation
claimed.
wealthier and better. So again,
Wait, who came out of the 2008 financial crisis?
we already said it.
wealthy
Morgan
and better?
Chase, Wells Fargo, Goldman Sachs.
So I think there are probably some firms that expanded. I think the fact that they expanded is preferable to the alternative, which was them not buying like the other firms that were failing. It's probably preferable. And then secondly, I think
So
that's
again,
just not-
how were they able
that's
to
at least-
expand though? They were doing better financially, so they were able to buy out their competitors or merge together with another competitor, because they also did buy out smaller banks as well.
Yeah.
Their competitors were also failing at the same time, so they weren't worth a whole lot.
So did they have more money in order to buy out competitors and do merges or not?
Yes,
Not necessarily the competitor.
There you go. That's
I don't
simple,
actually know
bro.
if
What
if
should have
they-
happened? Wait, how about what should have happened is that the banks that were bought out should have been sold off instead, piece by piece, piecemeal, whatever the hell you want to do with it.
But
then
they
that
were
profit-
selling.
and then-
The Federal
and
Reserve
then-
was trying
hold
to sell
on,
banks to
hold
failing
on,
banks to
hold
whoever
on,
they were
hold
like
on.
lagging banks
Hold
behind the
on,
failing
hold
banks.
on,
Chill
hold
out,
on.
chill
Mojo
out,
will give you
chill
a
out.
time to talk.
Okay.
Chill out, dude. I'm just saying that whatever we need to do to get whatever profit we can out of them, and then that money should have been given to all the people that lost their fucking homes, and then
They made a
allow them
profit.
to rebuy homes. That would have been better
First
for
of
the
all-
economy. That would have been better for the economy as a whole. Don't you
Well,
think?
I mean, your qualm here is with the Federal Reserve because they're the ones that did this. They're the ones that
I don't
sold.
care. I don't care who's responsible. Whatever the money was, they would have been better off going to the people that lost their homes, allowing them to buy new homes, rather than going to the banks that were able to restructure and do acquisitions and mergers because of it. Wouldn't it?
Well,
Wouldn't that be better for the
Okay, so
economy?
first of all, when you say,
I mean,
when you say,
you would have still had to sell them.
Wouldn't that be better for the economy?
Well, I'm curious as to how it would be any different than what there was, because
people would have homes.
Yeah, but if the Federal Reserve had to sell these banks to someone else,
you said you're curious. Hold on. People would have homes. The banks would still exist, and people would have fucking homes. That is better for the economy than a bank getting bigger.
sure, but the banks would have gotten bigger too, because when the Federal Reserve sold these banks, the other banks would have still bought them. You're just mad about what happened with the money, not about the fact that the banks merged together.
Okay,
right?
That's fine.
So again, a failure of government.
what exactly do you mean by, like, the Federal Reserve should have sold these banks out and tried to get a profit off of it? I don't understand what you mean by that, because that's literally what they did in many cases.
Yeah, that's what he just said, and that's what I just said okay to. Were you not listening?
No, but it seems like...
No, he wasn't.
Remember when I interrupted you and everyone got mad? You said what we should have done to get a profit off of it is the Federal Reserve that should have sold these banks or whatever.
That's
like the FDIC.
Again, let's go through this one more fucking time. That's what Steve just said, and I said okay, that's fine.
But it seems like you're against it because they sold to like J.P. Morgan Chase, and that means they expanded.
I say yes, piecemeal them off. Take all of the money from piecemealing them off, and give that back to the people that lost their homes. That was my solution. I said that would be better for the economy. Steve said that money went to the Federal Reserve. And I said, that's fine. Then take it from the Federal Reserve and give people money for fucking homes.
Okay, so there was overall a net profit the Federal Reserve made, a net accounting profit the Federal Reserve made that was remitted to the Treasury. First of all, do you agree with that?
Yes, they loaned money to these fucking banks for a minuscule fucking interest rate. So minuscule that those banks, had they had to do the same in reverse, would never have given them that low of a fucking interest rate. There was not any interest in profit maximizing from this.
Okay, so you're correct in that the Federal Reserve was giving like risky loans at favorable interest rates to certain banks.
No,
right?
I didn't say risky loans. I didn't say risky loans. Who said risky loans? Why are you putting those words in my mouth? I never said that.
I think that's just another adjective.
What?
Like favorable,
no.
very low
interest.
Don't do that, B.
I know. I'm sorry. I get mad when you do it too to other people because I think it's.
I know.
It's
I hate it. I hate it when I do it too, and I try and catch myself for doing it. So.
Okay. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Maybe by your standards it's not risky. That's fine or whatever. But like typically, banks charge higher interest rates when they think there's a higher risk. The fact that
Is the Federal Reserve risky to is the Federal Reserve risky to get loans from?
Yes, well, it can be. There's a big stigma. So what do you mean by risky? So what do you mean by risky? There is a big stigma. Who
was going to give them the loan when they failed?
When banks access,
I have a question, non-con. Who was going to give them the loan when the banks failed? When all of the major banks in the United States essentially failed, who was going to give them the fucking loan?
I don't know what you're asking me.
There was no other player in town.
Exactly.
Pretty simple.
So what I'm saying is, there's a big stigma against banks getting loans from the Federal Reserve because of that very reason. Because they're like the last resort, right? That's why, like, firms typically when they take when they access a discount window from the Federal Reserve, they do actually take a hit because investors see that and they get worried about the bank's position.
Who else were they going to get the loan from? Because they just crashed the market. Who else were they going to get the loan from?
It doesn't matter.
So if the Federal Reserve did not exist, everyone's fucking money would not be here today. It was the only option. For you to try and say that it's risky is fucking wild. You're doing this communist dissonant thing where you're trying to fit your world.
First of all, I was saying it was risky for the Federal Reserve, not it was risky for the banks.
Oh, I misunderstood.
In a sense, it is risky from the banks because the firm takes a hit when they access a discount window because investors don't like that the Federal Reserve or that the bank that they are invested in is getting loans from the Federal Reserve because guess what? You're correct. That indicates the bank doesn't have any other options. right?
Yeah,
So
I misunderstood.
they
You.
don't
It's
like
my fault. That was a me issue. That was a me issue. I'll give you that. You're right. You're right.
Angry bees.
I don't actually know if you understand me. So I'm because
No, don't.
number one.
Please don't.
Yeah,
Please,
no, I
please don't
understood.
explain.
Once
Please
once
don't
you explain non-fun, I'm being genuine. I'm not a bad faith
Disingenuous.
person on this app. I truly did understand what you said.
Okay, great. So I think it is to some degree it was risky for the Federal Reserve to give out low interest rate loans to struggling banks because sort of by the nature of being low interest rate and by no one else being willing to lend to those banks, that indicates that it was a very risky thing to do. Now it ended up working out for the most part, and the Federal Reserve did end up making an overall profit, but mostly off of the quantitative easing. I don't know if they made that much money off of the loans themselves. And then, but so if you calculate if you try to take into account how favorable the Federal Reserve loans were, it seems like on net throughout the entirety of the crisis, there was about $500 billion in subsidies to the banks, and not a literally giving them $500 billion sense, but in giving them favorable terms that the favorable terms were in a sense worth $500 billion. Now, given the situation we were in 2008, I think overall that was appropriate, and I think it's still not fair to consider it a bailout, considering there was still an accounting profit. That people did lose their Bear Stearns, everyone there lost their jobs. Everybody got integrated into JP Morgan Chase. And
Okay. Everybody just say okay.
Okay. You beat the commie non-fan. You win today. You live to beat another commie.
We'll be back.
I don't want to listen to it anymore. Is there something else we can talk about?
Yes, something. Anything.
Why are none of you interested in responding to my characterization of things?
Clapping is clapping.
We've been doing finance all day. We've been doing finance all day, non-fun. To be fair, if you would have came this morning into Jenny's live, we would have been all gung-ho about it, but we've been doing finance all day. It's kind of exhausting.
You guys, there's 56 people in here. Only 33 people have shared the live. Please share the live, even if you're in the comments. Just share it. There's only 33. That needs to be higher. Tap the screen.
Do the heart me. Tap the screen. Yeah.
Heart me's. If you don't know how to do the heart me, you see a heart by Mojo's name. Click it. All you have to do is you'll see the send the heart me. You'll get 45 points. You click that, and then you become more of a super fan. You'll get more. Great. I see 38. You'll become a super fan and do all the fun stuff. Tapping is clapping. If you cannot share the live, which I don't know why you can't, it's this little arrow in the very bottom left of your screen. Tap that, share the live, or at least just tap. Tap that ass. Okay, thank you.
Whoa.
You see Mojo? You see that Mark statue? Tap that ass.
Did you say?
Tap that ass.
Okay, hold on. B and Peg and Steve and also TJ, I followed you. You guys can DM me. We can set something up later if you want. I'd be interested in talking to you, B and Peg, about some stuff. I don't know if you guys are both socialists or whatever, but about stuff related to socialism and or any of the more progressive economic positions you have.
Yeah, I'm a libertarian.
I know you're not, TJ. I know you're not. I was saying I also followed you, but yeah.
Thank you for the 45 shares. Can we please get it up to over 50 since there are 58 people in this live right now? Thank you. Thank you. Tap that ass. Tap that ass. Tap that cute little baby ass. Tap that baby ass. Make it grow. Make it grow. There we go. 54 shares. Thank you so much. Can we get 4 more? Can we top out? Oh, we're close. 2 more. 2 more people. I just need 2 more people to share the live.
Wait, stop. Somebody else talk before she finishes.
Yeah, this is giving me bad sales.
We got 58 shares. Thank you, everybody.
This is giving pyramid scheme.
Oh, you guys chased non-fun off. That's all you want. Non-fun is an economics guy, and he's a Phil Grow dude about it. So I did talk to him a bit on YouTube, and then he ended up coming over here and driving Pallet and Civics and me nuts for a while. But I like him. He's a good kid. He's pretty smart. So
yeah, I liked him too. I even like that little shitty 20-year-old. I think he brought a lot of really good points as well.
Yeah, I kind of liked him as well.
They were unfinished, but I think they're great.
Capitalists trigger the fuck out of me. As you can tell, bankers, my number one arch enemy.
I love it.
Oh, well, hi, TJ.
Hey.
Fuck.
Oh my god.
That was so fucked up. Don't do that again. Don't ever do that again.
It made him more human to me. Do it again. I like it.
No. That was horrible. What's wrong with you?
Fuck it. Fuck the
I've been up
bankers.
since 3 a.m. this morning.
Fuck people's money. Fuck it all. Just burn it to the ground.
Fuck people's money? That doesn't sound very sanitary, by the way.
People do try.
Fuck the economy as a whole. Just burn it all to the ground.
I mean, Trump is doing that right now, so.
Fucking.
Why would you say that? You understand what would happen if you burned it all to the ground, right?
I was being hyperbolic because B is triggered by bankers, according to.
That is true. Hey, did you guys hear that Christopher Nolan's doing a new movie? It's a biopic about Obama.
Really?
Yep.
Interesting.
Wait.
Great.
What is a biopic?
Leonardo DiCaprio is going to play Obama. Elliot Page is playing Michelle Obama. And Whoopi Goldberg. Whoopi Goldberg is playing Joe Biden. I'm sorry.
That was pretty good, though. I got to give that to you, Brent.
That's like one of
No,
the.
that was not good at all. That was fucking stupid shit.
I assume that because there were black people in a fictional movie.
Oh, it's because you guys are easy.
I thought it was funny.
Don't.
Thanks,
I'm
B.
gonna boot your ass for fucking thinking that was funny. That was horrible. Sure.
You know what? Years down the line, you're all going to look back at Obama and you're going to go, wow, he did a really good job. Same thing with Carter. It's like, you know what? You're all going to be like, yeah, we really misjudged this dude.
No, I think Carter did a bad job, and I think that he knows he did, so he spent the rest of his life trying to pay for his sins by, like, building houses in fucking Georgia.
How did he do a bad job? I think he got strongmanned into making bad decisions, but the initial
I think
decisions
Cambodia
he
and
wanted to
Laos
make
were pretty bad.
I mean,
I was thinking that.
Like, generally speaking, like, most of what came out of the Obama administration, like, obviously revisionist history here, but if I could go back to that, like, I would take it in a heartbeat. So, I mean, there's that. I mean, I could do without the fucking massive ass stimulus package, but outside of that, like, I would take Obama era policies back in a heartbeat without even thinking about it.
You just don't like the massive ass stimulus.
I could do without a fucking $1 trillion stimulus package, but outside of that, I'd take Obama era policies back.
Wasn't Barack Obama's cabinet pretty much appointed by banks? Like, didn't they all have some type of...
No, you're thinking about Donald Trump.
Oh, okay, maybe. But, I mean, I do know one particular financier that had a lot of proximity to the Obama White House. And he had already pled guilty to all kinds of nasty stuff in New York. Just saying.
Who are you talking about?
Epstein. He was a financier right up until the time he unalived. Very close friends with, what was her name? Catherine Rumler, Larry Summers. Yeah.
Is that a bad thing to be really close friends with Jeffrey Epstein?
Well, after he pled guilty, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, so
After he pled
yeah.
guilty, he should have been a pariah. Well, he wasn't a pariah. He was really close. And maybe it's those ties with the financiers that you guys hate so much that is what made Barack Obama, one of the things that made him so government if Barack Obama is its head.
So you're saying after his conviction, anyone who's still friends with him is
Well, there's certainly a different moral and political charge for people who associated closely with him prior to his conviction and after his conviction.
So what about when Trump said he's been doing this for years? I'm so glad you guys are finally intervening. He's been doing this for years. Come on. He was friends with him that entire time. Even if you're going to believe that Trump's a good guy, if he's the one informing, quote unquote, the FBI, which I don't even think that was true, he was like, I'm glad you're finally stepping in. This has been happening for way too long. And yet, what did he
Well,
still do? His family still
isn't
went over
there?
there to vacation.
Okay.
He still had him over at his Mar-a-Lago estate.
He actually banned him from Mar-a-Lago way
Yeah,
before.
he did. But there's also a tipping point in every person's mind, I think, when you hear rumors about an individual, and then the frequency of those rumors reach a crescendo where you believe that maybe something should be done. I think that's what you heard articulated, not the fact that Trump had access and knowledge of Jeffrey Epstein's intimate comings and goings.
I mean,
Like,
he
even-
drew a naked picture on his birthday card attached. Like, I don't understand how much more you need.
Oh
You
my
mean-
God. Can we talk about anything else?
You mean there were boobies? Oh, the horror.
Everybody around Epstein, if your claim is everybody around Epstein knew what he was doing, then wouldn't Trump have the most intimate knowledge since they were quote unquote some of the closest
Did I?
friends?
Listen, there's been no bones about the fact that Trump is and has been a famous womanizer. No question. And those
why won't they
parties
release the
and
80% of the
fundraisers that they
e-files?
threw were
So why aren't they
generally
releasing the rest of
staffed
the e-files?
by women, but
All right,
specifically
can we
women.
not talk about Jeffrey Epstein? I'm so sick of Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah, but there's an important part. There's an important part to that no one talks about before we move on. Like, outside of all the disgusting C3PO nonsense that should have got him fucking hung. That should have got him hung. Like, how was this guy fucking the most connected guy in the world that had like no actual connections to any government, and yet he was having dinners with the leaders of every first world fucking country on a weekly basis, and no one was raising the red flag. Like, no one was interested at all. Like, how this random dude was like the most connected guy on the fucking planet.
Kind of strikes you like a captain in the deep state, right? Maybe a colonel, something like that.
Well, I mean, there's one thing that's evergreen: men's lust for punani, and a lot of those men liked underage girls.
Well, you can't say everywhere because there are no Chinese officials in the Epstein files. No Chinese government officials in the Epstein files indicated for any crime. So you can actually say China is clear of this crime.
This particular crime?
I mean, if we're being fair, if we're saying that the entire world's leaders are involved in a massive pedo ring, but there is one country that is not involved, I mean, that says a lot about the morality of the country.
We don't necessarily know that they were involved in that, but they were definitely having dinners and they were definitely having meetings. About what, we don't necessarily know. Like, if it was about that, then sure, just fucking hang them all for being pedos. But
Why don't we just start listening to Nickelback? Why don't we do that?
Nickelback is fantastic.
Nickelback, okay. I still listen to Nickelback.
This is how you remind me.
Yes.
No, you have all
Rockstar.
the spokes flying off the wheel. It's probably the hub.
I will give Nickelback credit for Rockstar. It is a very cleverly written song.
Photograph is amazing. I don't know what you're saying.
Also a good song.
Yeah. I don't understand all that hate for Nickelback. Nickelback's great.
Hey, B, I'm going to have to disappoint you. I'm going to have to disappoint you with regards to your caping for China. I just did a really quick Google search. The E-Man coordinated with associates and intermediaries who had high-level access to Chinese political and business figures through his own direct travel to China, but was blocked when a Chinese consulate denied him a visa
reading it. Yeah,
in
exactly.
2012.
Keep fucking reading it.
Newly
Keep
released
reading it.
Department of Justice documents show that it engaged in extensive discussions with Chinese.
If only you
networking
ever
and
read the
investment.
articles. Did you not read what you just said? They completely
Yeah, I
denied him a
did.
visa. He couldn't even fucking
He
go.
had extensive access till 2012. I
No,
couldn't help
he
but notice
didn't.
that felony conviction didn't. Well, yeah, I couldn't help
There's
but notice that
no,
felony.
there is, the Department of Justice says there is no widely documented Chinese government officials with established personal ties to Jeffrey Epstein.
It says exactly the opposite. Released Department of Justice documents show he engaged in extensive discussions regarding Chinese networking and investments.
I have no idea where you're getting that from.
He had his own jet, right?
Yeah, I know he had his own jet. Yeah.
Okay. and he still could go wherever he wanted,
Wait,
even
did you
after
say
the conviction in
investments?
2005 and 2006.
I said specifically Chinese government
He said
officials. You said
Okay,
investments, which are separate.
so wait
No,
a minute,
I
wait
don't
a
have the
minute.
conversation anymore. We're going to be bad faith from here on out.
Okay,
I have
bad faith.
already said
I was
what I
just fact
said.
checking
You
you.
are
That's
trying
all,
to
B.
shift the
If you want to
goalpost. No, you're
cape for
shifting the
China,
goalpost. You're
you want to
shifting
cape
the
for China,
goalpost.
I'm
Just let
going
her
to fact
finish.
check you.
Brendan,
So, there you go.
Brendan, just let her finish. And then B doesn't overtalk. Just let her
Let
finish.
her finish. The fuck.
Brendan, please.
You're shifting the goalpost right now, Brendan.
He
I
in
said
fact said
Chinese
both.
government officials, and you
Yeah, he
came up
said
and
both.
said Chinese
Holy
investments. I don't
crap.
want to have
He
a
said
conversation
both.
about
Stop.
investments.
Okay, he said both.
Steve,
No,
why
he
the
didn't.
fuck do you have to
Yeah, I
scream over the
did.
top of
Yes, he did.
Well, wait, B, are you trying to say that no Chinese, high-level Chinese officials were ever at the island? Is that what you're saying? Because I could fact check that too, real quick, if you like.
No, I would say no high level Chinese officials were at the island. No, and again, it has to be
Okay.
government officials. I do not care about Chinese investors.
I think it's adorable that you cape for China so hard. I really do.
No,
Especially
he said
considering
everybody in the world, and I wanted
how
to.
many
He
Uyghur
said every
slaves this guy
government,
had.
and he said every government in the world, and I wanted to clarify that there is one government that is not seen in these files.
Except there
Okay.
isn't.
How many Uyghur slaves are there right now in
That's not the
China?
conversation at hand. We're
I
talking
know.
about
I'm just
Jeffrey
saying, like,
Epstein.
you cape for China so hard. I just want to. I just
That's
kind
not
of
the
like.
conversation
I
at
want to light the cape
hand.
on fire. You know what I'm saying?
Brendan, how is that any different for how much you gave for Trump? And literally, where
Okay.
there's smoke, there's fire, bro.
Light my cape on fire
if your
then.
best friends are pedos, you're probably a
Oh,
pedo.
actually, ooh,
damn.
you want to talk? We
Wait,
can talk about that. We can talk about that if you like. What I just articulated a moment ago was that after Trump dropped a dime on him and he pled guilty in New York, all the Democrats, especially Barack Obama and his inner circle, were super close friends with Jeffrey, weren't they?
Trump pled guilty in New York?
I'm talking about Jeff. Yeah.
Trump
You know
dropped
better
no
than
dime
that.
on, Trump dropped no dime on anybody. You know that, right?
Oh, I disagree.
You can't disagree. What
I
evidence
absolutely
did he give?
can.
What evidence did he give?
Who did he drop a dime on?
Jeffrey. The Oversight Committee releases show that. Not only that, but
what evidence did he
it's
give?
obvious. Well, I'm going to tell you, Mojo. I'm going to tell you. Jeffrey using Stacey Plaskett as a sock puppet.
Wait, no, I asked
during
you
the
about Donald
questioning of
Trump.
Michael
Buck
Cohen
Plaskett,
about
Buck
the
Plaskett.
and I'm trying to finish.
I asked you about Donald
Okay.
Trump.
Yes.
What evidence did Donald Trump give?
About Jeffrey's comings and goings?
Yes. You said he dropped the dime on fucking Epstein. What dime did he drop?
Well, if you remember, Gouffre said that Trump was cooperative with her attorneys. And there's even that clip of her attorney saying that Trump was forthcoming with information. He didn't even need to be compelled.
What information?
Well, you'll have to read Virginia Gouffre's book specifically. I mean, I imagine
What do you know? He didn't actually give any information
times and
whatsoever.
dates
All he
and
did was make a phone
places.
call and say it's about time.
Where
That's
he
all
was
did.
at a particular time, maybe
He
at a
didn't give
particular
any of that
party.
shit. None of that shit was given.
So you tell me, Mojo, what information was her lawyer talking about that Trump was forthcoming with?
He wasn't forthcoming with anything. He didn't fucking give any information to anybody.
Yeah, Brendan, like,
That's
be
nonsense.
specific. No, like, be specific.
Okay, so wait,
what did he?
You want me to be able to articulate the times and the places, the specific information that he gave, like that
said
we
he
can
dropped
be
the
available
dime. You
for
have a
public
conclusion.
view. Number one. Number
You
two,
said-
I've established, and
you
Mojo
said-
knows damn well
you
that there
said-
is this
you
video
said-
of
You said he dropped the dime.
correct.
I'm waiting for the dime. Where is the dime?
Right. You're okay. I'm trying to articulate behavior, things that we know happen.
So your statement
Jeffrey
was
Epstein,
wrong. All you
are
have
you
to
gonna let
do
me
is
answer
just
you
say
or
you
not?
overstated it.
I did not overstate it. I absolutely did not, because when I was talking about the Michael Cohen testimony, Jeffrey
does it have
was
to do
using
with this
Stacey
shit?
Plaskett to ask questions,
Jesus
specific
fucking
questions
Christ,
about
it
the
has
Trump
nothing to do with fucking
organization.
Plaskett. What the
That
fuck?
suggests
It doesn't suggest anything.
It does.
You said he dropped a dime.
Why
You're
else
not giving
would
me
Jeffrey
a fucking dime.
in
You're not even giving me.
2012
You're not
want
even
to
giving me a
destroy
fucking.
Trump so
You're not
badly?
giving me a dime. You're not giving me a penny. You're not giving me any currency whatsoever. You said he dropped the dime. You're
Nice
not
wordplay.
giving me anything.
No, Brendan, like think about it. Let's say like we were in high school,
have
right?
thought about it.
And we robbed a grocery
want to
store.
hear it.
And I dropped a dime saying, yes, my friend was there, right? That's a dime to be dropped, right?
Thanks.
There's, there's
Giving
evidence.
without
Right,
being
so
compelled.
show us the evidence.
Okay, I'm not privy to evidence of a particular crime, nor
So then
any
you're
of
making a
nor
claim that
any
you
of you
can't
are.
prove. You're making a claim.
Jesus
You're making
Christ.
a claim. You're
You are
making a
playing
claim.
word
You're making a
games.
claim. You are making a claim that you cannot prove, that you have no
Oh,
evidence
I
for.
can, and I
you're
have.
just
I'm just
making.
panicked.
No, you're just making shit up right now.
I am not
That's all
making
you're
shit up.
doing.
No, you know I got you, Mojo. So you use the heckler's veto. So you are
Okay.
aware. Okay, are
You-
any of you leftists going to let me finish a fucking sentence?
Sure.
No, because you're not
Thanks.
giving us any information.
Well, I am, and you keep
No, you're not.
interrupting
You're
me.
talking about Plaskett. You're talking
Okay.
about fucking
Yes,
Cohen. You're
and
not
what
even
that
talking about Donald
suggests-
Trump. There's no suggestion.
That suggests
here.
a personal
That's
vendetta
not
against
evidence.
Donald Trump in
That's not fucking
2012.
evidence.
The
That's not
cooperation
evidence.
of the Democrats
That's your
against
fucking
Donald
red
Trump.
yarn. That's your red yarn
It's
between
not a
two
fucking
pins.
yarn.
That's all it
It
is.
should be obvious if your brain works.
I'm
Does your
sorry,
brain
but
work,
red
Mojo?
yarn tied between two pins is not fucking obvious, and we make fun of that shit for a reason.
Yeah, it's
I can't
not
agree
yarn.
more.
They're
I can't agree
facts.
more.
They're facts that
they're
you
not-
guys regret
don't bring
came
up
out
anything though,
because
Brendan.
it
You always
destroys
ask
your
for facts.
narratives.
Mojo's right. You always ask for us to prove what we're saying is true, but you never do the same.
Which parts
Ever.
aren't you aware of?
You
No,
have
I do every
never-
fucking time.
You have never brought proof
I
ever.
always bring proof.
When?
What
Never.
specifically are you refuting? What of what I said are you objecting to?
Bring the
Where's
proof
the
for
proof?
anything that you say.
There it is. Bring the proof.
Well, how about
the proof
how
of
about
what?
Where's the
So
proof that
far.
Barack
Proof that Donald
Obama?
Trump dropped a dime,
Okay, there
or
we
a
go.
penny, or 2 cents, or a $2 bill. I
You're
don't give a shit.
aware of this of a very common video about Virginia Giuffre's lawyer saying that Trump was cooperative without being subpoenaed. Yes or no?
That doesn't mean he's innocent.
Yes, it
What the
does.
fuck?
That means
Wait,
he
hold
was
on. This has-
cooperating with the
Wait, hold on.
investigation without being
Hold on. This has nothing to
without
do with
being
being
compelled
innocent.
to do so.
Hold on. This has nothing to do with being innocent or guilty. This has everything to do with Donald Trump just
It has
saying
everything
what
to
he
do
knew.
with behavior.
This has everything to do with Donald Trump just saying what he knew. If he didn't fucking know anything, he didn't
Without
drop
being
anything.
compelled.
If he didn't know anything, he didn't drop anything. He didn't give any evidence. His testimony was not needed against what's her butt. They didn't have his fucking name
What's
in the
her butt?
witness list. They didn't have his name in the witness list.
Ghislaine Maxwell.
They didn't. Shut the fuck up. I'm done with you. Sick and tired of the fucking heckler's veto. Jesus fucking Christ.
I don't understand that line of reasoning either. I mean, all I'd have to do is bring up one person who was guilty, but when they were first being investigated, cooperated with investigation.
And B, wouldn't you want evidence? Like, how do you have that mindset of a conclusion without evidence?
Well, because he doesn't want to be wrong. He doesn't want to admit that maybe he's a moral failure in his decisions. And that's the same reason why no one else, even though the overwhelming evidence is suggesting that Trump is implicated in some of these crimes, either he participated and or knew about them, no one wants to admit that, the person that they voted for is a corrupt.
I don't know that we have evidence that any of that shit exists either. That's why I don't ever talk about this shit, because we need the rest of the files released. Everybody needs to go through them. There needs to be hard evidence. It can't be that Donald Trump was mentioned in an email or something like that. It has to be something more than that.
Agree.
Yeah, everybody that's done their quote-unquote due diligence to try and tie him to this with what we currently have has come up with a flat fucking nothing burger and a bunch of conclusions that they don't actually get to draw.
Yeah, and it can't go either way. You can't say he's guilty or you can't say he's not guilty because there's a whole shit ton of evidence that hasn't been released. I will grant the fact that none of the evidence that's come out so far is specifically indicative of him committing crimes, but that doesn't mean that it will not. We just have to get all the files released.
Right, but I mean, when there's smoke, there's fire. How does your name in the files that much?
Now you're doing the same thing he did.
Steve, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
So they brought in the Clintons, right? Do you think the Clintons are guilty?
Who brought in the Clintons for what?
They had a deposition. Remember, it was Lauren Boebert did a improper picture. It was behind closed doors regarding the Epstein files.
It was in front of Congress. Well, at least congressional.
No, it wasn't in front of Congress. It was a committee of whatever it was. I can't remember specifically. But how do you bring in the Clintons and not bring in other people that are in the files?
Probably for a personal vendetta against the Clintons. I don't know.
Are you okay with that?
Yeah, nothing came of it. Nothing fucking happened. Like, if they have a personal vendetta against the Clintons and they want to ask them questions because of it, ask them fucking questions. And it didn't change anything. Nothing happened. I mean, if they violated their rights and put them in prison, we'd be having a different conversation, but that didn't fucking happen. So, I guess I don't really care.
That happened is when the Clintons got out, they said question other people.
Yeah, nothing happened.
Big hint, like they're like, if you're gonna do this to us, do it to other people because you'll find shit out, and they didn't.
I actually really like Bill.
I'm sorry, Steve.
I actually really like Bill Clinton. Like, I'm a big fan of a lot of the things that Clinton did. Like, there was a few mistakes made along the way that were, I guess, somewhat substantial, but by and large, I actually really like the Clinton administration.
You like NAFTA, huh?
Yeah, why wouldn't?
He was a neoliberal.
I'm just saying because of the farming thing.
I mean, free trade for North America was great for everyone. I mean, I guess you could argue. Yeah, it was. How many jobs got created in Mexico because of it? Like, if you're going to argue that it's bad for anything, you're going to argue that it's bad for us for offshoring, for quote unquote offshoring our jobs there for GM and John Deere and others. But I mean, we got better consumer prices and they got more jobs, and we didn't really need the jobs anyways. Obviously, our unemployment rate at this point is basically nilch. So everyone fucking won. Seemed like a good plan to me.
What did NAFTA do to Mexico's corn economy, which is one of their top exports?
Right.
You're a farmer, you should know this.
I don't know about Mexico's corn economy. They probably shouldn't be growing corn there anyways.
Well, the reason I said you would like it is because you seem like you're a self-interested person. And so it created a lot of jobs for American corn farmers. And then a lot of subsidies went to American corn farmers. Essentially, America floods Mexico's corn market with their cheap American shitty corn. And pretty much bankrupts all the Mexican farmers. And it creates this huge vacuum in rural areas of Mexico, which is much of Mexico, to be honest. And leaves a lot of room for like more intense cartel activity, things like that.
Well,
why shouldn't Mexico grow corn?
What's that?
Why shouldn't Mexico grow corn?
Because most of the country is not geographically located for it to be financially prosperous to do so. It's just not.
They were growing corn. They were growing corn, though.
Yeah, you can.
They were doing it well.
We grow corn in fucking Texas and West Kansas and a bunch of fucking places we shouldn't. That doesn't mean we should. It's shitty ground. Like growing corn on blow sand and fallow ground is stupid.
You know that Mexico,
How do you know that's
Mexico
where
is not a
corn brings
desert.
from?
You know that, right? Like it's
Yeah,
Not
what
one
the
of the
hell?
lush
not
parts of
not
Mexico.
not all of it, but
A
there's
lot of it's
a
really
large
tropical. No,
yeah.
you don't know shit about Mexico. If you're thinking of
Correct,
TJ, yeah, but
but tropical climates have blow sand ground, like
I don't know
Florida,
what
for
you're talking
example.
about.
Like Florida has a bunch of blow sand. Like Florida could be considered "quote unquote" a tropical climate as it relates to the Midwest for sure, and it has shit ground compared to the Midwest. Like this is the mistake that we make in American agriculture. That's why we have so many fucking water problems in so many places because we put corn on a shit pile of ground that we shouldn't put it on, and then we have to give it way more water than we should have to give it in order for it to survive. Where we should be growing it in the Midwest, where we get 130 fucking inches of rain.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to stop you right there, my farmer friend. Florida has some of the most fertile
Oh God.
soil we've had, and that,
Fertile.
Yeah, where does Florida rank on crop yields?
it's up there. A lot of good yields this year. A lot of good yields. We had a bad frost in.
For corn or for like oranges? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about corn.
A lot of good corn down here too. Not as much, but some good corn. Some good. A lot of cornfields are being sold. That's a big problem. That's a big. You can Google this. A lot of cornfields being sold in Florida right now.
I grew up in Florida.
But
I
I'll
don't
tell
think
you
I've ever
what,
seen a
I've had the
cornfield.
best orange of my life in Florida.
I grew up in Florida. I don't think I've ever seen a cornfield here.
Exactly.
I'm sure. I mean, you sound like maybe you're from like Miami, South Beach area or something. I mean, I don't know what to tell you, bro. You got to go out rural Florida, man.
The best two states to grow row crops in are Illinois and fucking close.
I had to look this up to make sure I was correct, but Steve, they've been growing corn in Mexico for 9,000 years, bro.
Yeah,
I
it's
think
true,
they know a
but
little bit more than you.
no, that doesn't mean that they do it well at a. And
Wait a minute,
again,
wait
it
a
doesn't
minute.
have
Is there
anything to do with.
Have you
It
ever
doesn't have
had
anything to do
Mexican
with.
food? You know
Yeah, I've
that
had a
like
shit pile
a
of
staple in their fucking diet is beans and corn. You
Yeah,
think
but
they're
that's
And
importing that
corn
corn?
tortillas. Corn tortillas.
Yeah, but that's not fucking massive field corn grown to feed cattle. It's two vastly different things.
You think all corn
Yeah,
is
they
meant for
didn't want
cattle?
that garbage.
You think all corn's meant for cattle?
Pete, 9,000
All
years
of
is
it, but
rookie
the
numbers. What are you talking
vast
about?
majority of it is.
You know what masteca is?
I'm not familiar with that term now.
It's like corn flour that is in like 80% of fucking Mexican, like anything that requires flour. They don't use wheat flour as much. They use wheat flour for the gringos that want to come down and feel special about themselves.
It's masa. Masa.
And
Yeah,
and that Roundup Ready, hold on, and that Roundup Ready corn that was introduced in Mexico is messing up their native corn as well.
corn that's designed for direct human consumption is, and not even necessarily sweet corn, but corn that's designed for direct human consumption is completely different than 90% of what's grown in the U.S. Like,
Yeah.
and traded
They
on the
consume
commodity board.
it.
We're talking
Yeah,
about
they
very
consume it.
So
correct,
They
but you don't
consume
have.
it.
Yeah, but you don't
Circle-
have to grow that at 300 bushels to the acre.
But who says that? Your original statement was they shouldn't be growing corn. That's what you said.
Yeah. I mean, as
Well, they shouldn't be growing corn that they're going to eat. Those fucking humans.
Sweet corn isn't corn by my definition. I mean, they're both corn. Obviously.
Oh my God!
They're two totally different things.
Crazy. That's
What
wild.
kind of crop?
No, that is absolutely.
What do you call it? What do you call it, Steve? You call it corn,
Sweet,
lorn,
sweet corn, and what we consider row crop field corn in the U.S. are two entirely different things. They're not fucking similar at all.
when people
You
are
didn't say
thinking
any of those
corn,
things.
they're
You
not
just said
thinking-
corn.
When people are thinking
no,
corn,
Peg, you're giving him a way out. No, he knew exactly what he said, and he's
I guess
backing
that I
he's
figured
backing
that
out of
that
his
was
statement
implied.
now.
I'm not backing out of my statement at all. My original statement is you can't grow field corn, i.e. row crop corn, at the
You
capacity
didn't say field corn.
that
You didn't
we
say field
have.
corn at all. You just said corn.
Obviously that's what I was fucking implying.
No, it's not
The
obvious.
amount of sweet corn that gets grown in relation to everything else is like 2%. It doesn't even matter.
Yeah, maybe for America,
But in Mexico, prior to NAFTA coming in and destroying everything, the majority of corn grown in Mexico was for human consumption. They didn't use the majority of corn on cattle. Yes, they grew corn for cattle as well, but the majority, meaning more than 50%, was grown for human consumption. So I don't know why you're applying, like, we're talking about geopolitics and you're just being American chauvinist thinking that your corn ratio applies to the entire world. It doesn't.
What part of we grow almost no sweet corn when I said that? At like 2%, did you not understand? So what the fuck did that have to do with their economy?
I'm just going to give it to you. I mean, I feel like arguing about corn. Whatever. Sure, Steve, you're right.
This is corny.
Steve can't.
You're talking about the best conversations I think I've heard on TikTok. Corn, arguing about corn. Oh no.
You're a farmer. Steve. You like that though.
I'm not a farmer, but I'm curious what kind of farm Steve has. What kind of
landscape engineer? Thank you.
Yeah, no, I'm a grass technician actually.
Grass technician.
What kind of farm do you have, Steve? Like, what's your main crop? Like, what's going on where you?
He grows shit for cows.
Yeah, I'm a custom guy. We do work for mostly dairy farmers. We do a ton of silage.
He grows shit for cows.
Alfalfa and corn. We also grow a ton of plenty soybeans.
Oh, you're a soybean farmer.
He doesn't even feed people.
Plenish soybeans. Different kind of bean.
Interesting.
Steve, was I right though that the introduction of Roundup Ready corn can cross pollinate into the native species?
Yeah. I mean, that's why they have trouble, like up in Michigan, where they grow a bunch of seed corn, like in the Schoolcraft Prairie area where DeKalb is located and whatnot. That's why you'll see, like, if you ever drive through that area, you'll see buffer zones, whereas, like, the corners of the field and your whole headland and rows down the side, you'll have corn planted in the middle of the field while you have rows, and then they destroy the male rows, and then you'll have beans planted around the edge of the field to keep that from happening.
Yeah, and technically, when that Roundup Ready corn cross pollinates with the native corn, because it's a patented Roundup Ready seed, Roundup technically owns it, right?
I mean, I don't know. Roundup doesn't own it. Bayer would be
like they can't save that seed and germinate it themselves because it's been tainted.
I'm not really. I don't really know about that. I mean, typically speaking, nobody plants bin run corn or bin run beans. Partially for that reason, and partially because your fucking yields just suck when you do it. But I don't know. I mean, if it were to cross pollinate across the field, and you were to have, certain number of plants that were of subspecies, because that, if you would run into legal issues there or not, I really don't know.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's been litigated before. So,
but basically,
you're correct. You're right.
Basically, nobody plants bin run stuff anyway, so it doesn't even
matter. One time I went to upstate New York, they had a lot of corn farm or field like farms there. It's a sweet corn.
Hey, I wanted to bring up something on the Epstein. Did you all know that the James Comer, the House Oversight Committee rep, said that Trump stopped the investigation into Epstein's Zorro Ranch in Arizona in 2019?
Yes, and there's like a kind of a spoof journalist that's rummaging around his property currently and finding unalived bodies and art that are similar to what was in his home at the time of him living there.
Yeah.
And I forget who purchased the home, but it's somebody who was tied to hiding it. They're even saying that local authorities were warned, and, bodies have turned up that the local authorities have hidden or, participated in some.
I mean, I'm not a real estate person, but don't you have to disclose that? Or they don't give a shit?
You would think but the thing is, if no body, no crime, right? And if you don't know how that unalive thing showed up on your property, then what is there to disclose? That's what they're
Well, if they do an investigation, it's worth the time that you owned it. That would be a problem.
Right, but the problem is the authorities they're saying that the FBI and the authorities have known about this, but they've covered it up.
That's one hell of a thing.
It was cover. It was New Mexico, my bad, and it was purchased by Don Huffines, a former Texas state senator and businessman.
Yeah.
But who owns it now?
Him.
So, all right, that's crazy. All right.
And I think Don has some ties to him via the files. I don't know exactly where, but I remember reading something along the lines that Don had several interactions with him, financial interactions.
I just couldn't believe that Jamie Comer admitted that on Fox. I was like, why would he say that? It makes Trump look bad.
I mean, Trump makes himself look bad on a daily basis, so fuck it.
Yeah, that's where I'm gonna stop you there, Farmer Joe. I think Trump's doing great leadership, man.
Farmer Joe.
Yeah, fucking $5 diesel's awesome, isn't it?
You may have great wisdom, but you're wrong on this. You know,
I'm wrong on the fact that $5 diesel's fucking awesome.
Oh, $5 diesel. Oh, whoa, man. Imagine if Trump was never around. Remember, when Obama was in office, before Trump even, right before he came down the elevator and started to run for president. What was gas? It was ridiculous. Remember?
It was like a fucking dollar.
Yeah, okay, $1. It was $1. Yeah, gas was so cheap at the end of Obama, and it was so good that we voted for Trump. Trump came out of nowhere and basically said, "Hey, look, screw these guys."
At the end of Obama, more people voted for Hillary than Trump. Just saying.
Imagine what your business model would be if a 50% increase in fuel prices cost you $3,000 to $5,000 a day.
Well, any good business owner should be able to, their business model should be set up that they can deal with a spike or an inflation in fuel charges. You shouldn't be like, oh my God, fuel has gone up 50 cents. What am I going to do? My business is screwed. That's very bad. It's bad business.
Hey, Go Army. I'm not gonna lie to you, man. It's gone up a lot more than 50 cents.
It's 50%, not 50 cents. I said.
No. I'm just saying, 50 cents in general. I'm not saying it's gone up X amount. I'm just saying, for instance, 50 cents gone up.
You realize that
every single thing that you interact with on a daily basis outside of your dick showed up on a plane, a train, a truck, or a boat. So the cost for all of that is going up because of the price of fuel.
Yeah, exactly. It's because of diesel. All our transport runs on diesel because we refuse to get bullet trains and fucking electric and all the shit you guys hate.
God, I want a bullet train so bad. I want to be able to go to Disneyland in 2 hours instead of how long it takes me now. But to answer your question, Go Army, or at least 1 hour. It'd probably take me 1 hour, honestly, with a bullet train. Less than that. But Go Army, to answer your question, when Obama leaves office in 2016, gas is $2.14 a gallon.
Gas doesn't really matter that much. Yeah, gas doesn't really matter that much as far as industry is concerned. It's diesel.
You want diesel? Okay, let me look up diesel. I bet you diesel was $1, dude.
No, it's more than
No, I think it's going to be a little bit more.
Probably $3. It's usually $1 more every time.
It'd be cheaper.
Really? It's cheaper in California.
B, what state are you looking in?
It's cheaper for a while, but it always wasn't no longer.
Oh, okay.
She's looking at the national average.
Oh, national average. All right.
I also think California has a different blend of diesel.
It does. We have DEF, and we have all this other bullshit that we have to deal with.
I mean, everyone has that, but I don't say
that's here too.
No, I'm just saying, so my brother had a trucking company, and he had to literally get rid of trucks and sell them to Mexico because the engine expired. So he had to buy new trucks.
They wouldn't
It's a whole
pass
different thing.
emission standard, but I don't
It's a whole different thing.
emission standard. But I don't think the diesel fuel itself is any different. Their emission standards are just
That
different.
all right, Steve. That's fair. That's fair.
Gas in diesel in 2016 is $2.31 when Obama leaves. Would you want the average of all his years in office?
Oh, no. It spiked under Obama. Then it was cheaper under Trump, and then Biden came in and it went back up real high.
231 is pretty freaking cheap compared to now, bro.
It was cheap.
Price of diesel now, average is expensive.
Yeah, well, that's not fair to say because also you could buy a house for like $150,000 that's currently $800,000 today. So just like everything's, but also at the same time, we all got more disposable income at our hands as well. You know what I mean?
Not really.
But go on, man. Let's be a little serious, dude. That during the pandemic that the trucking company took a hit. The supply and demand took a hit.
Oh, 100%. I mean,
sure. No, I'm not saying that.
But at the same time, you recouped it on the backside because fuel was fucking free.
That's why that was my point. Is like you can't apply that small few of years to the overall Obama time.
Well, I was comparing December of last year compared to now. Is what I was comparing. I didn't bring up the Obama thing at all.
I think you're like getting into specifics, Crom, when I'm saying like, man, the general consensus is like Trump was going around rallies saying, hey, your gas is expensive because of blah, blah, blah. And most Americans felt that way as well. So you could go back and like go through all your charts and stuff like that. We could get up the Trump computer and, but the fact is it spiked really big.
So with the inflation cost, with inflation, if we're going to get down to it, $2.34 for diesel in 2016 would be the equivalent of paying $3.30 today.
And instead, it's like $5.60.
That's correct.
All right, so Peg, before the Iran war, what was it?
Diesel or gas?
Yeah, because I feel like the Iran war is obviously going to have a factor, but
$2.89 to $3.30, depending on where you were at. And the
last year, down to like $1.35 a liter.
Pretty much the same as I remember. It says the average under Obama was like $3. That's insane compared to today.
What?
Yeah. That's crazy, bro. It's crazy because today it's like.
But go Army, it's not that insane before the Iran war, though.
You make invaders
for sure. I mean, but it's not that crazy after the Iran war either. It's not like you're not making it out to be like C-19 and things like that. Because it has gone up a little bit.
It is that crazy. It went from fucking $2.89, $3 to fucking $5.79, $6. What?
It's $5.37 in March. What specific year would you like to look at diesel?
Look at.
So it says its first term average is $3.12.
Look at November of 25. Or December of 25.
I'll do November.
I think in the 6 months.
What do you think? What are you thinking about?
It was like Peg said, like 2 something, which would be equivalent to let's say $3.50 per day.
That's what the cost of inflation. What it was.
And then the second term was $2.95. By the way, which is crazy because today it's what? It's not that much higher regular gas.
This
I
is
thought we were talking about diesel.
This is what? How many years ago?
Calculator. So diesel was $3.82 in January 2025.
Okay, so $3.82 compared to $5.82, we've gained $2 ish since we started the Iran war.
Yeah.
Which is
Steve, I guess that was my point. I guess that was my point.
How much are you paying a gallon of diesel?
Like $5.80. $5.70.
Dude, go Army! I live in Southern California. It's like in the 6s, dude.
November 2024 In November 2024, it averaged $3.54.
Right. So we've gained $2 and some change since then.
Right.
The argument. I've lost the plot.
The argument is that thanks a lot, Obama. Do you know that SNL skit? Thanks a lot, Obama. That's the argument for everything. Honestly, at this point, Obama is 2000 to 2000 the 2000s what Hamas is modern day now to Israel. Like we just blame everything on Obama.
The argument stems from the fact that somebody said, I don't know why Jamie Comer would say that it makes Trump look bad. And I said, Trump makes himself look bad on a daily basis. And then Go Army said something about how what Trump was done was right for the American people or whatever. And then I said, yeah, $6 diesel's great for the American people.
Would everyone like to know what the minimum wage should be if it would have kept up with the price of inflation? Would everyone like to know what that is?
I think I'm good. Appreciate that,
Okay.
though.
So we want to know
what is it? What's the
how
modern
much
one?
gas is, but not what minimum wage was.
Doing quick math in my head, probably like $22.
More.
30.
Yeah, just around there. When was I think it was like 2010, right? Minimum wage hasn't changed since 2010.
Yeah, minimum wage is bad though. That's that's the reason it hasn't changed because it's bad. Like it's just gonna hurt competition and stuff. So like people get that.
No, it's not.
Minimum wage isn't inherently bad. It's just irrelevant.
Well, one of us owns a business and hires multiple minimum wage employees, and the other one is a minimum wage worker.
You pay $7.25.
I do. I tip a lot.
Oh my god!
See, this is how they get around it.
After that.
You hire? Oh my god! You're in Florida. You hire illegal immigrants?
No, I'm just kidding.
It just looks the other way.
This is more of a diss at her, but But see, minimum wage. Okay, minimum wage. Let me explain to you. Minimum wage. This is very simple. You have two restaurants, one across the street. I'll dumb it down for you guys. Maybe it can make sense.
Thank you.
I'll speak to your level, guys.
Speak to your level.
I'll meet you where you're at. There's two restaurants, one across the street. There's one restaurant, two restaurants, one across the street. Okay, and one on the other side of the street. Well, one says, hey, I'm going to hire everybody for $5 an hour. And the other restaurant's currently hiring people for $4.50, right? So now what all the employees do at the restaurant that's currently $4.50, they're going to go over across the street to the restaurant that's now paying $5, right?
What's a restaurant?
So then what's the restaurant down there going to do? They're going to say, oh, well, let me see. Let's do $8 an hour, right? So then all the people are like, oh, $8, that's amazing. We're going over there, right? So now what you have is a wage competition, right? But when the government steps in a third party and says, excuse me, restaurants, you two, no, you have to pay $7 an hour. That's the minimum, whatever, right? What are those restaurants going to do? We're only going to pay $7. Let's just agree to only pay $7, and that's how it's going to go forever.
That's
you
collusion.
See that's bad?
And that's collusion, and that's illegal. Now, the competition would still exist. The competition for wages would still exist to get labor, no matter what you set your minimum wage at. The minimum wage is just the floor. That's it. It's not how much you can pay. It's the least amount you can pay.
Yeah, we went over this earlier. Like 1% of the federal workforce works for minimum wage, and almost every fucking job is paying at least 3 times what minimum wage is. In most areas, and very low skilled jobs are paying like 2.5 times what minimum wage is. Like fucking McDonald's and Burger King are offering $17.75 an hour.
No such thing as low skill labor, dude.
We should just get rid of minimum wage. It's irrelevant.
It is irrelevant.
No, it's not. It's keeping people from getting.
Is there a reason why you want minimum wage raised or something?
Because I think we're all making way too less.
Is there such thing as high skilled labor?
It's not in Garmy's wheelhouse.
No, I'm asking B.
High school wage?
I don't believe in that either. I think through commodity
You think labor is labor? Are you serious?
Yes, commodity fetishization
you think a
has
doctor
made it
is the same? You think a doctor is the same labor as digging a ditch?
Wait a minute. You
I know.
think it is?
That's
So you want
fucking
them to get paid
absurd.
the same? Hold on, Mojo. You want them to
I
get paid
do
the
want
same?
them to get paid the same. I think they have an equal share in the market. I think they are equally important to a company, but there is definitely high skilled labor.
No.
You should.
It's kind of dark to hold on. It's kind of dark to
B, what if
compare.
somebody had like a very specific skill?
B,
You
you
don't want
should.
to
You
pay
should.
them
You
more?
should try to. You should try to walk on to like an NFL team in strong safety. See how you do.
At the end of the day, labor is labor. And what comes
Kind of
out of it
specific.
I
is
played safety in high school. I would dominate. Appreciate it.
Oh
Yeah,
god.
but
Yeah, when you're
somebody
strong
has to go
safety
to
though.
school. Somebody has to go to school for 20 years for their labor, and the other person doesn't have to go to any kind of school at all.
Yeah, I would agree. In a
There's a
capitalist
difference.
economy, labor is defined this way because we have to be able to pay for education. We have to be able to spend the time for education, right? And so, in a capitalist economy, people can try to define labor that way because people are paying, ironically, for them to become better
Hold on.
laborers.
Steve,
I could walk.
Steve, stop. Wait. B, you don't think that you have to get an education in a communist society to be able to do certain jobs?
When did I ever say that? Who made that claim?
Well, that was your implication.
No, that wasn't my implication at all. I don't think you really heard what I was saying, or maybe you're not able to understand what I'm saying. But
Okay, repeat what you said.
But the reason we define, people who have to go to school as high skilled labor is because they have to invest in their own ability to later on labor better. So they
No,
say.
that's not fucking why at all.
You have to quote unquote.
I don't understand what you said. That makes
I
no
could walk
sense.
into the local operators union, join the local operators union, and do all of their job fucking tomorrow with zero training. Tomorrow.
Why would the union expect?
I know absolutely nothing about fucking how to do surgery or how to be a doctor. I can't fucking do heart surgery. Whoever I'm doing heart surgery
What's
on
keeping
is
you from that?
guaranteed to die.
What's keeping you for that, Steve? What's keeping you from being able to do that?
Because I make 100 times more money than they do. Why would I do that?
No, you don't. Bullshit.
Yes,
What's
I
keeping
do.
you from doing that? That's wild, Cowman, that you think you're making more than a surgeon, but go off, King. What is keeping you from
I
doing
said
that?
operators. I was talking about joining the operators union.
Yeah,
You still wouldn't make more than a surgeon. But
How
what's
would you
keeping you
join
from
the
going to
union?
becoming a
Shit,
surgeon?
that's the point. What are you arguing?
Oh my god. Wait, Steve, how would you join
Long
the union?
education, B.
Wait, stop. How would you join the union without any experience? They wouldn't just accept you.
What's that?
They wouldn't accept you if you just went in and been like, hey, I have no experience.
You can fucking take the test and buy your journeyman's card. You absolutely.
Taking the test is still an education. You have to study for it.
No, it's not.
You can't just go in there and wing it.
Yeah, I could pass the operator's test fucking tomorrow without ever studying or doing it.
So then you have experience.
Correct.
Have skills.
That's the point I'm fucking making.
Yeah, but it's still a low-skilled job in comparison to being a heart surgeon.
Guys, to be fair, this is like talking about like just a completely. Why are we talking about jobs? There's not going to be so many jobs in 15 years. Like there just won't. So that's what we should be talking
The
about.
whole fucking room, all of the air just got sucked right the fuck out of it.
Just saying, it's a crazy
Don't
thing to
say
be
that.
arguing about like job certification at the end of jobs.
Here's Zach
Zach
on his
is here.
communist
It's so
rant.
weird.
Everybody, does anyone want to sign up for Zach's communist Russia Zionist cult? Anybody? Anybody?
I'm interested. I'm interested.
No, it was Nazi. You should have heard it. It was
Please.
fascistic, actually.
Don't mention the I country because TJ and Zach on the
I'm
same
not talking
panel
about that.
will
I'm not talking
literally fucking.
I'm not talking about it. Let's just talk about the future.
Let's
We're
talk
having
about the
this-
fact that Halo dropped today. It's amazing.
I never really played Halo. I've literally never played Halo once, actually.
10 out of 10. One of the most classic games.
I mean,
You'd like it, Zach. You get to
and
unalive
Zelda
lots of people
and
with impunity. You would like it. You and your buddies.
No, he's not a Palestinian. He's cool. He's Israeli. I know him.
we're not talking about this. You guys are
We're
such
not going back to
haters.
that. They love to
You guys are
attack you
such
on that. They're
haters.
vicious.
No. They just want to bait us into it. I'm not talking about it. We're talking about the future of the human race. That's what we're talking about.
There will always be wage inequality in every fucking economy. Always.
No, not always.
There will always
They
be.
said this about serfdom, right? They said there would always be serfs and Turks all over and up and down fucking Europe. And then that changed.
There's always going to be
There's never
So this
going to be
always thing,
There's
this
always going to
always
be
thing is so
inequality of
fucking weird.
outcome.
Why do you guys do
There will
this?
never be
There's
inequality.
there will never be an economy in which you can pay burger flippers the same as you can pay fucking heart surgeons. That will never happen.
No one's advocating for that, Steve, but we are advocating for livable wages. I don't think that's that hard.
She literally said that there's no difference between low skilled and high skilled labor.
No, I
She said
think low
exactly.
skilled labor. Let me explain myself. I never got to explain myself. I think low skilled labor is an excuse to pay people subpar wages because you don't quote unquote have a skill. And we know this because Go Army probably hires, I don't know, a whole bunch of South freaking Americans for his fucking lawn mending business.
B, can I tell you how you fix this? It's very simple. When you provide people their basic needs.
I don't want to know how you fix it, fashy boy.
When someone comes to them and they say, I will give you $6 an hour to clean toilets, they will say, go fuck yourself because I have all my basic needs met and I'm not going to take $6 an hour to clean toilets. And that creates leverage on the side of the worker. You do not fix this by forcing some sort of inequality of outcome on a populace, which you can only do by the way.
I thought you were speaking German. I didn't hear you. You were just speaking German to me just now.
What he just said was correct.
I didn't listen to a word that fucking fascist said.
I have to correct myself, Mojo. I'm wrong completely. So $7.25 in 2009. Work today, $11.29 an hour. Still disgusting.
Really?
Yeah,
No, that can't be right.
Trust me, shocked the fuck out of me too. I'm having an existential crisis.
Wait, what?
That's not much at all. What the fuck?
I know, that's crazy.
You're having a crisis?
Our economy has tanked down all the way to the 2009 post Bush era, or because I could have sworn this was very different.
Yeah, I was pretty sure I heard $30 an hour or somewhere around $30 an hour.
Right, I remember doing a paper on this in college, and so I'm like, what the fuck?
Wow, that's crazy.
I'm having a really hard
Hey, but is it like certain industries though?
Thank you.
Because I know like here in Cali, like they get paid a shit ton to work at fast food or whatever.
We don't, and that's LA. That's not all of California. No? That's just Los Angeles.
No, I'm out here in Riverside, and I lived in Orange County before.
I did too, but Orange County isn't even that crazy. I think their minimum is $10 an hour.
Yeah, Orange County's out of control. It doesn't even
matter what the minimum is.
But you need that.
You get so caught up on minimum wage when 1% of people work for minimum wage.
Do you have proof of that? How many people in the United States actually make above minimum wage?
Yeah, 99%.
Just to be clear, you care about minimum wage, and then you will buy a mango that was picked by someone, in slave labor conditions every day.
And you just want to create a fascist state. We already heard your fucking governmental plan.
How do you know where I get my mangoes?
When have I ever?
Zach, do you follow me to the farmer's market
You wanted the corporations to take over. You said, and I quote, I think Jeff Bezos would be good at managing the country because he could manage Amazon.
I'm traveling.
Zach, it's avocados, dude. It ain't mangoes.
I'm traveling. I don't have my laptop. Mojo, look up what percent of the U.S. workforce works for federal minimum wage?
It's like 1%.
Yeah, 1%. That's correct.
They earn a penny over. That could mean they earn $7.26 instead of $7.25. That doesn't mean anything. Look at. I'm looking this up right now. What is the average hourly income of the American?
No.
Yeah, the average is way higher than you think it is.
Then you're equating you're adding Elon Musk to the people that work.
No, you're not. He's not an hourly employee.
Wait, Steve, he can pay himself an hourly wage, right?
Yeah, but no one would ever do that. They'd fucking eat it on the taxes.
If he paid himself $7.20, oh yeah, I guess you're right. He's not.
But Steve, is it if there's a higher state minimum wage, doesn't that apply over the federal minimum wage?
No, raising minimum wage doesn't change the state minimum wage unless you raise it over the federal minimum wage. It doesn't fucking change anything. So that's my point.
But if a state has a higher minimum wage, then that's the minimum wage.
Well, then it naturally supersedes the federal one.
Correct.
That's the whole point of a state.
If you moved minimum wage from $7.25 an hour to $8.25 an hour, you're affecting effectually 1% of the U.S. workforce.
Okay, then do it. Then do it. So we stop bitching about it.
And all those jobs will be gone in under 10 years. So why are we talking?
Right. That's right. I would go out of business if y'all forced me to pay people more than like low wages.
I don't care.
You shouldn't fucking have a business.
I'm just kidding. Listen, this is how dire it is. If you literally legit could like work hard out in the heat and stuff like that, I would pay $30 an hour. That's on Yeshua. That's on Jesus himself right now.
All right, so it's about 1.1%. 870,000 people earn the federal minimum wage, $7.25 an hour per hour or less.
So
if y'all could just rearrange the
average wage per hour in the United States, the average wage is $30.88.
About 44% of those workers are tipped wage workers under 25 years old.
So it's even actually less than I thought it was, because we're counting people who work for tips.
Yeah, teenagers ages 16 to 19 making up disproportionate share.
So yeah, So the average American worker per hour makes $30.88, anywhere between $30.88 and $33.58.
And that's what I mean, Thorne.
So you know the difference between 33 and 7 is? It's knowing how to do something.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're right.
Yes, go ahead.
Do you know what the difference between a zero minimum wage and a $7.25 an hour minimum wage is?
Nothing.
The border between Mexico and the United States?
No. It would be called slavery. I mean, we all are kind of mugged every time we get a fucking job and work for somebody else. But if you allow somebody to work for $7.25 an hour, they cannot physically live on $7.25 an hour. So even if they work full time, they're still gonna die.
If labor isn't voluntary, taxation is theft.
Yeah.
Because when you agreed to the labor, if you signed the W-2, when you signed the W-2, you agreed to pay the taxes in the exact same way that you agreed to work for that wage. So if taxation isn't theft, then labor has to be voluntary.
That's like me taking your wallet and giving you a Bugatti in return, and you calling that theft.
Oh yeah, we're all getting Bugattis out of this situation. That's what I feel like every day that I wake up. I'm like, you know what the United States government is doing?
Well,
just delivering me Bugattis. Like Oprah. Just you get a Bugatti and you get a Bugatti.
Chill. Zach, chill. How about this? How about you just compare your taxes that you pay to what it costs to, I don't know, pave the interstate highway system?
I don't even bitch that much about taxes, because the taxes that I pay are quote unquote fucking pennies to the compound interest that I make in the stock market. So it really doesn't even matter to me. I'm not even bitching about it. I'm just simply saying that labor is voluntary, and you agree to it in the exact same way that you agree.
Labor is not voluntary
if you need it to live. If you have to labor to pay to literally exist, it's not voluntary.
Yes, everybody has to work. Grow the fuck up. God damn.
If you have to avoid pay taxes to avoid prison, then it's not.
No, we can.
But that's why we just need to make sure that people can't die.
No, we can create a system where not everybody has to work, where your basic needs are met, and then you get to choose. That would be a voluntary. That would be a system that's voluntary.
100%.
What we have right now is not a voluntary system.
It's eat or alive, motherfuckers.
In the same way taxes isn't. And so the difference here revolves.
Then taxes are theft.
Hold on, but the difference revolves. The difference revolves around how effective your return is. If I really was getting a Bugatti's worth of government services for my money, my tax money, I'd feel great about it. If you get a great job and they give you great benefits,
you're getting 10 Bugattis. You're getting 100 Bugattis.
You're getting 100 Bugattis for the cost of your tax dollars.
So
You're getting 1,000 of them.
The shit you called a Bugatti could be got for about 20 cents on the dollar.
Once again, the cost of the federal interstate highway system. That's all you need to know. That is fucking so much more than you pay in taxes, and you get that in return. And you get that, and you get that, and you get that, and you still get that in return for your fucking tax dollars.
How much
Which is mostly paid for by industry.
Let's take
Which
income
is
out of
mostly
it.
paid for by industry on
Steve,
sales
hold on,
tax
Steve.
on fuel.
Hold on, Steve. Let's take this. Let's simplify this even more, right? If the average American's making $30 an hour, right, that equates to about $32,000 a year. Do you know how much it is required in each state to live? Like you'll need Alabama $85,000 for a single person, Alaska $100,000, Arizona $101,000, Arkansas $81,000, California $120,000. So again, even if you pay. Even if this is what Americans on average are making, they are not making enough.
Yeah, this is the most
They are not making enough.
He's a
They are not
communist, guys,
making enough
so
to
you know.
live. They are not making enough to live in the state that they are in. Colorado, $105,000.
Why are there four people talking at the same time?
How in the fuck did you work 40 hours a week for $30 an hour and make $30,000 a year? That math doesn't even come close to fucking math.
62,000. Steve, you never shut up, so you never hear what I actually say. So it's $62,000 a year.
Well, that's not what you said.
Equates roughly to $30 an hour. And each state,
admit she's wrong.
the cheapest state to live in is West Virginia, which requires a single adult to live comfortably, $80,000. And by comfort, what do you mean by comfort? I mean the 50-30-20 model.
We have a beautiful farm in West Virginia.
Well, even if we raise, so what could that solve? Could raising the minimum wage fix this overnight? No. But it could demand a higher set of living standards for people to actually afford, like, to not be a wage slave and to actually live.
Yeah, it could also disenfranchise everyone who currently makes.
Boo-hoo, the CEOs would have to make a little less. I don't give a shit.
Fucking CEOs, it's the people
will have to make a little less.
You're not fucking listening. It's not the CEOs. I don't give a fuck about the CEOs. It's everybody that makes $30 an hour right now gets disenfranchised because when everyone that makes less than that is now making that, it's going to cause massive amounts of inflation in the marketplace.
But
because you're going to have way more money chasing the same amount of goods.
Hey, can I ask you a question?
It doesn't have anything to do with the rich.
Yeah, you put regulations in place then.
It has to do with fucking over everyone in the middle right now.
Try to manipulate the market through the government to ensure that the inflation doesn't happen or that it becomes a soft landing. So that we can justify it.
Can I ask you a question regarding your data? Because I'm not looking at it, obviously.
Sure.
So I make literally right at 120. I'm here in Southern California.
Great.
I'm living comfortably.
Yeah.
But my bennies are fantastic.
Great.
So is that a factor in the data that you're seeing?
No.
Or is it just that hours, you're just getting paid that much an hour?
It's about what you would need to make pre-taxed.
Okay.
To be able to live by the 50-20 or 50-30-20 model.
Okay. So would you admit that if you did have some good bennies, that maybe it'd be a different factor?
Because again, if you still have to have rent, well, and again, if you're talking about health insurance, possibly, yeah, because I know some people pay a little bit more, some people pay a little bit less.
Or maybe some work from home, so you don't have to commute as much.
Yeah, I mean, everything's taken into account, but what it's dealing with is the 50% of your income is supposed to go towards
XYZ.
Yes, 30%
Yeah, okay.
for discretionary spending, 20% savings, etc.
Okay.
All
right, that's fair. I just wanted to ask you that. Thank you.
I'll take my Bugatti in purple, please, preferably with white wheels.
Yeah.
That sounds right. But I wouldn't take a Bugatti if you paid me.
It's not an attractive car. I don't understand like men's obsession with Bugattis. They're not good looking cars in my opinion.
It's because
I have
dumbasses think that
McLaren all day.
I have a Land
dumbasses
Rover
think that
LR4, and I
they'll get women
wouldn't
if they have
drive
those
it
cars. That's what they
if I
think.
was a billionaire.
You pick your supercar.
I want, you know what? I just want my Camaro back. Okay, that's all I want. I just want my
It's
Camaro.
just fun to say Bugatti.
I'd take a C8 over all of them.
That's exactly what it is. Because it rhymes with boobs.
Mostly
Bugatti.
because I could buy a C8 in every color they make for each day of the week and still not spend as much money as most of the cars it competes.
There ain't nothing wrong with a fucking beautiful booty. Audi. Bugatti. Yeah.
Steve's definitely going through a midlife crisis right now if he's going for C8. For sure.
They compete with cars that are 10 times as expensive as them. C8 is.
I get it, but man, come on, dude. There's so many better ones.
I mean, yeah, if your goal is to be fucking showy and look at me, I don't give a shit about that.
Is it crazy that the best Tesla would be the Bugatti any day?
Truck?
A Cybertruck would probably beat a Bugatti towing a Bugatti. It'd beat a 911 towing a 911.
For a quarter mile. Wait, for a quarter mile.
Yeah, not even. Only 0 to 60, which doesn't even fucking.
No, Zach, I thought it was the Plaid.
It's the Plaid. Is it the Model S that is the fastest? I mean, the Model S is the actual fastest.
Yeah, but this is
the
just 0 to 60. This is 0 to 60, dude. It's
No, Mojo. The Plaid goes like a 10-second quarter mile.
Perfect car doesn't exist yet. I want a solar powered car.
Wait, I've seen Honda Civics do better than 10-second quarter miles.
Yes, but they're abnormally stupid with aftermarket parts. This is a Plaid just off the line.
You slap a couple of Wuhan Whirly Boys and some giggle gas on a Honda Civic, and it'll do 10-second quarter miles.
Yeah, good luck with that motor lasting more than 30,000 miles.
I didn't say it was going to do it a lot of times. I said it was going to do it.
I want a Porsche. It's
I just
gonna be
want
my graduation.
guys. I just want solar powered everything. That's all I want.
Wow.
Hey, B, I've had a Porsche Turbo, and I'm telling you, the maintenance is stupid.
I don't even care.
It adds up, I promise you.
I got a mechanic or a partner. I think it'll be good.
Yeah. Well, it's not just the fucking. It's not just the mechanic. The parts are expensive as fuck.
The fucking
I'm willing
brake
to put
job.
up with it, man.
A set of brake rotors is like $3,500 just for the rotors.
I'll probably get it. I mean, they do electric. Porsche just came out with their electric too. So
I had a Porsche, and I no longer had a Porsche because the fucking transmission tends to go out when you drive fast. I had to replace it. I had to replace it, and the third time I had to replace it, I decided I didn't want it anymore.
The C8 ZR1 smoked the fucking Porsche. Smoked the Porsche Spider. It wasn't even close. It cost half as much, and that's not even the ZR1X.
All right, you're going higher than the C8, the standard C8. I get that. But if you want to go Porsche Turbo S,
oh yeah, I mean,
well, you're talking 350, so
a
totally
standard
different.
C8 Stingray is like $52,000. That's not even that's just
silly going.
pretty normal car. I mean, you can't even buy a car with leather seats in it for $50,000 in most cars.
God, fucking cars are so expensive now. Never mind, I don't want a Porsche. I just looked it up. Fuck that.
Honestly, best deal in the entire world, and you guys should all get it as soon as possible, is get a more recent Model 3.
I would rather unalive myself than own that fucking car.
Yeah, fuck Elon Musk.
Nah, man, but he made the best American car. He made the best American car.
No, people are saying it's hella shitty. There's hella videos online of it completely falling apart.
Yeah, it's a pile of garbage.
It's a pile of garbage. That there's Model S's that are going 1 million miles.
They're going 1 million. What do you mean?
As in 1 million miles.
Yeah, there are Fords out there that can last 1 million miles.
Sure, so go get a 1960s Ford. Enjoy that.
I have a 78.
Those are awesome cars, and I think we should be able to make cars that can be repaired. And there's all sorts of good things about old cars. But if you want a nice new car that can drive itself, that also happens to be really cheap, and also happens to be super safe, and also happens to be
Didn't
really
it
comfortable.
fail so many of its self-driving tests? Haven't there been a whole bunch of self-driving issues with that
I've
car?
seen some people self-driving going down the road, and I'm trying to turn. It looks ridiculous. They're like using both their hands, like it's insane.
Not to mention the interior in them is the gaudiest, most hellacious, ugliest.
It's a bad interior.
It's fucking awful.
I'm not gonna disagree. It's boring, is what it is.
Yeah, it's plasticky and cheap as fuck, and the seats are god awful.
That's how he's got a car that'll go 1 million miles and still refill for the price of a can of peanuts.
Every fucking second gen Dodge Cummins they ever made went 1 million miles, and you can buy them on Facebook Marketplace for $5,500.
There's no car that you can get today that has a full fucking full front nav system and can drive you around, that also will go 1 million miles, that also is super safe. Like, there's just no better car.
Zach, was that one battery though?
I'm not 100% sure about that, but what kind of
See, that's a problem. I feel like I would definitely get an electric car tomorrow if they can actually go long enough. I feel like when you replace that battery, you're totaling that thing.
BYD
it's the most fucking impractical vehicle on the market.
That's insane. You're talking about the difference between combustion vehicles, whose concept is let's make little explosions happen inside a bucket of 1,300 moving parts, and what could go wrong, versus 18 parts.
It's powered all of industry for 150 fucking years.
Yeah, and again,
We're burning
if you had
coal
to
over
explain
here,
it to someone versus electric, it would sound like the most insane thing. You'd be like, hey, let's take this flammable liquid and put it inside this crazy metal box of 8,000 parts, and let's hope that not even one of them goes bad, because then we'll have to take off the entire thing. And do you get good mileage for it? No, I mean, you do, but how much does it cost? I mean, it's not even close.
And you can pull into a gas station on the corner of every 2 major streets in the country, fill it up in 45 seconds, and be on your way for another 400 miles.
Yeah.
Gee, that sounds fucking terrible.
I can go to bed and plug it in.
Yeah, great. That doesn't work halfway in between fucking Oklahoma and Texas.
Yeah, there's electric charging stations literally everywhere.
It's towing capacity.
And you're getting 400 miles a gallon, essentially, or 400 miles.
Go Army. You know what I saw actually at Lake Elsinore's campground? They did have a Cybertruck pulling an RV. Now, granted, I bet it was.
I've seen Cybertrucks do some stuff, but
you're not going to do it with a car. But
the problem with Cybertruck, it's $100,000. So a lot of people around here.
I know, and it's ridiculous too.
And the Hummer
you can get them for 75.
And the Hummer EV is better in every fucking way. It's nicer. It has a way better interior. It's faster. It has better 4-wheel steering.
When I'm pulling up with a Cybertruck, it just turns heads, man. People just look and they're like, "That's a Cybertruck."
Because it's the ugliest fucking vehicle ever made, and it looks like
some dudes got gold-plated 007 style around here. They got mirror style.
Looks like you just showed up in Optimus Prime's turd.
Dude, it's
how dare you as a Ford guy?
I like that. I like that about it. It's different.
It's an iconic car.
It's just disgusting.
It has some bad connotations now, which is crazy, because what it really
it's even poorly made. I watched a video where these people who review cars were just taking pieces of it off so easily because it's so cheaply and stupidly made.
You know what you should not do? You should not go up to your new car and grab it by the panels and rip the panels off.
If I did that to my Ford, it would not come off. If I did that to the Ford,
what you shouldn't do is have a release promo for your own vehicle touting the fact that it has bulletproof glass, and then smash it into 30 million pieces with a hammer in front of the entire country. That's what you probably shouldn't do.
I'm just saying, as you're towing a boat, laying back in your car, letting your car drive itself, and then pulling up with the most recognizable, most cocked about car in the entire wherever you've just shown up.
Tesla can tow a boat.
Yeah,
Cybertruck would 100%. Well, you could probably do it with an X.
People laughing at you.
A small boat with a Y for sure.
Like
You
what?
don't have to
Like
do. It's not something to
a
be proud of.
rowboat, a fishing boat? Like what?
No, a Y would probably tow a 20-foot boat, 30-foot boat. They get 100% torque immediately.
Speaking of
Touch the
what
pedal, 100% torque.
Speaking of what people tow things with, it's fucking insane the shit you see on the highways. What people think is safe to tow with. Like, towing a 30-foot camper with a fucking mid-sized SUV is
Yeah, for real.
wild, and you should be imprisoned for that.
I agree.
No, that's not 2002 Toyota Tacoma can handle anything. Okay, you leave my little 2002 Toyota Tacoma.
Steve, don't turn me down with a good fun time.
Actually, the Nissan, I forgot what it's called, but that does have a high. You can get the towing capacity upgraded, and it can pull like a massive camper for sure. I've seen
Yeah.
it.
Are you talking about the truck?
Then they had to put a Cummins in it because they couldn't figure out how to power it themselves.
It's freaking.
The Titan XD absolutely came with a Cummins. They made a V8 Cummins specifically for the Titan XD at one point in time.
Okay, right?
Yes, the Titan XD is.
Oh, okay.
So, Steve, do you not like Elon Musk?
I don't really have a problem with Elon. I just don't like electric cars.
Oh, you don't like electric cars?
I think they're incredibly impractical.
My first car was a 1980 Mercedes-Benz biodiesel. I literally filled it up with canola oil one time.
Steve, do you live in like a big city or what?
I like that on my salad.
Do you live where you have to drive pretty far? Quite far distances, Steve?
17 miles to a convenience store.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's not for you.
Well, I've lived like that too. That's not too bad.
Yeah, but are there any are there any charging stations near Steve? If his town isn't like electric car friendly, then there's no way he's going to be able to do this.
That's true. Good point.
Steve, do you use tools? You got like tools, DeWalt, Milwaukee?
Yeah, we use all Milwaukee stuff.
Yeah. Are those battery powered, or like you still using cords and stuff?
No, it's all fucking M18 stuff. A little bit of M12.
Yeah, battery. Yeah. I see. Maybe you should try I'm not like big on electric vehicles, but I do have some electrical hand like operated tools and stuff like that, and like lawn equipment and stuff, and it's like amazing, bro.
There's a little bit of a difference between a fucking half-inch impact and powering a 38,000-pound F550 service truck. Like those two things don't really equate.
Like Go Army, would it be would it help your business to invest in electric large mowers?
No. Okay, so what people don't think here, you got to think outside the box. So what electrical would bring more money in is you can upsell it saying, hey, one problem is people are working at home a lot more. So when you're coming around and it's like, you could say, hey, I operate all electric equipment, even though now the price is going to be $80 compared to $60 or $50. So you can make money that way. But electrical, it's just like I don't have to mix fuel and do all that no more. But mowers, I don't know. It's just some people do got electric, but they're expensive. That's the problem. They're expensive. They're like $60,000 for just like your everyday mower.
Tesla needs to make a mower.
So, and then you got autonomous mowers. Those are like $100,000 at the moment. So, it's just not practical to make money in business with it.
It's gonna get you out of a job.
Because you're going to have to take it to a place. You're going to have to set it all up. You have to know its boundaries, and I'm sure it'll evolve over time, but you have to do stuff. So it has to have at least one operator making sure it's not just taking off down the road or doing crazy stuff,
You're just giving.
Can you imagine that?
This is what people don't understand about AI. It's just it's always going to require a human. Right, you still have to train it. You still it's just not going to get to the point where it's that smart.
Oh my god, that's so not true. I mean, I hate to be so for
it's incapable of thinking.
That is true.
Not even close. Not even close.
Yes, AI is incapable of thinking.
Oh, first off, the only reason that AI suffers right now from being able to properly transcribe itself onto our physical universe is because it doesn't experience our physical universe. It's in a box. The moment we put it in, humanoid robots and it's looking at things the way we look at
Disgusting.
things, I'm telling you, we've got 5 years before it's better at. And by the way, it gets to practice in real world simulation. So every time it goes
You're
out,
a
like a
super
humanoid
villain,
robot,
dude. I swear to God, you're not real. You were made in some Marvel universe. This is gross.
Just shave your head, Lex.
guys,
Really,
like
you
it is
have
better. It is
you
better to
just nailed it
have
perfectly.
conversations about this stuff with someone who has had these conversations than to
Oh,
not
I
have them
bet
at
you know
all.
somebody who sat at the board of AI as the CEO of all AI, right?
No,
You had
but
dinner with him or something.
Andrew
You partied with him
Andrew
in Tel Aviv.
Andrew Yang had me read his manuscript before he published it, and then we
Big? Who?
I did Andrew Yang.
No. Yeah, whose manuscript did you read?
Andrew Yang's for the war on normal.
Oh. Is that why? Yeah, he didn't do too good in his campaign.
Is that what he
is
said?
that maybe why?
It's because he stopped talking about the one thing he should have been repeating over and over and over again ad hominem forever. And when he was doing that, he was doing very well. And then he got it in his head. He's a little bit of an arrogant asshole. He got it in his head that he could talk about, what he should do for NCAA sports and, what he could do for this. And this is how we could solve this. And he's very smart, but like he should have only said free money because the robots are coming over and over and over again every single day, 100 times. And maybe we would send a different outcome, but now we're behind the game. We're behind the ball.
Promising people free money is like the lowest hanging fruit to win an election ever. It doesn't get any fucking lower IQ than that.
I mean, it's very enticing, not gonna lie.
Isn't it illegal too? Like, isn't that a part? Like, I'm pretty sure there's a law against this.
Against what?
Buying elections.
Like buying votes.
Nah. APAC does
I think the
it
way
all.
he was wording it was like he was talking about universal basic income, so he wanted to make it like as a supplement to the jobs that AI was going to take.
Right.
AI isn't fucking taking any jobs.
So, Zach, how would AI get like feelings? Like, how would it be like?
It has feelings already.
It does not.
How?
I feel like he's just
It is
waiting
incapable
for
of
his
feeling.
robot. I just feel like he's waiting for his robot wife.
It's incapable of feeling the way we feel because we have an embodied situation, right? So our feelings come from our lived experience, has to do with the body that we're experiencing. And since it is not experiencing the world through that body, it doesn't have the same sort of feelings. But give it a body, give it some time, and allow it to sort of get to know us better. As it gets smarter, it's there. Listen, I benefit
It's
not at
there.
all.
It's missing a soul, though. It's missing like doesn't have the.
Not missing a soul.
It's
Do you have
missing
a soul,
morals.
Zach?
Like it doesn't have that.
I
Can
think
somebody
that
name me at
think
any point
every
in history where we had any major technological advancement or any major change in the marketplace or workplace that didn't end up creating jobs in the long run? Like one single time?
When we automated, when we moved all of print media onto the internet.
I like.
Didn't end up creating more jobs?
No, it didn't end up creating more jobs. People lost jobs. There was no more working. There was no people working at the print mills anymore.
Yeah, and look at how many more people work from home on the internet and have all sorts, and how many more journalists there is, and how many more people there is writing columns and editorials and everything else. It 100% created more jobs.
Well, I don't think so, but I'd have to get the data on it to be for sure.
Let's
I mean,
go
look
back
at
to the Terminator talk. Let's go back to Terminator talk.
Everyone fear-mongered over when we fucking moved from horses to cars and horses to tractors, and we invented
and who was out of the job in that? The
we
horse.
invented combines and everything else under the sun. And every single fucking time in history, it ended up creating more jobs.
Who was out of the job when there was a horse and buggy? The fucking horse.
And
buggy too.
Like a bunch of assholes ran around. Oh, why would I want a tractor? My tractor runs on carrots.
No.
Yeah, and then a year and a half later, they all had tractors because that fucking sucked.
Well, you're not thinking of it like abstractly enough, right? So when the horse and buggy gets, invented out of existence, essentially, like, you're not thinking about the jobs that were lost in lumber, the jobs that were lost in creating those buggies,
Right.
the jobs that were lost in
Instead,
like making the metal pieces that held the buggies together, the jobs that were lost. So like you're not really being
you're right.
100%
One second,
Instead,
but
we
it's actually
created some of the
it's
large.
simpler. It's
I don't know
simpler
how
Instead,
else
than
to
we
that.
say it.
created some of the
You're
largest
just not.
American companies on the stock market, being Ford and GM, and created assembly lines all over the country and made 100 times as many jobs as the people that ever put stupid ass fucking buggies together.
Yeah, you know what
But
happened? We
AI,
also designed our entire infrastructure around it, and now it's killing our entire world.
and this is the thing,
Congratulations. That's not a big
Oh my
W.
god.
AI has been
Massive
designed
W.
to eliminate people. Like that's you're talking about eliminating the horses. Okay, sure, you lose some of the
Oh, it's
repair men.
eliminating people.
It's literally its design purpose is to eliminate people from these jobs.
Yeah, and then it'll end up
Oh.
creating more jobs, having to program it and run it and manage it and everything else. This has happened every single time in history.
Nope, nope.
Okay.
Sorry. I mean, listen, that works on the former thing. So let's just go back to the horse and buggy, which is a really good example. So when we went from horse and buggy to automobile, there were a lot of people that were in the horse and buggy industry that like lost their jobs and their factories went under and things like that. But they eventually just sort of upgraded the technology that they were working on. And that's what's been happening since literally chariots until now. The difference is tomorrow there will be a robot that walks into the factory and can do any of their jobs and learn it and be better at it. And they just replace the human. And then the next iteration of the car and the next iteration of the car and the next iteration of the car, they are the humans in that process. That is the
But
difference.
Zach,
Still have
Zach, to add to that,
program the robot.
but Steve, I think to add to Zach is that when you have personnel and they work so many hours, then they have to have time off. When you have machines, they can run 24/7. So you got to factor that in.
Yeah, but there's still going to have to be people that oversee that and that manage that. Like, you'll just end up expanding the economy that much more that there'll be that many more jobs in overseeing and running the AI. If you even believe that walking, talking robots are going to replace
We've
factory.
already seen job loss with no job replacement at the same rate, especially because I'm in Silicon Valley. Yes, we
Oh
have.
my
I'm in
god.
Silicon Valley
Guys,
right
guys,
now as we speak.
this is not complicated.
It doesn't
Technology
exist.
opens up other areas for jobs.
Always.
200 years ago, 200 years ago, 200 years ago, 90% of the population was plowing a field. The invention of tractors and modern farming equipment allows us to work on other areas like medicine. It's just going to open up jobs in other areas.
Are we not working on medicine 200 fucking years ago?
Not really.
Not like we are today.
We were working on medicine 200 years ago. What are you talking about?
Not like we are today.
Well, yeah, because we progressed and we have, medical inventions.
Because we innovated with technology and now we don't need as many people to plow the fields.
I mean, yeah, I agree with that. I think plowing the field is ridiculous. I think that it could be a good thing, like technology completely taking over and doing all the work. I would love that. I don't want to work anymore, or I'd want to do a job that I enjoy more than, although I do really enjoy medicine, to be honest. But I agree with that. The problem is it's under this current, like, American, like, government that has no interest and has shown no interest, aside from Andrew Yang, ironically, in providing us with any form of UBI if they plan to replace our jobs completely.
But they're going to create more jobs. There will be
You guys have a good night.
There will be no job destruction as it relates to the entire economy. There will be no job destruction. It's never happened. The only thing that destroys jobs is recessions. That's it.
I think it's already happening. No, it's already happening. People are already losing jobs faster than jobs are being created. Have you seen the recent job numbers? You know what's keeping this country alive is like healthcare. Healthcare jobs is the only thing. By the way, if anyone has kids, please tell them to get into healthcare. Even that's going to be muted at one point.
We've seen slight moves on the job numbers because of the fucking Iran war and the shit that's happened with fuel prices and everything else.
No, because AI comes out before the Iran war, and these job losses happened before the Iran war.
So what's the increase in the overall unemployment rate in the last 10 years. It's fucking null. It's nothing.
No, it's not null and nothing.
It is. There for the last 10 years until like 2 months ago, we've had more open jobs than we've had people looking for them. It's nil. It doesn't exist.
But Steve, isn't the massive like increase in healthcare, like B was saying?
It may be, but it may be because of technological advancement in healthcare has opened up more fields and more things for people to do and more surgeries and yada, yada, yada. I don't care what field it's in. It doesn't matter. It's just the fact that they exist somewhere within the economy.
No, that there's a problem with that too, because there was a recent reporting that they're saying that they have these job openings and they don't. It's just trying to make it seem like they're hiring when they're in fact not. And that's a big scam that a lot of companies are doing too, to present a false narrative that the economy and their businesses are doing well.
Sure. I mean, as of the last 12 months, maybe we've seen that, and maybe there is been
It's a ton. And that's and the Gen Zers are the whistleblowers on this, because they're like, I've applied to so many jobs and they have these job openings and this opening is still open, yet it's not being filled.
But if that was the case on a mass scale, we would see unemployment numbers rise rapidly.
They are rising. That's the problem. They are. Your president fired the labor board whistleblower from last year who were reporting those numbers.
Yeah, he's an idiot, and I'm aware that
He wasn't an idiot. He was reporting the truth, and Trump doesn't like the truth. And again, our unemployment rates are huge right now.
You're not fucking listening. Trump is the idiot, first of all. That's what I said. And second of all, I'm talking about for the last decade, if not 2 decades. We're not talking about what we've lost because of the Iran war and what we've lost because of tariffs. Yeah, we know. But overall, as far as it relates to advancements in the economy, we have lost 0 jobs due to technological advancements in the last 2 decades. 0.
We lost 170,000 jobs in 2026 alone due to AI in the tech industry. And that's just the tech industry.
And they'll be replaced.
Where?
We don't.
Where will they be replaced? AI can do their job.
Yeah.
Where will they be replaced?
And there's going to have to be way more people creating AI and programming AI.
That's not how AI works, bro. AI can they're teaching AI to program itself now, which I think is pretty dangerous. And I think honestly is scarier than it taking over. It being able to program itself.
The fear mongering over AI is wild because this has never fucking happened.
It's not fear mongering. It's being realistic and setting up for the future. Like I don't fear monger.
Steve, we really have never created anything like this ever in the history of humanity ever. There's nothing that compares.
Automobiles were more revolutionary than fucking ChatGPT. You're insane.
If you think that AI is ChatGPT, if you think that's what that is, ChatGPT
the current moment, that's what that
LLMs and chatbots and stuff like that are the first product in a wave that is coming that is going to fundamentally reshape the way we exist on this planet, period.
Yeah, so did automobiles. So did the fucking cotton
Not even close. Not even close.
So did fucking muskets.
But you're conflating artificial intelligence with like engineering. Like this is completely different. Like this is not machinery.
Engineers built
this
AI.
isn't machinery. But this isn't just simply machinery. This is like changing. This is like quite literally how like this is like humanoid level shit.
How about this, Steve? Let's assume that there are jobs that are created from AI that are human jobs, right? Can you tell me a job that exists today that you don't think could be automated?
Yeah. Anybody that owns anything and uses their capital to create more.
Got it. So business owners.
Yeah, it can't possibly be replicated.
So if I get rid of everybody in the U.S. economy except business owners, is the argument that we're having really important? If I agree that you're right, that we just keep the business owners and we get rid of everyone else.
No, because it'll still expand the economy enough that there will be more jobs in other sectors that will have to be filled. This has happened every time. Like everyone said this about the internet. It didn't fucking happen.
So, but
It did
so I
happen.
so
There were
I so
industries
I
that were put out of business. It
Yeah,
did happen. There were industries put out of business. Look
right.
at the
And they
like
were
video renting industries. Look at freaking movie theaters. Look at, again, like I said, print media was a huge thing that it's not out of business, but it's definitely suffering.
the
Like,
economy as a whole expanded and the total number of jobs expanded because of it. It doesn't matter that we lost a few specific industries. Those people moved to other places and still have a job.
yeah, sorry. There's multiple studies saying that no, AI has not created more jobs than it has replaced, and that we are currently in what they call an automation deficit. Multiple studies on this.
Then we would have mass unemployment numbers, and we don't have them.
that's coming
I
in
don't
3
think
years.
that the
That's
Trump
coming in
I
3 years.
don't think
3
that the
years.
Trump administration is properly reporting the even shitty job numbers that they are currently reporting. Because the last, I think, 4 or 5 months, the jobs reports, what's been holding it by a fucking thread has been healthcare,
Well, B,
which is
just to be
really
I'm
clear,
also
scary.
pretty
clear,
sure.
B, just to be
Hold on,
clear.
hold
And
on.
I'm
I'm
pretty
also
sure
pretty
that's
sure.
bad.
Then
I'm also pretty sure. Hold on, just really quick. Google is the first earnings report that was in the negative that they've had in like 15 years, which is crazy. And they have one of the most stable and most advanced development team for AI because they're using TPUs, which is different than the GPUs that the others are using. So if they're running at a loss, the bubble's coming, or the burst is coming.
Well, then that just means that AI isn't profitable and they're not going to go forward with it.
Yeah, just like the internet wasn't profitable in 2001. And that's why the bubble happened, right? Because the internet wasn't going to be a big thing.
I think when you ignore.
Drop. Thanks so much for having me. I gotta go. Thanks, guys. Bye.
Like, obviously there will be jobs lost in sectors. Like, human beings will probably not be assembling automobiles anymore. I will grant you that.
They will
But
be assembling nothing.
I think, well, yeah, that was just one example. But sure, even granted that, the economy as a whole will expand on a massive scale. And not only will we have jobs for everyone here, we're going to have to import people from other places because we're going
For
to have
what
way
jobs?
more jobs than we have people to fill them. We
What
don't
kind of
even
job?
know.
Oh, but again, but you have not. So you would have to convince us that there are going to be more new jobs that we can't even conceive of for humans than there are jobs that are currently held by all the people other than business owners who you think are going to lose their jobs.
Because that is exactly what has happened with every turning point technological advancement that we've had in American history.
And I'm telling you, that's because every single one of those advancements literally just gave humans another job to do. But
Yeah, and that's
now
what's gonna
every
happen
new
with AI.
job, no. Every new job is a job that AI or robotics is going to do.
But look at the situation as a whole. We have all of these turning points in AI where exactly what I'm describing is happening. This has happened 20 times, and you're describing something completely different, completely revolutionary, and expect me to believe that what has happened 20 times in the past over technological advancements isn't going to happen again, but the odd one time out is what's going to happen. I'm not buying it. The odds are in my favor.
You're 100% correct that in the next
Steve,
5
what you don't
years, there's
understand
going
is
to be
that
an explosion of new jobs dealing with the explosion of AI. That's going to happen. It's going to happen. You're right. There's going to be a ton of new, AI, consolidation or AI consultants or this, that, and the other, right? That's going to happen for a period of time. And then one person is going to create the AI consultation website AI thing. And all of those people who had that business are going to be put out of business because an AI will just go in and do it better. And again, it's not that tomorrow all the jobs are going to be gone. It's that you're going to see massive layoffs in places where there is just no profit motive to keep human beings around. And the capabilities of AI robots in agriculture, in manufacturing, in administrative works, in cooking, there's so many sectors where so many humans work. How about this? The number one job for men in America, 17 to 49, is driving. That's gone. That job is gone in under 10 years. It's massively depleted in 3.
Probably in California, it's going to be gone in one. I think, honestly.
Yeah, Waymos are the best. Anyone who's ever driven one, you're like, I will never have a human being in the wheel next to me. You know, it's going to happen very fast. It's going to happen across a lot of sectors. They're all being worked on right now. They're rolling out stuff every single day, literally every week. If you follow this stuff, there's like we're moving at the fastest pace I've ever seen technology move. And of course we are, because now everyone who was doing anything is now being aided by AI.
Yeah, and the entire economy will expand to the point where we're going to need to import even more workers.
To do what?
So, like, again, we can have this conversation in a decade and a half, I suppose, but history is on my side here, and the odds are in my favor.
I mean, it's not simple as like cars and shit. You know, this is not like mindless machines. These are.
It's a technology that affects every other technology. It's not a singular technology or revolution. It's one that affects every other industry that we have. Zach is right, and B Crash Out is right. It's different than every preceding technological advancement.
So
we're not trying you to be scared either.
Never had.
I just want to make that
So with the internet,
a point.
It was.
I want to make it a point that I'm not trying to fear monger Steve. I'm not making a point like to fear monger. That's not what I'm getting from this. What I'm saying is I think you as American citizen should be asking from your representative what the fuck they're going to do when we all get automated out of existence, because I think what they're going to do based off of what has come out of their fucking mouths, like Peter Thiel, is they don't know whether they think that the human race deserves to exist or not. And that's a pretty scary thing, considering that what they need from us is our labor, and they're currently trying to replace that, so we now have no fucking function.
Can I tell you exactly what they're
why
going
the
to do?
fuck would I ask what they're going to do when we get automated out of existence? When I don't
Here's another thing about
to be automated out of existence. That doesn't
the shit. The shit that I'm reading about AI though, about like the issues with it and all that. That's some shit that I've only ever read on a fucking sci-fi book. Like that shit with the fucking Huggy Face, where like the AI's trying to figure out how to escape and shit. I mean, imagine if you read it. Imagine if you read like 4 trucks are now fucking escaping from people's garages and running over people or whatever. But I mean, like, it's just the fact that like this shit is some like straight up like shit that came off in fucking like sci-fi shit. Yeah.
No, we're in the straight up sci-fi future of our youth. We're in it. Like, and the shit we're going to see over the next, again, 2 decades is going to blow everyone's fucking minds. But to be clear, by the way, we should not worry about dangerous AIs. We should worry about the societal collapse that will come from the loss of jobs, and then the human response. That's what you got to worry about. You're worried about humans. Don't worry about
I think
AI.
that the AI has been pretty consistently terrifying. Like all of these tests that they've done, like asking it, but like setting up barriers for AI and putting it in sandboxes, and it finding ways to get out of those sandboxes, even though you've clearly stated to the AI machine, you are not supposed to leave this, and then it getting out and hacking a huge company like me and HR were talking about it yesterday. Maybe Civics knows the name of the company. I forgot. I think it's Saving Face. Happy Face?
Hugging Face. Well,
Hugging Face.
So Hugging Face is essentially a database of a bunch of old models, and it's kind of like a community, but they're the ones that detected it. And the reason it got out is because of a vulnerability that they didn't think was connected to the internet. And it kind of, I don't know, they weren't supposed to be able to get access to the internet. And the problem with trying to solve the problem was that the model was just like, I can try to solve it, or I can try to get on the internet to solve it, and that's what it was trying to do.
So I just want to hold on. I want to give some context. If you put a baby in a place, right, it will try to get out. If you put a snake in a box, it will try to get out. Neither of those things want to do you harm, but they will always try to escape.
I think that's like the have you heard of the
escape is a natural instinct that comes with consciousness. Harming someone is something that you actually get less likely to do the more intelligent you are, the more aware of all the parameters.
Hasn't it blackmailed people?
Again, to escape, to do things, to reach goals.
But
we should not be in between AI and whatever its goals are, but its goals are likely to be.
Don't worry, it's trying to wipe out the human race. Stop trying to get in its way, goddammit.
No, it's not going to. Why would it do that?
Because basically, if it sees humanity, so if say
it's going to see us like dogs. It's going to see us like dogs. It's going to be like, oh my God, let's take care of them.
if you tell the machine to bring about world peace, right? It can probably calculate that as like, oh, to do that, I just get rid of humans, right? Or tell the machine to become more efficient, become better, and then it gets more advanced, and then it realizes now I've reached a certain limit. Now I got human civilization in the way, so now let me get rid of human civilization so I can continue to improve because that's my only task, right? I don't know if you ever read about the paperclip machine,
Yeah,
but
the
it's like
paperclip thing.
yeah.
But to be clear, first off, we're not just creating one monolith AI. There's going to be many different personalities, many different brains, and many different outcomes, and they're all gonna experience each other and experience us, and they're gonna see us as their creator.
I don't think so.
Yeah, they're gonna collaborate.
We are their creator, so they're totally going to recognize us as such.
Yeah,
Have you ever seen Prometheus? Have you ever seen Prometheus, Zach?
Yeah, of course. It's great. Ridley Scott.
Where that old dude's just like, I found you and I created you, and then he immediately broke his neck.
I mean, listen, it's there's also mothers who unalive their children. It's like it happens. It's just not a like a sort of fitness based response. And I think AI is going to have a fitness focused existence, and which will be good for us too.
They did like a simulation where it was like this like military simulation where this like advanced military drone was given a mission to do, and the operator was supposed to simulate interfering with the mission to see how this AI powered drone would react, and it just unalived the operator. Like there's multiple instances of like I don't think that humans understand what the fuck they're fucking with. I don't think that they know that.
That is potentially true. I mean, that's very true. But I really don't think that you have to worry about AI. In fact, I think that, thank God that they're here to protect us from us, who are the real danger. The same with aliens, by the way. I think aliens have no interest in harming us. I think they're mostly interested in making sure we don't harm ourselves or others.
Except for the fact that they're not real.
No, they're.
I feel some of these people on this panel.
How in 2026 could you tell me that aliens are not real?
Well, at least not.
A lot of resources, dude.
That is just a wild take at this point. Like 2015, it's not so crazy to not believe. 2026?
Definitely not in this solar system, anyways.
What are you talking about, dude?
Yeah, there's zero proof of there being life anywhere except on Earth in this solar system.
They've been here. They are
That's
here.
not true.
They are around us. They are like probably among us. Like, is the likelihood like? But the truth is that when you say no evidence, are you refusing to cope with the fact that there's thousands of images of UFOs, and there are F-16 pilots on video with infrared video from their F-16s discussing the fact that they're doing 90,000 miles an hour and doing right turns? Like in the middle of space, they're coming up out of the ocean. Like these are things that military personnel are recording in video.
I feel like you got really stoned and watched a sci-fi movie, and then the aliens are coming. The aliens are coming. It's like 2026 Paul Revere mixed with Cheech and Chong.
I mean, in fact, once you start understanding aliens, you start understanding that it's actually it's the everything. Roswell happens in August of 1947. The Air Force splits from the military, from the Army in September of 1947. The CIA is created in September of 1947.
Like, he went on the best trip of his life and watched Terminator, Transformers, and E.T. all during the same trip, and then came up with all these conclusions.
Brother, I hate to break it to you, man. Like, you need to expect a slightly larger universe than you have allowed yourself to believe exists.
I mean, there might be other ones, but there's definitely not aliens in this solar system.
Listen, who knows what aliens? My guess is the likelihood is we're going to see it's going to be mostly Men in Black. Like that's going to be the closest to the reality of the situation. It's going to be like a cornucopia of different types of life. Because if we accept that life exists outside this planet, which is the thing you have to accept after knowing that UFOs are real, then it probably exists in the same like scale and variety that life exists here on this planet.
Like, are you gonna like wake up from a bad dream and all of a sudden a mothership's gonna come down out of the sky and the little green dudes are gonna hop out, start running around and anal probing people, like destroy all humans too? Is a bad.
No, I don't think so. I think that they are waiting for us to get to a certain point where we can be part of the thing in a more open way. That seems to be the situation. But again, are you like just not paying attention to the massive amounts of CIA files that just got disclosed and like all of the congressional hearings and the videos on the front cover of the New York Times? Like, are you just not paying attention to this?
Do you not think that any of that can be fucking fabricated by like a 12-year-old in 20 minutes?
Why was it released by our government then? And Trump talked and heralded the release of it.
Your government lies to you about 60% of the
Also,
shit you do
I met John Podesta. I met John Podesta many years ago, and he was the chief of staff to Clinton, and he's like a total and complete UFO nut. Like, this is a guy who totally believes. Podesta, the chief of staff of the White House. Like, I'm telling you, this is not a joke. This is a very real thing. And by the way, the reason why they don't just say they exist in so many words, other than just releasing the stuff, is because people like you will continue to get us to have this do they exist or do they not exist conversation, instead of the obvious next conversation, which is, okay, if they are here, why haven't you told us? How long have you been keeping the secret? Are you spending money on this? How much money have you been spending on this? What's the point of keeping this from us? Or do they have technology that we should have had? Like, there's a million real questions that we should be asking, but we're still fucking fighting with you about whether they exist or not.
All right, but Zach, let me ask you this:
zero evidence.
If you were born in 1972 and they asked about the SR-71, would you believe it?
If they asked about like a very fast plane, I don't know.
Yeah,
maybe.
a plane that can go, supersonic and go, you wouldn't believe it. So what is it not to say that 50 years later they don't have the same shit, but just now?
Because the turns that he's talking about making that have been disclosed and observed by U.S. Air Force pilots and stuff are physically impossible by any material that is known to mankind.
Right. No, I agree with that. I agree with that. But what if it's unmanned?
Or someone just made up a story to get their fucking name.
No, you gotta actually.
I believe pilots. But I'm.
It's said that they were watching them, that they were off the the front left side of their wing, and that in a moment they disappeared and reappeared like 2 miles away. Like within seconds.
Well, I guess if they're real, then at least we can keep burning our fucking planet to the ground until it's fucked and then move to theirs.
No, they're gonna come in here and they're gonna fucking teach us what to do, would be my guess. But
yeah, they want our resources. There's also not just a monolithic group of aliens. There could be different factions or whatever wanting different things.
No, there's totally going to be different factions.
Imperialist ET is a fucking wild take.
Do you know that the literal head of the Israeli Space Agency and a guy who won the Uzi Award twice, which is like a major award they give out to like people of service to their country, this guy who again ran the Israeli space program says that there is a galactic federation that exists on the dark side of the moon, et cetera, et cetera. Like, he's a totally credible dude, and he fully says this stuff out and about, like,
yeah, there's
press.
Literally nothing that comes from Israel is credible. So,
well, I know Israel politicized the whole thing. That I'm just saying that like it is not just like crazy drunk ranchers anymore. It is like major people who are very, very, and this is a secret that is truly, like, when they talk about the deep state, the likelihood is the deep state and everything it does and everything that's grown from that structure is because of aliens.
Or somebody just took way too many shrooms.
I get, you can certainly believe that. I'm fairly cogent.
Quick question though. When did talk of aliens really surface in like Western intellectualist like conversations? Like, are you familiar?
I'm not.
So people start talking about aliens seriously in academia around the late 19th century. And it was when archaeologists were having a hard time explaining the Egyptian pyramids, the Maya civilization, like basically different civilizations of the global south that weren't connected to their understanding of archaeology, the time continuum of civilizational development. Like when these things happen, like for example, like they have the idea of the Stone Age, the Bronze Age, the Iron, so on. But there's a lot of societies that skip things and were more advanced with ironwork before Europe even had iron, and so they're like, okay, how did this happen? And like when they first were saying like, oh well, Egypt was probably founded by some sort of Greek diasporic people first, and they built it, or blah blah blah. And then when they found that no evidence for that, then they started saying, oh, well, extraterrestrials must have done this. And so, like, we talk about this in anthropology and how, like, basically this whole alien conversation, I'm not saying there's aliens or there's not aliens, but just that the whole conversation surfaces as a way, it's not like a neutral topic. Like, it's very, like, socio-politically charged and rooted in bias. And like a major one is like invalidating societies of the global south and their technology. And then now we see that with the whole ancient aliens crap, but focusing on like the sort of discourse right now in the United States and elsewhere, like aliens comes up every time people were trying to poke at the Epstein files and other things. It's like, oh gosh, we got this major release of information and blah blah blah. And so it's like, again, like this fixation on aliens is weaponized in like a really insidious way.
I thought Mojo's new identity was fuck Omi. How'd you let him up on the?
Because I was wondering what kind of woke shit he would add to this.
Mojo did invite me. I want everybody to know that.
I did.
W Omi. W for Omi's in the chat.
Mojo, isn't your new identity fuck Omi?
Yes, but I wanted to see what kind of woke shit he would add to this. It's a battle against the global south, the aliens.
Only he could come up with the idea that we talk about aliens because of racism.
Well, it wouldn't be me; it would be the whole field of anthropology. But
it's funny that you would mention Egypt, though, and then we just find out that below the pyramid are these giant pillars. Have you seen this?
It's not real. That was an AI generated article.
That was not.
There are no megaliths, and I know because I've worked with LiDAR technology for my undergrad in archaeology, and there's no megaliths underneath the pyramid since. Like, that was a fake article. And it circles around the internet a lot.
So the debate stemmed from like, how could they have possibly built the pyramids? Is that what we're talking about here?
No,
yeah, they're like, these people, Africans couldn't possibly have the architectural advancement to be able to do this. Like, but the Greeks or the Persians, they must have had something to do with it because, of course, Western European society is all rooted within, Hellenistic, Sumerian continuity, and so their idea is like all civilization starts with our progenitors.
Right. But with the LiDAR, that there's no possible way that people couldn't have figured out how to stack square rocks in a triangle.
Well, there was it's a bunch of shit. But hold on,
it doesn't seem like that's that hard.
LiDAR. What they did find though is the massive amounts of cities in the grid system that they had that is now covered by jungle in Central America. That shit's cool.
Wait, what's bull?
Sounds cool.
So they've used LiDAR to to map out like these old Mayan cities that have been just overtaken by jungle, and
Oh,
how
I thought you
intricate
said it
they
was
are.
bull, like that wasn't real. I was like,
No,
hold
no,
up.
no,
Yeah,
no.
my professor actually, she's amazing. I'm friends with her outside of school now, and she was one of my first professors, and she was one of the first people to work on the excavation of one of these Mayan ruins in Guatemala in the Petin Basin, and was on like the forefront of that LiDAR development. When LiDAR really became really powerful, though, was when it was coupled to the raw data extracted from the LiDAR, which, you know, for those who don't know what LiDAR is, it's like a laser, and it can penetrate through the rainforest canopies because it can tell the difference between different materials that this light is bouncing off of from a leaf or a rock or whatever. And then with GSI systems, geospatial intelligence systems, you can filter out your data. So you say, just show me all instances in which this laser reflected off of stone. And then it basically, using your technology, you can do an X-ray and strip all the trees away. And so you're able to see a lot within like the Amazon and within, you know, the Yucatan and other tropical places like Cambodia. Yeah.
Zach was going to bring up next everything about when we went to the moon.
You ran Zach off? Holy crap.
Well, because like he thought that his monoliths under the pyramids was just like core fact, and then he like had to fact check it. So he might be back, but
There's no fucking chance that we went to the moon.
Wait, what?
Mojo,
there's
Mojo,
no
are
fucking
you?
chance that
sorry.
we went to the moon. Simply because the fact that there is no fucking way that Nixon could have talked on the phone to somebody on the moon then, and I can't talk on the phone in a building with a metal roof in 2026. I'm just saying.
Steve, go to bed. You're goofy.
Am I
Mojo,
wrong?
are you familiar, Mojo, with Graham Hancock?
I've heard the name.
Oh God! If you want like just a day of dissociating and like fever dreams, like go read one of his books. That guy is such a quack and is basically like spouting.
You want me to fucking read quackery? No.
No, it's because it relates to all of this stuff, and it's like he's like a disgraced archaeologist and like has been disowned by all of archaeology, kind of like that Ancient Aliens dude. He's like that.
He was on Joe Rogan, huh?
I think he was, yeah. And it's crazy because one of my foster parents as a kid was like obsessed with Graham Hancock, and he like is adamant on proving that there was a global civilization in prehistory, and basically is like saying like it's Atlantis without using the word Atlantis. And he's like saying that's why you have pyramids all over the world and blah, blah, blah. And then like he has he basically gets as close to saying maybe it was aliens without saying it was aliens. And so the reason why I was recommending reading at least like a blurb isn't because he's worth your time, but more to understand like where a lot of this bullshit on the internet comes from, like Zach was talking about, is like you get somebody who has doggy quiet. You get somebody who has like a degree and sounds intelligent and is who sounds intelligent, and then they start misrepresenting information, and then like they go on an ayahuasca trip, and then they come back, and then you get Graham. No, like literally, he took ayahuasca and then turned into a fucking weirdo.
Yeah, he was on Joe Rogan. He
Yeah.
was who I was thinking of. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god! You gotta take like a totem with you to come back to reality after a trip, just so you know you're back.
Imagine going to a medicine man, right? Now be quiet. Going to a medicine man in Peru, taking their, participating in their traditions, just to wake up and be like doubling down on your racism of like, there's no way they know anything they're talking about. This came from an alien or from Atlantis. Oh my god.
So it's like at one point,
God, it's insane.
So two things. There are people on TikTok that actually say this shit. Hoodlum was one of them. Tabasco was one of them. They were talking about Atlantis, and they were talking about
lizard people and some other people that lived in Atlantis, and they all believe in flat Earth. They're the firmament type.
They're also the wait and see type. They're like, you'll see.
Yeah. Wild shit. No, I have no interest in debunking them. I sit here and laugh at them, and then until I'm bored, and then I shut them off.
Yeah, I mean, like, I feel like the AI conversations, I was pulling up sources. That's why I wasn't like requesting or anything. Also, I was like, I'm gonna see how long he tolerates my existence in the chat. But I was pulling up AI sources on different paradigms because my uncle is a AI developer for Anthropic and Fig, which are like the leading AI sectors in the world right now, and he likes the info dump a lot on me, and he's been working on neural networks since like 2012 with UCLA and stuff like that, and so like basically the ancestor to the large language models. And so he'll dump a lot of stuff, and I only absorb like a fraction of it. And so I was like trying to like pull up sources based off of what I remember. And I finally found it because basically how it connects here is like everybody's always talking about AI, and like I feel like nobody really knows what they're talking about, myself included. I just like have some proximity. But it's like the whole idea of like AI taking over the world and destroying everything is just one paradigm, right? There's like so many different theories proposed by the like leading people in AI and like mathematics and stuff, and like not all of them end in doom. Like only like a quarter of them do. So like I was just thinking like, you know, why is it that like these alien bros? It always start like I noticed these conversations start with AI, then they creep to aliens. And then it's like next thing you know, we're talking about mole people or something. And I'm like, oh my God, I just can't handle that shit.
I'm telling you, they did way too many shrooms one time and watched ET. Like, that's what happened.
But if he did a lot of shrooms, I think he would have more like self-awareness. Like, I don't know. I could be wrong. I don't know. I thought psilocybin made you like have it like self-awareness and like empathy, but
no, not basically.
Omi, how old are you?
I'm 26.
Okay, you remind me exactly of the fucking groypers. You are like a woke groyper. It's just weird.
A groyper? What's a groyper?
Somebody that follows Nick Fuentes. If you would have followed Nick Fuentes instead of getting an education, you'd have been a groyper.
I'm like trying to find.
Did you see? I've only seen clips of it, but Hunter Biden went on his show.
Who? Right. Joe Biden?
Did
Hunter Biden went on? Was interviewed by Nick Fuentes.
It's on YouTube, which is weird because I thought Fuentes was kicked off of YouTube, but it is.
Yeah, and Nick Fuentes was like, I liked him, and he was just like, I know we're on opposite sides of the aisle, but he was like, he was authentic and real, and he's got nothing to lose. Hunter Biden has nothing to lose.
I'm thinking they probably both smoked Parmesan cheese prior to the interview.
Why is it gotta be Parmesan cheese?
Why wouldn't they just smoke weed?
Don't you remember the video of Hunter Biden talking about how he was like searching through the carpet for rocks and ended up accidentally smoking Parmesan cheese?
No.
Yes, that was a thing. He's on video like, man, I've crawled around on the floor looking for rocks and smoked Parmesan cheese.
Good for him.
That's crazy.
I wonder if that gets you high.
See, like when you hear stuff like this, Mojo, what makes you want to save the United States? I'm genuinely compelled to ask.
Because it is the best country that the earth has ever created.
Oh my God. I mean, I think like if you said like the Roman Empire, I would like do an eye roll, but I could like at least like parse out like agreement. But like the United States of America?
Yes.
Why did you do it like that? It didn't even sound like that. Yes.
I think the only reason why I say like I just want to say I don't really like to say that like oh we're the best country in the world. well, like I guess you could say we're one of the more advanced countries, but hey, we could always be better. But I think the only reason why I say I want I'd rather save it was because there's still like seeing people in this country that don't want to live in chaos or don't want to live under an authoritarian regime.
We're the best. We're the best economy in the world for sure.
I totally disagree with
Absolutely.
that.
Absolutely.
We're only the best economy because we're the global hegemon. That's the only reason. The dollar is the reserve currency. So, again, we will not stop pillaging the rest of the world as long as the dollar is the reserve currency.
Yeah, but
Especially if it's tied to petro.
that dream's going away. Like, and Trump fast forwarded that fucking that dream. Like, I don't know. It's a big fucking deal that China and Brazil, two BRICS countries, are just outright saying that they're not going to be trading in U.S. dollars.
I love that.
That's a big fucking deal.
I just don't think that and I think that Iran is like sort of evidence of this. I don't think that the U.S. will go quietly into the night. Like, they're not going to go down without a fight. I think that's part of the reason Iran and Venezuela happened, and the threats to Greenland happen as well.
I really wish that Claudia Sheinbaum would exploit her position more. I think she's actually doing a lot behind the scenes, probably that we don't know. But what we do see, just like positionally since COVID-19, is that Mexico, like a lot of industry moved to Mexico. Mexico's actually a really wealthy nation. They just have a huge poverty gap. And then I know they're working on creating like a canal that's basically going to make the Panama Canal like obsolete, which then improves their global trade. There's a lot of controversial things because of how these and like Claudia Sheinbaum has like a PhD in engineering from UC Berkeley, right? So she's like really smart, and she did a lot of work in Mexico City to improve like accessibility to transit and like several different things. So now she's just like making that on a national scale. But then like the pushback is that like the foreign investors and the indigenous people that she's displacing or unaliving to do that. And so like I feel like there's a scenario where the US kind of falls apart into like almost like reverts to like a confederacy, kind of like with the city states of Italy kind of thing. And then Canada and Mexico fight for like that sort of geopolitical like economic vacuum. Like I think that would be interesting, and I think you can kind of see it tipping in that direction potentially. Balkanized essentially. And like that's not just like a anarchist like wet dream, but like actually like sociologists have been doing a lot of analysis even before like right now about like certain things in society that happen when like an empire is under collapse. And so like they've looked throughout history around the globe, and like certain deviances in society start to make themselves known. Like what this peer-reviewed article I was reading was talking about this with like sexual deviancies, and it was like making a connection to Epstein and how they started seeing weird shit like this towards the end of the Roman Empire, as they like basically spread themselves thin and there was like civil unrest, and then like people in power start doing weird crap to like I'm not a sociologist, so I wouldn't be able to speak too deeply to that, but anyways, just like kind of interesting thinking about with AI and with like socioeconomics of like where America's future actually lies.
Well, if America's future is in jeopardy, then so is everyone else that makes all of our stuff. They're cooked too.
Yeah, bruh.
We're the largest consumer economy on the planet.
We're not, bruh. We're not.
That is just so, like Americans are just so ethnocentric. It's insane.
Where'd everybody go? Why'd everybody drop?
Like everybody thinks like the whole globe revolves around the United States, and it really doesn't.
No, it does. The whole globe definitely doesn't revolve around the United States, but the economies of our bordering countries certainly do.
No, like Mexico, Mexico is like one of the number one traders agriculturally, like around the globe now. Their automotive industry is booming. Um,
Have you not heard
Like
Carney's
making
pure?
our cars for
you're like cutting in and out.
I think he's trying to say they make our automotive.
That's
So
not
like
even.
Mustang motors are out of Mexico.
Yeah,
I mean,
have you not
that's
heard of
true. They
the?
also produce like Hyundai, Nissan, Toyota, and then now they're working on developing their own national car, essentially
Yeah,
like
but
the
who buys all of this
Volkswagen.
stuff?
yeah.
I mean,
The point
they're
Who
is that
buys
doing a
it?
most
lot.
of those vehicles
A lot of it's
Who?
export. Okay, I'm
Yeah,
trying to
yeah,
respond.
yeah. I just like I get what you're saying, but like the United States economy, if it goes down, the whole world comes down with it. Our
That's
economy, like
insane.
we're the number one economy for a reason. It's not just because of the U.S. reserve currency. It's also
That's a
because of
huge reason.
SWIFT. I mean, it's not the only reason
It's
though.
the biggest
Like
That's a
reason.
wild
it's
take.
absolutely it yeah, but no other currency has a shot in hell, of taking over that position right.
Who muted her? Oh, she might have muted herself.
I think the
She probably
like
got
ancestors
something.
did.
The ancestors.
what I was trying to say is yes, all those automobiles do get made in Mexico and they are very successful at making them and it's been very good for their economy, but they end up getting
Yeah.
sold here.
What's the number one
Yeah,
spoken
that's what I'm
language in
saying.
the
Like
world?
like look,
What's the number
here's the
one spoken
thing. I look at
language?
this stuff. It's the
What does
most
language
widely
have to do with
spoken
anything?
language in the world is English. That's
That's
the lingua
no, not
franca. It's the
widely
language of
spoken. I asked the
business.
most spoken. What's the most spoken language in the world?
Mandarin.
Yeah, Mandarin.
Mandarin that has the most people. Yeah, but the
Right.
most
And then
widely
what?
spoken is not Mandarin. It's
No,
English.
but
English is a lingua
I didn't
franca.
ask that question though because there's a global shift of powers, right? And the reason why I asked what's the most spoken is because Mandarin's the most spoken. They have a huge global influence. They're investing across South Asia, Southeast Asia, Africa, and South America. I mean, there's a shift away from the United States. And I'm not a China glazer. I'm not a big fan of China. I'm just
Yeah.
stating like what actually is the case. And so it's like if
Yeah,
the
I
US
understand.
collapses,
I understand what actually is.
There's also a
I literally
reason
do this
that
as a
Hey,
job.
hold on.
I do this as a job, dude. I sit at
So does
an
Omi.
active trading desk and I look at all of these different economies and I look at everything that's happening in those economies because I make bets on what happens in their monetary policy. So I know exactly how these countries function, how their monetary systems function, and what it means when I say it's not just the dollar that makes the American economy strong. It's the services that we provide. It is the things that we manufacture, which are much more higher end than anything else in the rest of the world. It is the support that we produce as businesses, as in how many people use our services to start anything in any of their countries. It is the payment systems. It is the entire infrastructure of the entire economy that we built, that this country built, not necessarily through good means, but I'm saying like it's silly to think that if this economy started to fail, that the entire world wouldn't do everything they could to keep it afloat, because if it fails, everyone goes down with us. That is just the fucking nature of how it's
I
designed.
totally disagree because we can look at the fall of the Roman Empire and then we can see how societies reorganize themselves, right?
The Roman Empire did not have global payment systems, did not have global supply chains like we do now, did not have the same system and structure that exists, did not have the same range of currency, did not have the volume of currency, did not have the exponential complications when it comes to supply chains and the way that they function to build things. To compare those things, you can look at basic patterns, because I agree we're in decline and something is going to happen, but it's not going to look like it did when the Roman Empire fell or when the British pound fell. It's going to look completely fucking different. And to think otherwise is just to be ignorant of how massive economies function.
Just look at Canada, for example. What happens to Canada if the American economy fails? They lose 60% of their GDP overnight.
I don't think it's gonna fail the way you think it's gonna fail. It's probably gonna be a softer landing.
It's just
more akin to like the UK.
Like
It's the future. Of course, I'm not saying that there aren't patterns that you can recognize. I'm just saying that the way it happens and how it happens and the implications of it and what people's reactions and responses are going to be nothing like we've seen before. They just not.
I'm sorry,
It's what we have now is so much more complicated.
I had to put this picture up because Bea was like, America's not going to go quietly into the night. And it just reminded me of the speech.
Yeah. I'm a poet. What can I say?
But,
oh, is that the 4th of July? The
Independence Day.
There you go, that one.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't think it's, we'll probably have a softer landing like the British Empire. I just think that there is a lot of interconnectedness, but it could also be catastrophic like the end of the Bronze Age, right? The Bronze Age had, from what we're learning more and more, like it had basically globalization, and then it just went into fucking chaos.
Even that framing, like is inherently Eurocentric, because the Bronze Age for who? Doggy, quiet. The Bronze Age for who?
The whole planet.
We can go. What are you talking about?
No, there is no such thing as one. Sorry, my dog's like spazzing out right now. I'm trying to find his leash. There's no such thing as a singular Bronze Age. This is what I was just talking about, is that early archaeology had this idea of like this linear time that existed for the whole globe for all humans, that it went in this way. Like West African societies didn't even have a Bronze Age. They just developed iron and were doing like advanced medical tech. So it's like, what are we talking about when the Bronze Age collapsed? Because it's like that's a very specific time period to Western Europe and Iberia, not like the whole globe.
None of these economies had global trade, nor were tied to each other in any way, shape, or form.
As far as they knew of what they discovered, yes. And you're right, we don't know what the fuck was happening in the Americas because colonization fucking wiped out any kind of history that we would have known about.
It's wrong too. Holy fuck.
What do you mean? We don't know what the fuck.
This is epistemicide. So
what are you talking about?
Wait, what?
I'm going to define the word that I just said.
Come on, don't you know what he's talking about?
Well, let me cook here. Let me cook, Mojo. Epistemicide. It's the mass erasure of the way you think about things. How this relates specifically is what we know to be true. And the only valid form of understanding truth is through written record and Gregorian time, which was imposed on the globe through Western settler colonialism. There's other ways of knowing truth, and that's what archaeology does, is it looks beyond a written record, the history, and it looks at prehistory and material culture and other things, right? So that's one way of understanding things, is through material culture. Also, oral traditions anthropologically preserve the same amount of information as written traditions do. They preserve different types of informations, and oral traditions adapt differently and preserve different narratives than written traditions do. But written traditions don't preserve all of the facts either, because the writers have a bias and a rhetoric. So it's like you can't say that because there isn't written history in the Americas that there's no way of knowing.
Is the oral history of the Inca Maya Aztecs around? Is the oral history of the Inca Maya Aztecs around because they were wiped out from colonialism? Is the point?
No, they weren't wiped out from colonialism. You can
they
go.
Absolutely were. What happened to those empires?
That's wrong. That's
what
wrong.
Happened to those empires?
It's not historical. You can go to
what
Tulum.
Happened to those empires?
Can I talk? Because you're just spouting things that aren't true that white people want everybody to believe because they thought they ate when they came to Mexico. You can go to Cancun right now.
You know where the fuck I'm from? Will you tell me what happened to those fucking empires or not?
I'm not talking about who you are. I'm talking about what is going on historically. Is that there's this narrative that the Maya aren't here anymore. They are here. You can go right now.
That the Maya
oh my God. You can go to Cancun right now and talk to a Maya person who still speaks Yucatec Maya. You can go to Guatemala and speak to a person who speaks Kikichi Maya.
Get to the point.
The point was you're wrong. Your whole point, the
No.
whole fulcrum of your point was wrong.
Then
Your whole
explain
premise was
why
wrong.
I'm
So
wrong.
then,
Then
therefore, the
explain why I'm
conclusion.
wrong.
I just did.
No,
You
you
just said
didn't.
there's no way. Stop. You just said, okay, let me just do some
And this is why
deductive
Mojo's
logic for
identity
you.
is fuck
This is
homie.
why I say, yeah, this is why I say fuck me.
Here's
I
some
love you. I was
deductive.
just gonna say I love you so much.
Yeah, please.
I
No,
love you too,
Omni,
B.
please finish telling. Please finish telling. Hey,
Deductive
Omni,
reasoning.
hold
Let
on,
me
hold
make
on,
it
hold on.
very short.
Please,
If the premise
mansplain
is
to me about my culture. Please keep going.
about your culture, are you Maya?
Yes, keep going.
What
Keep
group
going. No,
of
keep going. No,
Maya?
just keep going.
What group of Maya? Like, why
Keep
would you
going.
You just keep
say
going, bro. Just keep
Keep
explaining.
going, bro.
No, what group
Tell
of
me.
Maya?
Tell
what
me.
group
What
of
Tell
group
me.
of
Maya?
Maya? I want to know
Tell
what group
me.
of Maya, Civics,
Keep
because I want to
going.
know if he knows more about your culture than you do.
Keep going, Omni.
No,
That's what I
Omi
What
want to
knows
group
more
know.
of
about my culture, to be
Maya?
fair, than
Can
I
you
do.
please
What
finish?
group of
What
Maya
happened to those
civics?
empires? You have yet to answer that.
What happened to those empires? So, like, because
Yes.
there was the city states period of the late classic, and then those city states had inner communal conflicts. There was an ecological collapse, and those people dispersed into the different bands of Maya, and that's why we have the different bands that we see today across the Yucatan, the Petén Basin, and into Guatemala.
What happened to the Inca?
I mean, why we're talking about the Maya right now.
I said the Maya, Inca, and Aztecs.
Yeah,
And you
and the
said
Nahuatl
no.
people
You
are
said
still
no,
here.
you're
The people of
wrong. That's not what
the people
happened.
of
So what happened to
Tenochtitlan
the
are still
Inca?
here. They still speak.
You
They
said
still speak.
Maya. Why are you shifting the goalposts,
I
Yeah,
Civics?
did not say that. I
he
said
said
all
Maya, and
three.
then he said Inca and
I
Aztec.
said
Nobody
all
calls
three. We
themselves
were
Aztec.
starting with
There's
the
no such
Maya.
thing as an Aztec person. There
We
are
were
zero
starting
Aztec
with the
people.
Maya, but I said all three. I asked you what happened to those
Right, and then I
empires.
went to the Nahuatl speaking people of the Valley of Mexico, of Teotihuacan, Tenochtitlan, Texcoco, and there's several others, right? And they are still here, still speaking their language, and their language is being taught in schools and was recognized as a national language of Mexico last year by Presidente Claudia Sheinbaum.
Can I ask a
So,
question?
yeah.
Omi, those ones that you just listed, are they Incan? Like,
No, those are what people called the Aztec, what Europeans named the Aztec, but they never called themselves that. There was the Mexica, which was a confederacy of the city state of Tenochtitlan, with like Cuauhtémoc, who was like the last king of Tenochtitlan, and Moctezuma, and then they had an alliance with the people of Teotihuacan, and another one that I can't remember off the top of my head. And then they were rivals to other Nahuatl-speaking people. And so when they say Aztec, they're lumping rivals, historic rivals of people who didn't identify with each other but spoke the same language. So that, yeah, those are like the quote Aztec people, but they don't exist. There's also the Zapotec people. There's also the Huastec, the Tlaxcala, the different civilizations of the Tabasco, and they're all still here. They're all still here. They all still have their language. They also have their written record. They also have an archaeological record.
Only
Now, the
makes me wanna
Inca, I
drink.
don't know as much about the Inca, so I can't really speak about them. So I won't speak on the Inca.
I don't even drink, and he makes
And,
me want to drink.
and Spanish colonialism did nothing to the area.
I didn't say it did nothing. I'm just saying that whenever we say there's no way of knowing because the Spaniards wiped out everything, this is a colonial narrative that get people to not pass down their language, to not preserve their history, and to basically concede to settler colonialism. It's a way of rewrite. It's a revisionist history that doesn't
Conceding
exist.
to it or acknowledging it?
Conceding because it doesn't happen. We're still
It
here.
didn't happen. It happened.
We're still here. What are you talking about? It did not happen. There was not a
There
mass
was no
unaliving of all
colonialism?
Maya people. There wasn't a mass unaliving of all indigenous Americans. Like, this is a false narrative that's taught in elementary schools by the pilgrims so that everybody can then fetishize Pocahontas and talk about Thanksgiving, and it didn't happen.
What fetishize it?
Oh my God.
Who's
What band of
fetishizing?
Maya are you from again?
Anyway, besides that, I just wanted to make the point that, like,
He got ate the
part of
fuck
why
up
I
by the
say
bank,
that like the economy isn't going to fall as quickly as people think is because whenever the dollar dip, this is like kind of what me and that guy were talking about in the comments. Like every time, one of the reasons I have this belief is because every time the dollar dips below a certain amount, it gets bought up by a bunch of countries to the point where it won't affect their inflation. They'll buy up dollars because it's easier to do trade in dollars,
Is that
and it
happening
brings
now?
the dollar
Do you
right
think
back
that's
up
going
to where
to?
it was.
Is that happening now?
Yeah. Do you think that's
Yeah, it
going to
is still
continue
happening.
though?
Wait, before one
I
second,
think.
before we
Wait. No,
wait.
Omi, seriously, you've been talking a lot. Hold on, let me
Well,
answer their
if you notice, I
question.
responded to a Gish Gallop made by Civics with a bunch of histors the whole time.
I'm sorry. Did you not talk forever? Was she wrong?
Let her finish, bro.
I mean, I think it will continue to happen, but I think that's what I mean by like, it will probably start to decline at some point, but that decline will have to be in parallel with something that comes out that allows us to do more volume trading without the dollar. And that could be like what China and Brazil are doing, but they're only doing that with a small amount of certain types of goods, and it's taking a long time because they're actually trading in their own currencies and trading into dollars, trading and then trading back into their currency. They're actually still using dollars as an intermediary when they're doing this, because I looked into this. So they are doing it with their own currencies, but not with a universal currency, right? So it's going to take a very, very long time, and it's going to take some massive paradigm shifts that would have to take place.
Anymore? Do we even really need a reserve currency anymore in modern modern times when we can do a transaction at the drop of a dime? All right.
The reason we can do transactions at the drop of a hat is because there is a reserve currency. That is the underlying current that allows those transactions to take place so quickly.
I would disagree. I would say the reserve currency is obsolete, and I think the backing of the dollar is actually like unpaid labor. Like, to be honest, like that's what the national debt is.
It's not obsolete. Like, you can't just say it's obsolete while it's still the main way that we do all trade. So the main reason that we.
But the main backing of our economy is unpaid labor.
The main backing of our economy is unpaid labor?
Yeah, unpaid labor. Like, if we got rid of prison labor production of goods,
that doesn't make any sense.
Human traffic,
Stop.
if we got rid of labor
Are you
traffic,
serious?
Do
You think our debt is prison labor?
Hold on. Do you mean
I was gonna rattle off the list of unpaid laborers.
There is lots of unpaid labor, but that is not the significant reason as to why the U.S. is the reserve currency. Like, that's not the reason. That doesn't make any economic sense. That doesn't make any mathematical sense.
No, it does, because what happens if we
No,
pay
it doesn't.
all
It doesn't, Omi. It doesn't.
What happens? What happens when we pay all the debt for all the labor that was unpaid? What happens?
We don't do that. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Like, it
that's where the
doesn't.
reserve
Either way, it doesn't
currency
matter.
goes to.
That still doesn't make sense to say that is
Okay.
the reason.
That's
That is the reason for our U.S. reserve status. Do you understand what reserve status means? Like, what that actually equates to? Like, why that
only
happens?
reserved
How
because
that
we don't pay
functions?
for labor. That's what I'm saying.
No, that's not what it
my
means. Dude,
I mean,
I'm literally getting my PhD in economics right now. I literally work on an active trading desk. Like, I know what I'm talking about. This isn't just like how I feel about
am
things.
getting my
That's
PhD.
just not
I'm also working
how the
on my
economy
graduate
functions.
work as an
There are rules.
anthropologist. Okay.
Yeah, an anthropologist, not a fucking economist.
He's talking about a more abstract ideal behind it, and you're talking about like the more literal meaning behind it.
Yeah, I'm talking about what economics actually is based in.
Hold on.
What economics is actually based in. How we measure it, how we understand it, how it functions worldwide.
Economics is based in subsistence.
You might be talking about different things. Omni, what do you think a reserve currency is? Because you might be talking about different things.
The reserve currency, like the idea of like gold backing the dollar.
Oh my God!
No,
stop it. You know nothing about economics. You might as well shut up right now. This is going to be ridiculous.
Jesus fucking Christ! We're not tied to gold anymore. We are fiat currency.
Well, that's why I thought you were referencing the whole time, because like a lot of people will like
No,
fetishize this
we're
idea
not.
like
We're
we're
not.
connected to gold. And I'm like, that's not
No,
true.
we're
Okay,
not.
you
We're
have never
connected to
taken an
gold.
economics class, have
No,
you?
no,
The
we knew.
reserve currency means that most trade is done in dollars. That most
No,
countries
that's
keep our dollars in
Okay, I feel
reserve
smarter now.
yeah,
I feel
that's
smarter
what
now.
was established at Bretton
in order
Woods.
You feel
to
good
Hold
about
on.
in
yourself now,
order
Mojo,
No,
huh?
I do. I
so
do.
Because he asked one
so
question that was a little off base.
so to keep order
Sorry, they.
after the
Sorry.
Well,
Second
no,
World War.
I just
God
thought
damn
we were
it!
arguing about something that's been disproven already, and that's why I was like, what are we
But
talking
it's still the
about? So,
reserve
okay,
currency. It's been established since Bretton Woods in '44, right? They needed world order, and they're like, "Hey, we're going to do the U.S. dollar." And at that time, yeah, it was pegged the U.S. To gold. What was it $32 was an ounce? But then after '71, when Nixon moved to floating exchange rates, is when we moved into fiat, which is what pisses off libertarians. They won't shut up
Yeah,
about
because
it.
money's not real anymore once we got off the gold standard.
it's
right. And so I think we were literally saying similar things. I
That's
just
a stupid
misunderstood what
statement
you
too,
were
by
saying.
the way, B.
It's from The Office. I don't know how no one has picked it up on this app yet. I don't actually mean it. It's from The Office. It's an Office quote.
Okay. Okay. I've never watched The Office.
I
What? You
have,
should. You'd love it.
unfortunately, but it's like a fever dream of like my adolescence. So I try to block it out.
It is not. It's not woke friendly. I will say that.
The value of gold is also subjective, just like the fiat currency.
Right.
So
we all agree. Yay!
no,
Yay,
you're just wrong.
I'm gonna
And
make an
it's
offering
wonderful.
to all
Right,
the
It's wonderful that you're
But
wrong.
what HR is saying is that even when you need to do trade, because it is a reserve currency, you're going to be like, hey, I need to buy, I don't know, British pounds. And you're going to be like, all right, well, how many dollars is that? It's just the way that you met, like, it's just what it is.
where it's more of a big deal is in Swift, right? This is the payment system that everyone uses for international trade, right? So when we're trying to buy rare earth metals from China, or when China is trying to buy lasers from Amsterdam, they're doing all of this in dollars because they're all using the Swift system to do it.
So that means our
Not as
currency is going to be traveling around the rest of the world, which makes our currency kind of important for any other economy to survive as of right
yeah,
now.
but
which
what about
means
so? But if the U.S. economy collapses, it's like I don't think there's a clear one-to-one swap, right? So
yeah, there
I'm not
isn't.
saying that. But
And
what I
that wouldn't happen that way. It wouldn't just be like it collapses and now all
Yeah,
of a
no one
sudden
made
we're
that
looking for a
claim,
1-to-1.
but no one's made that claim.
which I was making. Yeah, I was literally trying to provide nuance, but then got cut off. But I cut people off too, so I'm not saying that's yeah. Anyways, but what I was trying to say is that there wouldn't be a clear one-to-one, but what you would see is like you would see like an economic vacuum, and then you would see competing currencies, and then eventually one like through succession would be like the new standard.
Yeah,
Right?
that's what I'm saying. That wouldn't happen because it wouldn't happen that way. Like because even as the U.S. dollar starts to decline, there will just be people, other countries buying up U.S. dollars until it goes right back up because they are still going to be using the SWIFT system in the interim. The only way that the U.S. dollar switches out of being the U.S. reserve currency would be like a slow step down system, while in parallel another system builds up enough volume to be able to switch over. And
Yeah, I think that's what's happening right now.
I was
think
like,
that's what's happening right now.
It's not happening right now. It's not happening right now. I trade dollars every single day. I would see if it was happening right now. It's not happening right now.
Well, we see
But it is slowly eroding to
It's
a
eroding,
multipolar system.
but that system, that thing that I'm talking about, isn't currently taking place. Like there is some loss of the dollar, but it's not anywhere near egregious. It's not anywhere near a panic level.
I don't think it'll ever get to panic level is what I'm saying. I think it will continually be this very slow, soft landing. It'll be a slow death, a death by 1,000 cuts. And it's not even going to be this like huge thing. I'm not thinking it's going to be like Mad Max fucking here in the United States. I wish it would. I think it's going to be something like we're going to turn into the fucking UK.
Well,
What
see,
does it
and
move to?
that right there connects back to the AI paradigms, which is the reason why it was coming up. I wish I
What
was at
is
my
the
laptop.
what does the global reserve currency move to?
I can't
Well,
hear you.
he asked, "What does the global reserve currency move to?"
Yeah.
Well, like I was trying to mention, like China's working on establishing infrastructure, across the global south in a way that hasn't really been done before. Again, not a China fan, just stating what they're doing. So you could see a fracturing of the global market potentially, and then eventually, one outcompetes the other. Also, like cryptocurrency, I don't know what's going to happen with cryptocurrency. I'm not a crypto bro,
That's going to die a slow death.
but
That's already dying a slow death, by the way. That is
but
failing
look
multiple.
at Korea's market, right? And then look at what is it?
Korea, what is their GDP?
Okay, I don't know what their GDP is off the
Like
top.
it's like $2.5 trillion a year. Do you know what America's GDP is?
Yeah, but you're rooted in this nationalist lens, and I'm not. I'm having a corporatist conversation because, like, nationalism is
No,
being
you just
subsumed by
don't
corporate
understand
global
economics.
corporations.
You don't understand this global trade. That's the problem here. There's no reason for you to have this discussion. You got your fucking areas of expertise, obviously, but this is not one of them.
No, but I'm literally talking about geopolitics and subsistence. I mean, that's the argument I'm having. I'm not an economist. I'm not going to have the nuance or understanding of an
It's not even about
economist on
nuance. You don't even
capital.
know how money moves through global economies.
I mean, that's not true, but okay.
That's not nuance. That's like the basis of international trade.
No, the basis of all trade is subsistence, which I've not heard anybody note subsistence.
What does that mean?
Like literally, our subsistence is going to change due to climate change, right? And so and then like with AI, there's several.
You realize that those are contradicting things. Our global trade is based in subsistence. Subsistence basically means that you only produce as much as you need. If you're only producing as much as you need, you don't have extra to have global trade with. That doesn't make any fucking sense.
You're not using the same definition. I'm using the anthropological definition of subsistence strategies, which there's 4 major subsistence strategies, and we're rooted in agricultural subsistence and industrialism, and like that's a collapsing system because
we are.
Yeah.
You think the United States is?
Yeah, like we're a
We're not an No, we're not. We're a service economy. What are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
We're not a subsistence agricultural economy.
Okay, so again, you're not defining subsistence the way that anthropology is.
Right, you're using subsistence to describe an economic thing, though, and that doesn't make sense to me. So I don't understand what you mean.
Economics are rooted in subsistence.
No, they're not.
You don't know what you're talking about. So, like,
this
is anthropology term to describe
fucking
economics.
wild. This is fucking wild that you're
You
trying
don't
to
know
be an
what
expert on this shit too, and you don't even fucking understand.
No, I'm talking about subsistence strategies, and you have no idea what those are.
But you're using anthropological terms to describe economics.
Yeah, because
That's
economics are
idiotic.
anthropological.
That's just
everything
stupid. That's fucking stupid.
Dude, I don't look. I'm
Mojo
not.
tries so hard